Wizard's First Rule. The Sword of Truth, Volume 1 by Terry Goodkind. Copyright 1994 by Terry Goodkind. All rights reserved. Read by Nick Sullivan. Wizard's First Rule. Chapter 1. It was an odd-looking vine. Dusky, variegated leaves hunkered against a stem that wound in a stranglehold around the smooth trunk of a balsam fir. Sap drooled down the wounded bark, and dry limbs slumped, making it look as if the tree were trying to voice a moan into the cool, damp morning air. Pods stuck out from the vine here and there along its length, almost seeming to look warily about for witnesses. It was the smell that had first caught his attention, a smell like the decomposition of something that had been wholly unsavory even in life. Richard combed his fingers through his thick hair as his mind lifted out of the fog of despair, coming into focus upon seeing the vine. He scanned for others, but saw none. Everything else looked normal. The maples of the upper Venn forest were already tinged with crimson, proudly showing off their new mantle in the light breeze. With nights getting colder, it wouldn't be long before their cousins down in the Heartland woods joined them. The oaks, being the last to surrender to the season, still stoically wore their dark green coats. Having spent most of his life in the woods, Richard knew all the plants, if not by name, by sight. From when Richard was very small, his friend Zed had taken him along hunting for special herbs. He had shown Richard which ones to look for, where they grew and why, and put names to everything they saw. Many times they just talked, the old man always treating him as an equal, asking as much as he answered. Zed had sparked Richard's hunger to learn, to know. This vine, though, he had seen only once before, and it wasn't in the woods. He had found a sprig of it at his father's house, in the blue clay jar Richard had made when he was a boy. His father had been a trader, and had traveled often, looking for the chance exotic or rare item. People of means had often sought him out, interested in what he might have turned up. It seemed to be the looking more than the finding that he had liked, as he had always been happy to part with his latest discovery so he could be off after the next. From a young age, Richard had liked to spend time with Zed while his father was away. Richard's brother, Michael, was a few years older, and having no interest in the woods or Zed's rambling lectures, preferred to spend his time with people of means. About 5 years before, Richard had moved away to live on his own, but he often stopped by his father's home, unlike Michael, who was always busy and rarely had time to visit. If his father had gone away, he would leave Richard a message in the blue jar telling him the latest news, some gossip, or of some sight he had seen. On the day 3 weeks before, when Michael had come and told him their father had been murdered, Richard had gone to his father's house, despite his brother's insistence that there was no reason to go, nothing he could do. Richard had long since passed the age when he did as his brother said. Wanting to spare him, the people there didn't let him see the body. But still he saw the big, sickening splashes and puddles of blood, brown and dry across the plank floor. When Richard came close, voices fell silent except to offer sympathy, which only deepened the writhing pain. Yet he had heard them talking in hushed tones of the stories and the wild rumors of things come out of the boundary, of magic. Richard was shocked at the way his father's small home had been torn apart as if a storm had been turned loose inside. Only a few things were left untouched. The blue message jar still sat on the shelf, and inside he found the sprig of vine. It was still in his pocket now. What his father meant him to know from it, he couldn't guess. Grief and depression overwhelmed him, and even though he still had his brother, he felt abandoned. That he was grown into manhood offered him no sanctuary from the forlorn feeling of being orphaned and alone in the world, a feeling he had known before when he was young and his mother died. Even though his father had often been away, sometimes for weeks, Richard had always known he was somewhere and would be back. Now he would never be back. Michael wouldn't let him have anything to do with the search for the killer. He said he had the best trackers in the army looking, and he wanted Richard to stay out of it for his own good. So Richard simply didn't show the vine to Michael, and went off alone every day searching for the vine. For 3 weeks, he walked the trails of the Heartland Woods, every trail, even the ones few others knew of, but he never saw it. Finally, against his better judgment, he gave in to the whispers in his mind and went to the Upper Ven Forest, close to the boundary. The whispers haunted him with the feeling that he somehow knew something of why his father had been murdered. They teased at him, tantalized him with thoughts just out of reach, and laughed at him for not seeing it. Richard lectured himself that it was his grief playing tricks, not something real. He had thought that when he found the vine, it would give him some sort of answer. Now that he had, he didn't know what to think. The whispers had stopped teasing him, but now they brooded. He knew it was just his own mind thinking, and he told himself to stop trying to give the whispers a life of their own. Zed had taught him better than that. Richard looked up at the big fir tree in its agony of death. He thought again of his father's death. The vine had been there. Now the vine was killing this tree. It couldn't be anything good. Though he couldn't do anything for his father, he didn't have to let the vine preside over another death. Gripping it firmly, he pulled, and with powerful muscles ripped the sinewy tendrils away from the tree. That's when the vine bit him. One of the pods struck out and hit the back of his left hand, causing him to jump back in pain and surprise. Inspecting the small wound, he found something like a thorn embedded in the meat of the gash. The matter was decided. The vine was trouble. He reached for his knife to dig out the thorn, but the knife wasn't there. At first surprised, he realized why, and reprimanded himself for allowing his depression to cause him to forget something as basic as taking his knife with him into the woods. Using his fingernails, he tried to pull out the thorn. To his rising concern, the thorn, as if alive, wiggled itself in deeper. He dragged his thumbnail across the wound, trying to snag the thorn out. The more he dug, the deeper it went. A hot wave of nausea swept through him as he tore at the wound, making it bigger, so he stopped. The thorn had disappeared into the oozing blood. Looking about, Richard spotted the purplish-red autumn leaves of a small nannyberry tree, laden with its crop of dark blue berries. Beneath the tree, nestled in the crook of a root, he found what he sought. An alm plant. Relieved, he carefully snapped off the tender stem near its base and gently squeezed the sticky, clear liquid onto the bite. He gave a smile to old Zed for teaching him how the alm plant made wounds heal faster. The soft, fuzzy leaves always made Richard think of Zed. The juice of the alm numbed the sting, but not his worry over being unable to remove the thorn. He could feel it wriggling still deeper into his flesh. Richard squatted down and poked a hole in the ground with his finger, placed the alm in it, and fixed moss about the stem so it might regrow itself. The sounds of the forest fell dead still. Richard looked up, flinching as a dark shadow swept over the ground, leaping across limbs and leaves. There was a rushing, whistling sound in the air overhead. The size of the shadow was frightening. Birds burst from cover in the trees, giving alarm calls as they scattered in all directions. Richard peered up, searching through the gaps in the canopy of green and gold, trying to see the shadow's source. For an instant, he saw something big and red. He couldn't imagine what it could be, but the memory of the rumors and stories of things coming out of the boundary flooded back into his mind, making him go cold to the bone. The vine was trouble, he thought again. This thing in the sky could be no less. He remembered what people always said. Trouble sires 3 children, and knew immediately that he didn't want to meet the 3rd child. Discounting his fears, he started running. Just idle talk of superstitious people, he told himself. He tried to think of what could be that big and red. It was impossible. There was nothing that flew that was that large. Maybe it was a cloud or a trick of the light. But he couldn't fool himself. It was no cloud. Looking up as he ran, trying for another glimpse, he headed for the path that skirted the hillside. Richard knew that the ground dropped off sharply on the other side of the trail, and he would be able to get an unobstructed view of the sky. Tree branches, wet with rain from the night before, slapped at his face as he ran through the forest, jumping fallen trees and small rocky streams. Brush snatched at his pant legs. Dappled swatches of sunlight teased him to look up but denied him the view he needed. His breath was fast, ragged. Sweat ran cold against his face, and he could feel his heart pounding as he ran carelessly down the hillside. At last, he stumbled out of the trees onto the path, almost falling. Searching the sky, he spotted the thing, far away and too small for him to tell what it was, but he thought it had wings. He squinted against the blue brightness of the sky, shielding his eyes with his hand, trying to see for sure if there were wings moving. It slipped behind a hill and was gone. He hadn't even been able to tell if it really was red. Winded, Richard slumped down on a granite boulder at the side of the trail, absently snapping off dead twigs from a sapling beside him while he stared down at Trunt Lake below. Maybe he should go tell Michael what had happened, tell him about the vine and the red thing in the sky. He knew Michael would laugh at the last part. He had laughed at the same stories himself. No, Michael would only be angry with him for being up near the boundary, and for going against his orders to stay out of the search for the murderer. He knew his brother cared about him, or he wouldn't always be nagging him. Now that he was grown, he could laugh off his brother's constant instructions, though he still had to endure the looks of displeasure. Richard snapped off another twig, and in frustration threw it at a flat rock. He decided he shouldn't feel singled out. After all, Michael was always telling everyone what to do, even their father. He pushed his harsh judgments of his brother aside. Today was a big day for Michael. Today, he was accepting the position of first counselor. He would be in charge of everything now, not just the town of Heartland anymore, but all the towns and villages of Westland, even the country people. Responsible for everything and everyone. Michael deserved Richard's support. He needed it. Michael had lost a father, too. That afternoon there was to be a ceremony and big celebration at Michael's house. Important people were going to be there, come from the farthest reaches of Westland. Richard was supposed to be there, too. At least there would be plenty of good food. He realized he was famished. While he sat and thought, he scanned the opposite side of Trunt Lake, far below. From this height, the clear water revealed alternating patches of rocky bottom and green weed around the deep holes. At the edge of the water, Hawker's Trail knitted in and out of the trees, in some places open to view, in some places hidden. Richard had been on that part of the trail many times. In the spring it was wet and soggy down by the lake, but this late in the year it would be dry. In areas farther north and south, as the trail wound its way through the high ven forests, it passed uncomfortably close to the boundary. Because of that, most travelers avoided it, choosing instead the trails of the Heartland woods. Richard was a woods guide and led travelers safely through the Heartland forests. Most were traveling dignitaries, wanting the prestige of a local guide more than they wanted direction. His eyes locked on something. There was movement. Unsure what it had been, he stared hard at the spot on the far side of the lake. When he saw it again, on the path where it passed behind a thin veil of trees, there was no doubt. It was a person. Maybe it was his friend Chase. Who else but a boundary warden would be wandering around up here? He hopped down off the rock, tossing the twigs aside, and took a few steps forward. The figure followed the path into the open at the edge of the lake. It wasn't Chase. It was a woman. A woman in a dress. What woman would be walking around this far out in the ven forest in a dress? Richard watched her making her way along the lake shore, disappearing and reappearing with the path. She didn't seem to be in a hurry, but she wasn't strolling slowly either. Rather, she moved at the measured pace of an experienced traveler. That made sense. No one lived anywhere near Trunt Lake. Other movement snatched his attention. Richard's eyes searched the shade and shadows. Behind her there were others. 4 men in hooded forest cloaks, following her, but hanging back some distance. They moved with stealth, from tree to rock to tree, looking, waiting, moving. Richard straightened, his eyes wide, his attention riveted. They were stalking her. He knew immediately This was the third child of trouble. Chapter 2. At first, Richard stood frozen, not knowing what to do. He couldn't be sure the four men really were stalking the woman, at least not until it was too late. What business was it of his anyway? And besides, he didn't even have his knife with him. What chance did one man with no weapon have against four? He watched the woman making her way along the path. He watched the men follow. What chance did the woman have? He crouched, muscles tight and hard. His heart raced as he tried to think of what he could do. The morning sun was hot on his face, his breathing rapid with fear. Richard knew there was a small cutoff from Hawker's trail somewhere ahead of the woman. Hurriedly, he tried to remember exactly where. The main fork to her left continued around the lake and up the hill to his left, to where he stood and watched. If she stayed on the main trail, he could wait for her, then tell her about the men. Then what? Besides, that was too long. The men would be on her before then. An idea began to take shape. He sprang up and started running down the trail. If he could reach her before the men caught her, and before the cutoff, he could take her up the right fork. That trail led up out of the trees onto open ledges away from the boundary and toward the town of Heartland, toward help. If they were quick, he could hide their tracks. The men wouldn't know that the two of them had taken the side trail. They would think she was still on the main trail, at least for a while, long enough to fool them and lead her to safety. Still winded from the earlier run, Richard panted in labored breaths, running down the trail as fast as he could go. The path had quickly turned back in to the trees, so at least he didn't have to worry about the men being able to see him. Shafts of sunlight flashed by as he raced along. Old pine trees lined the path, leaving a soft mat of needles to cushion his footfalls. After a time, driving himself headlong down the path, he started looking for the side trail. He couldn't be sure how far he had gone. The forest offered no view for a fix, and he didn't remember exactly where the cutoff was. It was small and would be easy to miss. With every bend bringing new hope that this would be the place he found the cutoff, he pushed himself on. He tried to think of what he would say to the woman when he finally reached her. His mind raced as fast as his legs. She might think he was with her pursuers, or be frightened by him, or not believe him. He wouldn't have much time to convince her to go with him, that he wanted to help. Coming over the top of a small rise, he looked anew for the fork, but didn't see it and kept running. Now his breath came in ragged gasps. He knew that if he didn't reach the split before she did, they would be trapped, and their only options would be to outrun the men or to fight. He was too winded for either. That thought drove him on harder. Sweat ran down his back, making his shirt stick to his skin. The coolness of the morning had turned to choking heat, though he knew it was only his exertion that made it seem that way. The forest passed in a blur to each side as he ran. Just before a sharp bend to the right, he came at last to the cutoff, almost missing it. He made a quick search for tracks to see if she had been there and taken the small path. There were none. Relief washed over him. He dropped to his knees and sat back on his heels in exhaustion, trying to catch his breath. The first part had worked. He had beaten her here. Now he had to make her believe him before it was too late. Holding his right hand over a painful stitch in his side and still trying to catch his breath, he started to worry that he was going to look silly. What if it was just a girl and her brothers playing a game? He would be the fool. Everyone but him would have a good laugh. He looked down at the bite on the back of his hand. It was red and throbbed painfully. He remembered the thing in the sky. He thought about the way she had been walking with a sense of purpose, not like a child at play. It was a woman, not a girl. He remembered the cold fear he had felt when he saw the four men. Four men warily shadowing a woman. The third strange thing to happen this morning. The third child of trouble. No, he shook his head. This was no game. He knew what he had seen. It was no game. They were stalking her. Richard came partway to his feet. Waves of heat rolled from his body. Bent over at the waist with his hands braced on his knees, he took a few deep breaths before straightening to his full height. His eyes fell on the young woman as she came around the bend in front of him. His breath caught for an instant. Her brown hair was full, lush, and long, complementing the contours of her body. She was tall, almost as tall as he, and about the same age. The dress she wore was like none he had ever seen, almost white, cut square at the neck, interrupted only by a small tan leather waist pouch. The weave of the fabric was fine and smooth, almost glistening, and bore none of the lace or frills he was used to seeing, no prints or colors to distract from the way it caressed her form. The dress was elegant in its simplicity. She halted, and long, graceful folds regally trailing her gathered about her legs. Richard approached, and stopped 3 strides away so as not to appear a threat. She stood straight and still, her arms at her side. Her eyebrows had the graceful arch of a raptor's wings in flight. Her green eyes came unafraid to his. The connection was so intense that it threatened to drain his sense of self. He felt that he had always known her, that she had always been a part of him, that her needs were his needs. She held him with her gaze as surely as a grip of iron would, searching his eyes as if searching his soul, seeking an answer to something. "I am here to help you," he said in his mind. He meant it more than any thought he had ever had. The intensity of her gaze relaxed, loosening its hold on him. In her eyes he saw something that attracted him more than anything else: intelligence. He saw it flaring there, burning in her, and through it all he felt an overriding sense of her integrity. Richard felt safe. A warning flashed in his mind, making him remember why he was there, that time was dear. "I was up there," he pointed toward the hill he had been on, "and I saw you." She looked where he pointed. He looked too, and realized he was pointing at a tangle of tree limbs. They couldn't see the hill because the trees blocked the view. He dropped his arm dumbly, trying to ignore the miscue. Her eyes returned to his, waiting. Richard started over, keeping his voice low. "I was up there on a hill above the lake. I saw you walking on the path by the shore. There are some men following you." She betrayed no emotion, but continued to hold his gaze. "How many?" He thought her question strange, but answered it. 4. The color drained from her face. She turned her head, surveying the woods behind her, scanning the shadows briefly, then looked back to him once more, her green eyes searching his. "Do you choose to help me?" Except for her color, her exquisite features gave no hint as to her emotions. Before his mind could form a thought, he heard himself say, "Yes." Her countenance softened. "What would you have us do?" "There's a small trail that turns off here. If we take it, and then stay on this one, we can be away." "And if they don't? If they follow our trail?" "I'll hide our tracks." He was shaking his head, trying to reassure her. "They won't follow. Look, there's no time." "If they do?" She cut him off. "Then what is your plan?" He studied her face a moment. "Are they very dangerous?" She stiffened. "Very." The way she spoke the word made him have to force himself to breathe again. For an instant, he saw a look of blind terror pass across her eyes. Richard ran his fingers through his hair. "Well, the small trail is narrow and sheer. They won't be able to surround us." "Do you have a weapon?" He answered by shaking his head no, too angry with himself for forgetting his knife to voice it aloud. She nodded. "Let's be quick, then." They didn't talk once the decision had been made, not wanting to give away their location. Richard hurriedly concealed their tracks and motioned her to go first, so he would be between her and the men. She didn't hesitate. The folds of her dress flowed behind as she moved quickly at his direction. The lush young evergreens of the ven pressed tight at their sides, making the path a narrow, dark green walled route cut through the brush and branches. They could see nothing around them. Richard checked behind as they went, though he couldn't see far. At least what he could see was clear. She went swiftly without any encouragement from him. After a time, the ground started rising and becoming rockier, and the trees thinned, offering a more open view. The trail twisted along deeply shaded cuts in the terrain and across leaf-strewn ravines. Dry leaves scattered at their passing. Pines and spruce gave way to hardwood trees, mostly white birch, and as the limbs swayed overhead, little patches of sunlight danced on the forest floor. The birch's white trunks with black spots made it look as if hundreds of eyes were watching the two pass. Other than the raucous racket of some ravens, it was a very quiet, peaceful place. At the base of a granite wall that the path followed, he motioned to her, putting a finger over his lips, letting her know they had to step carefully to avoid making sounds that would echo their location. Whenever a raven cawed, he could hear it reverberate through the hills. Richard knew this place. The shape of the rock wall could carry a sound for miles. He pointed to the moss-covered round rocks littering the flat forest floor. He showed her that he meant for the two of them to step on the rocks to avoid snapping sticks hidden under the leaf litter. He moved some leaves to show her sticks hidden there and pretended to break them, then cupped his hand to his ear. She nodded her understanding, lifted her skirts with one hand, and began to step up on the rocks. He touched her arm to make her look back again and mimed slipping and falling to let her know she had to be careful because the moss was slippery. She smiled and nodded again before hurrying on. Seeing her smile was unexpected, and it warmed him, softening the edge of his fear. Richard allowed himself a small dose of confidence about their escape as he stepped from one mossy rock to another. As the path climbed steadily upward, the trees thinned more. The rock, taking over from the soil, offered trees infrequent opportunity to put down roots. Soon the only trees grew in crevices and were gnarled, twisted, and small, wanting to offer no purchase to the wind that could pull them from their meager anchoring. They slipped quietly out of the trees and onto the ledges. The path wasn't always clearly marked, and there were many false trails. She often had to turn to him, and he directed her by pointing or with a nod of his head. Richard wondered what her name was, but his fear of the four men kept him from talking. Even though the trail was steep and hard, he didn't have to slow on her account. She was a strong climber and quick. He saw that she wore good boots of soft leather, the kind of boots worn by one used to traveling. It had been well over an hour since they had come out of the trees, climbing steadily upward into the sun. They were heading east on the ledges before the trail cut back to the west later. The men, if they had followed, would have to look into the sun to see them. Richard kept them crouched as low as possible and checked over his shoulder often as they climbed, scanning for any sign of the men. When he had seen them by Trunt Lake, they were staying well hidden, but it was too open out here for them to hide. He saw nothing and started to feel better. They weren't being followed. The men were nowhere to be seen, and were probably miles down Hawker's trail by now. The farther from the boundary and the closer to town they got, the better he felt. His plan had worked. Seeing no sign that they were being followed, Richard wished they could stop for a rest, as his hand was throbbing, but she gave no sign that she needed or wanted a break. She kept pushing on as if the men were right on their heels. Richard remembered the look on her face when he had asked if they were dangerous, and quickly rejected any thought of stopping. As morning wore on, the day became warm for this late in the year. The sky was a bright, clear blue, with only a few white, wispy clouds drifting by. One of the clouds had taken on the undulating form of a snake, with its head down and tail up. Because it was so unusual, Richard remembered seeing the same cloud earlier in the day. Or was it yesterday? He would have to remember to mention it to Zed the next time he saw him. Zed was a cloud reader, and if Richard failed to report his sighting, he would have to endure an hour-long lecture on the significance of clouds. Zed was probably watching it this very moment, fretting over whether or not Richard was paying attention. The path took them to the south face of small, blunt mountain, where it crossed a sheer cliff face for which the mountain was named. Crossing the cliff near mid-height, the trail offered a panoramic view of the southern Ven forest, and to their left, in cloud and mist, almost hidden behind the cliff wall, the high, rugged peaks belonging to the boundary. Richard saw brown, dying trees standing out against the carpet of green. Up closer to the boundary, the dead trees were thick. It was the vine, he realized. The two of them advanced quickly across the cliff trail. They were so clearly in the open, with no chance to hide, that anyone could spot them easily. But across the cliff, the trail would begin to head down into the Heartland woods, and then into town. Even if the men did figure out their mistake and follow, Richard and the woman had a safe lead. As it neared the far side of the cliff face, the path started to broaden from its treacherous, narrow width to a space wide enough for two to walk side by side. Richard trailed his right hand along the rock wall for reassurance, while looking over the side to the boulder field several 100 feet below. He turned and checked behind. Still clear. As he turned back, she froze in mid-stride, the folds of her dress swirling around her legs. In the trail ahead, that only a moment earlier had been empty, stood two of the men. Richard was bigger than most men. These men were much bigger than he. Their dark green hooded cloaks shaded their faces, but couldn't conceal their heavily muscled bulk. Richard's mind raced, trying to conceive of how the men could have gotten ahead of them. Richard and the woman spun, prepared to run. From the rock above, two ropes dropped down, and the other two men plummeted to the path, landing on their feet with heavy thuds. They blocked any retreat. They were as big as the first two. Buckles and leather straps beneath their cloaks held an arsenal of weapons that glinted in the sunlight. Richard wheeled back to the first two. They calmly pushed their hoods back. Each had thick blonde hair and a thick neck. Their faces were rugged, handsome. "You may pass, boy. Our business is with the girl." The man's voice was deep, almost friendly. Nonetheless, the threat was as sharp as a blade. He removed his leather gloves and tucked them in his belt as he spoke, not bothering to look at Richard. He obviously didn't consider Richard an obstacle. He appeared to be the one in charge, as the other three waited silently while he spoke. Richard had never been in a situation like this before. He had always managed to avoid trouble. He never allowed himself to lose his temper, and could usually turn scowls to smiles with his easy manner. If talk didn't work, he was quick enough and strong enough to stop threats before anyone was hurt, and if need be, he would simply walk away. He knew these men weren't interested in talking, and they clearly weren't afraid of him. He wished he could walk away now. Richard glanced to her green eyes and saw the visage of a proud woman beseeching his help. He leaned closer and kept his voice low but firm. "I won't leave you." Relief washed over her face. She gave a slight nod as she settled her hand lightly on his forearm. "Keep between them. Don't let them all come at me at once," she whispered. "And be sure you aren't touching me when they come." Her hand tightened on his arm, and her eyes held his, waiting for confirmation that he understood her instructions. He didn't understand her reasons, but gave a small nod of agreement. "May the good spirits be with us," she said. She let her hands drop to her sides, turning to the two behind them, her face dead calm, devoid of emotion. "Be on your way, boy." The leader's voice was harder. His fierce blue eyes glared. He gritted his teeth. "Last time offered." Richard swallowed hard. He tried to sound sure of himself. "We will both be passing." His heart felt as if it were coming up into his throat. "Not this day," the leader said with finality. He pulled free a wicked-looking curved knife. The man to his side pulled a short sword clear of the scabbard strapped across his back. With a depraved grin, he drew it across the inside of his muscled forearm, staining the blade red. From behind, Richard could hear the ring of steel being drawn. He was paralyzed with fear. This was all happening too fast. They had no chance. None. For a brief moment, no one moved. Richard flinched when the four gave the howling battle cries of men prepared to die in mortal combat. They charged in a frightening rush. The one with the short sword swung it high, coming at Richard. He could hear one of the men behind him grab the woman as the man with the sword raced toward him. And then, just before the man reached him, there was a hard impact to the air, like a clap of thunder with no sound. The violence of it made every joint in his body cry out in sharp pain. Dust lifted around them, spreading outward in a ring. The man with the sword felt the pain of it too, and for an instant his attention was diverted past Richard to the woman. As he came crashing forward, Richard fell back against the wall, and with both feet hit the man square in the chest as hard as he could. It knocked him clear of the path into midair. The man's eyes went wide in surprise as he dropped backward to the rocks below, the sword still held over his head in both hands. To Richard's shock, he saw one of the other two men from behind him falling through space too, his chest ripped and bloody. Before Richard could give it a thought, the leader with the curved knife charged past, intent on the woman. He hammered the heel of his free hand into the center of Richard's chest. The jolt knocked the wind out of him and flung him hard against the wall, smacking his head against the rock. As he fought to remain conscious, his only thought was that he had to stop the man from getting to her. Summoning strength he didn't know he had, Richard snatched the leader by his husky wrist and spun him around. The knife came around in an arc toward him. The blade flashed in the sunlight. There was a savage hunger in the man's blue eyes. Richard had never been so afraid in his life. In that instant, he knew he was about to die. Seemingly from out of nowhere, the last man with a short sword covered in gore smashed into the leader, driving his sword through the other's gut, slamming the wind out of him. The collision was so fierce, it carried both over the side of the cliff. All the way down, the last man howled in a cry of rage that ended only when they met the boulders below. Richard stood stunned, staring over the edge. Reluctantly, he turned to the woman, afraid to look, terrified he would see her gashed open and lifeless. Instead, she was sitting on the ground, leaning against the cliff wall, looking drained but unhurt. Her face had a faraway look. It was all over so fast he couldn't understand what had happened or how. Richard and the woman were alone in the sudden silence. He slumped down beside her on rock warm from the sun. He had a powerful headache from having his head whacked on the wall. Richard could see she was all right, so he didn't ask. He felt too overwhelmed to talk, and could sense the same in her. She noticed blood on the back of her hand and wiped it off on the wall, adding it to the red splatters already there. Richard thought he might throw up. He couldn't believe they were alive. It didn't seem possible. What was the thunder without sound, and the pain he felt when it had happened? He had never felt anything like it before. He shuddered, recalling it. Whatever it was, she had something to do with it, and it had saved his life. Something unearthly had occurred, and he wasn't at all sure he wanted to know what it was. She leaned her head back against the rock, rolling it to the side toward him. "I don't even know your name. I wanted to ask before, but I was afraid to talk." She vaguely indicated the drop-off. "I was so frightened of them, I didn't want them to find us." He thought maybe she was about to cry and looked over at her. She wasn't, but he felt that he might. He nodded his understanding of what she said about the men. "My name is Richard Cypher." Her green eyes studied his as he looked over at her, the light breeze carrying some wisps of hair across her face. She smiled. "There are not many who would have stood with me." He found her voice as attractive as the rest of her. It matched the spark of intelligence in her eyes. It almost took his breath away. "You are a very rare person, Richard Cypher." To his intense displeasure, Richard felt his face flush. She looked away, pulling the strands of hair off her face, and pretended not to notice his blushing. "I am..." She sounded as if she was going to say something she then thought better of. She turned back to him. "I am Kahlan. My family name is Amnel." He looked into her eyes a long moment. "You too are a very rare person, Kahlan Amnel. There are not many who would have stood as you did." She did not blush, but gave him another smile. It was an odd sort of smile, a special smile, not showing any teeth, but with her lips pressed together as one would when taking another into one's confidence. Her eyes sparkled with it. It was a smile of sharing. Richard reached behind felt the painful lump on the back of his head, and checked his fingers for blood. There was none, though he thought that by all rights there should have been. He looked back at her, again wondering what had happened, wondering what she had done, and how she had done it. There was that thunder with no sound, and he had knocked one of the men off the cliff. One of the two behind him had killed the other instead of her, and then killed the leader and himself. Well, Kahlan, my friend, can you tell me how it is that we are alive and those 4 men are not? She looked at him in surprise. Do you mean that? Mean what? She hesitated. Friend. Richard shrugged. Sure. You just said I stood with you. That's the kind of thing a friend does, isn't it? He gave her a smile. Kahlan turned away. I don't know. She fingered the sleeve of her dress as she looked down. I have never had a friend before, except maybe my sister. He felt the pain in her voice. Well, you have one now, he said in his most cheerful tone. After all, we just went through something pretty frightening together. We helped each other and we survived. She simply nodded. Richard looked out over the ven, the forests where he was so at home. Sunlight made the green of the trees vibrant, lush. His eyes were drawn to the left, to spots of brown, the dead and dying trees that stood out among their healthy neighbors. Until that morning, when he found the vine and it bit him, he had had no idea that the vine was up by the boundary, spreading through the woods. He rarely went up into the ven, that close to the boundary. Older people wouldn't go within miles of it. Others went closer if they traveled on Hawker's trail or to hunt, but none went too close. The boundary was death. It was said that to go into the boundary was not only to die, but to forfeit your soul. The boundary wardens made sure people stayed away. He gave her a sideways glance. So what about the other part? The part about us being alive. How did that happen? Kahlan didn't meet his gaze. I think the good spirits protected us. Richard didn't believe a word of it, but as much as he wanted to know the answers, it was against his nature to force someone to tell something she didn't want to. His father had raised him to respect another person's right to keep his own secrets. In her own time, she would tell him her secrets if she wanted to, but he would not try to force her. Everyone had secrets. He certainly had his own. In fact, with his father's murder and with today's events, he felt those secrets stirring unpleasantly in the back of his mind. Kahlan, he said, trying to make his voice sound reassuring. Being a friend means you don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, and I'll still be your friend. She didn't look at him, but nodded her agreement. Richard got to his feet. His head hurt, his hand hurt, and now he realized his chest hurt where the man had hit him. To top it off, he remembered he was hungry. Michael! He had forgotten about his brother's party. He looked at the sun and knew he was going to be late. He hoped he wouldn't miss Michael's speech. He would take Kahlan, tell Michael about the men, and get some protection for her. He held out his hand to help her up. She stared at it in surprise. He continued to hold it out for her. She gazed up into his eyes and took the hand. Richard smiled. Never had a friend give you a hand up before? She averted her eyes. No. Richard could tell she felt uncomfortable, so he changed the subject. When's the last time you had something to eat? 2 days ago, she said without emotion. His eyebrows went up. Then you must be even more hungry than I am. I'll take you to my brother. He peered over the edge of the cliff. We'll have to tell him about the bodies. He'll know what to do. He turned again to her. Kahlan, do you know who those men were? Her green eyes turned hard. They are called a quad. They are, well, they are like assassins. They are sent to kill. She caught herself again. They kill people. Her face regained the calm countenance it had when he first saw her. I think that maybe the fewer people who know about me, the safer I will be. Richard was startled. He had never heard of anything like this. He ran his fingers through his hair, trying to think. Dark, shadowy thoughts started to swirl again. For some reason, he was terrified of what she might say, but had to ask. He looked hard into her eyes, expecting the truth this time. Kahlan, where did the quad come from? She studied his face a moment. They must have tracked me out of the Midlands and through the boundary. Richard's skin went cold, and prickles bumped up along his arms in a wave that rolled up the back of his neck, making the fine hairs there stand stiffly out. An anger deep within him awakened, and his secret stirred. She had to be lying. No one could cross the boundary. No one. No one could go into or come out of the Midlands. The boundary had sealed it away since before he was born. The Midlands was a land of magic. Chapter 3. Michael's house was a massive structure of white stone, set back quite a distance from the road. Slate roofs in a variety of angles and rakes came together in complicated junctures, topped with a leaded glass peak that let light into the central hall. The walkway to the house was shaded from the bright afternoon sun by towering white oaks as it passed through sweeping stretches of lawn before coming to formal gardens laid in symmetrical patterns to each side. The gardens were in full bloom. Since it was so late in the year, Richard knew the flowers had to have been raised in greenhouses just for the occasion. People in fine clothes strolled the lawns and gardens, making Richard feel suddenly out of place. He knew he must look a mess in his dirty, sweat-stained forest garb, but he hadn't wanted to waste the time going out of his way to his house to get cleaned up. Besides, he was in a dark mood and didn't much care how he looked. He had more important things on his mind. Kahlan, on the other hand, didn't look so out of place. The unusual but striking dress she wore belied the fact that she, too, had just walked out of the woods. Considering how much blood there had been up on Blunt Cliff, he was surprised that she didn't have any on her. She had somehow managed to stay clear while the men killed each other. When she had seen how upset he had become, when she had told him she had come through the boundary from the Midlands, she had fallen silent on the subject. Richard needed time to think about it, and hadn't pressed. Instead, she asked him about Westland, what the people were like, and where he lived. He told her about his house in the woods, how he liked living away from town, and that he was a guide for travelers through the Heartland woods on their way to or from the town itself. "Does your house have a fireplace?" she had asked. "It does." "Do you use it?" "Yes, I cook on it all the time," he had told her. "Why?" She had merely shrugged as she looked off to the countryside. "I just miss sitting in front of a fire, that's all." As unsettling as the day's events had been, on top of his grief, it felt good to have someone to talk to, even if she did dance around her secrets. "Invitation, sir?" someone called in a deep voice from the shade beside the entry. Invitation? Richard spun around to see who had addressed him and was met by a mischievous grin. Richard broke into a grin of his own. It was his friend, Chase. He clasped hands with the boundary warden in a warm greeting. Chase was a big man, clean-shaven with a head of light brown hair that showed no sign of receding, but instead gave way to age by going gray at the sides. Heavy brows shaded intense brown eyes that stole slowly about, even as he talked, and saw everything. This habit often gave people the impression, a seriously mistaken impression, that he wasn't paying attention. Despite his size, Richard knew him to be frighteningly quick when there was need. Chase wore a brace of knives to one side of his belt and a six-bladed battle mace to the other. The hilt of a short sword stood above his right shoulder, and a crossbow with a full complement of barbed, steel-tipped bolts hung from a leather strap on his left. Richard lifted an eyebrow. "Looks like you plan on getting your share of the food." The grin left Chase's face. "Not here as a guest." His gaze settled on Kahlan. Richard felt the awkwardness. He took Kahlan's arm and drew her forward. She came easily, unafraid. "Chase, this is my friend, Kahlan." He gave her a smile. "This is Del Brandstone. Everyone calls him Chase. He's an old friend of mine. We're safe with him." He turned back to Chase. "You can trust her, too." She looked at the big man and gave him a smile and nod of acknowledgement. Chase nodded once to her, the matter settled, Richard's word being all the reassurance he needed. His eyes scanned the crowd, lingering on various people, checking their interest in the three of them. He pulled them both away from the sunlit openness of the steps and into the shade off to the side. "Your brother called in all the boundary wardens." He paused, taking another look around. "To be his personal guards." "What? That doesn't make any sense." Richard was incredulous. "He has the Home Guard and the Army. What does he need a few boundary wardens for?" Chase rested his left hand on one of the knife handles. "What indeed?" His face gave no hint of emotion. It rarely did. "Could be he just wants us around for effect. People are afraid of the wardens. You've been away to the woods since your father was killed, not that I'm saying I wouldn't do the same if I were you. All I'm saying is you haven't been around. Strange things have been going on, Richard. People coming and going in the night. Michael calls them concerned citizens. He's been talking some nonsense about plots against the government. He has the wardens all over the grounds." Richard looked around, but didn't see any. He knew that didn't mean anything. If a boundary warden didn't want to be seen, he could be standing on your foot and you wouldn't be able to find him. Chase drummed his fingers on a knife handle as he watched Richard's eyes scan about. "My boys are out there, take my word." "Well, how do you know Michael isn't right? What with the father of the new first counselor being murdered and all?" Chase gave his finest look of disgust. "I know every little slime in Westland. There's no plot. Might be a bit of fun to be had if there were, but I think I'm just part of the decoration. Michael said I should stay visible." His expression sharpened. "And about your father's murder, well, George Cypher and I go way back. Way back to before when you were born. Back to before the boundary. He was a good man. I was proud to call him friend." Anger heated in his eyes. "I've twisted a few fingers." He shifted his weight, taking another look around before bringing his fierce expression back to Richard. "Twisted hard. Hard enough to cause their owners to spit out their own mother's name if it had been the right one. No one knows a thing. And believe me, if they did, they would have been happy to have shortened our conversation. First time I've ever chased anyone and not been able to get even a whiff." He folded his arms, and his grin came back as he eyed Richard up and down. "Speaking of slime, what have you been about? You look like one of my customers." Richard glanced to Kahlan, and then back to Chase. "We were up in the high ven." Richard lowered his voice. "We were attacked by 4 men. Chase raised an eyebrow. "Anyone I would know?" Richard shook his head. Chase frowned. "So where did these 4 fellows go after they jumped you?" "You know the trail across Blunt Cliff?" "Of course." "They're on the rocks at the bottom. We're going to have a talk." Chase unfolded his arms and stared at the two of them. "I'll have a look." His eyebrows knitted together. "How do you manage it?" Richard exchanged a quick glance with Kahlan and looked back to the boundary warden. "I think the good spirits protected us." Chase shot them each a suspicious glare. "That so? Well, better not to tell Michael about this right now. I don't think he believes in good spirits." He studied both their faces hard. "And if you think there's a need, you two come stay at my place. You'll be safe enough there." Richard thought about all of Chase's children and knew he didn't want to endanger them, but he didn't want to argue the point either, so he just nodded. "We better get in there. Michael is sure to be missing me." "One more thing," Chase said. "Zed wants to see you. He's in a big fret about something, says it's real important." Richard looked up over his shoulder and saw the strange, snake-like cloud. "I think I need to see him, too." He turned and started to leave. "Richard," Chase said with a look that would have withered anyone else, "tell me what you were doing in the high ven." Richard didn't shy away. "Same as you. trying to get a whiff. Chase's hard face softened, and a hint of his smile came back. "Get one?" Richard nodded as he held up his red, sore left hand. "And it bites." The two turned and melted into the crowd entering the house, moving through the entry, across white marble floors to the elegant central meeting hall. Marble walls and columns glowed with a cold, eerie cast where the sunlight streaming in from above touched them. Richard had always preferred the warmth of wood, but Michael had maintained that anyone could go out and make what they wanted from wood. But if you wanted marble, you had to hire a lot of people who lived in wood houses to do the work for you. Richard remembered a time before their mother died when he and Michael played in the dirt, building houses and forts with sticks. Michael had helped him then. He wanted so much for Michael to help him now. People Richard recognized greeted him, getting only a wooden smile or a quick handshake. Since Kahlan was from a strange land, Richard was a little surprised to see how comfortable she was around all the important people. It had already occurred to him that she, too, must be someone important. Gangs of assassins didn't hunt down unimportant people. Richard found it difficult to smile at everyone. If the rumors about things coming out of the boundary were true, then all of Westland was in danger. Country people in the outlying areas of the heartland were already terrified to go out at night, and had recounted stories to him of people being found partly eaten. He had told them it was just that they had died of some natural cause, and wild animals had found the bodies. Happened all the time. They said it was beasts from the sky. He had passed it off as superstitious nonsense. Until now. Even with all the people around, Richard felt overwhelmingly lonely. He was confused and didn't know what to do about it. He didn't know who to turn to. Kahlan was the only one who made him feel better, but at the same time she frightened him. The encounter on the cliff frightened him. He wanted to take her and leave. Zed might know what to do. He used to live in the Midlands before the boundary, though he would never talk about it. And then there was the unsettling feeling he had that all of this had something to do with his father's death, and his father's death had something to do with his own secrets, the secrets his father had placed upon him and him alone. Kahlan laid a hand on his arm. "Richard, I'm sorry. I didn't know about your father. I'm sorry." With the frightening events of the day, he had almost forgotten about it until Chase had brought it up. Almost. He gave a little shrug. "Thanks." He waited a moment as a woman in a blue silk dress with ruffles of white lace at the neck, cuffs, and down the front walked past. He looked down at the floor as she moved by so he wouldn't have to return her smile if she gave him one. It was 3 weeks ago. He told Kahlan a little of what had happened. She listened sympathetically. "I'm sorry, Richard. Perhaps you would rather be alone." He forced himself to smile. "No, it's all right. I've been alone enough. It helps to have a friend to talk to." She gave him a small smile and a nod, and they moved on through the crowd. Richard wondered where Michael was. It seemed odd that he wasn't out yet. Even though he had lost his appetite, he knew Kahlan hadn't eaten in 2 days. With all the tempting food around, he decided she must have remarkable self-control. The delicious smells were starting to change his mind about his appetite. He leaned closer to her. "Hungry?" "Very." He guided her over to a long table with food piled in tiers. There were large steaming platters of sausages and meats, boiled potatoes, dried fish of several kinds, grilled fish, chicken, turkey, mounds of raw vegetables sliced into strips, big tureens of cabbage and sausage soup, onion soup, and spice soup, platters of breads, cheeses, fruits, pies, and cakes, and casks of wine and ale. Servants were constantly coming and going to keep the platters full. Kahlan scrutinized them. "Some of the serving girls have long hair. That is allowed?" Richard looked around, a little bewildered. "Yes. Anyone could have any kind of hair they want. Look." He held his arm close to his chest and pointed as he leaned toward her. "Those women over there are counselors. Some have short hair, some have long, whatever you want." He looked at her out of the corner of his eye. "Do people tell you to cut your hair?" She lifted an eyebrow to him. "No. No one has ever asked me to cut my hair. It is simply that where I come from, the length of a woman's hair has a certain social significance. Does that mean you are someone of considerable standing? He took the edge off the question with a playful smile. Seeing as how you have such long, beautiful hair, I mean. She gave him back a small smile devoid of joy. Some think so. I could only expect that after this morning the thought had entered your mind. We all can be only what we are, nothing more or less. Well, if I ask anything a friend shouldn't, just kick me. Her smile brightened into the same tight-lipped one she had given him before, the smile of sharing. It made him grin. He turned to the food and found one of his favorites, small ribs with a spice sauce, put a few on a small white plate, and handed it to her. Try these first. They're my most treasured. Kahlan held the dish at arm's length, eyeing it suspiciously. What creature's meat is this? It's pork, he said, a little surprised. You know, from a pig. Try it. It's the best thing here, I promise. She relaxed, brought the plate close, and ate the meat. He ate a half-dozen himself, savoring every bite. He put some sausages on their plates. Here, have some of these, too. Her suspicion flared anew. What are they made of? Pork and beef, some spices. I don't know what kinds. Why? There are some kinds of things you don't eat? Some kinds, she said non-committally before eating a sausage. May I have some spice soup, please? He ladled the soup into a fine white bowl with a gold rim and traded it for her plate. She took the bowl in both hands and tried it. A smile came to her face. It's good, just like I make. I don't think our two homelands are as different as you fear. As she drank the remainder of the soup, Richard, feeling better about what she said, picked up a thick slice of bread, put strips of chicken meat on it, and when she finished the soup, exchanged the bread for her bowl. She took the bread with chicken and started moving to the side of the room while she ate. He set the soup bowl down and followed behind, shaking an occasional hand. Their owners cast a critical eye at the way he was dressed. When she reached a deserted spot near a column, she turned to face him. Please get me a piece of cheese? Sure. What kind? She scanned the throng. Any kind. Richard worked his way back through the crowd to the food table and picked up 2 pieces of cheese, eating one along his way back to Kahlan. She took the cheese when he handed it to her, but instead of eating it, she let her arm slip to her side and let the cheese fall to the floor, as if she had forgotten she was holding it. Wrong kind? Her tone was distant. I hate cheese. She was staring past him to a spot across the room. Richard frowned. Then why did you ask for it? There was a hint of irritation in his voice. Keep looking at me, she said, her eyes returning to his. There are 2 men behind you across the room. They have been watching us. I wanted to know if it was me or you they were watching. When I sent you for the food, they watched you go and come back. They paid no attention to me. It is you they are watching. Richard put his hands on her shoulders and turned her to see for himself. He scanned over the heads of the crowd to the far side of the room. They're just 2 of Michael's aides. They know me. They're probably wondering where I've been and why I look such a mess. He looked into her eyes and spoke softly so that no one would hear. It's all right, Kahlan. Relax. Those men from this morning are dead. You're safe now. She shook her head. More will follow. I should not be with you. I do not want to endanger your life any more than I already have. You are my friend. There is no way another quad could track you now, not once you have come here to Heartland. It's impossible. He knew enough about tracking to feel confident that he was telling her the truth. Kahlan hooked a finger in the neck of his shirt and drew his face close. There was a flash of angry intolerance in her green eyes. Her voice came in a slow, harsh whisper. When I left my homeland, 5 wizards cast spells over my tracks so none could know where I went or follow, and then they killed themselves so they could not be made to talk. Her teeth were gritted in anger and her eyes were wet. She was starting to tremble. Wizards. Richard went rigid. At last, he let out his breath and took her hand gently from his shirt, holding it in both of his his voice barely audible over the din. "I'm sorry."
"Richard, I am scared to death."
She was trembling more now.
"If you hadn't been there today, you don't know what would have happened to me. The dying would have been the best of it. You don't know about those men."
She shook uncontrollably, giving herself over to her fear. Cold bumps ran up his arms. He eased her back behind the column where they couldn't be observed. "I'm sorry, Kahlan. I don't know what any of this is about. You know at least some of it, but I'm in the dark." "I'm scared too. Today on the cliff, I've never been that afraid, and I didn't really do much of anything that would have saved us." Seeing her need was giving him the courage to reassure her.
"What you did," she said, struggling to get the words out, "was enough to make a difference. It was enough to save us. No matter how little you think it was enough. If you hadn't helped me, I don't want my being here to bring you to harm."
He squeezed her hand tighter. "It won't. I have a friend, Zed. He may be able to tell us what we can do to keep you safe. He's a little strange, but he's the smartest man I know. If there's anyone who would know what to do, it's Zed. If you can be tracked anywhere, then there is no place for you to run. They will find you. Let me take you to Zed. As soon as Michael gives his speech, we will go to my house. You can sit in front of the fire. And in the morning, I'll take you to Zed." He smiled and pointed with his chin to a window near them. "Look over there." She turned to see Chase outside a tall, round-topped window. The boundary warden glanced back over his shoulder and gave her a wink and a heartening grin before resuming his scan of the area. To Chase, a quad would be just a bit of fun. While he was taking care of them, he'd be telling you a story about some real trouble. He's been watching out for you since we told him of the men. That brought a small smile, but it quickly faded.
"There is more to it. I thought I was going to be safe by coming to Westland. I should have been. Richard, I came across the boundary only with the help of magic."
She was still shaking, but starting to regain control of herself, taking strength from him.
"I do not know how those men came across. They should not have been able to. They should not have even known I left the Midlands. Somehow the rules have changed."
"We'll deal with that tomorrow. For now you are safe. Besides, it would take another quad days to get here, wouldn't it? That will give us time to make plans."
She gave a nod. "Thank you, Richard Cypher, my friend. But know that if I bring danger to you, I will leave before it can harm you."
She took her hand back and wiped the bottom lids of her eyes.
"I am still hungry. Could we have more?"
Richard smiled. "Sure, what would you like?"
"Some more of your little treasures?"
They went back to the food and ate while they waited for Michael. Richard felt better, not about the things she told him, but because at least he knew a little more, and because he had made her feel safer. Somehow, he would find the answer to her problem, and he would know what was going on with the boundary. As much as he feared the answers, he would know them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as heads turned to the far side of the room. It was Michael. Richard took Kahlan's hand and moved to the side of the room, closer to his brother, so they could watch. As Michael stepped up onto a platform, Richard realized why it had taken him so long to come out. He had been waiting for the sunlight to fall on that spot so he could stand in the light and be lit in its glory for all to see. Not only was he shorter than Richard, but heavier and softer. Sunlight lit his mop of unruly hair. His upper lip proudly displayed a mustache. He wore baggy white trousers, and his white tunic with bloused sleeves was cinched at the waist by a gold belt. Standing there in the sunlight, Michael positively gleamed, casting the same cold, eerie glow the marble did when struck by the sun. He stood out in stark relief against the shadowed background. Richard held up his hand to catch his attention. Michael saw the hand and smiled at his brother, holding his eyes for a moment as he began speaking, before shifting his gaze to the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, today I accepted the position of First Counselor of Westland." A roar went up from the room. Michael listened without moving, then thrust his arms suddenly into the air, calling for silence. He waited until every last cough died out. The counselors from all of Westland selected me to lead us in these times of challenge because I have the courage and vision to take us into a new era. Too long we have lived looking to the past and not to the future. Too long we have chased old ghosts and been blind to new callings. Too long we have listened to those who would seek to drag us into war and ignored those who would guide us on a path to peace. The crowd went wild. Richard was dumbfounded. What was Michael talking about? What war? There was no one to have a war with. Michael held up his hands again and, not waiting for quiet this time, went on. I will not stand by while the Westland is put into peril by these traitors. His face was red and angry. The crowd roared again, this time with fists jabbing the air. They chanted Michael's name. Richard and Kahlan looked at each other. Concerned citizens have come forward to identify these cowards, these traitors. At this very moment, as we join our hearts here today in a common goal, the boundary wardens protect us while the army is rounding up these conspirators who plot against the government. They are not the common criminals you might think, but respected men in high authority. Murmurs swept across the assembly. Richard was stunned. Could it be true? A conspiracy? His brother hadn't gotten where he was by not knowing what was going on. Men in high authority. That would certainly explain why Chase didn't know anything about it. Michael stood in the shaft of sunlight, waiting for the whispering to die down. When he began again, his voice was low and warm. But that is past history. Today, we look to our new course. One reason I was chosen as first counselor is because, being a Heartlander, I have lived my life in the shadow of the boundary. A shadow that has shaded all our lives. But that is looking to the past. The light of a new day always chases the shadows of the night away and shows us that the shape of our fears is only the ghost of our own minds. We must look forward to a day when the boundary will no longer be there, for nothing lasts forever, does it? And when that day comes, we must be ready to extend a hand of friendship and not a sword, as some would have us do. That only leads to the futility of war and needless dying. Should we be wasting our resources preparing to do battle with a people we have been long separated from, a people who were the ancestors to many of us here? Should we be ready to do violence to our brothers and sisters simply because we don't know them? What a waste. Our resources should be spent eliminating the real suffering around us. When the time comes, maybe not in our lifetime, but it will come, we should be ready to welcome our long-separated brothers and sisters. We must not join only the two lands, but all three. For someday, just as the boundary between Westland and the Midlands will fade away, so too will the second boundary between the Midlands and Dahara, and all three lands shall be one. We can look to a day when we can share the joy of reunion, if we have the heart. And that joy will spread from here, today, in Heartland. This is why I have moved to stop those who would plunge us into war with our brothers and sisters, merely because someday the boundaries will fade away. This does not mean we don't need the army, for we can never know what real threats lie in our path to peace, but we know there is no need to invent them. Michael swept his hand out over the crowd. We, in this room, are the future. It is your responsibility as counselors of Westland to carry the word throughout the country. Take our message of peace to the good people. They will see the truth in your hearts. Please help me. I want our children and our grandchildren to be the beneficiaries of what we lay down here today. I want us to set a course for peace to carry us into the future, so when the time comes, future generations will benefit and thank us. Michael stood with his head bowed, and both his fists held tightly to his chest. The sunlight glowed about him. The audience was so moved that they stood in absolute silence. Richard saw men in tears and women weeping openly. All eyes were on Michael, who stood still as stone. Richard was stunned. He had never heard his brother speak with such conviction or eloquence. It all seemed to make such sense. After all, here he stood with a woman from across the boundary, from the Midlands, and she was already his friend. But then, 4 others had tried to kill him. No, not exactly, he thought. They wanted to kill her. He was just in the way. They had offered to let him go, and it was his decision to stand and fight. He had always been fearful of those from across the boundary, but now he was friends with one, just as Michael said. He was starting to see his brother in a new light. People had been moved by Michael's words in a way Richard had never witnessed. Michael was pleading for peace and friendship with other peoples. What could be wrong with that? Why did he feel so uneasy? And now to the other part, Michael continued, to the real suffering around us. While we have worried about the boundaries that have not harmed a single one of us, many of our families, friends, and neighbors have suffered and died. Tragic and needless deaths in accidents with fire. Yes, that is what I said. Fire. People mumbled in confusion. Michael was starting to lose his bond with the crowd. He seemed to expect it. He looked from face to face, letting the confusion build. And then dramatically he thrust his hand out, his finger pointing at Richard. "There!" he screamed. Everyone turned as one. Hundreds of eyes looked at Richard. "There stands my beloved brother." Richard tried to shrink. "My beloved brother who shares with me," he pounded a fist to his chest, "the tragedy of losing our own mother to fire. Fire took our mother from us when we were young and left us to grow up alone without her love and care, without her guidance. It was not some imagined enemy from across a boundary that took her, but an enemy of fire. She couldn't be there to comfort us when we hurt, when we cried in the night, and the thing that wounds the most is that it didn't have to be." Tears, glistening in the sunlight, ran down Michael's cheeks. "I am sorry, friends. Please forgive me." He wiped the tears with a handkerchief he had handy. "It's just that only this morning I heard of another fire that took a fine young mother and father and left their daughter an orphan. It brought my own pain back to me, and I couldn't remain silent." Everyone was now solidly back with him. Their tears flowed freely. A woman put her arm around Richard's shoulder as he stood numb. She whispered how sorry she was. "I wonder how many of you have shared the pain my brother and I live with every day. Please, those of you who have a loved one or a friend who has been hurt or even killed by fire, please hold up your hands." Quite a few hands went up, and there was wailing from some in the crowd. "There, my friends," he said hoarsely, spreading his arms wide. "There is the suffering among us. We need look no further than this room." Richard tried to swallow the lump in his throat as the memory of that horror came back to him. A man who had imagined their father had cheated him lost his temper and knocked a lamp off the table as Richard and his brother slept in the back bedroom. While the man dragged his father outside, beating him, his mother pulled Richard and his brother from the burning house, then ran back inside to save something, they never knew what, and was burned alive. Her screams brought the man to his senses, and he and their father tried to save her, but couldn't. Filled with guilt and revulsion at what he had caused, the man ran off crying and yelling that he was sorry. That, his father had told them 1,000 times, was the result of a man losing his temper. Michael shrugged it off. Richard took it to heart. It had instilled in him a dread of his own anger, and whenever it threatened to come out, he choked it off. Michael was wrong. Fire had not killed their mother. Anger had. Arms hanging limply at his side, head bowed, Michael spoke softly again. "What can we do about the danger to our families from fire?" He shook his head sadly. "I do not know, my friends. But I am forming a commission on the problem, and I urge any concerned citizen to come forward with suggestions. My door always stands open. Together we can do something. Together we will do something. And now, my friends, please excuse me and allow me to go comfort my brother, as I am afraid bringing out our personal tragedy was a surprise to him. and I must ask his forgiveness." He hopped down off the stand, the crowd parting to let him through. A few hands reached out to touch him as he passed. He ignored them. Richard stood and glared as his brother strode to him. The crowd moved away. Only Kahlan stayed at his side, her fingers lightly touching his arm. People went back to the food and began talking excitedly among themselves, about themselves, and forgot him. Richard stood tall and choked off his anger. Smiling, Michael slapped Richard on the shoulder. "Great speech," he congratulated himself. "What did you think?" Richard looked down at the patterns on the marble floor. "Why did you bring her death into it? Why did you have to tell everyone about it? Why did you use her like that?" Michael put an arm around Richard's shoulder. "I know it hurts, and I am sorry, but it's for a greater good. Did you see the tears in their eyes? The things I've started are going to take us all to a better life and help Westland grow to prominence. I believe what I said. We have to look to the challenge of the future with excitement, not fear." "And what did you mean about the boundaries?" "Things are changing, Richard. I have to stay ahead of them." The smile was gone. "That's all I meant. The boundaries won't last forever. I don't think they were ever meant to. We all have to be ready to face up to that." Richard changed the subject. "What have you found out about Father's murder? Have the trackers picked up anything?" Richard took his arm back. "Grow up, Richard. George was an old fool. He was always picking up things that didn't belong to him. He probably got caught with something that belonged to the wrong person. A person with a bad temper and a big knife." "That's not true, and you know it." Richard hated the way Michael called their father George. "He never stole anything in his life." "Just because the person you take it from is long dead, that doesn't mean you have any right to it. Someone else obviously wanted it back." "How do you know all this?" Richard demanded. "What have you found out?" "Nothing. It's common sense. The house was torn apart. Someone was looking for something. They didn't find it. George wouldn't tell them where it was. They killed him. That's all there is to it. The trackers said there were no tracks. We'll probably never know who did it." Michael glared. "You had better learn to live with that fact." Richard let out a deep breath. It made sense. Someone was looking for something. He shouldn't be angry with Michael because he couldn't find out who. Michael had tried. Richard wondered how there could be no tracks. "I'm sorry. Maybe you're right, Michael." Another thought struck him. "So, it didn't have anything to do with this conspiracy? It wasn't those men trying to get to you?" Michael waved his hand. No. It had nothing to do with that. That problem has been taken care of. Don't worry about me. I'm safe. Everything is all right." Richard nodded. Michael's face turned to a look of annoyance. "So, little brother, how come you're such a mess? Couldn't you at least clean yourself up? It's not like you didn't have notice. You have known about this party for weeks." Before he could answer, Kahlan spoke up. Richard had forgotten she was still standing next to him. "Please forgive your brother. It was not his fault. He came to guide me into Heartland, and I was late in coming. I pray he is not dishonored in your eyes because of me." Michael's eyes glided down the length of her before returning to her face. "And you are?" Her back stiffened as she stood tall. "I am Kahlan Amnel." Michael gave a slight smile and a small bow of his head. "So, you are not my brother's escort as I thought. And where have you traveled from?" "It is a small place far away. I am sure you would not know of it." Michael didn't challenge the answer, but turned to his brother instead. "You will stay the night?" "No, I have to go see Zed. He's been looking for me." Michael's smile melted. "You should keep better friends. No good can come of spending your time with that contrary old man." He turned back to Kahlan. "You, my dear, will be my guest tonight." "I have other arrangements," she said warily. Michael reached around her with both arms, cupped both hands to her bottom, and pulled the lower half of her body hard against him. His leg pressed between her thighs. "Change them." His smile was as cold as winter night. "Remove your hands." Her voice was hard and dangerous. Each stared into the other's eyes. Richard was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what his brother was doing. "Michael, stop it!" They both ignored him and continued to confront one another, faces close, eyes locked together. Richard stood next to them, feeling helpless. He could sense that both wanted him to stay out of it. His body tensed, muscles hard, readying to disregard the feeling. "You feel good," Michael whispered. "I think I could fall in love with you." Kahlan's breathing was slow and restrained. "You do not know the half of it." Her voice was even and controlled. "Now remove your hands." When he did not, she slowly placed the fingernail of her first finger on his chest, just below the hollow at the base of his neck. As they glared at each other, she slowly, ever so slowly, began to drag her fingernail downward, ripping his flesh open. Blood ran down skin in rivulets. For a brief moment, Michael didn't move, but then his eyes could not disguise the pain. He flung open his arms and staggered back a step. Without looking back, Kahlan stormed out of the house. Richard gave his brother an angry glare he could not suppress and followed her out. Chapter 4. Richard ran down the walkway to catch up with her. Kahlan's dress and long hair flowed behind as she marched along in the late afternoon sunlight. When she reached a tree, she stopped and waited. For the second time that day, she wiped blood off her hand. As he touched her shoulder, she turned, her calm face showing no emotion. "Kahlan, I'm sorry." She cut him off. "Do not apologize. What your brother did he was not doing to me, he was doing to you." "To me? What do you mean?" "Your brother is jealous of you." Her face softened. "He is not stupid, Richard. He knew I was with you, and he was jealous." Richard took her arm and started walking down the road away from Michael's house. He was furious with Michael, and at the same time he was ashamed of his anger. He felt as if he were letting his father down. "That's no excuse. He's first counselor. He has all anyone could want. I'm sorry I didn't put a stop to it." "I did not want you to. It was for me to do. What he wants is whatever you have. If you had stopped him, having me would be a contest he would have to win. This way he has no more interest in me. Besides, what he did to you about your mother was worse. Would you have wanted me to have stepped in on your behalf?" Richard put his eyes back to the road. He choked off his anger. "No, that was not for you to do." As they walked, the houses became smaller, closer together, but remained clean and well kept. Some of their owners were out taking advantage of the good weather to make repairs before winter. The air was clean and crisp, and Richard knew by the dryness of it that it would be a cold night, the right kind of night for a fire of birch logs, fragrant but not too hot. The white-fenced yards gave way to larger garden plots in front of small cottages set farther back from the road. As he walked, Richard plucked an oak leaf from a branch hanging close to the road. "You seem to know a lot about people. You're very perceptive. I mean about why they do what they do." She shrugged. "I guess." He tore little pieces off the leaf. "Is that why they hunt you?" She looked over as they walked, and when his eyes came to her, she answered, "They hunt me because they fear truth. One reason I trust you is because you do not." He smiled at the compliment. He liked the answer, even though he wasn't sure what it meant. "You aren't about to kick me, are you?" A grin came to her face. "You are getting close." She thought a moment, the smile fading, and went on. "I am sorry, Richard, but for now you must trust me. The more I tell you, the greater the danger to both of us. Still friends?" "Still friends." He threw the skeleton of the leaf away. "But someday you will tell me all of it?" She nodded. "If I can, I promise I will." "Good," he said cheerfully. "After all, I am a seeker of truth." Kahlan jerked to a halt, grabbed his shirt sleeve, and spun him to face her wide eyes. "Why did you say that?" she demanded. "What? You mean seeker of truth? That's what Zed calls me. Ever since I was little. He says I always insist on knowing the truth of things, so he calls me seeker of truth." He was surprised by her agitation. His eyes narrowed. Why? She started walking again. Never mind. Somehow, he seemed to have broached a sensitive subject. His need to know the answers started to shoulder its way around in his mind. They hunted her because they feared truth, he thought, and she became upset when he said he was a seeker of truth. Maybe she had become upset, he decided, because it made her fear for him, too. Can you at least tell me who they are? Those who hunt you? She continued to watch the road as she walked next to him. He didn't know if she was going to answer him, but at last she did. They are the followers of a very wicked man. His name is Darken Rahl. Please do not ask me any more for now. I do not wish to think of him. Darken Rahl. So, now he knew the name. The late afternoon sun was behind the hills of the Heartland woods, allowing the air to cool as they passed through gently rolling hills of hardwood forest. They didn't talk. He didn't care to talk anyway, as his hand was hurting and he was feeling a little dizzy. A bath and a warm bed were what he wanted. Better to give her the bed, he thought. He would sleep in his favorite chair, the one with the squeak. That sounded good, too. It had been a long day and he ached. By a stand of birch, he turned her up the small trail that would lead past his house. He watched her walking in front of him on the narrow path, picking spiderwebs off her face and arms as she broke the strands strung across their way. Richard was eager to get home. Along with his knife and the other things he had forgotten to take along, there was something else he had to have, a very important thing his father had given him. His father had made him the guardian of a secret, made him the keeper of a secret book, and had given Richard something to keep always, as proof to the true owner of the book that it was not stolen, but rescued for safekeeping. It was a triangular-shaped tooth, 3 fingers wide. Richard had strung a leather thong to it so he could wear it around his neck, but like his knife and backpack, he had stupidly left the house without it. He was impatient to have it back around his neck. Without it, his father would be a thief, just as Michael said. Higher up, after an open area of bare rock, the maples, oaks, and birches began to give way to spruce. The forest floor lost its green for a quiet brown mat of needles. As they walked along, an uneasy feeling began to itch at him. He gently took Kahlan's sleeve between his thumb and forefinger, pulling her back. "Let me go first," he said quietly. She looked at him and obeyed without question. For the next half hour, he slowed the pace, studying the ground and inspecting every branch close to the trail. Richard stopped at the base of the last ridge before his house and squatted them down beside a patch of ferns. "What's wrong?" she asked. He shook his head. "Maybe nothing," he whispered, "but someone has been up the trail this afternoon." He picked up a flattened pine cone, looking at it for a short time before tossing it away. "How do you know?" "Spiderwebs." He looked up the hill. "There aren't any spiderwebs across the trail. Someone has been up the trail and broken them. The spiders haven't had time to string more, so there aren't any." "Does anyone else live up this trail?" "No, but it could be just a traveler passing through. But this trail isn't used much." Kahlan frowned, perplexed. "When I was walking in front, there were spiderwebs all over. I was picking them off my face every 10 steps. "That's what I'm talking about," he whispered. "No one has been up that part of the trail all day, but since the open place we came through, there haven't been any more." "How could that be?" He shook his head. "I don't know. Either someone came out of the woods back by the clearing and then went up the trail, a very hard way to travel." He looked her in the eyes. "Or they dropped in out of the sky. My house is over this hill. Let's keep our eyes sharp." Richard carefully led the two of them up the rise, both scanning the woods as they went. He wanted to run in the other direction, take them away from there, but he couldn't. He wasn't running away without the tooth his father had given him for safekeeping. At the top of the rise, they crouched behind a big pine and looked down on his house. Windows were broken, and the door, which he always locked, stood open. His possessions were scattered about on the ground. Richard stood. "It's been ransacked, just like my father's house."
She grabbed a fistful of his shirt and hauled him back down. "Richard," she whispered angrily, "your father may have come home just like this. Maybe he went in just like you are about to do, and they were waiting for him." She was right, of course. He ran his fingers through his hair, thinking. He looked back toward the house. Its back sat hard up against the woods, with its door facing the clearing. Since it was the only door, anyone inside would expect him to come running in that way. That's where they would wait, if they were inside. "All right," he whispered back. "But there's something inside I have to get. I'm not leaving without it. We can sneak around the back, I'll get it, and then we will be away from here." Richard would have preferred not to take her, but he didn't want to leave her waiting on the trail alone. They made their way through the woods, through the tangle of brush, skirting the house, giving it a wide berth. When he reached the place where he would have to approach the back of the house, he motioned her to wait. She didn't like the idea, but he would take no argument. If there was anyone in there, he didn't want them getting her as well. Leaving Kahlan under a spruce tree, Richard started cautiously toward the house, following a serpentine route to stay on the areas of soft needles instead of treading on dry leaves. When he finally saw the back bedroom window, he stood frozen, listening. He heard no sound. Carefully, his heart pounding, he took slow, crouched steps. There was movement at his feet. A snake wriggled past his foot. He waited for it to pass. At the weathered back of his house, he gently put his hand on the bare wooden frame of the window and raised his head high enough to look inside. Most of the glass was broken out, and he could see that his bedroom was a mess. The bedding was slashed open. Prized books were torn apart and their pages strewn about the floor. To the far side of the room, the door to the front window was opened part way, but not enough to see beyond. Without a wedge under it, that was the spot the door always swung to on its own. Slowly, he put his head in the window and looked down at his bed. Below the window was the bottom bedpost, and hanging from it were his pack and the leather thong with the tooth, right where he had left them. He brought his arm up and started to reach through the window. There was a squeak from the front room, a squeak he knew well. He went cold with fright. It was the squeak his chair made. He had never fixed the squeak because it seemed a part of the chair's personality, and he couldn't bring himself to alter it. Soundlessly, he dropped back down. There could be no doubt. Someone was in the front room, sitting in his chair, waiting for him. Something caught his eye, making him look to the right. A squirrel sat on a rotting stump, watching him. "Please," he thought desperately to himself, "please don't start chattering to me to leave your territory." The squirrel watched him for a long moment, then jumped off the stump to a tree, scurried up, and was gone. Richard let out his breath and raised himself back up to look in the window again. The door still stood as it had before. Quickly, he reached inside and carefully lifted the pack and leather thong with the tooth off the bedpost, listening wide-eyed all the time for the slightest sound from beyond the door. His knife was on a small table on the other side of the bed. There was no chance of retrieving it. He lifted the pack through the window, being careful not to let it bump against any of the remaining shards of broken glass. With his booty in hand, Richard moved quickly but silently back the way he had come, resisting a strong urge to break into a run. He looked over his shoulder as he went to be sure no one followed. He put his head through the loop of leather and tucked the tooth into his shirt. He never let anyone see the tooth. It was only for the keeper of the secret book to see. Kahlan waited where he had left her. When she saw him, she sprang to her feet. He crossed his lips with his finger to let her know to keep silent. Slinging the pack over his left shoulder, he put his other hand gently on her back to move her along. Not wanting to go back the way they had come, he guided her through the woods to where the trail continued above his house. Spiderwebs strung across the trail glistened in the last rays of the setting sun, and they both breathed out in relief. This trail was longer and much more arduous, but it led where he was going, to Zed. The old man's house was too far to reach before dark, and the trail was too treacherous to travel at night, but he wanted to put as much distance as he could between them and whomever waited back at his house. While there was light, they would keep moving.
Coldly, he wondered if whoever was in his house could be the same person who had murdered his father. His house was torn up just like his father's had been. Could they have been waiting for him as they had waited for his father? Could it be the same person? Richard wished he could have confronted him, or at least seen who it was, but something inside him had strongly warned him to get away. He gave himself a mental shake. He was letting his imagination have too free a rein. Of course something inside had warned him of danger, warned him to get away. He had already gotten away with his life when he shouldn't have once this day. It was foolish to trust in luck once. Twice was arrogance of the worst kind. It was best to walk away. Still, he wished he could have seen who it was, been sure there was no connection. Why would someone tear his house apart, as his father's had been torn apart? What if it was the same person? He wanted to know who had killed his father. He burned to know. Even though he had not been allowed to see his father's body at his house, he had wanted to know how he was killed. Chase had told him, very gently, but he had told him. His father's belly had been cut open, and his guts had been spread out all over the floor. How could anyone do that? Why would anyone do that? It made him sick and lightheaded to think of it again. Richard swallowed back the lump in his throat. Well? Her voice jolted him out of his thoughts. What? Well, what? Well, did you get whatever it was you went to get? Yes. So what was it? What was it? It was my backpack. I had to get my backpack. She turned to face him with both hands on her hips and a scowl on her face. Richard Cypher, you expect me to believe you risked your life to get your backpack? Kahlan, you were coming close to getting kicked. He couldn't manage a smile. Her head was cocked to the side, and she continued to give him a sideways look, but his remark had taken the fire out of her. Fair enough, my friend, she said gently. Fair enough. He could tell Kahlan was a person who was used to getting answers when she asked a question. As the light faded and colors muted into grayness, Richard started thinking of places to spend the night. He knew of several wayward pines along the way that he had used on many occasions. There was one at the edge of a clearing, just off the trail ahead. He could see the tall tree standing out against the fading pinks of the sky, standing above all the other trees. He led Kahlan off the trail toward it. The tooth hanging around his neck nagged at him. His secrets nagged at him. He wished his father had never made him the keeper of the secret book. A thought that had occurred to him back at his house but he had ignored forced itself to the front of his mind. The books at his house looked like they had been torn apart in a rage. Maybe because none was the right book. What if it was the secret book they were looking for? But that was impossible. No one but the true owner even knew of the book. And his father, and himself, and the thing the tooth came from. The thought was too far-fetched to consider, but he decided he wouldn't. He tried very hard not to. Fear, from what had happened on Blunt Cliff, and from what had been waiting for him at his house, seemed to have sapped his strength. His feet felt almost too heavy to lift as he trudged across the mossy ground. Just before he went through the brush into the clearing, he stopped to swat a fly that was biting his neck. Kahlan grabbed his wrist in mid-swat. Her other hand clamped over his mouth. He went rigid. Looking into his eyes, she shook her head, then released his wrist, putting the hand behind his head while continuing to keep her other hand over his mouth. By the expression on her face, he knew she was terrified he would make a sound. She slowly lowered him to the ground, and by his cooperation he let her know he would obey. Her eyes held him as hard as her hands. Continuing to watch his eyes, she put her face so close to his he could feel the warmth of her breath on his cheek. Listen to me. Her whisper was so low he had to concentrate to hear her. Do exactly as I say. The expression on her face made him afraid to blink. Do not move. No matter what happens, do not move, or we are dead. She waited. He gave a small nod.
Let the flies bite, or we are dead. She waited again. He gave another small nod. With a flick of her eyes, she indicated for him to look across the clearing. He slowly moved his head just a little so he could see. There was nothing. She kept her hand over his mouth. He heard a few grunts like a wild boar. Then he saw it. He flinched involuntarily. She clamped her hand harder against his mouth. From across the clearing, fading evening light reflected in two glowing green eyes as their gaze swept in his direction. It stood on 2 feet, like a man, and was about a head taller than him. He guessed it weighed 3 times as much. Flies bit his neck, but he tried to ignore them. He looked back to her eyes. She had not looked to the beast. She knew what waited across the clearing. Instead, she continued to watch him, waiting to see if he would react in a way that would betray them. He nodded again to reassure her. Only then did she remove her hand from his mouth and put it over his wrist, holding it to the ground. Trickles of blood ran across her neck as she lay motionless on the soft moss, letting the flies bite. He could feel each sharp sting as they bit his neck. Grunts came short and low, and both turned their heads slightly to see. With astonishing speed, it charged into the center of the clearing, moving in a shuffling sideways motion. It grunted as it came. Glowing green eyes searched, while its long tail slowly swished the air. The beast cocked its head to the side and pricked its short, rounded ears ahead, listening. Fur covered the great body everywhere except its chest and stomach, which were covered with a smooth, glossy, pinkish skin that rippled with corded muscles underneath. Flies buzzed around something smeared over the taut skin. Throwing back its head, the beast opened its mouth, hissing into the cold night air. Richard could see the hot breath turning to vapor between teeth as big as his fingers. To keep from shrieking in terror, Richard concentrated on the pain of the biting flies. They could not sneak away or run. The thing was that close, and he knew that fast. A scream erupted from the ground right in front of them, making Richard flinch. Instantly, the beast charged toward the 2 of them in a sideways run. Kahlan's fingers dug into his wrist, but otherwise she didn't move. Richard was paralyzed as he saw it pounce. A rabbit, its ears covered with the flies, bolted right in front of them, screaming again, and was swept up and torn in half in a blink. The front half went down in one swallow. The beast stood right over them and tore at the insides of the rabbit, taking some of the gore and smearing it on its pink-skinned chest and stomach. The flies, even the ones biting Richard's and Kahlan's necks, returned to the creature to feast. The rest of the rabbit was taken by each hind leg, ripped in half, and eaten. When done, the beast cocked its head again, listening. The 2 of them were right underneath it, both holding their breath. Richard wanted to scream. Large wings spread from its back. Against the failing light, Richard could see the veins pulsing through the thin membranes that were its wings. The beast took one last look around and skittered sideways across the clearing. It straightened, hopped twice, and flew off, disappearing in the direction of the boundary. The flies were gone with it. Both flopped onto their backs, breathing fast, exhausted by the level of fright. Richard thought of the country people who had told him of things from the sky that ate people. He hadn't believed them. He believed them now. Something in his pack was poking him in the side, and when he could stand it no longer, he rolled onto his side, propping himself up on one elbow. He was drenched in sweat, and it now felt like ice in the cold evening air. Kahlan still lay on her back with her eyes closed, breathing rapidly. A few strands of her hair stuck to her face, but most of it flowed out over the ground. Sweat covered her, too. Around her neck it was tinted red. He felt an overwhelming sense of sadness for her, for the terrors in her life. He wished she didn't have to face the monsters she seemed to know all too well. Kahlan, what was that thing? She sat up, taking a deep breath as she looked down at him. Her hand came up and hooked some of her hair behind her ear. The rest fell forward over her shoulders. It was a long-tailed gar. Reaching out, she picked up one of the biting flies by its wings.
Somehow it must have gotten caught in a fold of his shirt and was smashed when he flopped onto his back. This is a blood fly. Gars use them to hunt. The flies flush out the quarry, the gar grabs it. They smear some on themselves for the flies. We are very lucky. She held the blood fly right in front of his nose to make her point. Long-tailed gars are stupid. If it had been a short-tailed gar, we would be dead right now. Short-tailed gars are bigger and a lot smarter. She paused to make sure she had his full attention. They count their flies. He was frightened, exhausted, confused, and in pain. He wanted this nightmare to end. With a moan of frustration, he sagged back down onto his back, not caring anymore about whatever it was that was poking him. Kahlan, I'm your friend. After those men attacked us and you didn't want to tell me more about what is going on, I didn't press you. His eyes were closed. He couldn't bear the scrutiny of her eyes. Now someone is after me, too. For all I know, it could be the same person who murdered my father. It's not just you anymore. I can't go home either. I think I have a right to know at least some of what's going on. I'm your friend, not your enemy. Once, when I was little, I got a fever and almost died. Zed found a root that saved me. Until today, that was the only time I've ever been close to death. Today I was close 3 times. What do I... Her fingertips touched his lips to silence him. You're right. I will answer your questions. Except about me. For now I cannot. He sat up and looked at her. She was starting to shake with cold. Shrugging the straps of the pack off his shoulders, he pulled a blanket out and wrapped it around her. You promised me a fire, she said as she shivered. Is it a promise you intend to keep? He couldn't help but to laugh as he got to his feet. Sure. There's a wayward pine right over there on the other side of the clearing. Or if you want, there are others up the trail a little way. She looked up and gave him a worried frown. Right, he smiled. We'll find another wayward pine up the trail. What is a wayward pine? She asked. Chapter 5. Richard held back the boughs of the tree. This is a wayward pine, he announced, friend to any traveler. It was dark inside. Kahlan held the boughs aside so he could see by the moonlight to strike steel to flint and start a fire. Clouds scudded across the moon, and they could see their breath in the cold air. Richard had stayed here before on trips to and from Zed's, and had made a small fire pit of stones. There was dry wood, and to the far side a stack of dry grass he had used for bedding. Since he didn't have his knife, he was thankful he had left a supply of tinder. The fire was quickly started, filling the interior of the tree's skirt with flickering light. Richard was not quite able to stand under the branches where they began growing out from the trunk. The branches were bare near the trunk, with needles on the ends, leaving a hollow interior. The lower branches dipped all the way to the ground. The tree was fire-resistant as long as one was careful. The smoke from the small fire curled up the center near the trunk. The needles grew so thick that even in a good rain it remained dry inside. Richard had waited out many a rain in a wayward pine. He always enjoyed staying in the small but cozy shelters as he traveled the heartland. Now, he was especially glad for its concealing shelter. Before their encounter with the long-tailed gar, there had been plants and animals in the forest he had strong respect for, but there had been nothing in the woods he feared. Kahlan sat herself down cross-legged in front of the fire. She was still shivering, and kept the blanket over her head formed into a hood, and held tightly up around her chin. I never heard of wayward pines before. I am not used to staying in the woods when I travel, but they look like a wonderful place to sleep. She looked even more tired than he. When was the last time you slept? 2 days ago, I think. It has all become a blur. Richard was surprised she could keep her eyes open. When they were running from the quad, he had barely been able to keep up with her. It was her fear that pushed her on, he knew. Why so long? It would be very unwise, she said, to go to sleep in the boundary. Kahlan watched the fire, spellbound in its warm embrace, the light from it fluttering on her face. She loosened the blanket from around her chin and let it hang so she could put her hands out to warm them closer to the fire. A chill ran through him when he wondered what was in the boundary and what would happen if he went to sleep there. Hungry? She nodded her head. Richard dug around in his pack, retrieving a pot, and went outside to fill it in a pool of water at a small brook they had passed a short distance back. Sounds of the night filled air so cold it felt as if it might break if he wasn't careful. Once again, he cursed himself for leaving home without his forest cloak, among other things. The memory of what had been waiting for him at his house made him shiver all the more. Every bug that looped past made him recoil in fear it was a bloodfly, and several times he froze in mid-step, only to exhale in relief when he saw it was only a snowy tree cricket, or a moth, or a lacewing. Shadows melted and materialized as clouds passed in front of the moon. He didn't want to, but he looked up anyway. Stars winked off and back on as soft, gauze-like clouds moved silently across the sky. All except one, which did not move. He came back in, cold to the bone, and put the pot of water on the fire, balancing it on 3 stones. Richard started to sit across from her, but then changed his mind and sat next to her, telling himself it was because he was so cold. When she heard his teeth chattering, she put half the blanket around his shoulders, letting her half slip from her head down to her shoulders as well. The blanket, heated by her body, felt good around him, and he sat quietly, letting the warmth soak in. I've never seen anything like a gar. The Midlands must be a dreadful place. There are many dangers in the Midlands. A wistful smile came over her face. There are also many fantastic and magical things. It is a beautiful, wondrous place. But the gar are not from the Midlands. They are from Dahara. He stared in astonishment. Dahara? From across the second boundary? Dahara. Until his brother's speech today, he had never heard the name spoken in anything other than the cautious whispers of older people, or in a curse. Kahlan continued to watch the fire. Richard. She paused as if afraid to tell him the rest. There is no longer a second boundary. The boundary between the Midlands and Dahara is down since the spring. That shock made him feel as if the shadowy Dahara had just taken a frightening giant leap closer. He struggled to make sense of the things he was learning. Maybe my brother is more of a prophet than he knows. Maybe, she said noncommittally. Although it would be hard to make a living as a prophet by predicting events that had already taken place. He gave her a sidelong glance. Kahlan smiled as she idly twisted a strand of hair. When I first saw you, my thought was that you were no fool. Firelight sparkled in her green eyes. Thank you for not proving me wrong. Michael is in a position to have knowledge others don't. Maybe he's trying to prepare the people, get them used to the idea, so when they find out they won't panic. Michael often said that information was the coin of power, and that it was not a coin to be spent frivolously. After he had become a counselor, he encouraged people to bring their information to him first. Even a farmer with a tale received an ear, and, if the tale proved true, a favor. The water was starting to boil. Richard leaned over, hooked his finger through a strap, and pulled his pack to him, then rearranged the blanket. Rummaging around, he located the pouch of dried vegetables and poured some into the pot. From his pocket, he pulled a napkin that held 4 fat sausages, which he broke up and tossed into the soup pot. Kahlan looked surprised. Where did those come from? Did you snatch those from your brother's party? Her voice carried a tone of disapproval. A good woodsman, he said, licking his fingers and looking up at her, always plans ahead and tries to know where his next meal will come from. He will not think much of your manners. I do not think much of his. He knew he would get no argument from her on that point. Kahlan, I won't justify the way he acted. Ever since our mother died, he's been a hard person to be close to. But I know he cares about people. You have to, if you want to be a good counselor. It must be a lot of pressure. I certainly wouldn't want the responsibility. But that's all he ever wanted, to be someone important. And now that he's first counselor, he has what he's always wanted. He should be satisfied, but he seems even less tolerant. He's always busy and always snapping orders. He is always in a bad mood lately. Maybe when he got what he wanted, it wasn't what he thought it would be. I wish he could be more like he used to be. She grinned. At least you had the good sense to pick the best of the sausages. That eased the tension. They both laughed. Kahlan, I don't understand. About the boundary, I mean. I don't even know what the boundary is, except it's meant to keep the land separated so there will be peace. And of course everyone knows that whoever goes into the boundary will not come out alive. Chase and the boundary wardens patrol to make sure people stay away for their own good. Young people here are not taught the histories of the three lands? No. I always thought it odd myself because I wanted to know, but no one would ever tell me much. People think I'm strange because I want to know, and I ask questions. Older people seem suspicious when I ask and tell me it was too long ago to remember or give me some other excuse. Both my father and Zed told me they used to live in the Midlands before the boundary. Before it went up, they came to Westland. They met here before I was born. They said that back before the boundaries was a terrible time and that there was a lot of fighting. They both told me there was nothing I needed to know except it was a dreadful time best forgotten. Zed always seemed the most bitter about it. Kahlan snapped a piece off a dry stick and tossed it into the fire, where it flamed into a bright ember. Well, it is a long story. If you want, I will tell you some of it. When she turned to him, he nodded for her to go on. Long ago, back in the time before our parents were born, Dahara was just a confederation of kingdoms, as was the Midlands. The most ruthless of the Daharan rulers was Rahl. He was avaricious. From the first day of his reign, he started swallowing up all of Dahara for himself, one kingdom after another, many times before the ink was dry on a peace treaty. In the end, he held sway over all of Dahara, but instead of satisfying him, it only whetted his appetite, and he soon turned his attention to the lands that are now the Midlands. The Midlands is a loose confederation of free lands, free at least to rule as they see fit, and only so long as they live in peace with each other. By the time Rahl had conquered all of Dahara, the peoples of the Midlands had seen what he was about, and were not to be taken so easily. They knew that signing a peace treaty with him was as good as signing an invitation to invasion. Instead, they chose to remain free and join together through the Council of the Midlands in a common defense. Many of the free lands held no favor with each other, but they knew that if they did not fight together, they would die separately, one at a time. Rahl threw the might of Dahara against them. War raged for many years. Kahlan broke off another piece of the stick and fed it to the fire. As his legions were finally slowed and then halted, Rahl turned to magic. There is magic in Dahara, too, not just in the Midlands. Back then there was magic everywhere. There were no separate lands, no boundaries. Anyway, Rahl was ruthless in his use of magic against the free people. He was terribly brutal. What kind of magic? What did he do? Some was trickery, sickness, fevers, but the worst of it was the shadow people. Richard frowned. Shadow people? What were they? Shadows in the air. Shadow people had no solid form, no precise shape. They were not even alive as we know it, but beings created out of magic. She held out her hand, gliding it across in front of them. They would come floating across a field or through a wood. Weapons had no effect on them. Swords and arrows went through them as if they were nothing more than smoke. You couldn't hide. Shadow people could see you anywhere. One would drift right up to a person and touch him. The touch caused the person's whole body to blister and swell, and finally split open. No one touched by a shadow person ever survived. Whole battalions were found, killed to a man. She pulled her hand back inside the blanket. When Rahl started using the magic in that way, a great and honorable wizard joined the side of the Midlands cause. What was his name, this great and honorable wizard? That is part of the story. Have patience until I get to it. Richard stirred some spices into the soup, listening intently while she resumed her story.
Many thousands had already died in battle, but the magic killed many more. It was a dark time. After all those years of struggle, to have so many taken by the magic Rahl called forth. But with the help of the great wizard holding Panis Rahl's magic in check, his legions were driven back into Dahara. Richard added a stick of birch to the fire. How did this great and honorable wizard stop the Shadow People? He conjured up battle horns for the armies. When the Shadow People came, our men blew the horns and magic swept the Shadow People away like smoke in the wind. It turned the course of battle to our side. The wars had been devastating, but it was concluded that going into Dahara to destroy Rahl and his forces would be too costly. Yet something had to be done to keep Panis Rahl from trying again, as they knew he would. And many were more frightened of the magic than of the hordes from Dahara, and they wanted to have nothing to do with it ever again. They wanted a place to live where there would be no magic. Westland was set aside for those people. So it was that there came to be 3 lands. The boundaries were created with the help of magic, but they themselves are not magic. Richard watched as she looked away. So, what are they? Even though her head was turned, he could see her eyes close for a moment. She took the spoon from him and tasted the soup, which he knew wasn't ready yet, then looked to him, as if asking if he really wanted to know. Richard waited. Kahlan stared into the fire. The boundaries are part of the underworld, the dominion of the dead. They were conjured into our world by magic to separate the 3 lands. They are like a curtain drawn across our world, a rift in the world of the living. You mean that going into the boundary is, what, like falling through a crack into another world? Into the underworld? She shook her head. No, our world is still here. The underworld is there in the same place at the same time. It is about a 2-day walk across the land where the boundary, the underworld, lies. But while you are walking the land where the boundary is, you are also walking through the underworld. It is a wasteland. Any life that touches the underworld or is touched by it is touching death. That is why no one can cross the boundary. If you enter it, you enter the land of the dead. No one can return from the dead. Then how did you? She swallowed as she watched the fire. With magic. The boundary was brought here with magic, so the wizards reasoned they could get me safely through with the aid and protection of magic. It was frightfully difficult for them to cast the spells. They were dealing in things they didn't fully understand, dangerous things, and they weren't the ones who conjured the boundary into this world, so they weren't sure it would work. None of us knew what to expect. Her voice was weak, distant. Even though I came through, I fear I will never be able to entirely leave it. Richard sat spellbound. He was horrified to think that she had faced that she had gone through a part of the underworld, the world of the dead, even with the aid of magic. It was unimaginable. Her frightened eyes came to his, eyes that had seen things no one else had ever seen. "Tell me what you saw there," he whispered. Her skin was ashen as she looked back into the fire. A birch twig popped, making her flinch. Her lower lip began to quiver, and her eyes filled with tears that reflected the flickering flames, but she was not seeing the fire. "At first," she said in a distant tone, "it was like walking into the sheets of cold fire you see at night in the northern sky." Her chest began heaving. "Inside it is beyond darkness." Her eyes were wide, wet. A small moan escaped with her breath. "There is someone with me." She turned to him, confused, seeming not to know where she was. It panicked him to see the pain in her eyes. Pain he brought there with his question. She put her hand over her mouth as tears rolled down her cheeks. Her eyes closed as she gave a low, mournful cry. Bumps ran up Richard's arms. "My mother," she sobbed. "I haven't seen her in so many years. And my dead sister, Denis. I'm so alone and afraid." As she cried, she started gasping for air.
Somehow he was losing her to the powerful specters of what she had seen in the underworld, as if they were pulling her back to drown her. Frantic, Richard put his hands on her shoulders and twisted her to face him. "Kahlan, look at me! Look at me!" "Denis," she gasped, her chest heaving as she tried to break free of him. "Kahlan!" "I'm so alone and afraid." "Kahlan, I'm here with you. Look at me." She continued to cry convulsively, choking for air. Her eyes opened, but they didn't focus on him. They were looking into another place. "You're not alone. I'm here with you. I won't leave you." "I'm so alone," she wailed. He shook her, trying to make her listen. Her skin was white and dead cold. She struggled to breathe. "I'm right here. You're not alone." Desperate, he shook her again, but it wasn't helping. He was losing her. Struggling to control his rising panic, Richard did the only thing he could think of. When he had been confronted with fear in the past, he had learned to control it. There was strength in control. He did that now. Maybe he could give her some of his strength. Closing his eyes, he shut his fear away, blocked off the panic, and sought the calm within himself. He let his mind focus on the strength within himself. In the quiet of his mind, he blocked off his fears and confusion and centered his thoughts on the strength of that peace. He would not let the underworld have her. He spoke her name in a calm voice. "Let me help you. You are not alone. I am here with you. Let me help you. Take my strength." His hands gripped her shoulders. He could feel her shaking as she cried in choking sobs and struggled to breathe. He visualized sending her his strength, through his hands, through his contact with her. He visualized that contact extending to her mind, lending her all of his strength and drawing her back away from the blackness. He would be the spark of light and life in that blackness that would lead her back to this world, to him. "Kahlan, I am here. I won't leave you. You are not alone. I am your friend. Trust in me." He gently squeezed her shoulders. "Come back to me, please." He pictured the white-hot light in his mind, hoping it would help her. "Please, dear spirits," he prayed, "let her see in. Let it help her. Let her use my strength." "Richard?" She called out the name as if searching for him. He squeezed her shoulders again. "I'm here. I won't leave you. Come back to me." She started breathing again, her eyes focused on his face. Relief flooded her features when she recognized him, and she began to cry in what seemed a more normal way. She collapsed against him and held him as she would a rock in a river. He held her to him and let her cry on his shoulder while he told her it was all right. He was so afraid he had lost her to the underworld that he didn't want to let go of her either. Reaching down, he got a hold of the blanket and pulled it back up around her, wrapping her with it as best he could. Warmth was returning to her body again, another sign that she was safe now, but he was disturbed by how quickly the underworld had pulled her back. He didn't think that was supposed to happen. She hadn't been there long, and exactly how he had gotten her back he didn't know, but he knew it had been none too soon. The fire gave its soft red cast to the inside of the wayward pine, and in the silence it seemed a secure haven again. An illusion, he knew. He held her and stroked her hair and rocked her gently for a long time. Something in the way she clung to him made him realize that no one had held her and comforted her for a very long time. He didn't know anything about wizards or magic, but no one would send Kahlan through the boundary, through the underworld, without a powerful reason. He wondered what could be that important. Pushing herself off his shoulders, she sat up embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I should not have touched you in that manner. It's all right, Kahlan. It is the first responsibility of a friend to provide a shoulder to cry on." She nodded, but didn't raise her head. Richard felt her eyes on him as he took the soup off the fire to let it cool a little. He put another piece of wood into the flames, sending sparks swirling up with the smoke. "How do you do that?" she asked in a soft voice. "Do what?" "How do you ask questions that fill my mind with pictures and make me answer even when I have no intention to?" He shrugged, a little self-conscious. Zed asks me that too. I guess it's just something I was born with. Sometimes I think it's a curse. He turned from the fire to face her again. I'm sorry, Kahlan, for asking you what you saw there. It was a thoughtless thing to do. Sometimes my common sense doesn't keep up with my curiosity. I'm sorry I brought you pain. You being pulled back into the underworld, though, that shouldn't have happened, should it? No, it shouldn't. It was almost as if when I thought back to what I had seen, someone was waiting to pull me back. I fear if you hadn't been here, I might have been lost there. In the darkness, I saw a light. Something you did brought me back. Richard picked up the spoon while he thought. Maybe just that you weren't alone. Kahlan gave a weak shrug. Maybe. I only have one spoon. We can share it. He took a spoonful of soup and blew on it before tasting it. Not my best work, but it's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. That had the desired effect. She smiled. He gave her the spoon. If I'm to help you stay ahead of the next quad, to stay alive, I need answers. And I don't think we have much time. She nodded. I understand. It's all right. He let her eat some soup before he went on. So what happened after the boundaries went up? What about the Great Wizard? Before handing him the spoon, she took a piece of sausage. One more thing happened before they went up. While the Great Wizard was holding the magic at bay, Panis Rahl took a final revenge. He sent a quad out of Dahara. They killed the wizard's wife and his daughter. Richard stared at her. What did the wizard do to Rahl? He held Rahl's magic back and held him in Dahara until just as the boundary was going up. At that very moment, he sent a ball of wizard's fire through it, letting it touch death, to give it the power of both worlds. Then the boundaries were there. Richard had never heard of wizard's fire, but he didn't think it required an explanation. So what happened to Panis Rahl? Well, the boundaries were there so no one can say for sure, but I don't think anyone would have traded their lot for that of Panis Rahl. Richard gave her the spoon, and she ate some more while he tried to imagine the righteous wrath of a wizard. After a few bites, she gave back the spoon and continued. At first everything was fine, but then the Council of the Midlands started taking actions the Great Wizard said were corrupt. Something to do with the magic. He found out the Council had reneged on agreements about how the power of magic was to be controlled. He told them that their greed and the things they were doing would lead to worse horrors than those put down in the wars. They thought they knew better than he how the magic should be managed. They made a political appointment of a very important position that was a wizard's and a wizard's alone to fill. He was furious. He told them the position was one for which only a wizard could find the right person, and the appointment only a wizard's to make. The great wizard had trained other wizards, but in their greed, these others sided with the council. He was enraged. He said his wife and daughter had died for nothing. As punishment, the great wizard told them he would do the worst thing possible to them. He would leave them to suffer the consequence of their actions. Richard smiled. That sounded like something Zed would say. He said that if they knew so well how things were to be done, they did not need him. He refused to help them further and vanished. But as he left, he cast a wizard's web. What's that, a wizard's web? It is a spell a wizard casts. As he left, he cast a wizard's web over everyone, making them forget his name, even what he looked like. So that is why no one knows what his name is or who he is. Kahlan tossed a stick in the fire, staring off into her thoughts. He went back to eating soup while he waited for her to go on with the story. After a few minutes, she did. At the beginning of last winter, the movement started. He backed the spoonful of soup away from his mouth as he looked up. What movement? The Darken Rahl movement. It seemed to spring up out of nowhere. All of a sudden, crowds of people in the bigger cities were chanting his name, calling him Father Rahl, calling him the greatest man of peace that ever lived. The strange thing is, he is the son of Panis Rahl from Dahara, on the other side of the boundary. So how did anyone even know anything about him? She paused.
allowing him to ponder the significance of this. Anyway, then the Gars started coming over the boundary. They killed a lot of people before everyone learned to stay inside at night. But how did they get across the boundary? It was weakening, only no one knew it. As it weakened, it faded from the top first, so the Gars could fly over. In the spring, it faded completely away. Then the People's Peace Army, Darken Rahl's army, marched right into the bigger cities. Instead of fighting him, crowds of Midlanders threw flowers at them wherever they went. People who didn't throw flowers were hung. Richard stared wide-eyed. The army killed them? She looked at him hard. No, the flower throwers did. Said they were a threat to peace, so they killed them. The People's Peace Army never had to lift a finger. The movement said that proved Darken Rahl only wanted peace, since his army didn't kill the dissenters. After a time, the army stepped in and stopped the killing. Instead, the dissenters were sent to the schools of enlightenment to learn about the greatness of Father Rahl, about what a man of peace he is. And did they learn at these schools of enlightenment how great Darken Rahl is? No one is as fanatical as a convert. Most just sit around all day chanting his name. So the Midlands didn't fight back. Darken Rahl went before the council and asked them to join him in an alliance of peace. Those who did were held up as champions of harmony. Those who did not were held up as traitors and publicly executed on the spot by Darken Rahl himself. How did... She held up her hand and closed her eyes. Darken Rahl has a curved knife he keeps at his belt. He takes great pleasure in using it. Please, Richard, do not ask me to tell you what he did to those men. My stomach cannot bear its recounting. I was going to ask how the wizards reacted to all this. Oh. Well, it started to open their eyes. Rahl then outlawed the use of all magic and declared anyone using it an insurrectionist. You must understand that in the Midlands, magic is a part of many people, many creatures. It would be like saying you are a criminal for having 2 arms and 2 legs, and must have them cut them off. Then he outlawed fire. His eyes came up from the soup. Fire? Why? Darken Rahl does not explain his orders, but wizards use fire. Even so, he does not fear wizards. He has more power than his father ever did, more than any wizard. His followers give all kinds of reasons, the main one being that it was used against Darken Rahl's father, so fire is a sign of disrespect to the House of Rahl. That's why you wanted to sit in front of a fire. She nodded. To have a fire in the wrong place in the Midlands without the approval of Darken Rahl or his followers is to invite death. She pushed at the dirt with a stick. Maybe in Westland, too. Your brother seems close to outlawing fire. Maybe... He cut her off. Our mother was burned to death in a fire. His tone was a hot warning. That's why Michael is concerned about fire. That's the only reason. And he never said anything about outlawing it, only that he wanted to do something so others wouldn't be hurt like she was. There's nothing wrong with wanting people not to be hurt. She looked up at him from under her eyebrows. He didn't seem to care about hurting you. Richard let his anger die as he took a deep breath. I know it seemed that way, but you don't understand him. That's just his way. I know it isn't his intention to hurt me. Richard pulled his knees up and folded his arms across them. After our mother died, Michael spent more and more time with his friends. He would make friends with anyone he thought was important. Some of them were pompous and arrogant. Father didn't like some of Michael's friends and told him so. They would argue about it. One time, Father came home with a vase that had these little figures sculpted around the top, like they were dancing on the rim. He was proud of it. He said it was old and he thought he could get a gold piece for it. Michael said he could get more. They argued, and finally Father let Michael take the vase to sell. Michael came back and threw 4 gold pieces on the table. My father just stared at them for the longest time. Then he said in a real quiet voice that the vase wasn't worth 4 gold pieces and wanted to know what Michael had told the people. Michael said he told them what they wanted to hear.
Father reached out to pick up the 4 coins, and Michael slapped his hand over them. He picked up 3 and said only 1 was for his father, because 1 was all he expected to get. Then he said, "That is the value of my friends, George." That was the first time Michael called him George. My father never let him sell anything for him again. But do you know what Michael did with the money? The next time my father left on a trip, he paid off most of the family debts. He didn't even buy anything for himself. Sometimes Michael is crude in the way he does things, like today when he told everyone about our mother and pointed at me, but I know that he has everyone's best interests at heart. He doesn't want anyone hurt by fire, that's all. He just doesn't want anyone to go through what we did. He is only trying to do what is best for everyone. Kahlan didn't look up. She pushed at the dirt a moment more and then tossed the stick in the fire. "I'm sorry, Richard. I shouldn't be so suspicious. I know how much it hurts to lose your mother. I'm sure you're right." Finally, she looked up. "Forgive me?" Richard smiled and gave her a nod. "Of course. I guess if I had been through all you have, I would be quick to think the worst, too. I'm sorry I jumped on you. If you will forgive my tone, I'll let you finish the soup." She nodded her agreement with a smile as he handed her the last of the soup. He wanted to hear the rest of the story, but he waited and watched her eat for a while before he asked, "So, have the Daharan forces conquered all of the Midlands?" "The Midlands is a big place. The People's Peace Army occupies only a few of the larger cities. People in many areas ignore the alliance. Rahl does not really care. He considers it a petty problem. His attention has been diverted to something else. The wizards found out his real goal was the magic the great wizard had warned the council about, the magic they had mishandled for their own avarice. With the magic Darken Rahl seeks, he will be master of all without having to fight anyone. 5 of the wizards realized they had been wrong, that the great wizard was right after all. They sought to gain redemption in his eyes and save the Midlands and Westland from what will happen if Darken Rahl gains the magic he seeks. So they searched for the great wizard, but Rahl hunts him also. You said 5 wizards. How many are there?" "There were 7, the great wizard and his 6 students. The old one has vanished. One of the others sold his services to a queen, a very dishonorable thing for a wizard to do." She paused, considering that a moment. "And as I told you before, the 5 others are dead. Before they died, they had the whole of the Midlands searched, but the Great One was not to be found. He is not in the Midlands." "So they believed him to be in Westland?" Kahlan dropped the spoon in the empty pot. "Yes, he is here." "And they thought this great wizard could stop Darken Rahl, even though they could not?" Something was wrong with this story, and Richard wasn't sure he wanted to know what was coming next. "No," she said after a pause. "He does not have the power to go against Darken Rahl either. What they wanted, what we need to save and keep us all from what will be, is for the great wizard to make the appointment only he can make." By the care with which she was choosing her words, he knew she was dancing around secrets he was not to ask about, so he didn't, and instead asked, why didn't they come after him themselves and ask him to do it? Because they feared he would say no, and they did not have the power to force him. 5 wizards did not have the power of this one? She shook her head with a sad smile. They were his students, ones who wanted to be wizards. They were not born wizards, born with the gift. The Great One was born to a father who was a wizard and a mother who was a sorceress. It is in his blood, not just his head. They could never be the wizard he is. They simply did not have the power to make him do what they wanted. She fell silent. And he didn't say anything else. With his silence, he let her know his next question, and that he would have the answer to it. At last, she gave him the answer in a soft whisper. And so they sent me because I do. The fire crackled and hissed. He could feel the tension in her. and he knew she had gone as far with that answer as she would on the subject, so he remained still to let her feel safe. Without looking over, he put his hand on her forearm, and she put her other hand over his. "How are you to know this wizard?" "I only know I must find him, and soon, or we are all lost." Richard thought in silence. "Zed will help us," he said at last. "He's a cloud reader. Finding lost people is what a cloud reader does." Kahlan gave him a suspicious look. "That sounds like magic. There is not supposed to be any magic in Westland." "He says it's not, that anyone can learn. He's always trying to teach me. He mocks me whenever I say it looks like it will rain. His eyes get real big and he says, 'Magic. You must have magic, my boy, to read the clouds and know the future so.'" Kahlan laughed. It was a good sound to hear. He didn't want to press her further, even though the weave of her story had many loose threads. There was much she wasn't telling him. At least he knew more than he did before. The important thing was to find the wizard and then get away. Another quad would be coming for her. They would have to go west, while the wizard did whatever it was he had to do. She opened her waist pouch and pulled something out. Untying a string, she laid back the folds of a waxed cloth that held a tan substance. Dipping her finger in it, she turned to him. "This will help the fly bites heal. Turn your head." The ointment soothed the sting. He recognized the fragrances of some of the plants and herbs it was made from. Zed had taught him to make a similar ointment, but with alum that would take pain from flesh wounds. When finished with him, she put some on herself. He held out his sore red hand. "Here, put some on this, too." "Richard, what have you done?" "I was stuck by a thorn this morning." She dabbed the ointment carefully on his wound. "I have never seen a thorn do this." "It was a big thorn. I'm sure I'll be better by morning." The ointment didn't help the pain as much as he had hoped, but he told her that it did, not wanting to worry her. His hand was nothing compared to the things she had to worry about. He watched as she retied the string around the little package and replaced it in her waist pouch. Her forehead was creased in thought. "Richard, are you afraid of magic?" He thought carefully before answering. "I was always fascinated by it. It sounded exciting, but now I know there is magic to fear. But I would guess it's like people. Some you stay clear of, and some you are fortunate to know." Kahlan smiled, apparently satisfied with his answer. "Richard, before I can sleep there is something I must tend to. It is a creature of magic. If you would not be afraid, I will let you see it. The opportunity is a rare one. Few have ever seen it, and few ever will. But you must promise me you will leave and take a walk when I ask, and not ask me any more questions when you return. I am very tired and must sleep." Richard smiled at the honor. "Promise." Opening her waist pouch once more, Kahlan withdrew a small round bottle with a stopper. Blue and silver lines spiraled around the fat part. There was light inside. Her green eyes came to his. "The creature is a night wisp. Her name is Shar. A night wisp cannot be seen in the day, only at night. Shar is part of the magic that helped me cross the boundary. She was my guide. Without her, I would have been lost." Kahlan's eyes filled with tears, but her voice remained steady and calm. "Tonight she dies. She can live no longer away from her home place and the others of her kind, and she does not have the strength to cross the boundary again. Shar has sacrificed her life to help me because if Darken Rahl succeeds, all her kind, among others, will perish." Pulling the stopper free, Kahlan placed the little bottle in the flat of her palm and held it out between them. A tiny flare of light lifted clear of the bottle, floating up into the cool, dim air of the wayward pine, giving everything a silvery cast. The light softened as the wisp came to a stop in the air between them, hovering. Richard was astonished. His mouth hung open as he watched, transfixed. "Good evening, Richard Cypher," it said in a tiny little voice. "Good evening to you, Shar." His own voice was not much more than a whisper. "Thank you for helping Kahlan today.
In so doing, you are also helping my kind. If you ever need the help of the night wisps, say my name and they will help you, for no enemy may know it."
"Thank you, Shar. But the Midlands are the last place I would want to go. I'll help Kahlan find the wizard, but then I must take us west and get us safely away from those who would kill us." The night wisp seemed to turn in the air for a time, considering. The silvery light felt warm and safe on his face.
"If that is what you wish, then you must do so,"
Shar said. Richard felt relieved. The tiny point of light spun in the air before them again. Shar spun to a stop.
"But know this, Darken Rahl hunts you both. He will not rest. He will not stop. If you run, he will find you, there is no doubt of that. You have no defense against him. He will kill you both soon."
Richard's mouth was so dry he could hardly swallow. At least the Gar would have been quick, he thought, and then it would be over. "Shar, isn't there a way for us to escape?" The light spun again, making flashes on his face and the branches of the wayward pine. Shar stopped again.
"If your back is to him, your eyes will not be. He will get you. He enjoys it."
Richard stared. "But is there nothing we can do?" The tiny point of light spun again, coming closer to him this time before stopping.
"Better question, Richard Cypher. The answer you want is within yourself. You must seek it. You must seek it, or he will kill you both soon."
"How soon?" His voice turned harder. He couldn't help himself. The light backed away a little as it spun. He would not let this opportunity go without finding out at least something he could hold on to. The night wisp stopped.
"The first day of winter, Richard Cypher, when the sun is in the sky. If Darken Rahl does not kill you before then, and if he is not stopped, then on the first day of winter, when the sun is in the sky, my kind will all die. You both will die. He will enjoy it."
Richard tried to decide the best way to question a spinning point of light. "Shar, Kahlan is trying to save the others of your kind. I am trying to help her. You are giving your life to help her. If we fail, everyone dies. You just said so. Please, is there anything you can tell me to help us against Darken Rahl?" The light spun and went in a little circle around the inside of the wayward pine, bringing light to the areas it went near. It stopped again in front of him.
"Already told you the answer. It is in you. Seek it or die." "Sorry, Richard Cypher. Want to help, don't know the answer. Just that it is in you. Sorry. Sorry."
Richard nodded, running his fingers through his hair. He didn't know who was more frustrated, Shar or himself. Glancing over, he saw Kahlan sitting calmly, watching the night wisp. Shar spun and waited. "All right. Can you tell me why he's trying to kill me? Is it because I helped Kahlan, or is there another reason?" Shar came close.
"Other reasons? Secrets?"
"What?" Richard jumped to his feet. The night wisp followed him up.
"Don't know why. Sorry. Just that he will."
"What's the wizard's name?"
"Good question, Richard Cypher. Sorry. Don't know."
Richard sat back down and put his face in his hands. Shar spun, throwing off shafts of light, and flew in slow circles around his head. Somehow, he knew she was trying to comfort him, and that she was near her end. She was dying, and she was trying to comfort him. He tried to swallow back the lump in his throat so he could talk. "Shar, thank you for helping Kahlan. My life, as short as it seems it will be, has already been made longer because she saved me from doing something foolish today. My life is also better for knowing her. Thank you for helping bring my friend safely through the boundary." His vision turned watery. The night wisp floated to him and touched against his forehead. Her voice seemed to be as much in his head as in his ears.
"I am sorry, Richard Cypher. I do not know the answers that would save you. If I did, please believe I would give them eagerly. But I know the good in you. I believe in you. I do know that you have within you what you must to succeed. There will be times when you doubt yourself. Do not give up. Remember then that I believe in you, that I know you can accomplish what you must. You are a rare person, Richard Cypher. Believe in yourself and protect Kahlan.
He realized his eyes were closed. Tears were running down freely, and the lump in his throat kept catching his breath.
There are no guards about. Please let me be alone with Kahlan now. My time comes.
Richard nodded. Goodbye, Shar. It has been my deep honor to have known you. He left without looking at either of them. After he was gone, the night wisp floated to Kahlan and addressed her properly.
Mother Confessor, my time passes soon. Why have you not told him what you are?
Kahlan's shoulders were slumped, and her hands nested in her lap as she stared into the fire. Shar, I cannot, not yet.
Confessor Kahlan, that is not fair. Richard Cypher is your friend.
Tears began rolling down her face. Don't you see? That is why I cannot tell him. If I tell him, he will no longer be my friend, will no longer care for me. You cannot know what it is like to be a confessor, to have everyone fear you. He looks into my eyes, Shar. Not many have ever dared that. No one could ever look into me the way he does. His eyes make me feel safe. He makes my heart smile.
Others might tell him before you do, Confessor Kahlan. That would be worse.
She looked up at the night wisp, her eyes wet. I will tell him before that happens.
You play a dangerous game, Confessor Kahlan,
Shar warned.
He could fall in love with you first, then your telling would hurt him unforgivably.
I won't let that happen.
You will choose him?
No! The night wisp spun back at the sound of Kahlan's shriek, then slowly came back by her face.
Confessor Kahlan, you are the last of your kind. Darken Rahl has killed all the others, even your sister Denis. You are the mother confessor. You must choose a mate.
I could not do that to someone I cared for. No confessor would. She sobbed.
Sorry, mother confessor. It is for you to choose.
Kahlan pulled her legs up, wrapped her arms around them, and rested her forehead against her knees. Her shoulders heaved as she cried, her thick hair cascading down to encircle her. Shar flew slowly around her head, throwing off shafts of silvery light, comforting her companion. She continued to circle until Kahlan's weeping slowed and finally stopped. When it did, Shar returned to hover in front of her.
Hard to be mother confessor. Sorry.
Hard, Kahlan agreed.
Much on your shoulders.
Much, Kahlan agreed again. The night wisp landed lightly on the woman's shoulder and rested there quietly while Kahlan watched the fire glow with small, slow flames. After a time, the night wisp rose from her shoulder and floated to a spot in the air in front of her.
Wish to stay with you more. Good times. Wish to stay with Richard Cypher. Asks good questions. But I cannot hold on longer. Sorry, I die.
You have my word, Shar, that I will give my own life if necessary to stop Darken Rahl, to save your kind and the others.
I believe in you, Confessor Kahlan. Help Richard.
Shar came closer.
Please, before I die, touch me.
Kahlan pushed herself away from the wisp until her back was against the trunk of the tree. No, please, no, she implored, shaking her head. Don't ask me to do that. Her eyes filled with tears again. She put her trembling fingers to her lips, trying to hold back the crying. Shar came forward.
Please, Mother Confessor, I feel such pain of aloneness away from the others. I will never share their company again. It hurts so. I pass now. Please use your power. Touch me and let me drink in the sweet agony. Let me die with the taste of love. I have forfeited my life to help you. I have asked nothing else of you. Please.
Shar's light was growing dimmer, fainter. Kahlan, crying, held her left hand over her mouth. At last, she reached out with her right hand until her trembling fingers touched the wisp. All about there was thunder, but no sound. The violent impact to the air jolted the wayward pine, causing a rain of dead needles, some flaring when they touched the fire. Shar's dim silvery color changed to a pink glow, growing in intensity. Shar's voice was faint.
Thank you, Kahlan. Goodbye, my love.
The spark of light and life faded and was gone. After the thunder without sound, Richard waited for a time before he returned to her. Kahlan sat with her arms around her legs and her chin resting on her knees as she stared into the fire. "Shar?" he asked.
She is gone,
came the answer in a distant voice. He nodded, and taking her arm, led her to the mat of dry grass and laid her down. She went without resistance or comment. He put the blanket over her and piled on some of the dry grass to help her keep warm through the night, then burrowed himself into it next to her. Kahlan turned on her side, away from him, and pushed her shoulders back against him the way a child would put its back to a parent when peril approached. He sensed it, too. Something was coming for them. Something deadly. Already she was asleep. He knew he should feel cold, but he didn't. His hand throbbed. He felt warm. Richard lay there, thinking about the thunder without sound. He wondered what she would do to make the great wizard do what she wanted. The idea frightened him. Before he could worry more, he, too, was asleep. Chapter 6. By noon the next day, Richard knew the bite of the vine was bringing on a fever. He had no appetite. At times he was unbearably hot, sweat making his clothes stick to his skin, then he would shiver with chills. His head pounded in a way that made him sick to his stomach. There was nothing he could do about it except seek Zed's help, and since they were nearly there, he decided not to tell Kahlan. Dreams had troubled his sleep, whether from the fever or the things he had learned he didn't know. What Shar had told him was the most disturbing. Seek the answer or die. The sky was thinly overcast, the cold gray light foretelling the coming of winter. Trees grown large and close held back the breeze and its chill, making the trail a quiet sanctuary filled with the aromatic fragrance of balsam fir, a refuge from winter's breath above. Crossing a small brook near a beaver pond, they came upon a patch of late wildflowers, their yellow and pale blue blossoms blanketing the ground in a sparsely wooded hollow. Kahlan stopped to pick some. Finding a scoop-shaped piece of dead wood, she started arranging the flowers within the hollow of the wood. Richard thought she must be hungry. He found an apple tree he knew to be nearby, and filled his pack half full while she bent to her task. It was always a good idea to bring food when going to see Zed. Richard finished before Kahlan and waited, leaning against a log, wondering what she was doing. When she was satisfied with the arrangement, she lifted the hem of her dress and knelt beside the pond, floating the wood out onto the water. She sat back on her boots with her hands folded in her lap, watching for a time as the small raft of flowers drifted out onto the quiet water. When she turned and saw him leaning against the log, she stood and joined him. "An offering to the spirits of our two mothers," she explained, "to ask their protection and help in finding the wizard." Kahlan looked to his face, and concern came over her features. "Richard, what's wrong?" He held out an apple. "Nothing. Here, eat this." She slapped his hand away, and in a blink had him by the throat with her other hand. Anger flared in her green eyes. "Why would you do this?" she demanded. Shock raced through his mind. He went rigid. Something told him not to move. "Don't you like apples?" "I'm sorry, I'll find you something else to eat." The fury in her eyes faltered, changing to doubt. "What did you call them?" "Apples," he said, still not moving. "Don't you know what apples are? They're good to eat, I promise. What did you think they were?" Her hand loosened its grip a little. "You eat these apples?" Richard kept himself still.
Yes, all the time. Embarrassment replacing her anger, she released his throat and put her fingers over her mouth. Her eyes were wide. Richard, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you could eat these things. In the Midlands, any red fruit is deadly poison. I thought you meant to poison me. Richard laughed as the tension went out in a rush. Kahlan laughed too, while protesting that it wasn't funny. He took a bite to show her, then offered her another. This time she took it, but looked at it long and hard before taking a bite. These things are good to eat. Kahlan's brow wrinkled. She put her hand on his forehead. I thought there was something wrong. You are burning with fever. I know, but there's nothing we can do until we get to Zed's. We're almost there. Zed's squat house came into sight a short distance farther up the trail. A single plank from the sod-covered roof served as a ramp for his old cat, who was better at getting up than down. White lace curtains hung on the inside of the windows, flower boxes on the outside. The flowers had dried and wilted with the passing of the season. The log walls were dull gray with age, but a bright blue door greeted visitors. Other than the door, the whole place gave the appearance of hunkering into the grasses surrounding it, of trying to go unnoticed. The house wasn't large, but it did have a porch running the length of the front. Zed's reason chair was empty. The reason chair was where Zed sat and thought until he figured out the reason for whatever it was that had snagged his curiosity. He had once sat in the chair for 3 days straight, trying to figure out why people were always arguing over how many stars there were. He himself didn't care. He thought the question trivial, and he only wondered why people spent so much time debating the subject. At last he had stood and pronounced that it was because anyone could express his profound conviction on the subject without fear of being proven wrong, as it was impossible to know the answer. Such fools simply didn't have to worry about contradiction when proclaiming expertise. Having settled the matter, Zed then went in the house and ate in earnest for 3 solid hours. Richard called out but received no answer. He smiled at Kahlan. I bet I know where he is. Out back on his cloud rock, studying the latest batch of clouds. Cloud rock? Kahlan asked. It's his favorite place to stand and watch clouds. Don't ask me why. Ever since I've known him, whenever he sees an interesting cloud, he runs out back to watch it while standing on that rock. Richard had grown up with the rock, and didn't think the behavior peculiar. It was just part of the old man. The two of them walked through the tall, wild grasses that surrounded the house, and up a rise to the top of a small barren hill where the cloud rock sat. Zed was standing on the flat cloud rock with his arched back to them, his spindly arms outstretched, and his wavy white hair hanging away from his head as it tilted back in scrutiny. Zed was stark naked. Richard rolled his eyes. Kahlan averted hers. Pale, leathery skin draped loosely over a collection of bony projections made him look as frail as a dry stick. Richard knew him to be anything but frail, though. His bottom lacked any padding whatsoever, leaving the skin there to droop. One scrawny finger rose, pointing skyward. I knew you were coming, Richard. His voice was as thin as the rest of him. The pale, unadorned robes that were his only clothes lay in a heap behind him. Richard bent and picked them up while Kahlan, smiling, turned around to avoid any further embarrassment. Zed, we have company. Put on your clothes. Do you know how I knew you were coming? Still he did not move or turn. I would say it has something to do with a cloud that has been following me for the last few days. Here, let me help get this on you. Zed spun around, arms flailing in excitement. Days? Bags, Richard. That cloud has been following you for 3 weeks, ever since your father was killed. I haven't seen you since George's death. Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I can find a lost bug in a barn easier than I can find you, and you get it in your head not to be found. I've been busy. Hold your arms up so I can help you put this on. Richard shoved the robes over Zed's outstretched arms and helped pull the folds down the bony body while the old man shrugged his way into the outfit. Busy? Too busy to look up once in a while? Bags, Richard, do you know where that cloud is from? Zed's eyes were wide with concern as his forehead wrinkled above his raised brow. "Don't curse," Richard said. "And I would say the cloud is from Dahara." Zed's arms shot back into the air.
Dahara! Yes, very good, my boy. Tell me, what gave it away for you? Was it the texture, the density?
Zed was becoming even more excited as he wiggled around in his robe, dissatisfied with the way it twisted. "Neither. It's an assumption I make based on independent information. Zed, as I said before, we have company."
Yes, I heard you the first time.
He waved the matter away with his hand.
Independent information, you say?
He drew his forefinger and thumb down his smooth jaw. His hazel eyes lit up.
That's very good, too. Very good indeed. Did this information also tell you this is bad business? Well, yes, of course it did,
he said, in answer to his own question.
Why are you sweating?
He put his twig-like fingers to Richard's forehead.
You have a fever, he pronounced. Did you bring me anything to eat?
Richard already had an apple at hand. He knew Zed would be hungry. Zed was always hungry. The old man bit into the apple with a vengeance. "Zed, please listen to me. I'm in trouble and I need your help." Zed put his scrawny fingers on the top of Richard's head while he chewed, and with his thumb lifted an eyelid. Leaning forward, he thrust his sharply featured face close to Richard's and peered into his eye, then repeated the procedure on the other eye.
I always listen to you, Richard.
He lifted Richard's arm by the wrist, feeling his pulse.
And I agree you are in trouble. In 3 hours, maybe 4, no more, you will be unconscious.
Richard was taken aback. Kahlan looked worried, too. Zed knew about fevers, among other things, and did not make precise pronouncements like this that ever proved in error. Richard's legs had felt weak since he awoke with chills, and he knew he was getting worse. "Can you do anything to help?"
Probably, but it depends on what caused it. Now stop being rude and introduce me to your girlfriend."
"Zed, this is my friend, Kahlan Amnel." The old man peered closely into his eyes.
Oh, was I wrong? She is not a girl, then? Zed cackled.
He smiled over the trick as he shuffled to Kahlan, bowed dramatically at the waist, lifted her hand only a little, kissed it lightly, and said,
"Zedicus Zul Zorander, humbly at your whim, my dear young lady."
He straightened himself up to have a look at her face. When their eyes met, his smile evaporated, and his eyes went wide. His keen features transformed to anger. He released her hand as if he had discovered himself holding a poisonous snake. Zed spun to Richard.
"What are you doing with this creature?"
Kahlan was calm and impassive. Richard was aghast.
"Zed, has she touched you?"
"Well, Richard was trying to remember the times she had touched him, when Zed cut him off again.
"No, of course not. I can see she hasn't. Richard, do you know what she is?"
He turned to her.
"She's a—"
Kahlan gave Zed a look of such cold danger that it froze him in place. Richard kept his voice calm but firmly. "I know exactly what she is. She is my friend. A friend who yesterday saved me from getting killed as my father was, and again saved me from being killed by some beast called a gar." Kahlan's expression relaxed. The old man stared at her a little longer before turning to Richard. "Zed, Kahlan is my friend. We are both in a lot of trouble and need to help each other." Zed stood in silence, searching Richard's eyes. He nodded.
"Trouble indeed."
"Zed, we need your help. Please?" Kahlan came and stood next to him. "We don't have much time." Zed didn't look inclined to be any part of it, but Richard went on anyway, watching Zed's eyes. "Yesterday, after I found her, she was attacked by a quad. Another will come soon." He saw what he was looking for, a quick flash of hatred, softening into empathy. Zed looked to Kahlan as if seeing her for the first time. They faced each other for a long while. At the mention of the quad, the look on Kahlan's face became one of torment. Zed came forward and put his spindly arms around her protectively, holding her head to his shoulder. She reached around and embraced him gratefully, burying her face in his robes to conceal her tears.
It's all right, dear one. You are safe here, he said softly. Let's go down to the house, and you can tell me of this trouble, and then we must tend to Richard's fever.
She nodded against his shoulder. Kahlan parted from him. Zedekis Zulzarander. I have never heard such a name. He smiled proudly, his thin lips pushing back his cheeks into deep wrinkles.
I'm sure you haven't, dear one. I'm sure you haven't. By the way, can you cook?
He put his arm around her shoulder, holding her tight as he started walking her down the hill.
I'm hungry and haven't had a suitably cooked meal in years. He glanced back. Come along, Richard, while you still can.
If you help Richard's fever, I will make you a big pot of spice soup, she offered.
Spice soup? Zed swooned. I haven't had a proper spice soup in years. Richard is lousy at making it.
Richard trudged behind, the emotional strain having taken much of his remaining strength. The casual way Zed was handling the fever scared him. He knew this was his old friend's way of trying not to frighten him about the seriousness of the matter. He could feel his pulse in his sore hand. Since Zed was from the Midlands, Richard had thought he would gain his compassion with the mention of the quad. Richard was relieved, if somewhat surprised, at how the two of them were suddenly so amiable. He reached up as he walked, touching the tooth for reassurance. He was, however, quite disturbed by what he now knew. Near a back corner of the house sat a table where Zed liked to take his meals in good weather. It afforded him the opportunity to keep an eye to the clouds while he ate. Zed sat them down together on a bench while he went inside and brought out carrots, berries, cheese, and apple juice, putting them on the wooden tabletop worn smooth with years of use, then sat himself on the bench opposite them. He gave Richard a mug of something brown and thick that smelled of almonds and told him to drink it slowly. His eyes came to Richard.
Tell me of the trouble.
Richard related how he was bitten by a vine, and told Zed about seeing the thing in the sky, seeing Kahlan at Trunt Lake, and being followed by the 4 men. He told the whole story with every detail he could remember. He knew Zed liked to have every detail, no matter how unimportant. Occasionally, Richard stopped to take a sip from the mug. Kahlan ate some carrots and berries and drank the apple juice, but she pushed away the plate with the cheese. She nodded or offered help when he couldn't remember a particular point. The only thing he left out was the story Kahlan had told him of the history of the 3 lands and about Darken Rahl taking over the Midlands. He thought it better that she tell it in her own words. At the end, Zed made him go back to the beginning, wanting to know what Richard had been doing in the High Ven in the first place. When I went to my father's house after the murder, I looked in the message jar. It was about the only thing not broken. Inside was a piece of vine. For the last 3 weeks I've been looking for the vine, trying to find out what my father's last message meant. And when I found it, well, that's the thing that bit me. He was glad to be finished. His tongue felt thick. Zed bit off a chunk of carrot while thinking.
What did the vine look like?
It was... Wait, I still have it in my pocket. He took out the sprig and plunked it down on the table.
Bags, Zed whispered. That's a snake vine.
Richard felt a shock of icy cold sweep through him. He knew the name from the secret book. He hoped against hope it did not mean what he feared it did. Zed sat back.
Well, the good part is now I know the root to use to cure the fever. The bad part is I have to find it.
Zed asked Kahlan to tell her part, but to make it short, as there were things he must do and not much time. Richard thought about the story she had told in the Wayward Pine the night before, and wondered how she could possibly make it shorter. Darken Rahl, son of Panis Rahl, has put the 3 boxes of Orden in play, Kahlan said simply. I have come in search of the great wizard. Richard was thunderstruck. From the secret book, the Book of Counted Shadows, the book his father had had him commit to memory before they destroyed it, the line jumped into his mind. And when the 3 boxes of Orden are put into play, the snake vine shall grow. Richard's worst nightmares, everyone's worst nightmares, were coming to pass. Chapter 7.
Pain and dizziness from the fever made Richard only dimly aware that his head had sunk to the table. He groaned while his mind spun with the implications of what Kahlan had told Zed, of the prophecy of the secret book of counted shadows come to life. Then Zed was at his side, lifting him, telling Kahlan to help get him into the house. As he walked with their help, the ground slipped this way and that, making it difficult to catch it with his feet. Then they were laying him down on a bed, covering him up. He knew they were talking, but he couldn't make sense of the words, which slurred in his mind. Darkness sucked his mind in. Then there was light. He seemed to float back up, only to spiral down again. He wondered who he was and what was happening. Time passed as the room spun and rolled and tilted. He gripped the bed to keep from being flung off. Sometimes he knew where he was and tried desperately to hold on to what he knew, only to slip away again into blackness. He became aware again, realizing that time had passed, though he didn't have any idea how much. Was it dark? Maybe it was just that the curtains were pulled. Someone, he realized, was putting a cool, wet cloth on his forehead. His mother smoothed back his hair. Her touch felt comforting, soothing. He could almost make out her face. She was so good. She always took such good care of him. Until she died. He wanted to cry. She was dead. Still, she smoothed his hair. That couldn't be. It had to be someone else, but who? Then he remembered. It was Kahlan. He spoke her name. Kahlan was smoothing his hair. "I am here." It came back to him, rushing back in a torrent. The murder of his father, the vine that bit him, Kahlan, the 4 men on the cliff, his brother's speech, someone waiting for him at his house, the gar, the night wisp telling him to seek the answer or die, what Kahlan said, that the 3 boxes of Orden were in play, and his secret, the book of counted shadows. He remembered how his father had taken him to the secret place in the woods and had told him how he had saved the Book of Counted Shadows from the peril it was in from the beast that guarded it until its master could come. How he had brought it with him to Westland to keep it from those covetous hands, hands that the keeper of the book didn't know threatened. His father had told him how there was danger as long as the book existed, but he couldn't destroy the knowledge in it. He had no right. It belonged to the keeper of the book, and it must be kept safe until it could be returned. The only way to do that was to commit the book to memory and then burn it. Only in that way could the knowledge be preserved, but not stolen, as it otherwise surely would be. His father chose Richard. That it was to be Richard and not Michael was for reasons of his own. No one could know of the book, not even Michael. Only the keeper of the book, no one else. Only the keeper. He said Richard might never find the keeper, and in that case he was to pass the book on to his child, and then that child to his own, and so on for as long as was necessary. His father couldn't tell him who the keeper of the book was, as he didn't know. Richard asked how he was to know the keeper, but his father said only that he would have to find the answer himself, and not to tell anyone ever except the keeper. His father told Richard he was not to tell his own brother, or even his best friend, Zed. Richard swore on his life. His father had never once looked in the book, only Richard. Day after day, week after week, with breaks only when he traveled, his father took him to the secret place deep in the woods where he sat and watched Richard reading the book over and over. Michael was usually off with his friends and had no interest in going into the woods even if he was at home, and it wasn't uncommon for Richard not to visit Zed when his father was home, so neither had reason to know of the frequent trips to the woods. Richard would write down what he memorized and check it against the book. Each time, his father burned the papers and had him do it again. His father apologized every day for the burden he was placing on Richard. He asked for forgiveness from his son at the end of every day in the woods. Richard never resented having to learn the book. He considered it an honor to be entrusted by his father. He wrote the book from beginning to end 100 times without error before he satisfied himself that he could never forget a single word. He knew by reading it that any word left out would spell disaster. When he assured his father that it was committed to memory, they put the book back in the hiding place in the rocks and left it for 3 years.
After that time, when Richard was beyond his middle teens, they returned one fall day, and his father said if Richard could write the whole book without a single mistake, they could both be satisfied it was learned perfectly, and they would burn the book. Richard wrote without hesitation from beginning to end. It was perfect. Together they built a fire, stacking on more than enough wood until the heat drove them back. His father handed him the book and told him that if he was sure to throw the book into the fire. Richard held the book of counted shadows in the crook of his arm, running his fingers over the leather cover. He held his father's trust in his arms, held the trust of everyone in his arms, and he felt the weight of the burden. He gave the book to the fire. In that moment he was no longer a child. The flames swirled around the book, embracing, caressing, consuming. Colors and forms spiraled up, and a roaring cry came forth. Strange beams of light shot skyward. Wind made their cloaks flap as the fire sucked leaves and twigs into itself, adding to the flames in heat. Phantoms appeared, spreading their arms as if being fed by the blaze, their voices racing away on the wind. The two of them stood as if turned to stone, unable to move, unable even to turn away from the sight. Searing heat turned to wind as cold as the deepest winter night, sending chills up their spines, taking their breath from them. Then the cold was gone, and the fire turned to a white light that consumed everything in its brightness, as if they were standing in the sun. Just as suddenly it was gone. In its place, silence. The fire was out. Wisps of smoke rose slowly from the blackened wood into the autumn air. The book was gone. Richard knew what he had seen. He had seen magic. Richard felt a hand resting on his shoulder and opened his eyes. It was Kahlan. In the firelight coming through the doorway, he could see she was sitting in a chair pulled close to his bed. Zed's big old coon cat was curled up sleeping in her lap. "Where's Zed?" he asked, sleepy-eyed. "He has gone to find the root you need." Her voice was soft and calming. "It has been dark for hours now, but he said not to be concerned if it took him time to find the root. He said that you would go in and out of sleep, but would be safe until he returned. He said the drink he gave you before would keep you safe until he is back." Richard realized, for the first time, that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her hair was tumbled down around her face and shoulders, and he wanted very much to touch it, but didn't. It was enough to feel her hand on his shoulder, to know she was there, and that he was not alone. "How do you feel?" Her voice was so soft, so gentle, that he couldn't imagine why Zed had been afraid of her. "I would rather fight another quad than another snakevine." She smiled her special smile, her private smile of sharing something with him, as she wiped his brow with the cloth. He reached up and grabbed her wrist. She stopped and looked into his eyes. "Kahlan, Zed is my friend of many years. He is like a second father to me. Promise me you won't do anything to hurt him." I could not bear it. She looked at him reassuringly. "I like him too, very much. He is a good man, just as you said. I have no desire to hurt him, only to seek his help in finding the wizard." He gripped her wrist tighter. "Promise me." "Richard, everything will be fine. He will help us." He remembered the fingers on his throat, and the look in her eyes when she thought he was trying to poison her with an apple. "Promise me." "I have already made promises to others, some of whom have given their lives. I have responsibilities to the lives of others, many others." "Promise me." She put her other hand on the side of his face. "I am sorry, Richard, I cannot." He released her wrist, turned, and closed his eyes as she took her hand from his face. He thought about the book, all that it meant, and realized he was making a selfish request. Would he trick her to save Zed, only to have him die with them? Would he doom all the others to death or slavery just to see his friend live a couple more months? Could he condemn her to death too, for nothing? He felt ashamed at his own stupidity. He had no right to ask her to make such a promise. It would be wrong for her to do so. He was glad she had not lied to him, but he knew that just because Zed had asked about the trouble they were in did not mean he would help with anything to do from across the boundary. Kahlan, this fever is making me foolish. Please forgive me. I have never met another with your courage. I know you are trying to save us all. Zed will help us. I will see to it. Promise me only that you will wait until I am better. Give me the chance to convince him. She squeezed her hand on his shoulder. That is a promise I can make. I know you care about your friend. I would despair if you didn't. That does not make you foolish. Rest now. He tried not to close his eyes, since when he did, everything started spinning uncontrollably. But talking had sapped his strength, and soon the blackness pulled him back in. His thoughts were once again sucked into the void. Sometimes he came partway back and wandered in troubled dreams. Sometimes he wandered in places empty even of illusion. The cat came awake, his ears perking up. Richard slept on. Sounds that only the cat could hear made him jump off Kahlan's lap, trot to the door, and sit on his haunches, waiting. Kahlan waited too, and since the cat didn't raise his fur, she stayed by Richard. A thin voice came from outside. Cat? Cat! Where have you gotten to? Well, you can just stay out here then. The door squeaked open. There you are. The cat ran out the doorway. Suit yourself, Zed called after him. How is Richard? He called to her. When he came into the room, Kahlan answered from the chair. He came awake several times, but he is sleeping now. Did you find the root you need? I wouldn't be here otherwise. Did he have anything to say when he was awake? Kahlan smiled up at the old man. Just that he was worried about you. He turned and went back into the front room, grumbling. Not without good reason. Sitting at the table, he peeled the roots, cut them into thin wafers, put the wafers into a pot with some water, and then hung the pot on the crane over the fire. He threw the peels and then 2 sticks of wood into the fire before going to the cupboard and pulling down a number of different-sized jars. Without hesitation, he selected first one jar, then another, pouring different-colored powders into a black stone mortar. With a white pestle, he ground the reds, blues, yellows, browns, and greens together until it was all the color of dry mud. After licking the end of his finger, he dipped it in the mortar to collect a sample. He put the finger to his tongue for a taste and lifted an eyebrow while he smacked his lips and pondered. At last he smiled and nodded in satisfaction. He poured the powder into the pot, blending it in with a spoon from a hook at the side of the fireplace. He stirred slowly while watching the concoction bubble. For nearly 2 hours he stirred and watched. When at last he determined that the work was done, he plunked the pot on the table to cool. Zed collected a bowl and cloth, and after a while called to Kahlan to come help him. She came quickly to his side, and he instructed her how to hold the cloth over the bowl while he poured the mixture through. He spun his finger around in the air. Now, twist the cloth around and around to squeeze the liquid out. When it's all out, throw the cloth and its contents in the fire. She looked at him, puzzled. Zed lifted an eyebrow. The part left in there is poison. Richard should be awake any time now. Then we give him the liquid in the bowl. You keep squeezing. I will check on him. Zed went into the bedroom, bent over Richard, and found him to be deeply unconscious. He turned and saw that Kahlan's back was to him as she worked at her task. He bent over, placing a middle finger to Richard's forehead. Richard's eyes snapped open. Dear one, Zed called into the other room. We are in luck. He has just come awake. Bring the bowl. Richard blinked. Zed, are you all right? Is everything all right? Yes, everything is fine. Kahlan came in holding the bowl carefully, trying not to spill any. Zed helped Richard sit up so he could drink. When he finished, Zed helped him to lie back down. That will make you sleep and break the fever. The next time you awake, you will be well. You have my word. So worry no more as you rest. Thank you, Zed. Richard was asleep before he could say more. Zed left and then returned with a tin plate, insisting that Kahlan take the chair. "The thorn will not be able to stand the root," he explained. "It will have to leave his body." He put the plate under Richard's hand and sat down on the edge of the bed to wait. They both listened to Richard's deep breathing and the crackling of the fire from the other room. Otherwise, the house was still. It was Zed who broke the silence first. "It is dangerous for a confessor to travel alone, dear one. Where is your wizard?" She looked up at him with tired eyes. "My wizard sold his services to a queen." Zed gave a disapproving scowl. "He abandoned his responsibilities to the confessors? What is his name?" "Giller." "Giller." He repeated the name with a sour expression, then leaned toward her a bit. "So why did another not come with you?" She gave him a hard look. "Because they are all dead at their own hands. Before they died, they all gathered and cast a web to see me safely through the boundary with the guidance of a night wisp." Zed stood at this news. Sadness and concern etched his face as he rubbed his chin. "You knew the wizards?" she asked. Yes. I lived in the Midlands a long time." "And the Great One? You know him also?" Zed smiled, rearranged his robes, and seated himself again. "You are persistent, dear one. Yes, I knew the old wizard once, but even if you could find him, I don't think he would have anything to do with this business. He would not be inclined to help the Midlands." Kahlan leaned forward, taking his hand in hers. Her voice was soft but intense. "Zed, there are many people who disapprove of the High Council of the Midlands and its greed. They wish it were not so, but they are just common people who have no say. They only wish to live their lives in peace. Darken Rahl has taken the food that was stored for the coming winter and given it to the army. They waste it, or let it rot, or sell it back to the people they stole it from. Already there is hunger. This winter there will be death. Fire has been outlawed. People are cold. Rahl says it is all the great wizard's fault for not coming forward to be put on trial as an enemy of the people. He says the wizard has brought this on them, that he is to blame. He doesn't explain how this could be, but many believe it anyway. Many believe everything Rahl says, even though what they see with their own eyes should be enough to tell them otherwise. The wizards were under constant threat, and forbidden by edict from using magic. They knew that sooner or later they would be used against the people. They may have made mistakes in the past and disappointed their teacher, but the most important thing they were taught was to be protectors of the people and in no way to bring them harm. As their most loving act for the people, they gave their lives to stop Darken Rahl. I think their teacher would have been proud. But this is not about just the Midlands. The boundary between Dahara and the Midlands is down. The boundary between the Midlands and Westland is failing, and soon it too will be down. The people of Westland will be taken by the very thing they fear most: magic. Terrible, frightening magic, like none they have ever imagined. Zed showed no emotion, offered no objection or opinion, only listened. He continued to allow her to hold his hands. All I have said, the great wizard could have an argument for, but the fact that Darken Rahl has put the 3 boxes of Orden into play is something altogether different. If he succeeds, then on the first day of winter it will be too late for anyone. That includes the wizard. Rahl already searches for him. It is personal vengeance he seeks. Many have died because they could not offer his name. When Rahl opens the correct box, though, he will have unchallenged power over all living things, and then the wizard will be his. He can hide in Westland all he wants, but come the first day of winter, his hiding is over. Darken Rahl will have him. There was bitterness in her expression. Zed, Darken Rahl has used quads to kill all the other confessors. I found my sister after they were finished with her. She died in my arms. With all the others dead, that leaves only me. The wizards knew their teacher did not want to help, so they sent me as the last hope.
If he is too foolish to see that in helping us he helps himself, then I must use my power against him to make him help. Zed raised an eyebrow.
And what is one dried-up old wizard to do against the power of this Darken Rahl?
He was now holding her hands in his. He must appoint a seeker.
What?
Zed jumped to his feet.
Dear one, you don't know what you are talking about.
Confused, Kahlan leaned back a little. What do you mean?
Seekers appoint themselves. The wizard just sort of recognizes what has happened and makes it official.
I don't understand. I thought the wizard picked the person, the right person. Zed sat back down, rubbing his chin.
Well, that's true in a sense, but backwards. A true seeker, one who can make a difference, must show himself to be a seeker. The wizard doesn't point to someone and say, "Here is the sword of truth, you will be the seeker." He doesn't really have a choice in the matter. It isn't something you can train someone for. One should simply be a seeker and show himself to be so by his actions. A wizard must watch a person for years to be sure. A seeker doesn't have to be the smartest person, but he has to be the right person. He has to have the right qualities within himself. A true seeker is a rare person. The seeker is a balance point of power. The council made the appointment a political bone to be thrown to one of the sniveling dogs at their feet. It was a sought-after post because of the power a seeker wields. But the council didn't understand. It wasn't the post that brought the power to the person. It was the person that brought the power to the post.
He edged closer to her.
Kahlan, you were born after the council took this power upon itself, so you may have seen a seeker when you were young. But in those days they were pretend seekers. You have never seen the real thing.
His eyes got round in the telling, his voice low and full of passion.
I have seen a true seeker make a king quake in his boots with the asking of a single question. When a real seeker draws the sword of truth,
he held his hands up and rolled his eyes in delight.
Righteous anger can be an extraordinary thing to behold.
Kahlan smiled at his excitement.
It can make the good tremble with joy, and the wicked shiver in fear.
The smile left his face.
But people rarely believe the truth when they see it, and less so when they don't want to. And that makes the position of seeker a dangerous one. He is an obstacle to those who would subvert power. He draws lightning from many sides. Most often he stands alone, and frequently not long.
I know the feeling well, she said, with only the hint of a smile. Zed leaned closer.
Against Darken Rahl, I doubt even a true seeker would last long. And then what?
She took up his hands again. Zed, we must try. It is our only chance. If we don't take it, we have none. He sat up, pulling away from her.
Any person the wizard picks would not know the Midlands. He would have no chance there. It would be a sentence of quick death.
That is the other reason I was sent, to be his guide, and stand with him to offer my life if need be to help protect him. Confessors spend their life traveling the lands. I have been almost everywhere in the Midlands. A confessor is trained from birth in languages. She has to be, because she never knows where she will be called. I speak every major language and most of the minor ones. And as far as drawing lightning, a confessor draws her fair share. If we were easy to kill, Rahl would not need to send quads to get the job done. And many of them have died in the doing. I can help protect the seeker, if need be with my own life.
What you propose not only would put someone's life at terrible risk, as seeker, dear one, but yours also.
She raised an eyebrow. I am hunted now. If you have a better way, put words to it. Before Zed could answer, Richard moaned. The old man looked over at him and then rose.
It is time.
Kahlan stood up next to him as he lifted Richard's arm by the wrist, holding the wounded hand over the tin plate. Blood dripped onto the plate with soft, hollow sounds. The thorn fell out with a small, wet splash. Kahlan reached for it. Zed grabbed her wrist. "Don't do that, dear one. Now that it has been expelled from its host, it will be anxious to have a new one. Watch." She took her hand back as he put his bony finger on the plate several inches from the thorn. It wiggled its way toward the finger, leaving a thin trail of blood. He took his finger away and handed her the plate. "Hold it from underneath and take it to the hearth. Put it on the fire face down and leave it there." While she did as Zed requested, he cleaned the wound and applied a salve. When Kahlan returned, he held Richard's hand while she wrapped it. Zed watched her hands as she worked.
"Why have you not told him what you are, that you are a confessor?"
There was a hard edge to his voice. Hers came back in kind. "Because of the way you reacted when you recognized me as a confessor." She paused, and the harshness left her voice. "Somehow we have become friends. I am inexperienced in that, but I am very experienced at being a confessor. I have seen reactions like yours all my life. When I leave with the Seeker, I will tell him. Until then, I would very much like to have his friendship. Is that too much to ask, to be allowed the simple human pleasure of a friend? The friendship will end soon enough when I tell him." When she finished, Zed put a finger under her chin, raising her face to his gentle smile. "When I first saw you, I reacted foolishly, mostly to the surprise of seeing a confessor. I had not expected ever to see one again. I quit the Midlands to be free of the magic. You were an intrusion into my solitude. I apologize for my reaction, and for making you feel unwelcome. I hope I have made it up to you. I am one who has respect for the confessors, perhaps more than you will ever know. You are a good woman, and you are welcome in my house." Kahlan looked into his eyes a long moment. "Thank you, Zedicus Zulzarander." Zed's expression turned more dangerous than hers had when they had first met. She stood frozen with his finger still under her chin, afraid to move, her eyes wide.
"Know this, though, Mother Confessor."
His voice was only one step above a whisper, and deadly.
"This boy has been my friend a good long time. If you touch him with your power, or if you choose him, you will answer to me, and you would not like that. Do you understand?"
She swallowed hard and managed to give a weak nod. "Yes."
"Good."
The danger left his face, leaving calm again in its place. He removed his finger from under her chin and began to turn to Richard. Kahlan let her breath out, and, not willing to be intimidated, grabbed his arm, turning him back to her. "Zed, I would not do that to him. Not because of what you said, but because I care for him. I want you to understand that." They faced off, a long while, each measuring the other. Zed's impish smile returned as disarming as ever.
"If offered a choice, dear one, that is the way I would prefer it."
She relaxed, satisfied at having made her point, and gave him a quick hug that was returned earnestly.
"There is one thing you have left unspoken. You have not asked for my help in finding the wizard."
"No, and for now I won't. Richard fears what I would do if you were to say no. I promised I would not ask until he has a chance to ask you first. I gave him my word." Zed put a bony finger to his chin.
"How interesting."
He laid his hand on her shoulder conspiratorially and changed the subject.
"You know, dear one, you might make a good seeker yourself."
"Me? A woman can be seeker?" He lifted an eyebrow.
"Of course, some of the best seekers have been women."
"I already have an impossible job." She frowned. "I don't need two." Zed chuckled, his eyes sparkling.
"Perhaps you are right. Now it's very late, dear one. Go to my bed in the next room and get yourself some needed sleep. I will sit with Richard."
"No." She shook her head and plopped down in the chair. "I don't want to leave him for now." Zed shrugged.
"As you wish."
He walked behind her and patted her shoulder reassuringly.
As you wish.
He gently reached up and put a middle finger to each of her temples, rubbing in little circles. She moaned softly as her eyes closed.
Sleep, dear one, he whispered. Sleep.
She folded her arms down onto the edge of the bed, and her head sank onto her arms. She was deeply asleep. After he put a blanket over her, Zed went to the front room and pulled open the door, looking out into the night.
Cat! Come here, I want you.
The cat came running in and rubbed himself against Zed's legs, swishing his tail up. Zed bent down and scratched him behind the ears.
Go in and sleep on the young woman's lap. Keep her warm.
The cat padded off to the bedroom as the old man stepped out into the cold night air. The wind whipped Zed's robes as he walked the narrow path through the tall grass. The clouds were thin, illuminated by the moon, which gave enough light to see by, even though he didn't need it. He had walked the same route thousands of times.
Nothing is ever easy, he muttered as he went.
Near a stand of trees, he stopped, listening. Slowly he turned about, peering into the shadows, watching the branches bend and sway in the breeze, testing the air with his nose. He searched for an alien movement. A fly bit his neck. He swatted it angrily, picked the offender off his neck, and glared at it.
Blood fly. Bags. I thought as much, he complained.
From the brush nearby, something came toward him in a terrible rush. Wings and fur and teeth came charging. Hands on his hips, Zed waited. Just before it was on him, he held up a hand, bringing the short-tailed gar to a lurching halt. It was half again as tall as he, full-grown, and twice as fierce as a long-tailed gar. The beast growled and blinked, its great muscles flexing as it fought against the force that kept it from reaching out and grabbing the old man. It was furious that it had not yet killed him. Zed reached up and with a crooked finger beckoned it to lean closer. The gar, panting in rage, bent toward him. Zed jammed his finger hard under its chin.
What is your name? He hissed.
The beast grunted twice and made a sound from deep in its throat. Zed gave a nod.
I will remember it. Tell me, do you wish to live or to die?
The gar struggled to back away, but was unable to.
Good. Then you will do exactly as I say. Somewhere between here and Dahara, a quad comes this way. Hunt them and kill them. When you have done so, go back to Dahara to where you came from. Do these things and I will let you live. But I will remember your name, and if you fail to kill the quad or ever come back after your task is done, I will kill you and feed you to your flies. Do you agree to my terms?
The gar grunted at acknowledgement.
Good. Then begone.
Zed removed his finger from under the gar's chin. Scrambling to get away, the beast flapped its wings frantically, beating down the grass as it stumbled along. At last, the gar was airborne. Zed watched it as it circled, searching for the quad. As the hunt moved steadily east, the circles seemed to get smaller until the old man could no longer see the beast. Only then did he continue on to the top of the hill. Standing next to his cloud rock, Zed pointed down at it and began turning his bony finger in a circle as if stirring a stew. The massive rock grated against the ground as it tried to revolve with the movement of Zed's finger. The rock shuddered, trying to rotate its own weight. Popping and snapping, it fractured, sending hairline cracks shooting across its surface. Its trembling bulk struggled against the force being applied. The granular structure of the stone began to soften. Unable to maintain its state any longer, the texture of the rock liquefied enough to allow its mass to rotate with the movement of the finger above it. Gradually, the speed of Zed's stirring increased until light erupted from the rotating liquid rock. The light built in intensity with the speed of Zed's hand. As colors and sparkles of light spun, shadows and forms came into the center of the light and vanished as the fog of brightness increased. Light threatened to ignite the air about him. A dull roar, like the sound of wind rushing through a fissure, came forth. The smells of autumn changed to winter clarity, then spring's new plowed ground, summer's flowers, and back to autumn again. Clean, pure illumination chased the colors and sparkles away. The rock abruptly solidified, and Zed stepped atop it into the light. The brightness faded to a faint glow that swirled like smoke. Before him stood two apparitions, mere shadows of form. Where sharpness should have been, their shapes softened like a dim memory. Yet they were still recognizable, and the sight of them brought a quickness to Zed's heart. His mother's voice came hollow and distant. "What troubles you, son? Why have you called us after so many years?" Her arms stretched out to him. Zed's arms reached out, but could not touch her.
"I am troubled by what the Mother Confessor tells me."
"She speaks the truth." He closed his eyes and nodded as his arms lowered with hers.
"It's true, then. All my students, save Giller, are dead."
"You are the only one left to protect the Mother Confessor." She drifted closer. "You must appoint the Seeker."
"The High Council sowed these seeds," he protested, frowning. "Now you want me to help? They turned my advice away. Let them live and die by their own greed."
Zed's father floated closer. "My son, why were you angry with your students?"
Zed scowled. "Because they put themselves before their duty to help their people."
"I see. And how is this different from what you do now?" The echo of his voice hung in the air. Zed's fists tightened.
"My help was offered, but turned away."
"And when has it not been so, that there would be those who were blind or foolish or greedy? Would you let them have their way over you so easily? Would you let them so simply prevent you from helping those who would be helped? Your abandonment of the people may have a reason that seems just to you, unlike the actions of your students, but the results are the same. In the end, they saw their mistake and did the right things, the things you taught them. Learn from your students, son." "Zedicus," his mother said, "would you let Richard die too, and all the other innocents? Appoint the Seeker?"
"He's too young."
She shook her head with a gentle smile. "He will not get the chance to grow older."
"He has not passed my final test."
"Darken Rahl hunts Richard. The cloud that shadows him was sent by Rahl to track him. The snake vine was put in the jar by Darken Rahl, in the expectation that Richard would search for it and it would bite him. The snake vine wasn't meant to kill. Rahl sought to have him put to sleep by the fever until he could come for him." Her form drifted closer, her voice becoming more loving. "You know in your heart you have been watching him, hoping he would show himself to be the one."
"To what avail?"
Zed closed his eyes, his chin sinking to his chest.
"Darken Rahl has the 3 boxes of Orden."
"No," his father said. "He has only 2. He still seeks the 3rd. Zed's eyes snapped open. His head jerked up.
"What? He doesn't have them all?"
"No," his mother said, "but he soon will."
"And the book? Surely he must have the Book of Counted Shadows?"
"No, he searches for it." Zed put a finger to his chin, thinking.
"Then there's a chance," he whispered. "What sort of fool would put the boxes of Orden in play before he had all 3 and the book?"
His mother's features sharpened into a look of ice. "A very dangerous one. He travels the underworld." Zed stiffened, and his breath caught in his throat. His mother's eyes seemed to pierce him. "That is how he was able to cross the boundary and recover the 1st box, by traveling the underworld. That is how he was able to begin the undoing of the boundary from within the underworld. He commands some in it, more with his every coming. If you choose to help, be warned. Do not go through the boundary or send the Seeker through. Rahl expects it. If you enter, he will have you. The Mother Confessor came through only because he did not expect it. He will not make the same mistake again."
"But then how am I to get us to the Midlands?" I can't help if I can't get to the Midlands. Zed's voice was tense with frustration.
We're sorry, but we don't know. We believe there must be a way, but it is not known to us. That is why you must appoint the Seeker. If he is the right one, he will find a way.
Their forms began to shimmer, to fade.
Wait, I must have the answers to my questions. Please, don't leave me.
We're sorry, it is not our choice. We are called back behind the veil.
Why is Rahl after Richard? Please help me.
His father's voice was weak and distant.
We don't know. You must search for the answers yourself. We have trained you well. You are more talented than we ever were. Use what you were taught and what you feel. We love you, son. Until this is settled one way or the other, we cannot come to you again. With Orden in play, coming again could tear the veil.
His mother kissed her hand and held it out to him as he did the same in return. And then they were gone. Zedicus Zul-Zorander, the great and honorable wizard, stood alone on the wizard's rock his father had given him and stared out into the night, thinking wizard's thoughts.
Nothing is ever easy, he whispered.
Chapter 8. Richard came awake with a start. Warm midday light filled the room, and the wonderful tangy aroma of spice soup filled his lungs. He was in his room at Zed's house. He looked up at the familiar knots in the wood walls, and the faces he always made them into in his mind stared back. The door to the front room stood shut. A chair waited next to the bed, empty. He sat up, pushing the covers down, and saw that he still wore his dirty clothes. He felt for the tooth under his shirt and sighed in relief when he found it still there, safe. A short stick held the window open a few inches, letting in fresh air and the sound of Kahlan's laughter. Zed must be telling stories, he thought. Richard looked at his left hand. It was wrapped, but no longer sore when he flexed his fingers. His head didn't hurt any more either. In fact, he felt wonderful. Hungry, but wonderful. He amended that to dirty and filthy clothes and hungry, but wonderful. A tub of bathwater, soap, and clean towels sat in the center of the small room. A clean outfit of his forest garb was folded and stacked neatly on the chair. The bathwater looked deliciously inviting. He dipped his hand in and found the water warm. Zed must have known when he would wake. Knowing Zed as well as he did, that didn't surprise him. Richard undressed and slipped into the welcoming water. The soap smelled almost as good to him as the soup. He liked to stay in the tub for a good long soak, but he felt too wide awake for soaking and was eager to be outside with the other two. Unwrapping the hand, he was surprised to find how much it had healed overnight. When he came out, Kahlan and Zed were sitting at the table waiting for him. Kahlan's dress was freshly washed, he noticed, and she looked bathed, too. Her hair was clean and glistened in the sunlight. Green eyes sparkled up at him. A big bowl of soup waited for him next to her at the table, along with cheese and fresh bread. "I wouldn't have expected to have slept until noon," he said, swinging his leg over the bench. They both laughed. Richard eyed them suspiciously. Kahlan straightened her face. "This is the second noon you have slept to, Richard."
Yes, Zed added. You slept right through the first. How do you feel? How is your hand?
"I'm fine. Thank you, Zed, for helping me. Thank you both." He opened and closed his fingers to show them the improvement. "The hand feels much better, except it itches." "My mother always said that if it itched, that meant it was getting better." Richard grinned at her. "Mine, too." He fished a piece of potato and a mushroom into his spoon and tasted it. "It's as good as mine," he said to her earnestly. She sat crosswise on the bench, facing toward him, her elbow resting on the table with the side of her jaw nestled in the heel of her hand. She gave him a knowing smile. "Zed tells it differently." Richard cast a reproachful eye at Zed, who looked up at the sky in an exaggerated manner. "Does he now? I will have to remind him of that the next time he is begging me to make it for him." "Frankly," she said in a low voice, but not low enough that Zed couldn't hear, "from what I've seen, I think he would eat dirt if someone else dished it up for him." Richard laughed. "I see you've gotten to know him well."
I tell you, Richard, the old man said, pointing a bony finger, not about to let them get the best of him. She could make dirt taste good. You would do well to take lessons from her. Richard broke off a piece of bread and dunked it in the soup. He knew the joking was a release for the tension he sensed, a way to pass the time while they both waited for him to finish. Kahlan had given Richard her word that she would wait for him to ask Zed's help. It was apparent that she had kept her word. And Zed's way was to play ignorant and innocent and wait for you to ask something first so he could better judge what you already knew. This day, Richard could not allow any of his games. This day, things were different. There is one thing I don't trust about her, though. Zed's tone was dark, menacing. Richard froze in mid-chew. He swallowed and waited, not daring to look at either of them, while the other paused. She doesn't like cheese. I don't think I could ever trust anyone who doesn't like cheese. It's not natural. Richard relaxed. Zed was just twiddling with his mind, as he always called it. His old friend seemed to have a knack for catching him off guard, and he delighted in it. Richard stole a glance at Zed to see him sitting there with an innocent smile on his face. Richard smiled, too, in spite of himself. While he relished the bowl of soup, Zed nibbled on a piece of cheese to make his point. Kahlan nibbled on a piece of bread to make hers. The bread tasted delicious. Kahlan was pleased when he pointed it out. As Richard neared the end of his meal, he decided it was time to change the tone of things back to business. The next quad, has there been any sign? No. I was worried, but Zed did a cloud reading for me and said it appeared they must have run into trouble of some kind, since they were nowhere to be found. He gave Zed a sideways glance. Is that true? True as toasted toads. Zed had used the expression since Richard was young, to win him over with humor and let him know he could always trust the old man to be truthful with him above all else. Richard wondered what sort of trouble a quad could run into. For better or worse, he had succeeded in changing the mood at the table. He felt Kahlan's impatience for him to get on with it, and he sensed impatience in Zed, too. Kahlan turned back to the table and put both hands in her lap, waiting. Richard feared that if he didn't handle things properly, she would do whatever it was she was here to do, and he would have no control over it. Richard finished his meal and pushed the bowl away with his thumbs, at the same time meeting Zed's eyes. His friend's humor was gone, but otherwise he showed nothing of what he was thinking. He simply waited. It was Richard's turn now, and once he began, there could be no going back. Zed, my friend, we need your help to stop Darken Rahl. I know. You want me to find the wizard for you? No, that won't be necessary. I have already found him. Richard felt Kahlan's questioning eyes on him, but he continued to fix his gaze on Zed. You are the great wizard. Kahlan began to rise from the bench. Without taking his eyes from Zed, Richard reached under the table and clutched her forearm, forcing her to sit back down. Still, Zed showed no emotion. His voice came even and soft. And what makes you think this, Richard? Richard took a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he put his hands on the table, intertwining his fingers. He watched his hands as he spoke. When Kahlan first told me about the history of the three lands, she said the council had taken actions that made the death of the wizard's wife and daughter at the hands of a quad stand for nothing. And as punishment, the wizard did the worst thing possible to them. He left them to suffer the consequences of their own actions. That sounded like the very thing you would do, but I couldn't be sure then. I had to find a way to know. When you first saw Kahlan and were angry that she had come here from the Midlands, I told you she had been attacked by a quad. I watched your eyes. They told me I was right. Only someone who had suffered a loss like yours would have had that look in his eyes. And you changed your attitude toward her after I told you, completely. Only someone who had known the terror personally would have that kind of empathy. But still, I didn't trust my instinct. I waited. He looked up at Zed and held the other's gaze while he spoke. Your biggest mistake was when you told Kahlan she was safe here. You would not lie, especially about something like that. And you know what a quad is. How could an old man make it safe here against a quad without magic? He couldn't, but one old wizard could. The next quad is nowhere to be found. You said so yourself. They ran into some trouble. I think they ran into some wizard trouble. You were as good as your word. You always are. Richard's voice turned gentler. I have always known in 1,000 little ways that you were more than you claimed to be, that you were a special person. I have always been honored to have you as my friend, and I know that as my friend you would do anything, anything you must, to help me if my life were in danger, just as I would do anything for you. I trust you with my life, and it is now in your hands. Richard hated closing the trap in this fashion, but all their lives were at risk. There could be no games. Zed put his hands on the table and leaned forward. I have never before been this proud of you, Richard. His eyes told that he meant it. You got it all right. He stood and came around the table. When Richard stood, they hugged. I have also never been this sad for you. Zed held Richard in a tight embrace for a moment longer. Sit. I will be right back. I have something for you. Both of you sit and wait a moment. Zed cleared the table. Then, holding the plates in the crook of his arm, he strode to the house. Kahlan looked worried as she watched him go. Richard had thought that she would be happy to have found the wizard, but now she looked more frightened than anything else. Things were going differently from what he had expected. When Zed reappeared, he was carrying something long. Kahlan came to her feet. Richard realized Zed's fist clutched the scabbard of a sword. Kahlan put herself in front of him before he reached the table, grabbing fistfuls of his robes. Don't do this, Zed. Her voice was desperate. It is not my choice. Zed, please, no. Choose someone else, not Richard. Zed cut her off. Kahlan, I warned you about this. I told you, he picks himself. If I choose someone other than the true one, we all die. If you have a better way, put words to it. He swept her aside, came to the side of the table opposite Richard, and slammed the sword down in front of him. Richard jumped. He looked from the sword up into Zed's fierce eyes as the other leaned over the table. This belongs to you, the wizard said. Kahlan turned her back to them. Richard's gaze fell upon the sword. The silver scabbard gleamed with gold flourishes that embellished it in sweeps and waves. Steel crossguards swept out and down aggressively. Finely twisted silver wire covered the grip, and interwoven along the side of the braided silver, gold wire formed the word truth. This, Richard thought, was the sword of a king. It was the finest weapon he had ever seen. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Zed picked up the scabbard by the point and held the hilt of the sword to Richard. Draw it. As if in a trance, Richard closed his fingers around the hilt and pulled the sword free, the blade making a ringing metallic sound that hung in the air. Richard had never heard a sword make a sound quite like it. His hand closed tightly around the grip, and in his palm and on his fingers opposite, he could feel the bumps of the gold wire that spelled out the word truth on each side of the hilt, pressing almost painfully into his flesh. Inexplicably, it felt precisely correct. The weight fit him exactly. He felt as if a part of him was now complete. From deep within, he felt his anger stir, brought to life, searching direction. He was suddenly aware of the tooth against his chest. As his rage rose, he felt an awakening power rushing into him from the sword, the twin to his own anger. His own feelings had always seemed independent, whole. This was like having an image in a mirror come to life. It was a terrifying specter. His anger fed on the force from the sword, and in return the wrath from the sword fed on his anger. Together the twin storms spiraled through him. He felt like a helpless bystander being dragged along. It was a frightening and at the same time seductive sensation that bordered on violation. Fearful perceptions of his own anger twisted with tantalizing promise. The bewitching emotions rushed headlong through him, seizing his anger, soaring with it. Richard struggled to control the rage. He was on the brink of panic, on the brink of abandon. Zedicus Zul Zorander threw his head back and spread his arms. To the sky he called out,
Fair warning to those living and those dead. The Seeker is named.
Thunder from the blue sky shook the ground and rolled off toward the boundary. Kahlan fell to her knees in front of Richard, head bowed, hands held behind her back. I pledge my life in the defense of the Seeker. Zed knelt beside her, his head bowed.
I pledge my life in the defense of the Seeker.
Richard stood, gripping the sword of truth in his hand, eyes wide in breathless bewilderment.
Zed, he whispered, what in the name of everything good is a Seeker?
Chapter 9. With the aid of a hand to his knee, Zed rose to his feet, rearranged his robes around his bony body, and held his hand out to Kahlan, who was staring at the ground. Noticing the hand, she took it, coming to her feet as well. Her face bore a distressed expression. Zed considered her for a moment, and she nodded that she was all right. Zed turned to Richard.
What is a Seeker? A wise first question in your new capacity, but not one swiftly answered.
Richard gazed down at the gleaming sword in his hand, not at all sure he wanted anything to do with it. He slid it back into its scabbard, glad to be free of the feelings it invoked, and held it in both hands before him. Zed, I've never seen this before. Where have you kept it? Zed smiled proudly.
In the cabinet, in the house.
Richard eyed him skeptically. There's nothing in the cabinet but dishes and pans and your powders.
Not that cabinet, he said,
lowering his voice as if to thwart anyone who might be listening.
In my wizard's cabinet.
Richard straightened with a frown. I've never seen any other cabinet.
Bags, Richard, you're not supposed to see it. It's a wizard's cabinet. It's invisible.
Richard felt more than a little stupid. And how long have you had this?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a dozen years or so.
Zed swept his slender hand in the air as if trying to brush the question away. And how did you come to have it? Zed's tone hardened.
The naming of the Seeker is a wizard's task. The High Council wrongly took it upon itself to name the person. They didn't care anything about finding the right person. They gave the post to whoever suited them at the time, or whoever offered the most. The sword belongs to the Seeker as long as he is alive or as long as he chooses to be Seeker. In between, while a new Seeker is sought, the sword of truth belongs to the wizards. Or more precisely, it belongs to me, as naming Seekers is my responsibility. The last fellow who had it became...
His eyes turned up, as if searching the sky for the right word.
Entangled with a witch woman. So while he was distracted, I went into the Midlands and retrieved what is mine. Now it is yours.
Richard felt himself being drawn into something not of his own choosing. He looked to Kahlan. She seemed to have shed her anguish and was unreadable again. This is what you came here for? This is what you wanted the wizard to do? Richard, I wanted the wizard to name a Seeker. I did not know it would be you. He was beginning to feel trapped as he looked from one to the other. You two think I can somehow save us. That's what you both are thinking. That somehow I'm to stop Darken Rahl. A wizard can't do it, but I'm to try? Terror rose with his heart into his throat. Zed came and put a reassuring arm around his shoulder.
Richard, look up in the sky. Tell me what you see.
Richard looked and saw the snake-like cloud. He didn't need to answer the question. Zed pressed his strong, bony fingers into Richard's flesh.
Come, sit, and I will tell you what you need to know. Then you decide for yourself what it is you will do. Come.
He put his other arm around Kahlan's shoulder and guided them both to the bench at the table. He went to his place opposite them and sat. Richard laid the sword on the table between them to signify that the matter was yet to be decided. Zed pushed his sleeves up his arms a little.
There is a magic, he began. An ancient and dangerous magic of immense power. It's a magic spawned from the earth, from life itself. It is held in 3 vessels called the 3 boxes of Orden. The magic is dormant until the boxes are put into play, as it is called. To do so is not easy. It requires a person who has knowledge gained from long scholarship and who can call upon considerable power of his own. Once a person has at least one of the boxes, the magic of Orden can be put in play. He then has 1 year from that time to open a box, but he must have all 3 before any will open. They work together. You can't simply have one and open it. If the person who puts them in play fails to acquire all 3, and to open one within the allotted time, he forfeits his life to the magic. There is no going back. Darken Rahl must open one of the boxes or die. On the first day of winter, his year is up.
Zed's face was tight with hard wrinkles and determination. He leaned forward a little.
Each box holds a different power, which is released upon its opening. If Rahl opens the correct one, he gains the magic of Orden, the magic of life itself. Power over all things living and dead. He will have unchallenged power and authority. He will be a master with immutable dominion over all people. Anyone he doesn't like, he will be able to kill with a thought, in any manner of his choosing, wherever that person is, no matter how far away.
Sounds like a terribly evil magic, Richard said. Zed leaned back, taking his hands from the table. He shook his head.
No, not really. The magic of Orden is the power of life. Like all power, it simply exists. It's the user who determines what use it will be put to. The magic of Orden can just as easily be used to help crops grow, to heal the sick, to end conflict. It's all in what the user wants. The power is neither evil nor good. It simply exists. It is up to the mind of man to put it to use. I think we all know which use Darken Rahl would choose.
Zed paused, as was his way, to let Richard ponder the meaning of what he had been told. His thin face fixed in resolve as he waited. Kahlan, too, had a look that told him she was determined to have him fully understand the ominous nature of what Zed was saying. Richard, of course, didn't need to ponder it, since he knew it all from the Book of Counted Shadows. The book was explicit. From the book, he knew Zed was barely touching on the full extent of the cataclysm that would sweep the land if Darken Rahl opened the correct box. He knew also what would happen if one of the other boxes was opened, but he couldn't reveal his foreknowledge, and so had to ask anyway. And if he opens one of the others? Zed came forward against the table in a blink. He had expected that this would be the next question.
Open the wrong box, and the magic claims him. He's dead.
Zed snapped his fingers.
Just like that. We are all safe. The threat is removed.
He leaned closer, his brow furrowed, and gave Richard a hard look.
Open the other wrong box, and every bug, every blade of grass, every tree, every man, woman, and child, every living thing is incinerated into nothingness. It would be the end of all life. The magic of Orden is twin to the magic of life itself, and death is part of everything that lives. So the magic of Orden is tied to death as well as life.
Zed sat back, seeming to be overwhelmed by the telling of the choices of catastrophe. Though Richard already knew it all, he still swallowed hard at hearing it out loud. Somehow it seemed more real to him like this, more real when there was a name put to it. When he had learned the book, it was all so abstract, so hypothetical, that he had never given any thought to the possibility that it would come to pass. His only concern had been that the knowledge be preserved so as to be returned to its keeper. He wished he could tell Zed what he knew, but his oath to his father prevented him from saying anything. It also required him to keep up the pretense by asking another question to which he already knew the answer. How will Rahl know which box to open? Zed rearranged the sleeves of his robes and looked down at the table, watching his hands as he spoke.
Putting the boxes in play imparts to the person certain privileged information. It must be that this information tells him how he can discover which box is which.
That made sense. No one knew of the book but its keeper, and, it appeared, the person who put the boxes in play. The book made no reference to this, but it seemed logical. A sudden jolt went through him. Darken Rahl must be after him for the book. He almost didn't hear Zed beginning to speak again.
Rahl has done something out of the ordinary, though. He has put the boxes in play before he has all three.
Richard came to attention immediately. He must be stupid or very confident.
Confident,
the wizard said.
When I left the Midlands, it was for two main reasons. The first was because the High Council took the naming of the Seeker upon itself. The second was because they mishandled the boxes of Orden. People had come to believe that the power of the boxes was just a legend. They thought me an old fool for telling them it was no legend but the truth. They refused to heed my warnings.
He pounded his fist down on the table, causing Kahlan to jump.
They laughed at me.
His face was red with anger, making it stand out all the more against the mass of his white hair.
I wanted the boxes kept far apart from each other, and with magic hidden and locked away so as to never be found again. The council instead wanted them given to important people like trophies to be shown off. They used them as payments for favors or promises. This exposed the boxes to covetous hands. I don't know what happened to them in the intervening years. Rahl has at least one, but not all three. Not yet, anyway.
Zed's eyes flashed with fervor.
Do you see, Richard? We don't have to go up against Darken Rahl. We have only to find at least one of the boxes before he does.
And keep it from him, which may prove considerably harder than finding it, Richard pointed out, letting the words hang in the air a moment. He had a sudden thought. Zed, do you think one of the boxes could be here in Westland?
Not likely.
Why not? Zed hesitated.
Richard, I never told you I was a wizard, but you never asked before, so I didn't really lie about it. I did tell you one lie, though. I told you I came here before the boundary went up. In reality, I didn't come here before it went up, because I couldn't. You see, in order to create a Westland free of magic, there could be none here when the boundary went up. Magic could come here after the boundary was established, but not be here before. Since I have magic, my presence would have prevented it from happening, so I had to stay in the Midlands until after, and only then was I able to come through.
Everyone has their little secrets. I don't begrudge you yours. But what's your point?
My point is, we know none of the boxes could have been here before the boundary went up, or their magic would have prevented it. So if they were all in the Midlands before the boundary because of the magic, and I didn't bring one with me, they have to still be in the Midlands.
Richard thought about this a while, feeling his spark of hope die. He turned his thoughts back to the matter at hand. You still have not told me what a seeker is, or my part in this. Zed folded his hands together.
A seeker is a person who answers to no one but himself. He is a law unto himself. The sword of truth is his to wield as he wishes, and within the limits of his own strength he can hold anyone to answer for anything.
Zed held up his hand to forestall Richard's objections and questions.
I realize this is vague. The problem with explaining it is that it is like all power. As I told you before, it's how the person uses power that makes it what it is. This is the core of why it is so important to find the right person, a person who will use the power wisely. You see, Richard, a seeker does exactly as the name implies. He seeks. He seeks the answers to things of his own choosing. If he is the right person, he will seek the answers that will help others, not just himself. The whole purpose of a seeker is to be free to quest on his own, to go where he wants, ask what he wants, learn what he wants, find answers to what he wants to know, and if need be, do whatever it is the answers demand.
Richard straightened, his voice rising. Are you telling me a seeker is an assassin?
I won't lie to you, Richard. There have been times when it has turned out that way.
Richard's face was crimson. I will not be an assassin, Zed shrugged.
As I said, a seeker is whatever he wants. Ideally, a seeker is the standard-bearer of justice. I can't tell you much more because I've never been one. I don't know what goes on in their heads. However, I know the proper kind of person.
Zed pushed his sleeves up again while he watched Richard.
But I don't pick a seeker, Richard. A true seeker picks himself. I only name them. You have been a seeker for years without knowing it. I have watched you, and that is what you do. You are always seeking the truth. What do you think you were doing in the High Ven? You were seeking the answer to the vine, to your father's murder. You could have left that to others more qualified, and as it turned out, perhaps you should have. But that would have been against your nature, the nature of a seeker. They don't leave it to others because they want to know for themselves. When Kahlan told you she was looking for a wizard who was lost since before she was born, you had to know who it was, and you found him.
But that's only because... Zed cut him off.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Only one thing matters, that you did it. I saved you with the root I found. Does it matter that it was easy for me to find the root? No. Would you be any more alive if it had been extremely difficult for me to find the root? No. I found the root, you are well. That is all that matters. Same with the seeker. It's of no importance how he finds an answer, only that he does. As I said, there are no rules. Right now there are answers you must find. I don't know how you will do so, and I don't care, only that you do. If you say, oh, that's simple, all the better, as we don't have much time.
Richard's guard went up. What answers? Zed smiled, and his eyes sparkled.
I have a plan, but you must first find a way to get us across the boundary.
What? Richard ran his fingers through his hair in exasperation, muttering his disbelief under his breath. He looked back to Zed. You're a wizard. You had something to do with putting the boundary there in the first place. You have just said you have been through it to retrieve the sword. Kahlan has come through the boundary sent by wizards. I know nothing of the boundary. If you expect me to find you the answer, well, here it is. Zed, you are a wizard. Send us through the boundary. Zed shook his head.
No. I said across the boundary, not through it. I know how to go through it, but we can't do that. Rahl waits for us to do so. If we try to go through, he will kill us. If we are lucky. We must instead go across it without going through it. There is a big difference.
Zed, I'm sorry, but it's impossible. I don't know anything about how to get us across. I don't see how it can be done. The boundary is the underworld. If we can't go through it, then we are stuck here. The whole purpose of the boundary is to prevent anyone from doing just what you are asking me to do. Richard felt helpless. They were depending on him, and he didn't have any answers. Zed's voice was kind and gentle.
Richard, you are too quick to criticize yourself. What is it you say when I ask how you must solve difficult problems?
Richard knew what Zed was talking about, but was reluctant to answer, as he felt answering only pulled him in deeper. Zed lifted an eyebrow, waiting. Richard looked down at the table, picking at the wood with his thumbnail. Think of the solution, not the problem.
And right now you are doing it backwards. You are only concentrating on why the problem is impossible. You are not thinking of the solution.
Richard knew Zed was right, but there was more to it. Zed, I don't think I'm qualified to be Seeker. I don't know anything about the Midlands.
Sometimes it is easier to make a decision if you aren't burdened with the knowledge of history,
the wizard said cryptically. Richard let out a deep breath. I don't know the place. I'd be lost there. Kahlan put her hand on his forearm. No, you wouldn't. I know the Midlands better than almost anyone. I know where it is safe and where it is not. I'll be your guide. You will not be lost, I promise you that much. Richard looked away from her green eyes and down at the table. It hurt to think that he might disappoint her, but her faith and Zed's didn't seem justified. He didn't know anything about the Midlands, or the magic, or how to find some boxes, or how to stop Darken Rahl. He didn't know how to do any of it. And for his first trick, he was supposed to get them across the boundary.
Richard, I know you think I'm thrusting this responsibility on you unwisely, but it is not me who chooses you. You are the one who has shown himself to be the Seeker. I have only recognized the fact. I have been a wizard a long time. You don't know what that entails, but you have to trust me when I say that I'm qualified to recognize the one.
Zed reached across the table, across the sword, and put his hand on Richard's. His eyes were somber.
Darken Rahl hunts you, personally. The only reason I can fathom for this is that with the insight he has gained from the magic of Orden, he too knows you to be the one, and so searches you out to eliminate the threat.
Richard blinked in surprise. Maybe Zed was right. Maybe this was the reason Rahl hunted him. Or maybe not. Zed didn't know about the book. He felt as if his mind would explode with all the things filling his head, and suddenly he couldn't sit anymore. He stood up and began pacing, thinking. Zed folded his arms across his chest. Kahlan leaned an elbow on the table. Both watched in silence as he paced. The wisp had said to seek the answer or die. It didn't say it was necessary to become this seeker. He could find the answers in his own way, as he always had. He hadn't needed the sword to figure out who the wizard was, although it hadn't been that hard. But what was wrong with taking the sword? What could it hurt to have its help? Wouldn't it be foolish to turn down any assistance? Apparently the sword could be put to any use its owner wanted, so why not use it in the way he wanted? He didn't have to become an assassin or anything else. He could use it to help them, that was all. That was all that was needed, or wanted, no more. But Richard knew why he didn't want it. He didn't like the way it had felt when he had drawn the sword. It had felt good, and that bothered him. It had stirred his anger in a way that frightened him, made him feel like he had never felt before. The most disconcerting thing was that it felt right. He didn't want to feel right about anger, didn't want to lose his control of it. Anger was wrong. That's what his father had taught him. Anger had killed his mother. He kept his anger behind a locked door he didn't want opened. No, he would do this in his own way, without the sword. He didn't need it. Didn't need the worry of it. Richard turned to Zed, who still sat with his arms folded across his chest, watching. The sunlight gave Zed's wrinkles deep shadows. The lines and sharp angles of his familiar face seemed somehow different. He looked grim, resolute, somehow more like a wizard. Their eyes met and held each other. Richard was decided. He would tell his friend no. He would help and would stand by them. His life, too, depended on this. But he would not be the seeker. Before he could say so, Zed spoke.
Kahlan, tell Richard how Darken Rahl questions people.
His voice was quiet, calm. He didn't look at her, instead continuing to hold Richard's eyes. Her voice was barely audible. Zed, please.
Tell him.
This time his voice was harder, more forceful.
Tell him what he does with the curved knife he keeps at his belt.
Richard looked away from Zed's eyes to her pale face. After a moment, she held out her hand and looked up at him with sad green eyes, beckoning him to come to her. He stood a moment, wary, then came and took her hand. She pulled him down toward her. He sat, straddling the bench, facing her, waiting for what it was she was bidden to say, fearing it. Kahlan shifted toward him, hooking some hair behind an ear, and looked down at his right hand as she held it in both of hers, stroking the back of it with her thumbs. Her fingers were gentle, soft, and warm against his palm. The size of her hands made his seem awkwardly large. She spoke quietly and didn't look up. Darken Rahl is a practitioner of an ancient form of magic called anthropomancy. He divines the answers to questions by the inspection of living human entrails. Richard felt his anger ignite. It's of limited use. He can at most get a yes or no to a single question, and sometimes a name. Nonetheless, he continues to favor its use. I'm sorry, Richard. Please forgive me for telling you this. Memories of his father's kindness, his laughter, his love, his friendship, their time together with the secret book, and 1,000 other brief glimpses tore through him in a flood of anguish. The scenes and sounds converged into dim shadows and hollow echoes in Richard's mind and melted away. In its place, memories of the bloodstains on the floor, the white faces of the people there, images of his father's pain and terror, and the things Chase had told him flashed vividly in snatches through his mind. He didn't try to stop them, but instead pulled them onward, hungering for them. He washed himself in the detail of it all, felt the twisting torment. Pain flared up from a pit deep inside him. Invoked heedlessly, it came screaming forth. In his mind, he added the shadowed figure of Darken Rahl, hands dripping crimson blood standing over his father's body, holding the red, glinting blade. He held the vision before him, twisting it, inspecting it, drinking it into his soul. The picture was complete now. He had his answers. He knew how it had been, how his father had died. Until now, that was all he had ever sought, answers. In his whole life, he had never gone beyond that simple quest. In one white-hot instant, that changed. The door that held back his anger and the wall of reason containing his temper burned away in a flash of hot desire. A lifetime of rational thinking evaporated before his searing fury. Lucidity became dross in a cauldron of molten need. Richard reached out to the sword of truth, curled his fingers around the scabbard, gripping it tighter and tighter until his knuckles were white. The muscles in his jaw flexed. His breathing came fast and sharp. He saw nothing else of what was around him. The heat of anger surged forth from the sword, not of its own volition, but summoned by the seeker. Richard's chest heaved with the burning hurt of his grief at knowing now what had happened to his father. And with that knowledge, there was closure, too. Thoughts he had never permitted himself to have became his only desire. Caution and consequence vanished before a flood of lust for vengeance. In that instant, his only want, his only desire, his only need was to kill Darken Rahl. Nothing else had any significance. With his other hand, he reached out and seized the hilt of his sword to pull it free. Zed's hand clamped down over his. The seeker's eyes snapped up, livid at the interference.
Richard, Zed's voice was gentle. Calm down.
The seeker, his muscles flexing powerfully, glowered into the other's tranquil eyes. Some part of him, deep in the back of his mind, kept warning him, trying to regain control. He ignored the warning. He bent over the table to the wizard, his teeth gritted. I accept the position of seeker.
Richard, Zed repeated calmly. It's all right. Relax. Sit down.
The world came rushing back into his mind. He pulled his readiness to kill back a notch, but not his rage. Not only the door, but also the wall that had contained his anger was gone. Even though the world about him had returned, it was a world seen through different eyes. Eyes he had always had but had been afraid to use. The eyes of a seeker. Richard realized that he was standing. He didn't remember getting up. He sat again next to Kahlan, removing his hands from the sword. Something inside him regained control of his anger. It wasn't the same as before, though. It didn't shut it away. Didn't lock it behind a door, but pulled it back, unafraid, to make it ready when needed again. Some of his old self seeped back into his mind, calming him, slowing his breathing, reasoning within him. He felt liberated, unafraid, unashamed of his temper for the first time. He allowed himself to sit there while he uncoiled, feeling his muscles relax. He looked up into Zed's calm, undisturbed face. The old man, his thatch of white hair framing an angular face set in a perceptive cast, studied him, assessed him with the slightest hint of a smile fixed at the corners of his thin mouth.
Congratulations, the wizard said. You have passed my final test to become Seeker.
Richard pulled back in confusion. What do you mean? You already appointed me Seeker. Zed shook his head slowly.
I told you before, weren't you listening? A Seeker appoints himself. Before you could become Seeker, you had to pass one determinative test. You had to show me you could use all your mind. For many years, Richard, you have kept part of it locked away. Your anger. I had to know you could release it, call upon it. I've seen you angry, but you are unable to admit your anger to yourself. A Seeker who couldn't allow himself to use his anger would be hopelessly weak. It is the strength of rage that gives the heedless drive to prevail. Without the anger, you would have turned down the sword and I would have let you, because you wouldn't have had what was required. But that is irrelevant now. You have proven you are no longer a prisoner to your fears. Be cautioned, though. As important as it is to be able to use your rage, it is equally important to be able to restrain it. You have always had that ability. Don't let yourself lose it now. You must be wise enough to know which path to choose. Sometimes, letting out the anger is an even more grievous mistake than holding it in.
Richard nodded solemnly. He thought about the way it felt to hold the sword when he was in the rage, the way he felt its power, the liberating sensation of giving himself over to the primal urge from within himself and from the sword. The sword has magic, he said guardedly. I felt it.
It does. But Richard, magic is only a tool, like any other. When you use a whetstone to sharpen a knife, you are simply making the knife work better for its intended purpose. Same way with the magic. It's just a honing of the intent.
Zed's eyes were clear and sharp.
Some people are more terrified to die by magic than, say, by a blade, as if somehow one is less dead if killed by a blow or a cut than if killed by the unseen. But listen well. Dead is dead. The fear of the magic, though, can be a powerful weapon. Keep that in mind.
Richard nodded. The late afternoon sun warmed his face, and out of the corner of his eye he could see the cloud. Rahl would be watching it too. Richard remembered the man from the quad on Blunt Cliff, how he had pulled his sword across his arm, drawing blood before he attacked. He remembered the look in the man's eyes. He hadn't understood it at the time. He understood it now. Richard hungered for the fight. The leaves of the nearby trees fluttered in the light autumn wind, glimmering with their first touches of gold and red. Winter was coming. The first day of winter would soon be here. He thought about how he would get them across the boundary. They had to get one of the boxes of Orden, and when they found it, they would find Rahl. Zed, no more games. I am Seeker now, no more tests. True?
True as toasted toads.
Then we are wasting our time. I am sure Rahl is not wasting his. He turned to Kahlan. I hold you to your pledge to be my guide when we reach the Midlands. She smiled at his impatience and nodded. Richard turned to Zed. Show me how the magic works, wizard. Chapter 10. Zed's impish smile spread across his face. He handed Richard the baldric. The finely tooled leather was old and supple. The gold and silver buckle matched the scabbard. It was adjusted too small, its last user having been smaller than Richard. Zed helped readjust it as Richard strapped it across his right shoulder and fit the sword of truth to it. Zed led them to the edge of the grass amid long shadows stretching from the nearby trees to where two small rock maples grew, one as thick as Richard's wrist, the other as thin as Kahlan's. He turned to Richard.
Draw the sword.
The unique, ringing, metallic sound filled the late afternoon air as the sword came free. Zed leaned closer.
Now, I will show you the most important thing about the sword. But to do so, I need you to briefly abdicate your post as Seeker and allow me to name Kahlan Seeker.
Kahlan gave Zed a suspicious glare. I don't want to be Seeker.
Just for the purpose of demonstration, dear one.
He motioned for Richard to give her the sword. She hesitated before taking it in both hands. The weight was uncomfortable, and she allowed the point to lower until it rested on the grassy ground. Zed waved his hands over her head with a flourish.
Kahlan Amnel, I name you Seeker.
She continued to give him the same suspicious stare. Zed put his finger under her chin, tilting her head up. His eyes had a fierce intensity. He put his face close to hers, speaking in a low voice.
When I left the Midlands with this sword, Darken Rahl used his magic to place the larger of these two trees here to mark me, to be able to come for me at a time of his choosing so he could kill me. The same Darken Rahl who had Denis killed.
Her countenance became darker.
The same Darken Rahl who hunts you to kill you like he killed your sister.
Hate flared in her eyes. Her teeth clenched, making the muscles in her strong jawline stand out. The sword of truth rose from the ground. Zed stepped behind her.
This tree is his. You must stop him.
The blade flashed through the autumn air with speed and power Richard could scarcely believe. The arc of its sweep went through the larger tree with a loud crack, like 1,000 twigs snapping at once. Splinters flew everywhere. The tree seemed to hang in the air a moment, then dropped down next to the ragged stump before toppling over with a crash. Richard knew it would have taken him at least 10 blows with a good axe to have felled the maple. Zed slipped the sword from Kahlan's hands as she sank to her knees and rocked back on her heels, putting her hands over her face with a moan. Instantly, Richard crouched at her side, steadying her. Kahlan, what's wrong? I'm all right. She laid a hand on his shoulder as he helped her to her feet. Her face was pale as she forced a small smile. But I resigned my post as Seeker. Richard spun to the wizard. Zed, what is this nonsense? Darken Rahl didn't put that tree there. I've seen you water and care for those 2 trees. If you held a knife to my throat, I'd say you planted them there as a memorial to your wife and daughter. Zed gave only a small smile. Very good, Richard. Here is your sword. You are Seeker again. Now, my boy, you cut down the little tree, and then I will explain. Annoyed, Richard took the sword in both hands, feeling the anger surge through him. He gave a mighty swing at the remaining tree. The tip of the blade whistled as it sliced through the air. Just before the blade hit the tree, it simply stopped, as if the very air about it had become too thick to allow it to pass. Richard stepped back in surprise. He looked at the sword and then tried again. Same thing. The tree was untouched. He glared over at Zed, who stood with his arms folded and a smirk on his face. Richard slid the sword back into its scabbard. All right, what's going on? Zed lifted his eyebrows with an innocent expression.
Did you see how easily Kahlan cut through the bigger tree?
Richard frowned. Zed smiled.
It could just as well have been iron. The blade would have cut through it the same. But you are stronger than she, and you couldn't even scratch the smaller tree.
Yes, Zed, I noticed. Zed's brow wrinkled in mock bewilderment.
And why do you think that is?
Richard's irritation melted. This was the way Zed often taught lessons, by making him come up with the answer on his own. I would say it has something to do with intent. She thought the tree was evil, I didn't. Zed held up a bony finger.
Very good, my boy.
Kahlan knitted her fingers together. Zed, I don't understand. I destroyed the tree, but it wasn't evil. It was innocent.
That, dear one, is the point of the demonstration. Reality isn't relevant. Perception is everything. If you think it is the enemy, you can destroy it, whether true or not. The magic interprets only your perception. It won't allow you to harm someone you think innocent, But it will destroy whoever you perceive to be the enemy, within limits. Only what you believe and not the truth of your thoughts is the determining factor.
Richard was a little overwhelmed. That leaves no room for error. But what if you aren't sure? Zed lifted an eyebrow.
You had better be sure, my boy, or you are liable to find yourself in a lot of trouble. The magic could read things in your mind you are not even aware of. It could go either way. You could kill a friend, or fail to kill a foe.
Richard drummed his fingers on the hilt of the sword, thinking. He watched the setting sun offer small golden flashes through the trees to the west. Overhead, the snake-like cloud had taken on a reddish cast on one side, deepening into darker purple on the other. It didn't really matter, he decided. He knew who he was after, and there was no doubt at all in his mind about him being the enemy. None whatsoever.
There's one more thing. One more important thing,
the wizard said.
When you use the sword against an enemy, there is a price to pay. Is that not true, dear one?
He looked to her. Kahlan nodded and lowered her eyes to the ground.
The more powerful the enemy, the higher the price. I am sorry it was necessary to do that to you, Kahlan, but it is the most important lesson Richard must learn.
She gave him a small smile, letting him know that she understood the need. He turned back to Richard.
We both know that sometimes killing is the only choice, that it has to be classified as the right thing to do. I know you do not need to be told that. Any time you kill, though, it is a terrible thing. You live with it always, and once done, it cannot be undone. You pay a price within yourself. It diminishes you for having done it.
Richard nodded. It still made him uneasy that he had killed the man on Blunt Cliff. He wasn't sorry about what he had done. He had had no time or other choice. But in his mind he still saw the man's face as he went over the edge. Zed's eyes became intense.
It is different when you kill with the sword of truth because of the magic. The magic has done your bidding, and it extracts a price. There is no such thing as pure good or pure evil, least of all in people. In the best of us, there are thoughts or deeds that are wicked, and in the worst of us, at least some virtue. An adversary is not one who does loathsome acts for their own sake. He always has a reason that to him is justification. My cat eats mice. Does that make him bad? I don't think so, and the cat doesn't think so, but I would bet the mice have a different opinion. Every murderer thinks the victim needed killing. I know you don't want to believe this, Richard, but you must listen. Darken Rahl does the things he does because he thinks them right, just as you do the things you do because you think them right. The two of you are more the same in that than you think. You want revenge on him for killing your father, and he wants revenge on me for killing his. In your eyes, he is evil, but to his eyes, you are the one who is evil. It is all just perception. Whoever wins thinks he was in the right. The loser will always believe himself wronged. It is the same as with the magic of Orden. The power is simply there. One use wins over the other.
The same? Have you lost your mind? How could you think we are the same in any way? He craves power. He would chance destroying the world to get it. I don't want power. I just wanted to be left alone. He murdered my father. He ripped his guts out. He's trying to kill us all. How can you say we are alike? You make it sound like he isn't even dangerous.
Haven't you been paying attention to what I had just been teaching you? I said you are the same in that you both think you are right. And that makes him more dangerous than you can imagine, because in every other way, you are different. Darken Rahl savors bleeding the life from people. He hungers for their pain. Your sense of right has bounds. His has none. His is twisted into an all-consuming lust to torture all opposition into submission. And he considers any who don't rush to bow before him as opposition. His conscience was clear when he used his bare hands to calmly extract your father's guts while he was still breathing. He found pleasure in the doing because his distorted sense of right gives him license. That is how he is very different from you. That is how dangerous he is.
He pointed back at Kahlan.
Weren't you paying attention? Didn't you see what she was able to do with the sword? And how did she do what you could not,
Perception, Richard said in a much quieter voice. She was able to do it because she thought she was right. Zed thrust a finger in the air.
Aha! Perception is what makes the threat even more dangerous.
The wizard's finger came down and jabbed Richard's chest with each word.
Just like the sword.
Richard hooked a thumb under the baldric and let out a deep breath. He felt as if he were standing in quicksand, but he had lived with Zed too long to dismiss the things he said simply because they were hard to fathom. He longed for simplicity, though. You mean that it's not only what he does that makes him dangerous, but also what he feels justified in doing? Zed shrugged.
Let me put it another way. Who would you be more afraid of? A 200-pound man who wants to steal a loaf of bread from you and knows he is doing wrong? Or a 100-pound woman who believes wrongly but believes with all her heart that you stole her baby?
Richard folded his arms across his chest. I would run from a woman. She wouldn't give up. She wouldn't listen to reason. She would be capable of anything. Zed's eyes were fierce.
So is Darken Rahl. Because he thinks he is right. He is that much more dangerous.
Richard returned the fierce expression. I am in the right. Zed's expression softened.
The mice think they are in the right too, but my cat eats them just the same. I am trying to teach you something, Richard. I don't want you to get caught in his claws.
Richard unfolded his arms and sighed. I don't like it, but I understand. As I have heard you say, nothing is ever easy. While all of this is interesting, it isn't going to frighten me away from doing what it is I must, what I believe to be right. So what is this business about a price to using the sword of truth? Zed held a thin finger to Richard's chest.
The payment is that you suffer the pain of seeing in yourself all your own evil, all your own shortcomings, all the things we don't like to see in ourselves or admit are there. And you see the good in the one you have killed. Suffer the guilt for having done so.
Zed shook his head sadly.
Please believe me, Richard, the pain comes not only from yourself, but more importantly from the magic, a very powerful magic, a very powerful pain. Do not underestimate it. It is real, and it punishes your body as well as your soul. You saw it in Kahlan, and that was from killing a tree. If it had been a man, it would have been profound. This is why anger is so important. Rage is the only armor you have against the pain. It gives a measure of protection. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the pain. But the stronger the rage, the stronger the shield. It makes you care less about the truth of what you have done. In some cases, enough to not feel the pain. This is why I said the terrible things I did to Kahlan, things that hurt and filled her with rage. It was to protect her when she used the sword. You see why I wouldn't have allowed you to take the sword if you weren't able to use your anger. You would be naked before the magic. It would tear you apart.
Richard was a little frightened by this, by the look in Kahlan's eyes after she had used the sword, but it didn't dissuade him. He glanced up at the mountains of the boundary. They stood out, pale pink in the light of the setting sun. Behind them, from the east, darkness was coming. Darkness coming for them. He had to find a way across the boundary into that darkness. The sword would help him. That was what mattered. There was much at stake. There was a cost to everything in life. He would pay this one. His old friend placed his hands on Richard's shoulders and looked hard into his eyes. Zed's features were set in grim warning.
Now, I have to tell you something you are not going to like.
His fingers tightened, almost painfully.
You cannot use the sword of truth on Darken Rahl.
What? Zed gave him a shake.
He is too powerful. The magic of Orden protects him during his year of search. If you try to use the sword, you will be dead before it reaches him.
This is crazy. First you want me to be the Seeker and take the sword, now you tell me I can't use it. Richard was furious. He felt cheated.
Just against Rahl. It won't work against him. Richard, I didn't make the magic. I only know how it works. Darken Rahl knows how it works, too. He may try to make you use the sword against him. He knows it will kill you. If you give in to the rage and use the sword against him, he will win. You will be dead, and he will have the boxes.
Kahlan's brow wrinkled in frustration. Zed, I agree with Richard. This makes it impossible. If he cannot use his most important weapon, then... Zed cut her off.
No! This!
He rapped Richard on the head with his knuckles.
This is a Seeker's most important weapon.
He jabbed his long finger at the center of Richard's chest.
And this.
Everyone stood in silence for a moment.
The Seeker is the weapon,
Zed said with emphasis.
The sword is just a tool. You can find another way. You must.
Richard thought he should be upset, that he should feel angry, frustrated, overwhelmed, but he didn't. His first view of his options lifted from him, letting him see beyond. He felt strangely calm and determined.
I'm sorry, my boy. I wish I could change the magic, but
Richard put his hand on Zed's shoulder. It's all right, my friend. You're right. We must stop Rahl. That's all that matters. I have to know the truth to succeed, and you have given me the truth. Now it's up to me to use it. If we gain one of the boxes, justice will have Rahl. I don't need to see it. I need only know it is done. I said I wouldn't be an assassin, and so I shall not be. The sword will be invaluable, I'm sure, but as you said, it's only a tool, and that's the purpose I will put it to. The magic of the sword isn't an end in itself. I can't allow myself to make that mistake, or I will be only a pretend seeker. In the gathering gloom, Zed patted Richard affectionately on the shoulder.
You have gotten it all right, my boy. All of it.
He broke into a broad grin.
I have chosen the Seeker well. I am proud of myself.
Richard and Kahlan laughed at Zed's self-congratulation. Kahlan's smile faded. Zed, I cut down the tree you planted in memory of your wife. That bothers me. I'm deeply sorry for doing it.
Don't be, dear one. Her memory has aided us. She has helped show the Seeker the truth. There could be no more fitting tribute to her.
Richard didn't hear them talking. Already he was looking to the east, to the massive wall of mountains, trying to think of solutions. Cross the boundary, he thought. Cross the boundary without going through it. How? What if it was impossible? What if there was no way across the boundary? Would they be stuck here while Darken Rahl searched for the boxes? Were they to die without a chance? He wished there were more time and fewer limitations. Richard reprimanded himself for wasting time wishing. If only he knew it could be done, then he could find out how. Something in the back of his mind nagged at him, insisting that it could be done, insisting he knew the truth of it. There was a way, there had to be. If he only knew that it was possible. All around them, the night was coming alive with sounds. Frogs called from the ponds and streams, night birds from the trees, and insects from the grass. From the distant hills came the cry of wolves, mournful and plaintive against the dark wall of mountains. Somehow they had to cross those mountains, cross the unknown. The mountains were like the boundary, he thought. You couldn't go through them, but you could cross them. You had only to find a pass. A pass. Was it possible? Could there be one? Then it struck him like a bolt of lightning. The book. Richard spun on his heels, excited. To his surprise, Zed and Kahlan were both standing quietly, watching him, as if waiting for a pronouncement. Zed, have you ever helped anyone other than yourself go through the boundary?
Like who?
Anyone, yes or no?
No, no one.
Can anyone other than a wizard send a person through the boundary? Zed shook his head emphatically.
None but a wizard, and Darken Rahl, of course.
Richard frowned at him. Our lives depend on this, Zed. Swear. You have never, ever sent anyone other than yourself through the boundary. True?
True as a boiling bog full of toasted toads. Why? What have you thought of? Do you have a way?
Richard ignored the question, too deep in his own stream of thought to answer, and instead turned back to the mountains. It was true. There was a pass across the boundary. His father had found it and used it. That was the only way the Book of Counted Shadows could have been in Westland. He couldn't have brought it with him when he moved here, before the boundary, and he couldn't have found it in Westland. The book had magic. The boundary wouldn't have worked if magic had been here then. Magic could only be brought into Westland after the boundary was up. His father had found a pass, gone into the Midlands, and brought the book back. Richard was shocked and excited at the same time. His father had done it. He had gone across the boundary. Richard was elated. Now he knew there was a way across. It could be done. He still had to find the pass. But that didn't matter for now. There was a pass. That was what mattered. Richard turned back to the other two. We will go have supper. I put a stew on just before you awoke, and there is fresh bread, Kahlan offered.
Bags!
Zed threw his scarecrow arms up into the air.
It's about time someone remembered supper.
Richard gave a little smile in the dark. After we've eaten, we'll make preparations, decide what we need to take, what we can carry, get our provisions together, and pack tonight. We'll need to get a good night's sleep. We leave at first light. He turned and headed for the house. The faint glow of the fire coming from the windows offered warmth and light. Zed held up an arm.
Where are we headed, my boy?
The Midlands, Richard called back over his shoulder. Zed was halfway through his second bowl of stew before he could bring himself to stop eating long enough to talk.
So, what have you figured out? Is there truly a way to cross the boundary?
There is.
Are you sure? How can it be? How can we cross without going through?
Richard smiled as he stirred his stew. You don't have to get wet to cross a river. The lamplight flickered on their faces as Kahlan and Zed frowned in puzzlement. Kahlan turned and threw a small piece of meat to the cat who was sitting on his haunches, waiting for any handout. Zed ate another slab of bread before he was able to ask his next question.
And how do you know there is a way across?
There is. That's all that matters. Zed had an innocent look on his face.
Richard.
He ate 2 more spoonfuls of stew.
We are your friends. There are no secrets among us. You can tell us.
Richard looked from one big pair of eyes to the other and laughed out loud. I've had strangers tell me more of themselves. Zed and Kahlan both backed away a little at the rebuff and looked at each other, but neither dared repeat the question. They talked on as they ate, of what they had at hand to take with them, how much they could do to prepare in such a short time, and what their priorities should be. They listed everything they could think of, each offering items to be taken. There was much to do in little time. Richard asked Kahlan if she traveled the Midlands often. She said that was almost all she ever did. And you wear that dress when you travel? I do. She hesitated. People recognize me by it. I don't stay in the woods. Wherever I go, I am always provided with food and a place to stay, and anything else I might require. Richard wondered why. He didn't press. but he knew the dress she wore was more than something she bought in a shop. "Well, with the three of us being hunted, I don't think we want people to recognize you. I think we need to stay away from people as much as possible, keep to the woods when we can." She and Zed both nodded their agreement.
"We will need to find you some traveling clothes, forest garb, but there is nothing here that will fit you."
"We'll have to find something on the way. I have a hooded cloak here. It will keep you warm for now." "Good," she said, smiling. "I am tired of being cold, and I can tell you a dress is not right for the woods." Kahlan finished before the men and put her half-full bowl on the floor for the cat. The cat seemed to have the same appetite as Zed and was eating out of the bowl before she could set it down. They discussed each item they would take, and planned how they would do without the others. There was no telling how long they would be gone, but Westland was a big place and the Midlands bigger. Richard wished they could go to his house, since he often went on long treks and had the right kinds of provisions, but it was too big a risk. He would rather find the things they needed elsewhere, or go without, than go back to what waited there. He didn't know yet where they were going to cross the boundary, but he wasn't worried. He still had until morning to think about it. He was just relieved to know there was a way. The cat's head came up. He crossed half the distance to the door and stopped, back and fur rising. Everyone noticed and fell silent. There was firelight in the front window, but it wasn't reflecting from the hearth. It was coming from outside. "I smell burning pitch," Kahlan said. In an instant, the three were on their feet. Richard grabbed the sword from the back of his chair and had it on almost before he was to his feet. He went to look out the window, but Zed didn't waste the time and went through the door in a rush with Kahlan in tow. Richard got only a glimpse of torches before he hurried out after the other two. Spread out in the long grass in front of the house was a mob of about 50 men, some carrying torches, but most carrying crude weapons, axes, pitchforks, scythes, or axe handles. They were dressed in their work clothes. Richard recognized many of the faces, good men, honest, hard-working family men. They didn't look like good men this night, though. They looked to be in a foul mood, their faces grim and angry. Zed stood in the center of the porch, hands on his skinny hips, smiling out at them, the red light from the torches making his white hair pink. "What's this then, boys?" Zed asked. They mumbled among themselves, and several men in front took a step or two forward. Richard knew the one, John, who spoke for the rest. "There's trouble about. Trouble caused by magic, and you're at the bottom of it, old man. You're a witch."
A witch?
Zed asked in bewilderment.
A witch?
"That's what I said, a witch." John's dark eyes shifted to Richard and Kahlan. "This doesn't concern you two. Our business is with the old man. Leave now or you'll get the same as him." Richard couldn't believe the men he knew were saying this. Kahlan came forward, stepping in front of Zed, the folds of her dress swirling around her legs when she stopped. She held her fists at her sides. "Leave now," she warned menacingly, "before you come to regret what you have chosen to do." The mob of men looked around at each other, some smirking, some making crude comments under their breath, some laughing. Kahlan stood her ground and stared them down. The laughter died out. "So," John said with a sneer, "two witches to take care of." The men cheered and hollered, brandishing their weapons. John's round, heavy-set face smiled defiantly. Richard stepped slowly and deliberately in front of Kahlan, putting a hand behind as he did so, forcing her and Zed to step back. He kept his voice calm, friendly. "John, how's Sarah? I haven't seen you two for a while." John didn't answer. Richard surveyed the other faces. "I know many of you. Know you to be good men. This isn't something you want to do." He looked back to John. "Take your men and go home to your families. Please, John?" John pointed an axe handle at Zed. "That old man's a witch. We're going to put an end to him." He pointed at Kahlan. "And her. Unless you want the same, Richard, be on your way. The mob yelled their agreement. The torches sizzled and popped as they burned, and the air smelled of burning pitch and sweat. When they realized that Richard wasn't leaving, the rabble started to push forward. The sword was free in a blink. The men took a step back as the metallic ringing filled the night air. John stood in red-faced anger. The ringing died out, and the only sound was from the burning torches. Grumbling broke out about Richard being in with the witches. John charged, swinging the axe handle at Richard as he came. The sword flashed through the air, splintering John's weapon with a loud crack. Only 2 ragged inches of the axe handle were left above his fist. The severed piece of wood spun off into the darkness, landing somewhere with a hollow thud. John stood frozen, 1 foot on the ground, 1 on the porch, and the point of the sword of truth pressed to the underside of his ample chin. The polished blade glinted in the torchlight. Richard, his muscles hard with restrained need, slowly bent forward, and with the sword point tilted John's face up to his own. In a voice barely more than a whisper, but so deadly cold it made John stop breathing, he said, "Another step, John, and your head follows." John didn't move, didn't breathe. "Back away," Richard hissed. The man did as he was ordered, but when back with his fellows, regained his nerve. "You can't stop us, Richard. We're here to save our families." "From what?" Richard yelled. He pointed the sword at one of the other men. "Frank, when your wife was sick, wasn't it Zed who brought her a potion that made her well?" He pointed the sword to another. "And Bill, didn't you come and ask Zed about the rains, when they would come so you fellows could harvest your crops?" He whipped the sword's point back to his attacker. "And John, when your little girl was lost in the woods, was it not Zed who read the clouds all night, and then went out himself and found her and brought her back safe to you and Sarah?" John and a few of the others cast their eyes downward. Richard angrily drove the sword back into its scabbard. "Zed has helped most of the men here. He has helped heal your fevers, find lost loved ones, and freely shared anything he has with you." From the back, someone yelled out, "Only a witch could do all those things." "He has done nothing to harm a single one of you." Richard paced back and forth across the porch, facing the men down. "He has never harmed one of you. He's helped most of you. Why would you want to harm a friend?" There was some confused grumbling for a few minutes before they regained their conviction. "Most of the things he's done are magic," John shouted. "A witch's magic. None of our families are safe with him around." Before Richard could answer, Zed was pulling him back by his arm. He turned to the old man's smiling face. Zed didn't seem to be bothered in the least. If anything, he seemed to be enjoying himself. "Very impressive," he whispered. "Both of you, very impressive. If you would, though, let me handle it from here." He lifted an eyebrow, then turned to the men. "Gentlemen, good evening. How nice to see you all." Some of the men gave a greeting in return. A few lifted their hats self-consciously. "If you would be so kind, before you dispatch me, let me talk a moment with my 2 friends here." There were nods all around. Zed pulled Kahlan and Richard back a little toward the house, away from the crowd, and bent close. "A lesson in power, my friends." He put a stick-like finger on Kahlan's nose. "Too little." Next, he put the finger on Richard's nose. "Too much." He put the finger to his own nose, and with a twinkle in his eyes, said, "Just right." He cupped Kahlan's chin in his hand. "If I were to let you do this, dear one, there would be graves to be dug this night. Our 3 would be among them. But very noble nonetheless. Thank you for your concern for me." He put his hand on Richard's shoulder. "If I were to let you do this, there would be a great many graves to be dug, and the 3 of us would be the only ones left to do the digging. I am too old to dig that many holes in the ground, and we have more important things to do. But you were very noble, too. You handled yourself honorably." He patted Richard's shoulder, and then put a finger under each of their chins. "Now, I want you 2 to let me handle this matter. The problem is not what you are telling these men. The problem is they aren't listening.
You have to get their attention before they will hear you.
He lifted an eyebrow and looked to each in turn.
Watch and learn what you can. Listen to my words, but they will have no effect on you.
He removed his finger and shuffled past them, smiling and waving to the men.
Gentlemen! Oh, John, how is your little girl?
She's fine, he grumbled. But one of my cows had a two-headed calf.
Really? And how do you think that happened?
I think it happened because you're a witch.
There, you said it again.
Zed shook his head in confusion.
I don't understand. Do you gentlemen want to do away with me because you think I have magic, or is it simply your intention to demean me by calling me a woman?
There was some confusion. We don't know what you're talking about, someone said.
Well, it's simple. Girls are witches. Boys are called warlocks. Do you see my point? If you call me a witch, you seem to be calling me a girl. If what you mean is that you think me a warlock, well, that is an altogether different insult. So which is it, girl or warlock?
There was more confused discussion. Then John spoke up angry. We mean to say you're a warlock, and we intend to have your hide for it.
My,
Zed said, tapping his lower lip thoughtfully with the tip of his finger.
Why, I had no idea you men were so brave. So very brave indeed.
How's that? John asked. Zed shrugged.
Well, what is it you think a warlock capable of?
There was more talk among themselves. They started shouting out suggestions. He could make two-headed cows, make the rains come, find people who were lost, make children be stillborn, make strong men weak, and make their women leave them. Somehow this didn't seem to be sufficient, so more ideas were shouted out. Make water burn, turn people into cripples, change a man into a toad, kill with a look, call upon demons, and in general everything else. Zed waited until they were done, and then held his arms out to them.
There, you have it. Just as I said. You men are the bravest fellows I have ever seen. To think, armed only with pitchforks and axe handles, you came to do battle with a warlock who has these kinds of powers. My, how brave.
His voice trailed off. Zed shook his head in wonderment. Worry started to break out in the crowd. Zed went on in a drawn-out, monotonous tone, suggesting the things a warlock could do, describing in great detail a variety of deeds from the frivolous to the terrifying. The men stood, transfixed, listening in rapt attention. He went on and on for a good half-hour. Richard and Kahlan listened, shifting their weight as they became bored and tired. The eyes of the mob were wide, unblinking. They stood like statues, the dancing flames from their torches the only motion among the men. The mood had changed. There was no longer anger, now there was fear. The wizard's voice changed too, no longer kind and gentle or even dull. It was hard, threatening.
And so, men, what do you think it is we should do now?
We think you should let us go home unharmed, came the weak reply. The others nodded their agreement. The wizard waggled a long finger in the air in front of them.
No, I don't think so. You see, you men came here to kill me. My life is the most precious thing I have, and you intended to take it from me. I can't let that go unpunished.
Quaking and fear swept through the crowd. Zed stepped to the edge of the porch. The men took a step back.
As punishment for trying to take my life, I take from you not your life, but that which is most precious, most dear, most valuable.
With a flourish, he swept his hand dramatically over their heads. They gasped.
There! It is done,
he declared. Richard and Kahlan, who had been leaning against the house, stood up straight. For a moment, no one moved. Then a fellow in the midst of the mob thrust his hand into his pocket and felt around. My gold, it's gone! Zed rolled his eyes. No, no, no. I said the most precious, the most dear, that which you pride above all else. Everyone stood a moment, confused. Then a few eyebrows went up in alarm. Another man suddenly thrust his hand into his pocket and felt around, eyes wide in fright. He moaned and then fainted. The ones nearby drew back from him. Soon others were putting their hands in their pockets, cautiously feeling around. There were more moans and wails, and soon all the men were grabbing at their crotches in a panic. Zed smiled in satisfaction. Pandemonium broke out among the mob. Men were jumping up and down, crying, grabbing at themselves, running around in little circles, asking for help, falling on the ground and sobbing. Now, you men get out of here! Leave! Zed yelled. He turned to Richard and Kahlan. An impish grin on his face wrinkled his nose. He winked at them both. Please, Zed, a few men called out. Please don't leave us like this. Please help us. There were pleas all around. Zed waited a few moments and turned back to them. What's this? Do you men think I have been too harsh? He asked with mock wonder and sincerity. There was quick agreement that he had been. And why do you think this? Have you learned something? Yes, John yelled. We realize now that Richard was right. You have been our friend. You have never done anything to harm any of us. Everyone shouted their agreement. You have only helped us, and we acted stupidly. We want to ask your forgiveness. We know, just like Richard said, that we were wrong, that using magic doesn't make you bad. Please, Zed, don't stop being our friend now. Please don't leave us like this. There were more pleas shouted out. Zed tapped a finger on his bottom lip. Well, he looked up thinking. I guess I could put things back to the way they were. The men moved closer. But only if you agree to my terms. I think them quite fair, though. They were ready to agree to anything. All right. Then if you agree to tell anyone who speaks up from now on that magic doesn't make a person bad, that their actions are what count, and if you go home to your families and tell them you almost made a terrible mistake tonight and why you were wrong, then you will all be restored. Fair? There was nodding from everyone. More than fair, John said. Thank you, Zed. The men turned and began to leave quickly. Zed stood and watched. Oh, gentlemen, one more thing. They froze. Please pick up your tools from the ground. I'm an old man. I could easily trip and hurt myself. They kept a cautious eye to him as they reached out and snatched up their weapons. They turned and walked a ways before breaking into a run. Richard came and waited to one side of Zed, Kahlan to the other. Zed stood with his hands on his bony hips, watching the men go. Idiots, he muttered under his breath. It was dark. The only light came from the front window of the house behind them, and Richard could barely see Zed's face, but he could see it well enough to see he wasn't smiling. My friends, the old man said, that was a stew stirred by a hidden hand. Zed, Kahlan asked, diverting her eyes from his face. Did you really make their manhood vanish? Zed chuckled. That would be quite the magic. Beyond me, I'm afraid. No, dear one, I only tricked them into thinking I had. Simply convinced them of the truth of it. Let their own minds do the work. Richard turned to the wizard. A trick? It was just a trick? I thought you had done real magic. He seemed somehow disappointed. Zed shrugged. Sometimes, if a trick is done properly, it can work better than magic. In fact, I would go so far as to say a good trick is real magic. But still, it was just a trick. The wizard held up a finger. Results, Richard, that's what counts. Your way, those men would have all lost their heads. Richard grinned. Zed, I think some of them would have preferred that over what you did to them. Zed chuckled. So, is that what you wanted us to watch and learn? That a trick can work as well as magic? Yes, but also something more important.
As I said, this was a stew stirred by a hidden hand, the hand of Darken Rahl. But he has made a mistake tonight. It is a mistake to use insufficient force to finish the job. In so doing, you give your enemy a second chance. That is the lesson I want you to learn. Learn it well. You may not get a second chance when your time comes.
Richard frowned. I wonder why he did it then. Zed shrugged.
I don't know. Maybe because he doesn't have enough power in this land yet. But then, it also was a mistake to try, because it only served to warn us.
They started toward the door. There was a lot of work to do before they could sleep. Richard began going through the list in his head, but was distracted by an odd feeling. Suddenly, realization washed over him like cold water. Richard inhaled in a gasp. He spun around, eyes wide, and grabbed a fistful of Zed's robes. We have to get out of here, right now. What? Zed. Darken Rahl isn't stupid. He wants us to feel safe, to feel confident. He knew we were smart enough to beat those men one way or another. In fact, he wanted us to. So we would sit around congratulating ourselves while he comes for us himself. He doesn't fear you. You said he's stronger than a wizard. He doesn't fear the sword, and he doesn't fear Kahlan. He's on his way here right now. His plan is to get us all at the same time right now this very night. He hasn't made a mistake. This was his plan. You said it yourself. Sometimes a trick is better than magic. That's what he's doing. This was all a trick to distract us. Kahlan's face went white. Zed, Richard is right. This is how Rahl thinks. The mark of his way. He likes to do things in a manner you do not expect. We have to get out of here this very minute. Bags, I have been an old fool. You are right. We must leave now, but I can't leave without my rock. He started off around the house. Zed, there's no time. The old man was already running up the hill, robes and hair flying off into the darkness. Kahlan followed Richard into the house. They had been lulled into laziness. He couldn't believe how foolish he had been to underestimate Rahl. Snatching up his pack from the corner by the hearth, he ran into his room, checking under his shirt for the tooth. Finding it safe, he came back with his forest cloak. Richard threw it around Kahlan's shoulders and took a quick glance around to see if there was anything else he could grab. But there was no time to think, nothing worth their lives, so he took her by the arm and headed for the door. Outside in the grass in front of the house, Zed was already back, breathing hard. What about the rock? Richard asked. There was no way Zed could lift it, much less carry it. In my pocket, the wizard said with a smile. Richard couldn't spare the time to wonder at this. The cat was suddenly there, somehow aware of their urgency, rubbing up against their legs. Zed picked it up. Can't leave you here, cat. There's trouble coming. Zed lifted the flap of Richard's pack and tucked the cat inside. Richard had an uneasy feeling. He looked about, scanning the darkness, seeking something out of place, something hidden. He saw nothing, but felt eyes watching. Kahlan noticed his searching. What's wrong? Even though he could see nothing, he felt the eyes. It must be his fear, he decided. Nothing. Let's go. Richard led them through a sparsely wooded area he knew well enough to walk blindfolded to the trail he wanted and turned south. They moved along quickly in silence, with the exception of Zed muttering occasionally about how stupid he had been. After a while, Kahlan told him he was too reproachful of himself. They had all been fooled, and each felt the sting of blame, but they had made good their escape, and that was all that mattered. It was an easy trail, almost a road, and the company of three walked side by side, Richard in the middle, Zed to his left, Kahlan to his right. The cat poked his head up from Richard's backpack and looked about as they walked. It was a mode of travel he had enjoyed since he was a kitten. The moonlight was enough to light their way. Richard saw a few wayward pines looming against the sky, but he knew there could be no stopping. They had to get away from here. The night was cold, but he was warm enough with the effort of their rapid pace. Kahlan wrapped his cloak tightly around herself. After about a half hour, Zed brought them to a halt. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small handful of powder. He threw it back down the path the way they had come. Silver sparkles shot from his hand and followed their trail back into the darkness. The sparkles tinkled as they went, disappearing around a bend. Richard started back up the trail. What was that?
Just a little magic dust. It will cover our trail so Rahl won't know where we went.
He still has the cloud to follow us with.
Yes, but that will only give him a general area. If we keep moving, it will be of little use to him. It's only when you stop, like you did at my house, that he can hunt you.
They continued on to the south, the trail taking them through sweet-smelling pines and higher into the hill country. At the top of a rise, they all turned suddenly at a roaring sound behind. Off beyond the dark expanse of the forest, in the distance, they saw an immense column of flame shooting skyward, yellows and reds reaching up into the blackness.
It's my house. Darken Rahl is there, Zed smiled. He looks to be angry.
Kahlan touched his shoulder. I'm sorry, Zed.
Don't be, dear one. It's just an old house. It could have been us.
Kahlan turned to Richard as they started out again. Do you know where we are going? Richard abruptly realized he did. I do. He smiled to himself, glad to be telling the truth. The three figures fled into the dark shadows of the trail into the night. Overhead, two huge winged beasts watched with hungry, glowing green eyes, and then pitched themselves into steep, silent dives. Wings tucked back for speed, they plummeted toward the backs of their prey. Chapter 11. It was the cat that saved him. He yowled and leapt over Richard's head in a fright, causing him to duck, not enough for the guard to miss him, but enough to deflect the full impact. Still, the claws raked his back painfully and knocked him sprawling face down into the dirt, driving the wind from his lungs in a whoosh. Before he could take a breath, the gar pounced on his back, its weight preventing him from breathing or reaching his sword. Before he went down, he had seen Zed sent tumbling into the trees by a second gar, and now it went crashing through the brush after him. Richard braced himself for the claws he knew would come. Before the gar could rip him open, Kahlan heaved rocks at it from the side of the path. They bounced harmlessly off the beast's head, but it was distracted momentarily. The gar roared, mouth agape, seeming to split the night air with the sound, and held him pinned like a mouse beneath a cat's paw. Richard struggled mightily to lift himself, his lungs burning for air. Blood flies bit his neck. He reached behind, pulling out handfuls of fur, trying to get the great arm off his back. By its size, he knew it had to be a short-tailed gar. It was much bigger than the long-tailed gar he had seen before. The sword was under him, digging painfully into his abdomen. He couldn't get to it. He felt as if the veins in his neck would burst. Richard was beginning to black out. The sounds of yelling and roars from the gar were growing fainter as he struggled. Kahlan got too close in her flurry of rock-throwing. The gar reached out with frightening quickness and snatched her by the hair. Doing so caused the beast to shift his weight enough to let Richard gasp desperately for air, but not enough to allow him to move. Kahlan screamed. Out of nowhere, the cat, all teeth and claws, sprang to the gar's face. The cat howled, clawing furiously at the gar's eyes. With one arm holding Kahlan, it lifted the other to swipe at the cat. When it did, Richard rolled to the side and sprang to his feet, drawing his sword. Kahlan screamed again. Richard swung in fury, severing the arm that held her. She tumbled back, free. Howling, the gar backhanding him before he could bring the sword up. The force of the blow sent him flying through the air, landing on his back. Richard sat up, the world spinning and tilting. The sword was gone, thrown into the brush somewhere. The gar was in the center of the trail, wailing in pain and rage as blood gushed from the stump. Glowing green eyes searched frantically for the object of its hate. They locked on Richard. He didn't see Kahlan anywhere. Off to his right in the trees there was a sudden blinding flash, illuminating everything with intense white light. The violent sound of an explosion hammered painfully into his ears as the concussion from the blast tumbled him against a tree and knocked the gar from its feet. Rolling flames whirled through gaps in the trees. Giant splinters and other debris hurtled past, streaming trailers of smoke.
Richard began a frantic search for the sword as the Gar came to its feet with a howl. Richard felt around on the ground, desperate, and partially blinded from the flash of the explosion. He had enough vision, though, to see the Gar coming. His anger flared. He could feel it flare in the sword, too. The sword's magic reached out to him, beckoned by its master. He called it forth, summoned it, hungered for it. It was there across the trail. He knew it as surely as if he could see it. He knew exactly where it lay, as if he were touching it. He scrambled across the trail. Halfway there, the Gar kicked him so hard he saw things moving past but couldn't understand what they were. All he knew for sure was that every breath caused intense pain in his left side. He didn't know where the trail was or where he was in relation to it. Blood flies were bumping into his face. He couldn't get his bearings, but he did know where the Sword of Truth was. He dove for it. For an instant, his fingers touched it. For an instant, he thought he saw Zed. Then the Gar had him. It picked him up by his right arm and wrapped its repulsive warm wings around him, hugging him close, his feet dangling in midair. He cried out from the sharp pain in his left ribs. Glowing green eyes burned into his, and the giant mouth snapped, showing him his fate. The immense maw split open for him, its fetid breath on his face, its black throat waiting. Wet fangs glistened in the moonlight. With all his strength, Richard kicked his boot into the stump of the Gar's arm. It threw its head back, howled in pain, and dropped him. Zed emerged at the edge of the trees a dozen yards behind the Gar. Richard, on his knees, grabbed the sword. Zed threw his hands out, fingers extended. Fire, wizard's fire, shot from his fingers and came shrieking through the air. The fire grew and tumbled, illuminating everything it passed, becoming a blue and yellow ball of liquid flame that wailed and expanded as it came, a thing alive. It hit the Gar's back with a thud, silhouetting the giant beast against the light. Within the space of a breath, the blue and yellow flames washed over the Gar, enveloping it, surging through it. Blood flies sparked into nothingness. Fire sizzled and snapped everywhere on the creature, consuming it. The Gar disappeared into the blue heat and was gone. The fire swirled a moment, and then it too was gone. The smell of burnt fur and a hazy smoke hung in the air. The night was suddenly quiet. Richard collapsed, exhausted and in pain. The gashes on his back had dirt and gravel ground into them, and the pain in his left side seared into him with every breath. He wanted only to lie there, nothing more. The sword was still in his hand. He let the power of it wash through him, sustain him. He allowed the anger of it to let him ignore the pain. The cat licked Richard's face with his rough tongue and nuzzled the top of his head against Richard's cheek. "Thank you, cat," he managed. Zed and Kahlan appeared over him. Both bent down to take his arms and help lift him up. "No, you'll hurt me if you do that. Let me get up by myself." "What's wrong?" Zed asked. "The Gar kicked me in the left side. It hurts." "Let me look." The old man bent over and gently felt Richard's ribs. Richard winced in pain. "Well, I don't see any bones sticking out. Can't be that bad." Richard tried not to laugh, as he knew it would hurt. He was right. "Zed, that was no trick. This time it was magic." "This time it was magic," the wizard confirmed. "But Darken Rahl may have seen it too if he was looking. We have to get out of here. Lie still, let me see if I can help." Kahlan knelt on his other side and cupped her hand on his, on the hand that held the sword, held the magic. When her hand touched his, he felt a surge of power from the sword that startled him and nearly took his breath away. Somehow, he felt the magic was warning him and trying to protect him. Kahlan smiled down at him. She hadn't felt it. Zed put one hand on Richard's ribs and a finger under his chin as he spoke in a soft, calm, reassuring voice. As he listened to Zed, Richard dismissed the sword's reaction to Kahlan's touch on his hand. His old friend told him that 3 of his ribs were injured and that he was putting magic around them to strengthen and protect them until they could heal. He continued to talk in his special way, telling Richard how the pain would be reduced but not gone until the ribs were healed. He spoke more, but the words seemed somehow not to matter.
When Zed finished at last, Richard felt as if he were waking from sleep. He sat up. The pain had lessened greatly. He thanked the old man and got to his feet. He put the sword away and picked up the cat, thanking him again. He handed the cat to Kahlan for her to hold while he searched for his pack and found it near the side of the trail where it had been thrown in the fight. The gashes on his back were painful, but he would worry about them when they got to where they were going. When the other two weren't looking, he slipped the tooth from his neck and put it in his pocket. Richard asked the other two if they were hurt. Zed seemed insulted by the question. He insisted he wasn't as frail as he looked. Kahlan said she was fine, thanks to him. Richard told her he hoped never to get in a rock-throwing contest with her. She gave him a big smile as she put Cat in his backpack. He watched as she picked up the cloak and put it around her shoulders, wondering at the way the sword's magic had reacted when she had touched his hand. "We had better be leaving," Zed reminded them. After about a mile, several smaller paths intersected theirs. Richard led them down the one he wanted. The wizard spread more of his magic dust to hide their trail. Their way was narrower now, so they walked single file, with Richard in the lead, Kahlan in the middle, and Zed in the rear. The three of them kept a wary eye to the sky as they walked along. Even though it was uncomfortable to do so, Richard walked with his hand on the hilt of the sword.
Shadows in the moonlight swept back and forth across the heavy oak door and its iron strap hinges as the wind bowed branches close to the house. Kahlan and Zed didn't want to climb the spiked fence, so Richard had left them on the other side to wait. He was just starting to reach up to knock on the door when a big fist grabbed his hair and a knife pressed against his throat. He froze. "Chase?" he whispered hopefully. The hand released his hair.
"Richard, what are you doing lurking about in the middle of the night? You know better than to sneak up to my place."
"I wasn't sneaking. I didn't want to wake the whole house."
"There's blood all over you. How much is yours?"
"Most of it, I'm sorry to say. Chase, go unlock your gate. Kahlan and Zed are waiting out there. We need you." Chase, cursing as he stepped on twigs and acorns with his bare feet, unlocked the gate and shepherded them all into the house. Emma Brandstone, Chase's wife, was a kind, friendly woman, always wearing a smile on her bright face. She seemed the complete opposite of Chase. Emma would be mortified if she thought she had intimidated anyone, while Chase's day wouldn't be complete unless he had. Emma was like Chase in one respect, though. Nothing ever seemed to surprise or fluster her. She was typically unruffled at this late hour as she stood in her long white nightdress, her gray-streaked hair tied back, making tea as the rest of them sat at the table. She smiled as if it were normal to have blood-streaked guests come visiting in the middle of the night. But then with Chase it sometimes was. Richard hung his pack over the back of his chair, taking the cat out and handing him to Kahlan. She put him in her lap, where he immediately began purring as she stroked his back. Zed sat to his other side. Chase put a shirt on over his big frame and lit several lamps that hung from heavy oak beams. Chase had felled the trees, hewed the beams out, and placed them by himself. The names of the children were carved along the side of one. Behind his chair at the table was a fireplace made of stones he had collected in his travels over the years. Each had a unique shape, color, and texture. Chase would tell anyone who would listen where each had come from and what sort of trouble he had encountered in retrieving it. A simple wooden bowl full of apples sat in the center of the stout pine table. Emma removed the bowl of apples and replaced it with a pot of tea and a jar of honey, then passed around mugs. She told Richard to remove his shirt and turn his chair so she could clean his wounds, a task not unfamiliar to her. With a stiff brush and hot soapy water, she scrubbed his back as if she were cleaning a dirty kettle. Richard bit his bottom lip, holding his breath at times, and scrunched his eyes closed in pain as she worked. She apologized for hurting him, but said she had to get all the dirt out or it would be worse later. When she was finished cleaning the gashes, she patted his back dry with a towel and applied a cool salve, while Chase got him a clean shirt. Richard was glad to put the shirt on, as it provided him at least a symbol of protection from her further ministering. Emma smiled to the three guests. "Would anyone like something to eat?" Zed lifted a hand.
Well, I wouldn't mind... Richard and Kahlan both shot him a withering glare. He shrank back into his chair.
No, nothing for us, thank you.
Emma stood behind Chase, combing her fingers affectionately through his hair. He sat in undisguised agony, barely able to tolerate her public display of sentiment. At last he leaned forward, using the excuse of pouring tea to put a stop to it. With a frown, Chase pushed the honey across the table.
Richard, for as long as I've known you, you've had a talent for sidestepping trouble. But lately, you seem to be losing your footing.
Before Richard could answer, Lee, one of their daughters, appeared in the doorway, rubbing her sleepy eyes with her fists. Chase scowled at her. She pouted back. Chase sighed.
You've got to be the ugliest child I've ever seen.
Her pout turned to a beaming grin. Lee ran over to him, threw her arms around his leg, put her head on his knee, and hugged it tight. He mussed her hair.
Back to bed with you, little one.
Wait,
Zed spoke up.
Lee, come here.
She went around the table.
My old cat has been complaining that he has no children to play with.
Lee stole a peek toward Kahlan's lap.
Do you know of any children he could visit?
The girl's eyes widened.
Said he could stay here. He would have fun with us.
Really? Well then, he will stay here for a visit.
All right, Lee, Emma said. Off to bed with you. Richard looked up. Emma, could you do me a favor? Do you have any traveling clothes Kahlan could borrow? Emma looked Kahlan over. Well, her shoulders are too big for my clothes, and her legs are too long, but the older girls have things I think would work nicely. She smiled warmly at Kahlan and held out a hand. Come on, dear, let's see what we can find. Kahlan handed Cat to Lee and took her other hand. I hope Cat won't be a bother. He insists on sleeping on your bed with you. Oh, no, Lee said earnestly. That will be fine. As they left the room, Emma knowingly shut the door. Chase took a sip of tea.
Well?
Well, you know the conspiracy my brother was talking about? It's worse than he knows.
That's so,
Chase said noncommittally. Richard pulled the sword of truth from its scabbard and laid it on the table between them. The polished blade gleamed. Chase leaned forward and put his elbows on the table, lifting the sword with his fingertips. He let it roll into his palms, inspecting it closely, running his fingers over the word truth on the hilt, and down the fuller on each side of the blade, testing the sharpness of the edge. He betrayed nothing more than mild curiosity.
Not unusual for a sword to be named, but typically the name is engraved on the blade. I've never seen the name put on the hilt.
Chase was waiting for someone else to say something consequential. Chase, you've seen this sword before, Richard admonished. You know what it is.
I have, but I've never seen it this close.
His eyes came up, dark and intense.
The point is, Richard, what are you doing with it?
Richard peered back with equal intensity. It was given to me by a great and noble wizard. Chase's forehead wrinkled into a sober frown. He looked to Zed.
What's your part in this, Zed?
Zed leaned forward, a small smile on his thin lips.
I'm the one who gave it to him.
Chase leaned back in his chair, shaking his head slowly.
The spirits be praised, he whispered. A real seeker, at last.
We don't have much time, Richard said. I need to know some things about the boundary. Chase let out a deep sigh as he rose and went to the hearth. He leaned an arm on the mantel, staring into the flames. The other two waited while the big man picked at the rough wood of the mantel as if trying to pick his words.
Richard, do you know what my job is?
Richard shrugged. Keeping people away from the boundary for their own good? Chase shook his head.
Do you know how to get rid of wolves?
Go out and hunt them, I guess. The boundary warden shook his head again.
That might get a few, but more would be born. And in the end, you have just as many. If you really want to have fewer wolves, you hunt their food. You trap rabbits, so to speak. It's easier. If there is less food, fewer pups will be born. In the end, you have fewer wolves. That's my job. I hunt rabbits.
Richard felt a wave of fright ripple through him.
Most people don't understand the boundary or what we do. They think it's just some stupid law we enforce. Many are afraid of the boundary, mostly older people. Many others think they know what's best and go up there to poach. They aren't afraid of the boundary, so we make them afraid of the wardens. That's something real to them, and we keep it real. They don't like it, but out of fear of us, they stay away. To a few, it's a game, to see if they can get away with it. We don't expect to catch them all. We don't really care. What we care about is scaring enough of them so the wolves in the boundary won't have enough rabbits to get stronger. We protect the people, but not by preventing them from going into the boundary. Anyone stupid enough to do that is beyond our help. Our job is to keep most away. Keep the boundary weak enough so the things in there can't come out and get everyone else. The wardens have all seen things that have gotten loose. We all understand, others don't. Lately, more and more things have been getting loose. Your brother's government may pay us, but they don't understand either. Our allegiance is not to them, nor to any rule of law. Our only duty is to protect the people from the things that come out of the darkness. We consider ourselves sovereign. We take orders when it doesn't hinder our job. It keeps matters friendly. But if the time ever comes, well, we follow our own cause, our own orders.
He sat back at the table, leaning forward on his elbows.
Ultimately, there is only one whose orders we will follow, because our cause is a part of his larger cause. That one is the true Seeker.
He picked up the sword in his big hands and held it out to Richard, looking him in the eyes.
I pledge my life and loyalty to the Seeker.
Richard sat back, moved. Thank you, Chase. He looked to the wizard a moment, then back to the boundary warden. Now we'll tell you what's been going on, and then I'll tell you what I want. Richard and Zed both shared in the telling of all that had happened. Richard wanted Chase to know it all, to understand that there could be no half-efforts, that it had to be victory or death, not by their choice, but by Darken Rahl's. Chase looked from one to the other as they spoke, understanding the seriousness of what they were telling him, appearing grim at the telling of the story of the magic of Orden. They didn't have to convince him of the truth of it. He was a man who had seen more than they would probably ever know. He asked few questions and listened carefully. He did enjoy the story of what Zed had done to the mob. His booming laugh filled the room until his laughter dissolved in tears. The door opened, and Kahlan and Emma stepped into the light. Kahlan was outfitted in fine forest garb, dark green pants with a wide belt, tan shirt, dark cloak, and a good pack. The boots and waist pouch were her own. She looked ready to live a life in the woods. Still, her hair, her face, her figure, and mostly her bearing, spoke that she was more. Richard introduced her to Chase. My guide. Chase lifted an eyebrow. Emma saw the sword, and by her expression Richard knew she understood. She moved behind her husband again, not touching his hair, but simply resting a hand on his shoulder, wanting to be near him. She knew trouble visited this night. Richard sheathed the sword, and Kahlan came and sat next to him as he finished relating the news of the events of the night. When he was done, they all sat in silence for a few minutes.
What can I do to help you, Richard?
Chase finally asked. Richard spoke softly but firmly. Tell me where the pass is. Chase's eyes came up sharply.
What pass?
His old defensiveness was still in evidence. The pass across the boundary. I know about it, I just don't know exactly where it is, and I don't have time to search. Richard didn't have time to play these games and felt his anger rising.
Who told you this?
Chase, answer the question. The other smiled a little.
One condition. I take you there.
Richard thought about the children. Chase was used to danger, but this was different. That isn't necessary. Chase gave Richard an appraising look.
It is to me. It's a dangerous place. You three don't know what you're getting yourselves into. I won't send you there alone, and the boundary is my responsibility. If you want me to tell you, then I'm going.
Everyone waited while Richard considered this a moment. Chase didn't bluff, and time was dear. Richard had no choice. Chase, we would be honored to have you with us.
Good.
He slapped his hand on the table.
The pass is called the King's Port. It's in a foul place called South Haven. 4, maybe 5 days' ride on horseback, if we take Hawker's trail. Since you're in a hurry, that's the way you'll want to be going. It will be light in a few hours. The 3 of you need to get some sleep. Emma and I will get the provisions together.
Chapter 12. It seemed that he had just fallen asleep when Emma woke him and led them down to breakfast. The sun wasn't up yet, nor was anyone else in the house, but roosters were already crowing at the lightening of the new day. The aromas of cooking made him instantly hungry. Emma, smiling, but not as brightly as the night before, dished out a big breakfast and said Chase had already eaten and was loading the horses. Richard had always thought Kahlan looked alluring in her unusual dress. He decided her new outfit didn't lessen her appeal in the least. While Kahlan and Emma talked about the children, and Zed gushed compliments about the food, Richard's mind fretted on what lay ahead. The light dimmed a little as Chase's form filled the doorway. Kahlan gave a start when she saw him. He was wearing a chainmail shirt over a tan leather tunic, heavy black pants, boots, and cloak. Black gauntlets were tucked behind a wide black belt with a large silver buckle emblazoned with the emblem of the boundary wardens. Strapped everywhere were enough armaments to outfit a small army. On an ordinary man, the effect would have been silly. On Chase, it was frightening. He was an image of overt threat, deadly with every weapon he carried. Chase had 2 basic expressions he wore most of the time. The first, a look of feigned, ignorant disinterest. The second, one that made him seem as if he was about to participate in a slaughter. He wore the second this day. On their way out, Emma handed Zed a bundle. "Fried chicken," she said. He gave her a big grin and kissed her forehead. Kahlan gave her a hug and promised to see that the clothes were returned. Richard bent and gave Emma a warm embrace. "Be careful," she whispered in his ear. She gave her husband a kiss on the cheek that he accepted graciously. Chase handed Kahlan a sheathed, long knife, telling her to wear it at all times. Richard asked if he could borrow a knife, too, as he had left his home. Chase's fingers deftly found the strap he wanted among the tangle, freed it, and handed a knife to Richard. Kahlan eyed all the weaponry. "Do you think you will need all those?" He gave her a crooked smile.
If I didn't take them, I know I would.
The small company, Chase leading, followed by Zed, then Kahlan, with Richard bringing up the rear, settled into a comfortable pace through the Heartland woods. It was a bright autumn morning with a chill to the air. A hawk wheeled in the sky over their heads, a sign of warning at the beginning of a journey. Richard thought to himself that the sign was totally unnecessary. By mid-morning, they had left the Heartland Valley and passed into the upper Ven Forest, joining Hawker's Trail below Trunt Lake, and turned south, with the snake-like cloud in slow pursuit. Richard was glad to be leading it away from Chase's house and children. He was troubled that they had to travel so far to the south to cross the boundary, for time was dear. But Chase had said that if there was another pass, he didn't know about it. Hardwood forests gave way to stands of ancient pines. Passing among them was like traveling through a canyon. The trunks soared to dizzying heights before the limbs branched out, and Richard felt small in the deep shade of the old trees. He had always been at ease traveling. He did it often, and the familiar places they passed made it seem to be just another trek, but this trip was not the same. They were going places he had never been. Dangerous places. Chase was concerned, and had warned them. This alone gave Richard pause, for Chase was not a man to worry over nothing. In fact, Richard had often thought he worried far too little. Richard watched the other 3 as they rode.
Chase, a black wraith upon his horse, armed to the teeth, feared by the people he protected as well as the ones he hunted, but somehow not by children. The wisp of a wizard stick-like Zed, unassuming, hardly more than a smile, white hair, and simple robes, content to carry nothing more than a bundle of fried chicken, but wielder of wizard's fire, and who knew what else. And Kahlan, courageous, determined, and keeper of some secret power, sent to threaten a wizard into naming the seeker. The three of them were his friends, yet each in their own way made him uneasy. He wondered who was more dangerous. They followed him unquestioningly, yet led him at the same time. The three of them all sworn to protect the seeker with their lives, and yet none of the small company, singly or together, was a match for Darken Rahl. The whole of their task seemed hopeless. Zed was already into the chicken. Periodically he would toss a bone over his shoulder. After a while he thought to offer a piece to the others. Chase declined as he kept up a continual scan of their surroundings, paying particular attention to the left side of the trail, to the boundary. The other two accepted. The chicken had lasted longer than Richard thought it would. When the trail widened, he brought his horse up with Kahlan's and rode next to her. She took off her cloak as the day warmed and smiled over to him with the special smile she never gave anyone else. Richard had a thought. "Zed, is there anything a wizard can do about that cloud?" The old man squinted up at it, then peered back at Richard.
That idea has already come into my head. I think there might be, but I want to wait a while longer, until we are farther away from Chase's family. I don't want to lead a search to them.
In the late afternoon they came upon an old couple, woods people whom Chase knew. The four brought their horses to a halt while the boundary warden spoke with the couple. He sat relaxed on his mount, leather creaking, as he listened to them repeat rumors that they had heard about things coming out of the boundary. Richard now knew them to be more than rumors. Chase treated the couple with respect, as he did most people. Nevertheless, they were clearly afraid of him. He told them he was looking into the matter, and advised them to stay inside at night. They rode until long after dark before making camp for the night in a stand of pine, and were on their way the next morning as the sky lightened behind the mountains of the boundary. Richard and Kahlan both yawned as they rode. The forest thinned, with open patches of meadow, bright and green and smelling sweet in the sunshine as they traveled through the hill country on their journey south, the road taking them temporarily farther from the mountains of the boundary. Occasionally they passed small farms, their owners making themselves scarce when they saw Chase. The land became less familiar to Richard, who rarely traveled this far south. He kept a sharp lookout, making note of the landmarks they passed. After they ate a cold lunch in the warm sun, the road began angling steadily closer to the mountains, until in the late afternoon they were so close to the boundary that they began encountering the gray skeletons of trees killed by the snake vine. Even the sun did little to brighten the dense woods. Chase's demeanor became distant, harder, as he observed everything carefully. Several times he dismounted, walking his horse as he studied the ground, reading tracks. They crossed a stream that flowed out of the mountains, the water churning sluggish, cold, and muddy. Chase stopped and sat, watching off into the shadows. The rest of them waited, looking at one another and toward the boundary. Richard recognized the dead smell of the vine drifting in the air. The boundary warden led them a little farther, then got off his horse and squatted, studying the ground. When he rose, he handed the reins of his horse to Zed. He turned to them and said simply, "Wait." They watched him disappear into the trees as they sat quietly. Kahlan's big horse shivered flies off its hide as it nibbled grass. Chase returned, pulling his black gauntlets on, and took the reins from Zed.
"I want you three to keep going. Don't wait for me and don't stop. Keep to the road."
"What is it? What did you find?" Richard asked. Chase turned back and gave him a dark look.
"The wolves have been feeding. I'm going to bury what's left, and then I'm going cross-country between the boundary and you three. I need to check into something. Remember what I said. Don't stop. Don't run your horses, but keep up a good pace, and keep your eyes sharp. If you think I'm gone too long, don't you dare to think to come back looking for me. I know what I'm doing, and you would never find me. I'll be back with you when I can. Keep going until then and stay on the road."
He mounted, turned his horse, and urged it into a run, its hooves kicking up clumps of sod.
"Get moving!"
Chase yelled back over his shoulder. As he disappeared through the trees, Richard saw him reach up to a short sword strapped over his shoulder and pull it free. He knew Chase was lying. He wasn't going to bury anything. Richard didn't like to let his friend go off alone like this, but Chase spent most of his life alone out here by the boundary and knew what he was doing, what was necessary to protect them. Richard had to trust his judgment. "You heard the man," the Seeker said. "Let's go." As the three rode on through the boundary woods, rock outcroppings grew in size and twisted their route one way and then the other. The trees became so thick that the sunlight was all but banished from the still forest, the road a tunnel through the thicket. Richard didn't like how close everything felt, and as they moved quickly along, they all kept watching the deep shadows to their left. Branches hung across the road, forcing them to duck under as they passed. He couldn't imagine how Chase could travel through a wood this thick. When the way was wide enough, Richard rode up to Kahlan's left, wanting to keep himself between her and the boundary. He kept the reins in his left hand to leave his sword hand free. Her cloak was wrapped close around her, but he saw she kept a hand near her knife. Off to their left, in the distance, came howling, something like a wolf pack, only it wasn't wolves. It was something from the boundary. The three jerked their heads toward the sound. The horses were terrified and wanted to run. They had to keep reining in, but at the same time let them have enough freedom to trot. Richard understood the way the horses felt. He felt the urge to let them go, but Chase had said explicitly not to let them run. He must have had a reason, so they held back. When the howling was punctuated with blood-curdling shrieks that made the hair on his neck stand on end, it became more difficult to force himself to prevent the horses from running. The shrieks were wild cries, cries of the need to kill, demanding, desperate. The three rode at a trot for almost an hour, but the sounds seemed to follow them. There was nothing they could do but continue, listening as they went to the beasts from the boundary. Unable to stand it any longer, Richard pulled his horse to a halt and faced the woods. Chase was out there alone with the beasts. He couldn't bear any longer to let his friend face it alone. He had to help. Zed turned.
"We have to keep moving, Richard."
"He may be in trouble. We can't let him do this alone."
"It's his job. Let him do it."
"Right now, his job isn't to be a boundary warden. It's to get us to the pass." The wizard rode back and spoke softly.
"That's the job he's doing, Richard. He's sworn to protect you with his life. That is what he is doing. Seeing to it you get to the pass. You have to get it through your head. What you are doing is more important than one man's life. Chase knows that. That's why he said not to come back for him."
Richard was incredulous. "You expect me to let a friend get himself killed if I can help prevent it?" The sounds of howling were getting closer.
"I expect you not to let him die for nothing."
Richard stared at his old friend. "But maybe we can make the difference."
"And maybe not."
The horses stamped about skittishly. "Zed is right," Kahlan said. "Going after Chase is not the brave thing to do. Going on when you want to help is." Richard knew they were right, but loathed admitting it. He looked angrily toward Kahlan. "You may be in his position one day. Then, what would you have me do?" She looked at him evenly. "I would have you go on." He glared at her, not knowing what to say. The shrieks from the woods were closer. Her face showed no emotion.
"Richard, Chase does this all the time. He will be all right,"
Zed offered reassuringly.
"I wouldn't be surprised if he was having a good time. Later on, he will have a good tale to tell. You know Chase. Some of the tale might even be true."
Richard was angry at the two of them and at himself. He kicked his horse out ahead, taking the lead, not wanting to talk anymore. They left him to his thoughts, let his horse trot ahead. It made him angry that Kahlan would think he could leave her like this. She was no boundary warden. He didn't like it that saving them might mean letting them get killed. It didn't make any sense. At least he didn't want it to make any sense.
He tried to ignore the shrieks and howls off in the woods. After a time, the cries fell farther behind. The woods seemed devoid of life, no birds or rabbits or even mice, only the twisted trees and bramble and shadows. He listened carefully to make sure he heard the other two following. He didn't want to turn and look, didn't want to face them. After a while, he realized the howls had stopped. He wondered if that was a good sign or not. He wanted to tell them he was sorry, that he was just afraid for his friend, but he couldn't. He felt helpless. Chase would be all right, he told himself. He was the head of the boundary wardens, not a fool, and he wouldn't go into anything he couldn't handle. He wondered if there was anything Chase couldn't handle. He wondered if he would be able to tell Emma if something happened to her husband. He was letting his imagination run away with him. Chase was fine. Not only was he fine, but he would be furious with Richard for thinking these thoughts, for doubting him. He wondered if Chase would return before nightfall. Should they stop for the night if he didn't? No, Chase had said not to stop. They would have to keep going all night if necessary until he rejoined them. He felt as if the mountains were looming over them, ready to pounce. He didn't think he had ever been this close to the boundary. As concerned as he was about Chase, his anger faded. Richard turned and looked back at Kahlan. She gave him a warm smile, and he returned it, feeling better. He tried to imagine what the woods here had looked like before so many trees died. It might have been a beautiful place, green, snug, safe. Maybe his father had come this way when he had crossed the boundary, traveled this very road with the book. He wondered if all the trees near the boundary died before it fell. Maybe they could just wait until this one fell too, and then go across. Maybe they didn't need to go so far out of their way to the south, to Kingsport. But why should he think going south was out of the way? He didn't know where to go in the Midlands, so why was one place better than another? The box they sought could just as easily be in the south as farther north. The woods were getting gloomier. Richard hadn't been able to see the sun for the last couple of hours, but there was no doubt it was setting. He didn't like the idea of traveling these woods at night, but the idea of sleeping in them seemed worse. He checked to make sure the other two were staying close. The sound of running water came faintly through the evening stillness, swelling as they rode, and in a short distance they came to a small river with a wooden bridge over it. Just before they crossed, Richard stopped. He didn't like the look of it. Inexplicably, something felt wrong. Being careful couldn't hurt. He led his horse down the bank and peered underneath. The support beams were anchored to iron rings and granite blocks. The pins were missing. Someone tampered with the bridge. It will support the weight of a man, but not a horse. Looks like we're going to have to get wet. Zed scowled. I don't want to get wet. Well, do you have a better idea? Richard asked. Zed drew his finger and thumb down opposite sides of his smooth chin. Yes, he announced. You two go across. I will hold up the bridge. Richard looked at him as if the wizard had lost his senses. Go on, it will be all right. Zed sat up tall on his horse, held his arms out straight to his sides, palms up, tilted his head back, breathed deeply, and closed his eyes. Reluctantly, cautiously, the other two crossed the bridge. On the other side, they turned their horses and looked back. The wizard's horse began walking across unprompted, while Zed continued to hold his arms out, his head tilted back and his eyes closed. When he reached their side, he brought his arms down and looked at the other two. Richard and Kahlan stared at him. Maybe I was wrong, Richard said. Maybe the bridge would hold the weight. Zed smiled. Maybe you were. Without looking back, he snapped his fingers. The bridge collapsed into the water with a crash. The beams groaned as they were torn apart from one another in the current and swept downstream. Then again, maybe you weren't. I couldn't leave it like that. Someone might come across and be hurt. Richard shook his head. Someday, my friend, we are going to sit down and have a long talk. He turned his horse and started off again. Zed looked at Kahlan and shrugged. She smiled and gave him a wink, then turned and followed after Richard. They continued down the dismal trail, watching the woods as they went.
Richard wondered what else Zed could do. He let his horse pick its own way in the gathering darkness, wondering how much longer this dead world went on, or if the road would ever take them away from it. The night was bringing life to the place, strange calls and scraping noises. His horse whinnied at things unseen. He patted its neck reassuringly and checked the sky for gars. It was hopeless. He couldn't see any sky. But if gars came, they would have a hard time surprising the three of them, as the canopy of twisted dead limbs and branches would prevent a silent approach. Maybe the things in the trees were more of a threat than gars. He didn't know anything about them, and he wasn't sure he wanted to. He realized his heart was pounding. After about an hour, he caught the sound of something coming through the brush in the distance to their left. It was breaking branches as it came. He urged his horse into a canter and checked to be sure Kahlan and Zed were keeping up. Whatever it was staying with them. They weren't going to be able to get ahead of it. They were going to be cut off. Maybe it was Chase, he thought. Then again, maybe it wasn't. Richard pulled the sword of truth free as he leaned forward and pressed his legs around the horse, spurring it into a gallop. His muscles tensed as his horse raced down the road. He didn't know if Zed and Kahlan were keeping up with him, and in fact he never gave it a thought. His mind focused on trying to see ahead in the darkness, trying to see anything that might come at him. Anger was slipping its bounds, heat and need coming forth. Jaw set tight, he charged ahead with lethal intent. The sound of his horse's hooves on the road prevented him from hearing the thing in the woods, but he knew it was there, knew it was coming. Then he saw the black form moving against the barely discernible shapes of the trees. It broke from the woods into the trail a dozen yards in front of him. He raised the sword and went for it, picturing in his mind what he would do. It waited, motionless. At the last instant, he realized it was Chase, holding up an arm to halt him, the silhouette of a flanged mace in his fist.
"Glad to see you're keeping alert," the boundary warden said.
"Chase! You scared the wits out of me."
"You gave me a moment of concern, too."
Kahlan and Zed caught up with them.
"Follow me. Stay close. Richard, take the rear. Keep your sword out."
Chase turned his horse and took off at a gallop, the rest following. Richard didn't know if something was after them or not. Chase didn't act as if there was about to be a fight, but he did tell him to keep his sword out. Richard kept a wary eye over his shoulder. They all hunched their heads down in case there were any low branches. It was dangerous to run the horses in the dark like this, but Chase knew that. They came to a fork in the road, the first one all day, and without hesitation the boundary warden cut to the right, away from the boundary. Before long they were clear of the woods, moonlight showing an open country of rolling hills and few trees. Chase slowed after a time, letting the horses walk. Richard sheathed his sword and pulled up close to the others. What was that all about? Chase hooked the mace back onto his belt.
"Things in the boundary are following us. When they came out of the boundary for you, I was there to spoil their appetite. Some went back in. The ones left continue to follow from within the boundary, where I can't pursue them. That's why I didn't want you to go too fast. I wouldn't have been able to keep up through the woods. They would have gotten ahead of me, and then they would have had you. I took us away from the boundary now because I wanted to get our scent away from them for the night. It's too dangerous to travel that close to the boundary at night. We'll camp on one of those hills up there." He looked over his shoulder at Richard. "By the way, why did you stop back there? I told you not to." "I was worried about you. I heard the howling. I was going to come and help. Zed and Kahlan talked me out of it." Richard thought Chase would be angry, but he wasn't. "Thanks, but don't do that again. While you were standing there thinking about it, they almost had you. Zed and Kahlan were right. Don't argue with them the next time."
Richard felt his ears burning. He knew they were right, but it didn't make him feel any better about not helping a friend. "Chase," Kahlan asked, "you said they had gotten someone. Was that true?" His face was cold stone in the moonlight.
"Yes. One of my men. I don't know which one."
He turned back to the trail and rode on in silence. They set up camp on a high hill to give a clear view of anything that approached. Chase and Zed tended to the horses while Richard and Kahlan started the fire, unpacked bread, cheese, and dried fruit,
and began cooking a simple stew. She went with him and scouted for firewood among the sparse trees, helping carry it back. He told her the two of them made a good team. She smiled a little smile and turned away. He took her arm and turned her back. "Kahlan, if it had been you, I would have come after you," he said, meaning more than the words he spoke. She studied his eyes. "Please, Richard, don't even say that." She gently pulled her arm away and went back to camp. When the other two, back from tending the horses, came into the firelight, Richard could see that the scabbard strapped over Chase's shoulder was empty, the short sword missing. One of his battle axes and several long knives were gone too. Not that this left him defenseless, far from it. The mace hanging from his belt was covered in blood from one end to the other. His gauntlets were soaked with it, and it was splattered everywhere on him. Without comment, he pulled a knife, pried a 3-inch yellowish tooth from the mace where it was wedged between two of the blades, and threw the tooth over his shoulder into the darkness. After wiping the blood off his hands and face, he sat down in front of the fire with the others. Richard tossed a stick in the fire. "Chase, what were those creatures that were after us? And how could anything go in and out of the boundary?" Chase picked up a loaf of bread and tore off about a third. He met Richard's eyes.
"They're called heart-hounds. They're about twice the size of a wolf. Big barrel chests, heads are kind of flat, big snout full of teeth. Fierce. I'm not sure what color they are. They only prowl at night, until today, that is. But it was too dark in those woods to tell, and anyway, I was kind of busy. There were more than I've ever seen together before."
"Why are they called heart-hounds?" Chase chewed a piece of bread as he stared back with intense eyes.
"That's a matter of some debate. Heart-hounds have big rounded ears, good hearing. Some say they can find a man by hearing the beating of his heart."
Richard's eyes widened. Chase took another bite of bread, chewing for a minute.
"Others say they're called heart-hounds because that's how they kill. They come at your chest. Most predators go for the throat, but not heart-hounds. They go straight for your heart, and they have big enough teeth to get the job done. It's the first thing they eat, too. If there's more than one hound, they'll fight over the heart."
Zed dished himself a bowl of stew and handed the ladle to Kahlan. Richard was losing his appetite, but he had to ask, "And what do you think?" Chase shrugged.
"Well, I've never sat real quiet in the dark next to the boundary just to find out if they could hear my heart beating."
He took another bite of bread, looking down at his chest as he chewed. He pulled the heavy mail away from himself. There were 2 long, ragged rips in the chain. Broken pieces of yellow teeth were jammed into mangled links. The leather tunic behind it was soaked with hound's blood.
"The one that did this had the blade of my short sword broken off in his chest, and I was still on my horse at the time."
He looked back to Richard and raised an eyebrow.
"That answer your question?"
Bumps ran up Richard's arms. "What about the way they can go in and out of the boundary?" Chase took the bowl of stew from Kahlan as she handed it to him.
"They have something to do with the magic of the boundary. They were created with it. They are the boundary's watchdogs, so to speak. They can go in and out without being claimed by it, but they're tied to it too and can't go far from it. With the boundary weakening, they've been straying farther and farther all the time. That makes traveling Hawker's Trail dangerous, but to go another way would add a good week to the journey to King's Port. The cutoff we took is the only one that veers away from the boundary until we get to South Haven. I knew I had to reach you before you passed it, or we would have had to spend the night back there with them. Tomorrow, in the daylight when it's safer, I'll show you the boundary, how it's weakening."
Richard nodded as they all went back to their own thoughts. "They are tan," Kahlan said softly. They all turned to her. She sat staring into the fire. "The heart-hounds are tan with short fur, like that on the back of a deer. They are seen everywhere now in the Midlands, having been released from their bonds when the other boundary failed. Crazed with lack of purpose, now they even come out in the daytime." The 3 men sat motionless, considering her words. Even Zed stopped eating.
Great, Richard said under his breath. And what else does the Midlands have that is even worse? He didn't mean it as a question, more as a curse or frustration. The fire crackled, warm on their faces. Kahlan's eyes were in a faraway place. Darken Rahl, she whispered. Chapter 13. Richard sat away from the camp, leaning against a cold rock, his cloak wrapped tightly around himself as he looked out toward the boundary. What little wind there was bore a breath of ice. Chase had given him the first watch. Zed was to have the second, and the warden the third. Kahlan had protested when she wasn't given a watch, but in the end went along with Chase's wishes. Moonlight illuminated the open land between where he sat and the boundary. It was an expanse of gentle hills, a few trees and small streams, a pleasant-looking place considering how near it was to the grim boundary woods. Of course, the woods had probably been pleasant at one time, too, before Darken Rahl had put the boxes in play and started the destruction of the boundary. Chase had said he didn't think the Hearthounds could stray this far, but if he was wrong, Richard intended to see them coming. He ran his hand over the hilt of his sword for reassurance, fingering the word truth on it, tracing its raised letters absently while he scanned the night sky, vowing not to let the Gars take him by surprise again. He was glad he was given the first watch, since he wasn't sleepy. He was fatigued, but not sleepy. Still, he yawned. The mountains that were part of the boundary lay off at the edge of darkness, beyond the tangled mat of woods rising up like the spine of a dark beast too big to hide itself. Richard wondered what manner of things were looking back at him from that black maw. Chase had said the boundary mountains diminished as they went south, and would be all but gone where they were going. Unexpectedly, Kahlan, her cloak also wrapped snug about, slipped up silently in the darkness and wedged herself tight against him for warmth. She didn't talk, simply sat close. Stray wisps of her silky hair touched the side of his face. The handle of her knife jabbed into his side, but he didn't say anything for fear that if he did, she would move away. He didn't want her to move. "The others asleep?" he asked quietly, glancing over his shoulder. She nodded. "How can you tell?" he asked with a smile. "Zed sleeps with his eyes open." She smiled back. "All wizards do." "Really? I thought it was just Zed." As he scanned the valley for any movement, he could feel her eyes on him. He looked back at her. "Aren't you sleepy?" She was so close he didn't have to speak in much more than a whisper. She shrugged. The light breeze pulled some of her long hair across her face. She reached up and pulled it back. Her eyes found his. "I wanted to tell you I was sorry." He wished she would lay her head on his shoulder, but she didn't. "About what?" "About what I said to you before, that I wouldn't want you to come after me. I did not want you to think I don't appreciate your friendship. I do. It's just that what we are doing is more important than any one person." He knew she had meant much more than she said, just as he had. He looked into her eyes, felt her breath on his face. "Kahlan, do you have someone?" He feared the arrow to his heart, but had to ask. "Someone at home who waits for you, I mean?" "A love?" He held the gaze of her green eyes for a long time. She didn't look away, but her eyes filled with tears. More than anything, he wanted to put his arms around her and kiss her. She reached up, letting the backs of her fingers brush his face gently. She cleared her throat. "It is not that simple, Richard." "Yes, it is. Either you do or you don't." "I have obligations." For a time, it seemed she was going to tell him something, tell him her secret. She looked so beautiful in the moonlight, but it wasn't only the way she looked, it was what was inside her, everything from her intelligence and courage to her wit, and the special smile she gave only to him. He would slay a dragon, if there were such a thing, just to see that smile. He knew he would never want anyone else for as long as he lived. He would rather spend the rest of his life alone than with someone else. There could be no one else. He desperately wanted to hug her close. He ached to taste her soft lips, but he was inexplicably getting the same feeling he had had before he crossed the bridge. It was a strong feeling of warning, stronger than his desire to kiss her. Something told him that if he did, it would be crossing one bridge too many. He remembered how the magic flared when she had touched his hand as he held the sword. He had been right about the bridge, so he didn't put his arms around her. She broke the gaze with a glance to the ground. Chase said the next 2 days are going to be rough. I guess I had better get some sleep. He knew that whatever was going on in her head, he had no say in it. He couldn't force her. It was something she had to handle herself. You have an obligation to me, too, he said. She looked back to him with a questioning frown, and he smiled. You have promised to be my guide. I intend to hold you to that promise. She smiled, and could only nod, too close to tears to speak. She kissed the end of her finger and pressed it against his cheek, then slipped back into the night. Richard sat in the dark trying to swallow past the lump in his throat. Long after she was gone, he could still feel the place on his cheek where she had put her finger, her kiss. The night was so still that Richard felt as if he were the only one awake in the whole world. Stars flickered, looking like Zed's magic dust frozen in place as the moon stared silently down at him. Not even the wolves sang tonight. Loneliness threatened to crush him. He found himself wishing something would attack just so he would have something else to think about. He pulled out his sword, and for something to do, polished its already gleaming blade with the corner of his cloak. It was his sword to use as he saw fit. That's what Zed had told him. Whether Kahlan liked it or not, he was going to use it to protect her. She was hunted. Anything that tried to touch her was going to have to come through his sword first. The thought of her hunters, the quads, and Darken Rahl made his anger heat. He wanted them to come now so he could put an end to the threat. He hungered for them. His heart pounded, his jaws clenched. He realized suddenly that it was the sword's anger awakening his. The sword was free from its scabbard, and the mere thought of something threatening Kahlan was making its anger, and his anger, come forth. He was startled at how it had seeped into him, so quiet, so unseen, so seductive. Simply perception, the wizard had said. What was the sword's magic perceiving in him? Richard slid the sword back into its scabbard, put back the anger, feeling the gloom seep through him once again as he resumed his scan of the countryside and sky. He stood and walked around to relieve the cramps in his legs, then sat once more against the rock, inconsolable. An hour before his watch was due to end, he heard quiet footsteps he recognized. It was Zed, a piece of cheese in each hand with no cloak, wearing only his simple robes. "What are you doing up? It's not time for your watch yet."
I thought you might like the company of a friend. Here, I brought you a piece of cheese.
No, thanks. About the cheese, I mean. I could use the friend part, though. Zed sat down next to him, folding his bony knees up to his chest, pulling the robes down over them, making himself the center of a little tent.
What's the problem?
Richard shrugged. Kahlan, I guess. Zed didn't say anything. Richard looked over. She's the first thing in my mind when I wake and the last thing in my mind before I sleep. I've never felt like this before, Zed. Never felt this alone before.
I see.
Zed laid the cheese on a rock. I know she likes me, but I get the feeling she's keeping me at arm's length. When we were setting up camp tonight, I told her that if it had been her like Chase today, I would have come after her. A while ago, she came out here to see me. She said she didn't want me coming after her, but she meant more than that. She meant she didn't want me coming after her, period.
Good girl,
Zed said under his breath. What?
I said she's a good girl. We all like her. But, Richard, she is other things, too. She has responsibilities.
Richard frowned at the old man. And what are those other things? Zed leaned back a little.
It's not for me to say. She is the one to answer that. I would have thought she would have done so by now.
The old man put his arm around Richard's big shoulders.
If it makes you feel any better, the only reason she hasn't is because she cares for you more than she should. She is afraid of losing your friendship.
You know about her secrets, and Chase knows. I can see it in his eyes. Everyone knows but me. She tried to tell me tonight, but she couldn't. She shouldn't worry about losing my friendship. That won't happen.
Richard, she is a wonderful person, but she is not the one for you. She can't be that.
Why? Zed plucked something off his sleeve as he spoke, avoiding Richard's eyes.
I gave my word I would allow her to be the one to tell you. You will just have to trust me. She cannot be what you want. Find another girl. The land is awash with them. Why, half of all the people are girls. There are plenty to pick from. Pick another.
Richard drew his knees up, folded his arms across them, looking away. All right. Zed looked up in surprise, then smiled and patted his young friend's back. All right, on one condition, Richard added, as he scanned the Boundary Woods. You answer one question honestly, toasted toads honest. If you can answer yes, then I will do as you ask.
One? Only one question?
Zed asked cautiously, putting a bony finger to his thin bottom lip. One question. Zed thought about it a minute.
Very well, one question.
Richard turned his fierce eyes to the old man. Before you married your wife, if someone... Tell you what, let's make it even easier for you to say yes. If someone you trusted, a friend, someone you loved like a father, if that person had come to you and said, pick another, would you have done so? Zed looked away from Richard's eyes and took a deep breath.
Bags. You would think by now I would have learned not to let a seeker ask me a question.
He picked up the cheese and took a bite. I thought as much. Zed threw the cheese away into the darkness.
That doesn't change the facts, Richard. It will not work between you two. I'm not saying this to hurt you. I love you like a son. If I could change the way the world works, I would. I wish it were not so for your sake, but there is no way for it to work. Kahlan knows it, and if you try, you will only hurt her. I know you don't want that.
Richard's voice was calm, quiet. You said it yourself. I am the seeker. There is a way, and I will find it. Zed shook his head sadly.
I wish it were so, my boy, but it is not.
Then what am I to do? Richard asked in a broken whisper. His old friend put his skinny arms around him and hugged him close in the darkness. Richard felt numb.
Just be her friend, Richard. That's what she needs. But you can be nothing more.
Richard nodded in Zed's arms. After a few minutes, the seeker, a suspicious look in his eye, pushed away, holding the wizard at arm's length. What is it you came out here for?
To sit with a friend.
Richard shook his head. You came out here as wizard, away from the others, to counsel the seeker. Now, tell me why you're here.
Very well. I came here in my capacity as wizard to tell the seeker he almost made a serious mistake today.
Richard took his hands from Zed's shoulders, but continued to hold his gaze. I know that. A seeker cannot put himself at risk when by doing so he puts everyone else at risk.
But you were going to do it anyway,
Zed pressed. When you named me seeker, you took the bad with the good. I'm new at the responsibilities of the position. It's hard for me to see a friend in trouble and not help. I know I can't afford that luxury anymore. Consider me reprimanded. Zed smiled.
Well, that part went well.
He sat a minute, his smile faded.
But, Richard, the issue is bigger than just what happened today. You must understand that, as Seeker, you may cause the death of innocent people. In order to succeed in stopping Rahl, you may have to turn away from those who might be saved with your help. A soldier knows that on the battlefield, if he bends to help a downed comrade, he might take a sword in the back. And so, if he is to win, he must fight on despite the cries for help from his fellows. You must be able to do this to win. It may be the only way. You must steel yourself to it. This is a struggle for survival. And in this battle, the ones crying for help probably won't be soldiers, but innocents. Darken Rahl will kill anyone to win. Those who fight on his side will do the same. You may have to do the same, like it or not. The aggressor makes the rules. You must play by them, or you will surely die by them.
How could anyone fight on his side? Darken Rahl wants to dominate everyone, to be the master of all. How could they fight for him? The wizard leaned back against the rock and looked out over the hills, as if seeing more than was there. His tone was sorrowful.
Because, Richard, many people must be ruled to thrive. In their selfishness and greed, they see free people as their oppressors. They wish to have a leader who will cut the taller plants so the sun will reach them. They think no plant should be allowed to grow taller than the shortest, and in that way give light to all. They would rather be provided a guiding light, regardless of the fuel, than light a candle themselves. Some of them think that when Rahl wins, he will smile on them and they will be rewarded. And so they are as ruthless as he to gain his favor. Some are simply blind to the truth and fight for the lies they hear, and some find, once that guiding light is lit, that they are wearing chains, and then it is too late.
Zed smoothed his sleeves down his arm as he sighed.
There have always been wars, Richard. Every war is a murderous struggle between foes, and yet no army has ever marched into battle thinking that the Creator had sided with their enemy.
Richard shook his head. It doesn't make sense.
I am quite sure that Rahl's followers think that we are bloodthirsty monsters capable of anything. They will have been told endless tales of their enemies' ruthless brutality. I'm sure none of them know much about Darken Rahl, except what they have been told by Darken Rahl.
The wizard frowned, his intelligent eyes sharp.
It may be a perversion of logic, but that makes it no less threatening or deadly. Rahl's followers need only to crush us. They don't have to understand anything else. But for you to win against a stronger foe, you must use your head.
Richard ran his fingers through his hair. That leaves me stuck in an awfully tight crack. I may have to let innocent people die, yet I can't kill Darken Rahl. Zed gave him a meaningful look.
No. I never said you couldn't kill Darken Rahl. I said you couldn't use the sword to kill him.
Richard looked intently over at his old friend, the moonlight dim on the other's angular face. Sparks of thought lit in the darkness of his mood. Zed, he asked quietly, have you had to do that? Have you had to let innocent people die? Zed's face turned hard and pensive.
In the last war, and again now, as we speak. Kahlan told me Rahl kills people to get my name. No one can give it. But he continues to kill in the hope someone will finally offer it. I could turn myself over to him to stop the killing, but then I wouldn't be able to help defeat him, and many more would die. It's a painful choice. Let a few die horribly, or let even more die horribly.
I'm sorry, my friend. Richard wrapped his cloak tighter about himself, chilled from without and from within. He looked back out over the still landscape, then back at Zed. I met the night wisp, Shar, before she died. She gave her life to get Kahlan here, so others might live. Kahlan also bears the burden of letting others die.
She does, Zed said softly. It makes my heart ache to know the things that girl's eyes have seen, and the things your eyes may have to see.
Makes my problem about the two of us seem pretty small. Zed's expression was gentle with compassion.
But not hurt any less.
Richard made another scan of the countryside. Zed, one more thing. Before we reached your house, I offered Kahlan an apple. Zed gave a surprised laugh.
You offered a red fruit to someone from the Midlands? That's tantamount to a death threat, my boy. In the Midlands, red fruit of any kind is deadly poison.
Yes, I know that now, but I didn't at the time. Zed leaned over, lifting an eyebrow.
What did she say?
Richard looked at him sideways. It isn't what she said, it's what she did. She grabbed me by the throat. For a moment I could see in her eyes that she was going to kill me. I don't know how she was going to kill me, but I'm sure she was going to do it. She hesitated long enough for me to explain. The point is, she was my friend, and she had saved my life several times, but in that instant she was going to kill me. Richard paused. That's part of what you were saying, isn't it? Zed let out a long breath and nodded.
It is. Richard, if you suspected I was a traitor, weren't sure, just suspected, and you knew that if it were true, our cause would be lost, would you be able to kill me? If you had no time or way to find the truth, only the strong belief I was a traitor, and only you knew, could you kill me on the spot? Could you come at me, your old friend with lethal intent, with enough violence to see the job done?
Zed's stare burned into him. Richard was stunned. I don't know.
Well, you had better know that you could, or you have no business going after Rahl. You won't have the resolve to live, to win. You may be called upon to make a life-and-death decision instantly. Kahlan knows this. She knows the consequences if she fails. She has the resolve.
She hesitated, though. From what you're saying, she made a mistake. I could have overpowered her. She should have killed me before I had a chance to. Richard frowned. And she would have been wrong. Zed shook his head slowly.
Don't flatter yourself, Richard. She had her hand on you. Anything you would have done wouldn't have been quick enough. All it would have taken is a thought on her part. She was in control and could afford to give you the chance to explain. She made no mistake.
A little shaken, Richard still wasn't ready to concede the issue. But you couldn't be a traitor to us, just as I would never hurt her. I don't see the point.
The point is, even though I wouldn't, if I did, you have to be prepared to act. You have to have the strength to do even that, if necessary. The point is that even though Kahlan knew you were her friend and wouldn't hurt her, when she thought you were trying to, she was prepared to act. If you hadn't quickly made her believe you, she would have.
Richard sat in silence for a moment, watching his friend. Zed, if it were the other way around, if you thought I was a danger to our cause, well, could you... The wizard leaned back, frowning, and without a hint of emotion in his voice said,
In a twinkling.
The answer appalled Richard, but he understood what his friend was telling him, even if the scenario seemed far-fetched. Anything less than total commitment could spell their failure. If they faltered, Rahl would not be merciful. They would die. It was that simple.
Still want to be Seeker?
Zed asked. Richard stared out at nothing. Yes.
Scared?
To the bone. Zed patted his knee.
Good, me too. I would worry only if you were not.
The Seeker gave the wizard an icy glare. I intend to make Darken Rahl afraid too. Zed smiled and nodded.
You are going to make a good Seeker, my boy. Have faith.
Richard gave a mental shudder at the thought of Kahlan killing him just for offering her an apple. He frowned. Zed, why are all red fruits in the Midlands deadly poison? It isn't natural. The wizard gave a sorrowful shake of his head.
Because, Richard, children like red fruit.
Richard's frown deepened. That doesn't make any sense. Zed looked down, pushing a bony finger at the dirt for a moment.
It was about this time of year in the last war the harvests were in. I had found a constructed magic. That's a magic made by wizards of long ago, something like the boxes of Orden. It was a poison magic, specific to color, and only able to cast one spell one time. I wasn't sure how it was used, but I knew it was dangerous.
Zed took a deep breath and put his hands in his lap.
Anyway, Rahl got his hands on it and figured out how to make it work. He knew children loved fruit and wanted to strike a blow at our hearts. He used the magic to poison all red fruit. It's a little like the poison of the snake vine, slow at first. It took time for us to realize what caused the fever and death. Rahl deliberately chose something he could be sure children, not just the adults, would eat.
His voice was barely audible as he looked out into the darkness. "A lot of people died. A lot of children." Richard's eyes were wide. "If you found it, how did he get hold of it?" Zed looked into Richard's eyes with an expression that could have frozen a summer day. "I had a student, a young man I was training. One day I chanced upon him tinkering with something he shouldn't have been. I had an odd doubt about him. I knew something was wrong, but I was very fond of him, and so I didn't act upon my suspicion. Instead, I decided to think on it for the night. The next morning he was gone, and so was the constructed magic I had found. He had been a spy for Darken Rahl. If I had acted when I should have and killed him, all those people, all those children, wouldn't have died." Richard swallowed. "Zed, you couldn't have known." He thought that maybe the old man was going to yell or cry or storm off, but instead he only shrugged. "Learn from my mistake, Richard. If you do, then all those lives won't have been lost for nothing. Maybe their story can be a lesson that will help save everyone from what Darken Rahl will do if he wins." Richard rubbed his arms, trying to work a bit of warmth back into them. "Why isn't the red fruit in Westland poison?" "All magic has limits. This had a limit of distance from where it was used. It stretched as far as where the boundary between Westland and the Midlands went up. The boundary couldn't be put up where any of the poison spell was, or Westland would have had magic in it." Richard sat in the dark, cold silence and thought for a time. At last he asked, "Is there any way to get rid of it? To make the red fruit no longer poison?" Zed smiled. Richard thought it was an odd thing to do, but he was glad to see it. "Thinking like a wizard, my boy. Thinking how to undo magic." He frowned in thought as he looked out into the night again. "There might be a way to remove the spell. I would have to study it and see what I could do. If we can defeat Darken Rahl, I intend to put my mind to the task." "Good." Richard tugged his cloak tighter. "Everyone should be able to eat an apple when they want, especially children." He looked over at the old man. "Zed, I promise I will remember your lesson. I won't let you down. I won't let all those people who died be forgotten." Zed smiled and gave Richard's back an affectionate rub. The two friends sat in silence, sharing the stillness of the night and the quiet of each other's understanding, thinking about what they could not know, what was to come. Richard thought about what was needed to be done, about Darken Rahl, and about Darken Rahl. He thought about how hopeless everything seemed. Think about the solution, he told himself, not the problem. You are the seeker. "I need you to do something, wizard. I think it is time for us to disappear. Rahl has followed us long enough. What can you do about that cloud?" "You know, I think you're right. I only wish I knew how it was hooked to you so I could unhook it. But I can't figure it out, so I will have to do something else." He contemplatively drew his finger and thumb down the sharp sides of his jaw. "Has it rained or been overcast since it first started following you?" Richard thought back, trying to remember every day. Most of the time he had been in a fog over his father's murder. It seemed so long ago. "The night before I found the snake vine, it rained in the ven, but by the time I got there, it had cleared off. No rain. I don't remember it being cloudy since my father's murder. At least nothing more than a few high, thin clouds. What does that mean?" "Well, it means I think there is a way to fool the cloud, even if I can't unhook it. Since the sky has been clear all that time, that means Rahl probably has been responsible. He has moved the other clouds away, so he could easily find this one. Simple but effective." "How could he move the clouds away?" "He put a spell on this one to repel other clouds and somehow hooked this one to you." "Then why don't you put a stronger spell on it to attract other clouds? Before he realizes it, it will be lost and he won't be able to find it to try to outdo your magic. If he does use stronger magic to move the clouds away to find this one, He won't know what you have done, and the stronger spell that pushes the clouds away will break the hook." Zed gave him an incredulous look. His eyes blinked.
"Bags, Richard, you have gotten it exactly right. My boy, I think you would have made an excellent wizard."
"No thanks. I already have one impossible job." Zed drew back a little and frowned, but didn't say anything. His thin hand reached into his robes and pulled out a rock, tossing it on the ground in front of them. He stood, and his fingers spun around in a circle over the little rock until suddenly it popped into a large rock. "Zed, that's your cloud rock."
"Actually, my boy, it's a wizard's rock. My father gave it to me long ago."
The wizard's finger stirred faster and faster until light came forth, sparkles and colors swirling around. He continued to stir, mixing and blending the light. There was no sound, only the pleasant smell of a spring rain. At last, the wizard seemed satisfied.
"Step up on the rock, my boy."
Unsure at first, Richard stepped into the light. It tingled and felt warm against his skin, as if he were lying in the hot summer sun without clothes, after a swim. He let himself bask in the warm, safe feeling, gave himself over to it. His hands floated outward from his sides until they were horizontal. He tilted his head back, took deep breaths, and closed his eyes. He felt wondrous, like floating in water, only he was floating in light. Exhilaration soaked through him. His mind felt a buoyant, timeless connection to everything around him. He was one with the trees, the grass, the bugs, the birds, the animals all around, the water, the very air itself. Not a separate being, but part of a whole. He understood the interconnection of everything in a new way, saw himself as inconsequential and empowered at the same time. He saw the world through the eyes of all the creatures around him. It was a shocking, marvelous insight. He let himself soar into a bird that flew overhead, saw the world through its eyes, hunted with it, hungry and needful for mice, watched the campfire below, the people sleeping. Richard let his identity scatter to the winds. He became no one and everyone, felt the heat of their needs, smelled their fear, tasted their joy, and understood their desires, and then let it all melt away into nothingness, until there was a void where he stood, alone in the universe, the only living thing, the only thing existing at all. Then he let the light flood through him, light that brought forth the others that had used this very rock. Zed's father, and the wizards before that, for untold years, thousands of years, one and all. Their essence flowed through him, shared themselves with him as tears streamed down his cheeks at the wonder of it all. Zed's hand sprang forward, loosing his magic dust. It swirled about Richard, glittering fluidly until he was at the center of its vortex. The sparkles tightened their rotation and gathered at his chest. With a tinkling sound like a crystal chandelier in the wind, the dust climbed away into the sky as if climbing a kite string, taking the sound with it as it went, higher and higher, until it reached the cloud. The cloud took in the magic dust, and was lit from within by roiling colors. All across the horizon lightning flashed, ragged streaks ripping this way and that, called forth, eager, expectant. All at once, the lightning stopped. The illumination in the cloud faded and was gone, and the light from the wizard's rock pulled itself inward until it was extinguished. There was sudden silence. Richard was there again, standing on a simple rock. He looked wide-eyed at Zed's smiling face. "Zed," he whispered, "now I know why you stand on this rock all the time. I've never felt anything like that in my life. I had no idea." Zed smiled knowingly.
"You're a natural, my boy. You held your arms just right, your head had the proper tilt, you even arched your back correctly. You took to it like a duckling to a pond. You have all the makings of a fine wizard."
He leaned forward gleefully.
"Now, just try to imagine doing it naked."
"It makes a difference?" Richard asked in amazement.
"Of course. The clothes interfere with the experience."
Zed put his arm around Richard's shoulder.
"Someday I will let you try it."
"Zed, why did you have me do that? It wasn't necessary. You could have done it."
"How do you feel now?"
"I don't know. Different. Relaxed. More clear-headed." I guess not as overpowered, not as depressed.
That's why I let you do it, my friend, because you needed it. You have had a hard night. I can't change the problems, but I could help you feel better.
Thank you, Zed.
Go get some sleep. It's my watch now.
He gave Richard a wink.
If you ever change your mind about becoming a wizard, I would be proud to welcome you into the Brotherhood.
Zed held up his hand. Out of the darkness, the piece of cheese he had thrown away floated back to him.
Chapter 14. Chase reined in his horse.
Here, this will be a good place.
He led the other three off the trail through an open tract of long dead spruce, the silver-gray skeleton standing bare of all but a few branches and an occasional wisp of dull green moss. The soft ground was littered with the rotting corpses of the former monarchs. Brown bogweed, its broad, flat leaves laid down in haphazard fashion by past storms, looked like a tangled sea of dead snakes underfoot. The horses picked their way carefully among the tangle. Warm air, heavy with humidity, carried the fetid smell of decay. A fog of mosquitoes followed them as they went, the only things alive as far as Richard could tell. As open as this place was, little brightness was offered by the sky, as a thick, uniform overcast of clouds hung oppressively close to the ground. Trailers of mist dragged across the silver spikes of the trees that remained standing, leaving them wet and slick. Chase led the way for Zed and then Kahlan, with Richard following behind, watching over them as they twisted their way along. Visibility was limited to less than a few hundred feet, and even though Chase didn't seem to be concerned, Richard kept a sharp lookout. Anything could sneak up close before they would be able to see it. All four swatted at the mosquitoes, and except for Zed, they kept their cloaks tight for protection. Zed, who shunned wearing a cloak, nibbled on the remnants of lunch, looking about as if on a sightseeing excursion. Richard had an excellent sense of direction, but was glad they had Chase to lead them. Everything in the bog looked the same, and he knew from experience how easy it would be to become lost. Since Richard had stood on the Wizard's Rock the night before, he felt the weight of his responsibilities less of a burden and more of an opportunity to be a part of something right. He didn't feel the danger any less, but felt more strongly his need to be part of stopping Rahl. He saw his part in the scheme of things as a chance to help others who had no chance to fight Darken Rahl. He knew he couldn't back away. That would be the end of him, and a lot of others. Richard watched Kahlan's body sway as she rode, her shoulders moving to the horse's rhythm. He wished he could take her to places he knew of in the Heartland woods, secret places of beauty and peace, far back in the mountains, show her the waterfall he had found and the cave behind it. Have lunch by a quiet forest pond with her, take her into town, buy her something pretty, take her someplace, any place, where she would be safe. He wanted her to be able to smile without having to worry every minute if her enemies were getting closer. After last night, he felt that the first part, his fantasy of being with her, was just an empty wish. With a hand in the air, Chase brought them to a halt.
This is the place.
Richard looked around. They were still in the middle of an endless, dead, dried-up bog. He didn't see any boundary. It all looked the same in every direction. They tethered their horses to a fallen log and followed Chase a short distance farther on foot.
The boundary,
Chase announced, holding his arm out at the introduction. I don't see anything, Richard said. Chase smiled.
Watch.
He walked on, steadily, slowly. As he went forward, a green glow formed around him, at first hardly perceptible. It grew stronger, brighter, until after another 20 steps it became a sheet of green light pressing against him as he proceeded, stronger close to him and fading away about 10 feet to the sides and above, growing larger with every step. It was like green glass, wavy and distorted, but Richard could see through it, see the dead trees beyond. Chase stopped and returned. The green sheet, and then the green glow, faded and vanished as he came back. Richard had always thought the boundary would be a wall of some sort, something that could be seen. That's it? Richard felt a little let down.
What more do you want? Now, watch this.
Chase searched the ground, picking up branches, testing each for strength.
Most were rotten and broke easily. Finally, he found one about a dozen feet long that was strong enough to suit him. He carried it back into the glowing light until he reached the sheet of green. Holding the branch by the thick end, he passed the rest through the wall. 6 feet away, the end of the stick disappeared as he pushed it forward, until he was holding what appeared to be a 6-foot stick instead of a 12-foot branch. Richard was perplexed. He could see beyond the wall, but not the other end of the stick. It didn't seem possible. As soon as Chase had pushed the stick in as far as he dared, it jumped violently. There was no sound. He hauled it back and returned to the others. He held the splintered end of a now 8-foot stick toward them. The end was covered with slaver. "Hardhounds," he said with a grin. Zed seemed bored. Kahlan was not amused. Richard was astounded. Since he seemed to have an audience of only one, Chase grabbed a fistful of Richard's shirt and dragged him off. "Come on, I'll show you what it's like." Chase locked his right arm together with Richard's left as they proceeded, cautioning Richard. "Go slow. I'll let you know when we've gone far enough. Keep hold of my arm." They walked ahead slowly. Green light began. With each step it became more intense, but it was different from when Richard had watched Chase go in by himself. Then the light had been to Chase's sides and above him. Now it was all about. There was a buzzing sound like 1,000 bumblebees. With each step the sound became deeper, but not louder. The green light became deeper too, and the surrounding wood darker, as if night were falling. Then the sheet of green was in front of them, materializing out of nothing, with the green glow everywhere else. Richard could hardly see the woods anymore. He looked back and couldn't see Zed or Kahlan at all. "Easy now," Chase warned. They pushed against the green sheet as they stepped slowly ahead. Richard could feel the pressure of it against his body. Then everything else blacked out, as if he were in a cave at night with a green glow around Chase and himself. Richard held Chase's arm tighter. The buzzing felt like it was vibrating his chest. With the next step, the green sheet of the wall changed suddenly. "Far enough," Chase said, his voice echoing. The wall had become darkly transparent, as if Richard were looking into a deep pond in the dark woods. Chase stood still, watching him. There were forms on the other side. Inky black shapes wavered in the gloom on the other side of the wall, specters floating in the deep. The dead in their lair. Something closer and faster moved nearer to them. "The hounds," Chase said. Richard felt an odd sensation of longing. Longing for the blackness. The humming wasn't a sound, he realized. It was voices. Voices that murmured his name. Thousands of distant voices called out to him. The black shapes were gathering, calling to him, holding their arms out to him. He felt a sudden, unexpected stab of loneliness, felt the solitude of his life, of all life. Why did he need the pain when they were waiting to welcome him? Never alone again. The black shapes drifted closer in the gloom, calling to him, and he began to see their faces. It was as if he were looking through murky water. They came closer. He longed to step through, to be there with them. And then he saw his father. Richard's heart pounded. His father called out to him mournfully in a long, sorrowful cry, his arms thrust out, trying desperately to clutch for his son. He was just beyond the wall. Richard's heart felt as if it were going to rip with yearning. It had been so long since he had seen his father. He wailed for him, hungered to touch him. He wouldn't have to be afraid ever again. He had only to reach his father, then he would be safe. Safe forever. Richard tried to reach out to his father, tried to go to him, tried to step through the wall. Something was holding his arm. Irritated, he pulled harder. Someone held him from his father. He screamed for whoever held him to let go. His voice sounded hollow, empty. Then he was being pulled away from his father. His anger roared to life. Someone was trying to drag him back by his arm. In a rage, he grabbed his sword. A big hand clamped over his with an iron grip. Screaming in unrestrained fury, he struggled mightily to free the sword, but the big hands held tight, dragging him, stumbling, from his father. Richard struggled, but was hauled away. The green wall came up suddenly in place of the darkness as he was pulled back. Chase was dragging him away from it through the green light. The world returned with a sickening jolt. The dry, dead bog returned. Suddenly aware, Richard was appalled at what he had almost done. Chase released his sword hand. Shaking, Richard put it on the big man's shoulder for support, struggling to catch his breath as they stepped out of the green light. Relief washed over him. Chase leaned over a little, searching his eyes. "All right?" Richard nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. The sight of his father had brought back the devastating grief. He had to concentrate just to breathe, to stand. His throat hurt. He realized he had been choking, but hadn't been aware of it at the time. Terror raced through Richard's mind as he realized how close he had come to stepping through the wall to death. He had been totally unprepared for what had happened. If Chase hadn't been there holding on to him, he would be dead now. He had tried to give in to the underworld. He felt as if he didn't know himself. How could he have wanted to give himself over to it? Was he that weak? That frail? Richard's head swirled with pain. He couldn't clear the vision of his father's face from his mind, the way his father longed for him, called to him, so desperate. He ached to be with him. It would have been so easy. The image haunted his mind, refusing to let go. He didn't want to let it go. He wanted to go back. He could feel the pull, even as he resisted. Kahlan was there, waiting for them at the edge of the green light as they emerged. She swept her arm protectively around his waist and tugged him away from Chase. With her other hand, she grabbed hold of his jaw, turning his head, making him look at her. "Richard, listen to me. Think of something else. Concentrate. You have to think of something else. I want you to remember every intersection on every trail in the Heartland. Can you do that for me, please? Do it now. Remember every one for me." He nodded and started to remember the trails. Kahlan turned to Chase in a fury, slapping him across his face as hard as she could. "You bastard!" she screamed. "Why would you do that to him?" Throwing all her weight into it, she slapped him again, her hair tossing across her face. Chase didn't try to stop her. "You did it on purpose! How could you do that?" She swung at him a third time, but this time he grabbed her wrist in mid-swing.
"Do you want me to tell you, or do you wish to go on hitting me?"
She jerked her hand away, glaring at him, her chest heaving. Some of her hair was stuck sideways across her face.
"Going through King's Port is dangerous. It isn't straight through. It twists and turns. Some places it's very narrow, the two walls of the boundary almost touching. One step either way and you're gone. You've been through the boundary, so has Zed. You both understand. You can't see it until you start in, otherwise you don't know where it is. I only know because I've spent my life out here. It's even more dangerous now because it's failing, even easier to walk through it. When you get in the pass, if something started chasing you, Richard could run into the underworld without even knowing what it was."
"That's no excuse. You could have warned him."
"I've never had a child yet who had the proper respect for fire until they put their hand in it once. No amount of telling is worth doing it once. If Richard didn't understand what it was like before he went into Kingsport, he wouldn't come out the other side. Yes, I took him in there on purpose. To show him. To keep him alive."
"You could have told him." Chase shook his head.
"No. He had to see it."
"Enough," Richard said, his head clear at last. They all turned to him. "A day has yet to go by when one of you three doesn't scare the wits out of me. But I know you all have my best interests at heart. Right now we have more important things to worry about. Chase, how do you know the boundary is failing? What's different?"
"The wall is breaking down. Before, you couldn't see through the green into the darkness. You couldn't see anything on the other side."
Chase is right, Zed offered. I could see it from here.
"How long until it fails?" Richard asked the wizard. Zed shrugged.
It's hard to tell.
"Then guess," Richard shot back. "Give me some kind of idea, your best guess."
It will last at least 2 weeks, but not more than 6 or 7.
Richard thought a minute. Can you use your magic to strengthen it?
I don't have that kind of power.
Chase, do you think Rahl knows about Kingsport?
How should I know?
Well, has anyone come through the pass? Chase thought about the question.
Not that I know of.
I doubt it, Zed added. Rahl can travel the underworld. He doesn't need the pass. He's bringing the boundary down. I don't think he cares about a little pass.
Caring is different from knowing, Richard said. I don't think we should be standing here, and I'm worried he might know where we're going. Kahlan pulled the hair off her face. What do you mean? Richard gave her a sympathetic look. Do you think it was your mother and sister you saw when you were in there? I thought it was. Do you think otherwise? I don't think that was my father. He looked to the wizard. What do you think?
It's impossible to say. No one really knows all that much about the underworld.
Darken Rahl knows about it, Richard said bitterly. I don't think my father would want me in that manner. But I know Rahl would. So despite what my eyes tell me, it's more likely that it was Darken Rahl's disciples trying to take me. You said we couldn't go through the boundary because they were waiting for us to do so, waiting to get us. I think that was what I saw, his followers in the underworld. And they know right where I touched the wall. If I'm right, that means Rahl will soon know where we are. I don't want to be here to find out if I'm right.
Richard is right, Chase said. And we have to get to Scowl Swamp before nightfall, before the Hearthounds come out. It's the only safe place between here and Southaven. We'll reach Southaven before tomorrow night, and we'll be safe from the hounds there. The next day, we will go see a friend of mine, Addie, the Bone Woman. She lives near the pass. We need her help to get through, but tonight, our only chance is the swamp.
Richard was about to ask what a Bone Woman was, and why they needed her help to cross the boundary, when a dark, shadowy form suddenly whipped out of the air, striking Chase so hard it threw him across several downed trees. With shocking speed, the black form wrapped around Kahlan's legs, whip-like, pulling her feet from under her. She screamed Richard's name as he dove, grabbing for her. They locked their hands around each other's wrists. Both were dragged across the ground, toward the boundary. Zed's fingers threw fire over their heads. It shrieked past and vanished. Another black appendage struck out at the wizard with lightning speed, knocking the old man through the air. Richard hooked a foot around a branch on a log. Rotten, it tore from the stump. He twisted his body around, trying to dig his heels into the ground. His boots slid across the wet bogweed. He jammed his heels into the earth, but wasn't strong enough to hold the two of them from being dragged across the ground. He needed his hands free. "Put your arms around my waist!" he yelled. Kahlan lunged, throwing her arms around him, holding tight. The sinuous black thing wrapped around her legs, undulated, getting a stronger grip on her. She screamed as it squeezed. Richard yanked the sword free, filling the air with its ringing. The green light began to glow around them as they were dragged in. Anger flooded through him. Richard's worst fear was coming to pass. Something was trying to take Kahlan. The green light brightened. Being hauled across the ground, he couldn't reach the thing that pulled them. Kahlan held him hard by the waist. Her legs were too far away, and the thing that held her legs was farther still. "Kahlan, let go of me!" She was too terrified to do it. She clutched him tightly, desperately, panting in pain. The green sheet came up as they were dragged in. The buzzing was loud in his ears. "Let go!" he yelled again. He tried to pry her hands from his waist. The trees of the bog started to fade into darkness. Richard could feel the pressure of the wall. He couldn't believe how strongly she held him. On his back, sliding across the ground, he tried to reach behind himself to pull her wrists away from him, but could not. Their only chance was for him to get up. "Kahlan, you have to let go or we're dead. I won't let them get you. Trust me. Let go." He didn't know if he was telling her the truth, but he was sure it was their only chance. Her head pressed against his stomach as she clutched his body. Kahlan looked up at him, her face contorting in pain as the black thing squeezed. She screamed, then let go. In a blink, Richard was on his feet. As he jumped up, the dark wall materialized abruptly in front of him. His father reached out. He unleashed his rage, swinging the sword with every fiber of violence he possessed. The blade swept through the barrier, through the thing he knew wasn't his father.
The dark shape wailed, exploding in a cloud of nothingness. Kahlan's feet were at the wall. The dark thing enfolded tightly around her legs, compressing and pulling. He brought the sword up. Murderous need surged through him.
Richard, no, it's my sister.
He knew it wasn't, just as it wasn't his father. He gave himself over completely to the hot need and brought the sword down as hard as he could. Again it swept through the wall, slashed through the repulsive thing that held Kahlan. There was a confusion of flashes, unearthly wailing and keening. Kahlan's legs were free. She lay sprawled on her stomach. Without looking to see what else was happening, Richard pushed his arm under her waist and lifted her in a single motion, scooping her off the ground. He held her tight against himself and held the sword toward the wall as he retreated from the boundary. Backing away steadily, he watched for any movement, any aggression. They left the green light. He kept going until they were well clear beyond the horses. When he stopped at last and released her, Kahlan turned and threw her arms around him, shaking. He had to struggle to restrain the rage that urged him to go back in and attack. He knew he would have to put the sword away to quell the anger, the need, but he didn't dare to.
The others, where are they? She asked in a panic. We have to find them.
Kahlan pushed away from him and started to run back. Richard snatched her by the wrist, almost yanking her from her feet. "Stay here," he yelled, far more angrily than required, pushing her to the ground. Richard found Zed in a heap, unconscious. As he bent to the old man, something swept out in a rush over his head. His anger erupted. He spun with the sword, the blade sweeping through the dark form. The stump reeled back into the boundary with a shrill screeching, the severed part vaporizing in midair. Richard picked up Zed with one arm, threw him over his shoulder like a sack of grain, and carried him to Kahlan, where he laid him gently on the ground. She held the wizard's head in her lap, inspecting for wounds. Richard ducked low as he ran back, but the expected attack didn't come. He wished it would. He longed for the fight, hungered to strike. He found Chase jammed partway under a log. Richard seized the male and pulled him over. Blood oozed from a gash on the side of Chase's head. Debris was stuck to the wound. Richard's mind raced, trying to think what to do. He couldn't lift Chase with one arm, and he didn't dare to put the sword away. He did know he didn't want Kahlan to come help. He wanted her to stay safely away. Getting a good grip on the warden's leather tunic, Richard started dragging him. The slick bogweed eased the effort somewhat, but it was still difficult, because he had to go around several fallen trees. Surprisingly, nothing attacked. Maybe he had heard it or killed it. He wondered if it was possible to kill something already dead. The sword had magic. Richard wasn't sure what it was capable of. He wasn't even sure if the things in the boundary were dead. He finally reached Kahlan and Zed and dragged Chase close. The wizard was still unconscious. Kahlan's face was white with worry. "What are we going to do?" Richard scanned around. "We can't stay here, and we can't leave them. Let's put them over the horses and get out of here. We'll look to their wounds as soon as we're a safe distance away." The clouds were thicker than before, and mist covered everything with a wet sheen. As he checked in every direction, Richard put the sword away and easily lifted Zed over his horse. Chase was more difficult. He was big, and all his weapons were heavy. Blood throbbed from the wound on the side of his forehead, soaking his hair, and hanging him over the side of the horse made it bleed more. Richard decided he couldn't leave it untended. He quickly retrieved an alm leaf and a strip of cloth from a pack. He crumpled the leaf to make it seep its healing fluid, pressed it against the wound, and had Kahlan wrap the cloth around Chase's head. The cloth soaked through almost immediately, but he knew the alm leaf would stop the bleeding in a short time. Richard helped Kahlan up onto her horse. He could tell that her legs hurt more than she would admit. He gave her the reins of Zed's horse, mounted up, took Chase's horse, and then carefully got his bearings. He knew they would have a hard time finding the trail. The mist was getting heavy, visibility limited. There seemed to be ghosts watching from the shadows in every direction. He didn't know if he should lead or follow Kahlan, didn't know how best to protect her, so he rode beside her. Zed and Chase weren't tied down and could easily slip off the horses, so they had to take it slow. The dead spruce looked the same in every direction, and they couldn't go in a straight line because they had to cut back and forth around fallen trees. Richard spat out mosquitoes that kept flying into his mouth. The sky was the same dark steel gray everywhere. There was no chance to tell where the sun was, to get oriented.
After a time, Richard wasn't at all sure they were going in the right direction. It seemed they should have reached the trail already. He took fixes from landmark trees, and when they reached each one, he would pick a new one farther ahead, hoping they were traveling in a straight line. To do it properly, he knew he had to be able to line up at least 3 trees to make sure the line of travel was straight. But he couldn't see that far in the mist. He couldn't be sure he wasn't leading them in circles. Even if he was going in a straight line, he wasn't sure the direction was toward the trail. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Kahlan asked. "It all looks the same." "No, but at least we haven't run into the boundary." "Do you think we should stop and tend to them?" "We don't dare. For all I know, we could be 10 feet from the underworld." Kahlan looked around, worried. Richard gave thought to having her wait with the other 2 while he went ahead and scouted for the trail, but dismissed the idea, as he was afraid he might not be able to find her again. They had to stay together. He started to wonder what they would do if they couldn't find their way out before dark. How would they protect themselves against the heart hounds? If there were enough of them, even the sword couldn't hold them all off at once. Chase had said they had to get to the swamp before nightfall. He hadn't said why or how the swamp could protect them. The brown bogweed was an endless sea all around, with hulks of trees aground in it everywhere. An oak appeared off to their left, then some more, some with leaves shimmering dark green and wet in the mist. This was not the way they had come in. Richard turned them to the right a little, following the edge of the dead bog, hoping it would lead them back to the trail. Shadows from the brush among the oaks watched them. He told himself it was his imagination that made the shadows seem to have eyes. There was no wind, no movement, no sound. He was angry with himself for being lost, despite how easily it could happen in this place. He was a guide. Getting lost was unforgivable. Richard breathed out in relief when he saw the trail at last. They quickly dismounted and checked their 2 charges. There was no change in Zed, but at least Chase's wound had stopped bleeding. Richard had no idea what to do for them. He didn't know if they had been knocked unconscious or if their condition was caused by some sort of magic from the boundary. Kahlan didn't know either. "What do you think we should do?" she asked him. Richard tried not to look as worried as he really was. "Chase said we had to get to the swamp or the hounds would get us. It won't do them any good to be laid out here and tended to while we wait for them to wake, only to have the hounds get us all. As I see it, we have only 2 choices. Leave them here or take them with us. There is no way I'm leaving them. Let's tie them down on the horses so they don't fall off and get to the swamp." Kahlan agreed. They worked quickly to lash their friends to the horses. Richard changed Chase's bandage and cleaned up the wound a little. The mist was changing to a light rain. He fished around in the packs, finding the blankets, and removed the oilcloth they were wrapped in. They put a blanket over each friend, then covered them with the oilcloth to keep them dry, crisscrossing rope over it all to hold it in place. When they were finished, Kahlan unexpectedly put her arms around him, hugging him close and tight for a moment, separating before he could return her gesture. "Thank you for saving me," she said softly. "The boundary terrifies me." She looked sheepishly up at him. "And if you remind me what I said about not coming after me, I'll kick you." She smiled as she looked up from under her eyebrows. "Not a word, I promise." He smiled back at her and pulled up the hood of her cloak, stuffing her hair into it to keep her dry in the rain. He pulled up his own hood, and they started off down the road. The woods were deserted. Rain dripped down through the tangle overhead. Branches reached around the trail like talons, reaching to snatch both people and horses. Even without their rider's direction, the horses trotted their way carefully down the center of the road, their ears pricking from one side to the other as if listening to the shadows. So dense was the thicket to each side that there was no chance they could take to the trees if they had to. Kahlan drew her cloak tighter. It was go on or go back, and there was no going back. They rode the horses hard the rest of the afternoon and evening. When the day's death began stealing away the soft gray light, they still had not reached the swamp, and there was no way to tell how much farther it was. Off through the tangled woods, they caught the sound of howling. Their breath caught in their throats. The heart-hounds were coming. Chapter 15. The horses needed no encouragement to run. They fled down the road at full speed, their riders making no attempt to slow them. the howls of the hardhounds energizing the effort. Water and mud splashed as their hooves pounded the road, and rain ran in rivulets across their hides, but it was the mud that won out, streaking and caking on their legs and bellies. When the hounds shrieked, the horses returned a snort of fear. Richard let Kahlan take the lead, wanting to stay between her and their pursuers. The sounds of the hardhounds were still distant, off toward the boundary, but he knew by the way they were angling in from the left that it was only a matter of time until they would be overtaken. If they could turn to the right and head away from the boundary, there was a chance they could outrun the hounds, but the woods were thick, impenetrable. It would be slow going if they could find an opening, a sure death if they tried. Their only chance was to stay on the road and reach the swamp before they were caught. Richard didn't know how far it was or what they would do once they reached it, only that they had to. The colors of day were washing out into a sullen gray as night approached. Rain pelted his face in small cold pricks, heated and mingled with sweat, and ran down his neck. Richard watched the bodies of his two friends bounce and jostle on the horses, hoping they were tied down securely enough, hoping they were not badly hurt, hoping they would be conscious soon. The ride couldn't be doing them any good. Kahlan didn't turn or look back. She bent to her task, her dark form hunched forward over the horse as it ran. The road curved back and forth as it threaded its way around imposing misshapen oaks and rock outcroppings. Dead trees became more infrequent. Leaves of the oak, ash, and maple trees sealed the riders away from the last vestiges of the sky, darkening the trail even more. The hounds were getting closer when the road began to descend into a sodden wood of cedar. A good sign, Richard thought. Cedar often grew where the ground was wet. Kahlan's horse disappeared over the edge of a drop. Richard reached the brink of the sharp slope and saw her again descending into a bowl in the earth. The tangled tops of trees spread out into the distance, at least as much of it as he could see in the mist and dim light. It was the Scow Swamp at last. The smell of wet and rot assailed him as he followed her in a rush down through swirling trailers of mist that moved and spun at their passing. Sharp calls and hoots came from the dense vegetation. The howls of the hardhounds came from behind, closer now. Woody vines hung from slick, twisted limbs of trees that stood in the water on roots, looking like claws, and smaller leafy vines spiraled around anything strong enough to hold them. Everything seemed to be growing on top of something else, seeking to gain an advantage. Water, dark and still, sat in stagnant expanses, sneaking in under clumps of bushes, enveloping stands of fat-bottomed trees. Duckweed drifted in thick mats on the water, looking like manicured lawn. The lush growth seemed to swallow the sound of their horses' hooves, allowing only the native calls to echo across the waters. The road narrowed into a trail that struggled to remain above the black water, making it necessary to slow the horses for fear they would break a leg on the roots. Richard saw that as Kahlan's horse passed, the surface of the water rolled in lazy ripples as things moved under it. He heard the hounds at the top of the bowl. Kahlan turned at the howls. If they stayed on the trail, the hounds would be at them in a matter of minutes. As Richard looked around, he pulled the sword free. It sent its distinctive ringing across the murky water. Kahlan stopped and looked back to him. There! He pointed with the sword across the water to their right. That island. It looks high enough to be dry. Maybe the hardhounds can't swim. He thought it a slim hope, but could think of nothing else. Chase had said they would be safe from the hounds in the swamp, but hadn't told them how. This was the only thing he could think of. Kahlan didn't hesitate. She led her horse right in, pulling Zed's behind. Richard followed close after with Chase's, watching up the trail, seeing movement through gaps in the trees. The water seemed to be no more than 3 or 4 feet deep with a muddy bottom. Weed broke from its anchoring and floated to the surface as Kahlan's horse waded through ahead of him, making steady progress to the island. Then he saw the snakes. Dark bodies wriggled in the water just below the surface, heading toward them from every direction. Some lifted their heads, flicking red tongues out into the damp air. Their dark brown bodies had copper-colored splotches, almost invisible in the gloomy water, and barely disturbed the surface as they swam. Richard had never seen snakes this big. Kahlan was watching the island and hadn't noticed them yet. The dry land was too far away. He knew they weren't going to make it before the snakes reached them.
Richard turned and looked behind to see if they could make it back to high ground. Where they had left the trail, the dark shapes of the hardhounds were gathered, snarling and growling. Heads held low, the big black bodies paced back and forth, wanting to enter the water, to reach their prey, but only howling instead. Richard lowered the tip of the sword into the water, letting it drag a small wake behind as he prepared to strike at the first snake that came close enough. Then a surprising thing happened. When the sword dipped into the water, the snakes turned suddenly and squirmed away as fast as they could go. Somehow the magic in the sword frightened them away. He wasn't sure why the magic would function this way, but was glad it did. They worked their way among the large trunks of trees that stood like columns in the mire. Each in turn brushed aside vines and streamers of moss as they passed. When they crossed shallower areas of water, the tip of his sword no longer reached the water. The snakes returned immediately. He leaned lower, the sword's tip dipping back in the water, and the snakes turned once more, wanting nothing to do with them. Richard wondered what would happen when they reached dry land. Would the snakes follow them there? Would the sword's magic work to keep them away out of the water? The snakes might be as much trouble as the hardhounds. Water ran off the underside of Kahlan's horse as it climbed up onto the island. There were a few poplar trees at the high point in the center and cedars at the water's edge on the far side of the small hump of dry ground, but mostly it was covered with reed and a smattering of iris. To see what would happen, Richard took the sword from the water before he needed to. The snakes began to come for him. When he left the water, some turned and swam away, some wandered the shoreline, but none followed onto dry land. In near darkness, Richard laid Zed and Chase on the ground beneath the poplars. He pulled a tarp from the packs and strung it between the trees to make a small shelter. Everything was wet, but since there was no wind, the makeshift structure kept most of the rain off them. There was no chance of a fire, for now, since all the wood that could be found was thoroughly soaked. At least the night wasn't cold. Frogs kept up a steady chirping from the wet darkness. Richard placed a pair of fat candles on a piece of wood so they could have some light under their shelter. Together they checked Zed. There didn't seem to be any sign of an injury, but he remained unconscious. Chase's condition was unchanged, too. Kahlan stroked Zed's forehead. "It is not a good sign for a wizard's eyes to be closed like this. I don't know what to do for them." Richard shook his head. "Neither do I. We can be glad they don't have a fever. Maybe there's a healer in South Haven. I'll make litters the horses can pull. I think that would be better than having them ride again the way they did today." Kahlan retrieved 2 more blankets to keep their friends warm. Then she and Richard sat together by the candles, the water dripping around them. Glowing pairs of yellow eyes waited on the trail in the blackness back through the trees. As the hardhounds paced, the eyes moved back and forth. Occasionally, Richard and Kahlan heard yelps of frustration. The 2 of them watched their hunters off across the dark water. Kahlan stared at the glowing eyes. "I wonder why they didn't follow us." Richard glanced sideways at her. "I think they're afraid of the snakes." Kahlan jumped to her feet, quickly scanning around, her head pushing against the tarp. "Snakes? What snakes? I don't like snakes," she said in a rush. He looked up. "Some kind of big water snakes. They swam off when I put the sword in the water. I don't think we have to worry. They didn't come up on the dry ground when we did. I think it's safe." She looked around cautiously as she pulled her cloak tight and then sat down, closer to him this time. "You could have warned me about them," she said with a frown. "I didn't know myself until I saw them, and the hounds were right behind us. I didn't think we had much choice in the matter, and I didn't want to scare you." She didn't say anything more. Richard got out a sausage and a loaf of hard bread, their last one. He tore the bread in half and cut pieces off the sausage, handing her a few. They each held a tin cup under the rainwater that dripped off the tarp. They ate in silence, watching all around for any sign of threat, listening to the rhythm of the rain. "Richard," she asked at last, "did you see my sister in the Boundary?" "No. Whatever it was that had you didn't look like a person to me, and I would bet that the thing I struck down at first didn't look like my father to you." She shook her head that it didn't. "I think," he said, "they just appear in a form meant to recreate a person you want to see, to beguile you."
I think you're right, she sighed, taking a bite of sausage. When she finished chewing, she added, I'm glad. I would hate to think we had to hurt them. He nodded his agreement and looked over. Her hair was wet, and some of it was stuck to the side of her face. There's something else, though, that I think is odd. When that thing from the boundary, whatever it was, struck out at Chase, it was fast, and it hit him square the first time. And before we could do anything, it grabbed you with no trouble. Same with Zed, it got him the first time. But when I went back for them, it tried for me and missed, then it didn't even try again. I noticed that when it happened, she said. It missed you by a good distance. It was as if it didn't know where you were. It knew right where the three of us were, but it couldn't seem to find you. Richard thought a moment. Maybe it was the sword. Kahlan shrugged. Whatever it was, I am happy for it. He wasn't at all sure it was the sword. The snakes had been afraid of the sword and swam away from it. The thing in the boundary had shown no fear. It seemed as if it simply couldn't find him. There was one other thing that he wondered at. When he had struck down the thing in the boundary that looked like his father, he had felt no pain. Zed had told him there would be a price to pay for killing with the sword, and that he would feel the pain of what he had done. Maybe there was no pain because the thing was already dead. Maybe it was all in his head. None of it was real. That couldn't be. It was real enough to strike down his friends. His self-assurance that it wasn't his father he had cut down began to waver. They ate the rest of the meal in silence while he thought about what he could do for Zed and Chase, which was nothing. Zed had medicines along, but only Zed knew how to use them. Maybe it was magic from the boundary that had struck them down. Zed had magic along too, but he was also the only one who knew how to use that. Richard took out an apple and cut it into wedges, removed the seeds, and gave half to Kahlan. She moved closer and leaned her head on his arm as she ate it. Tired? He asked. She nodded, then smiled. And I am sore in places I cannot mention. She ate another wedge of apple. Do you know anything about South Haven? I've heard other guides mention it when they've passed through Heartland. From what they say, it's a place of thieves and misfits. It doesn't sound like the kind of place that would have a healer. Richard didn't answer. What will we do then? I don't know. But they'll get better. They'll be all right. And if not? She pressed. He took the apple away from his mouth and looked at her. Kahlan, what are you trying to say? I am saying that we have to be prepared to leave them, to go on. We can't, he answered firmly. We need them both. Remember when Zed gave me the sword? He said he wanted me to get us across the boundary. He said he had a plan. He hasn't told me what that plan is. He looked out over the water at the hounds. We need them, he repeated. She picked at the skin of the apple wedge. What if they were to die tonight? Then what would we do? We would have to go on. Richard knew she was looking up at him, but he didn't look back. He understood her need to stop Rahl. He felt the same hunger, and would let nothing stop them, even if it meant leaving his friends, but it hadn't reached that point yet. He knew she was only trying to reassure herself that he had the necessary conviction, the required determination. She had given up much to her mission, lost much to Rahl, as he had. She wanted to know he had the ability to go on, at any cost, to lead. The candles lit her face softly, a small glow in the darkness. Reflections of the flames danced in her eyes. He knew she didn't like saying these things to him. Kahlan, I'm the Seeker. I understand the weight of that responsibility. I will do anything required to stop Darken Rahl. Anything. You can place your faith in that. I will not, however, spend the lives of my friends easily. For now, we have enough to worry about. Let's not invent new things. Rain dripped into the water from trees, sending hollow echoes through the darkness. She put her hand on his arm as if to say she was sorry. He knew she had nothing to be sorry for. She was only trying to face the truth, one possible truth anyway. He wanted to reassure her. If they don't get better, he said, holding her eyes with his, and if there is a safe place to leave them with someone we can trust, then we will do so and go on. She nodded. That is all I meant. I know. He finished his apple. Why don't you get some sleep? I'll keep watch. I couldn't sleep, she said, indicating the hardhounds with a nod of her head. Not with them watching us like that. Or with snakes all around. Richard smiled at her.
All right. Then how about if you help me build the litters for the horses to pull? That way we can get out of here in the morning as soon as the hounds are gone. She returned the smile and got up. Richard retrieved a wicked-looking war axe from Chase and found it worked as well on wood as on flesh and bone. He wasn't at all sure Chase would approve of putting one of his prize weapons to use in this fashion. In fact, he knew he wouldn't. He smiled to himself. He couldn't wait to tell him. In his mind, he could picture his big friend's disapproving frown. Of course, Chase would have to embellish the story with every telling. To Chase, a story without embellishment was like meat without gravy, just plain dry. His friends had to get better, he told himself. They just had to. He couldn't bear it if they died. It was several hours before they were finished. Kahlan stayed close to him, as she was afraid of the snakes, and the hardhounds watched them the whole time. For a while, Richard had thought to use Chase's crossbow to try to get some of the hounds, but finally decided against it. Chase would be angry at him for squandering valuable bolts to no purpose. The hounds couldn't get them and would be gone with the light. When they were finished, they checked the other two, then sat down together again by the candles. He knew Kahlan was tired. He could hardly keep his own eyes open. But she still didn't want to lie down to sleep, so he had her lean against him. In no time her breathing slowed and she was asleep. It was a fitful sleep. He could tell she was having bad dreams. When she started whimpering and jerking, he woke her. She was breathing rapidly and almost in tears. "Nightmares?" he asked, stroking her hair reassuringly with the backs of his fingers. Kahlan nodded against him. "I was dreaming about the thing from the boundary that was around my legs. I dreamt it was a big snake." Richard put his arm around her shoulders and hugged her tight against him. She didn't object, but pulled her knees up and put her arms around them as she nuzzled against him. He worried that she could hear his heart pounding. If she did, she didn't say anything and was soon fast asleep again. He listened to her breathing, to the frogs, and to the rain. She slept peacefully. He closed his fingers around the tooth under his shirt. He watched the hardhounds. They watched back. She woke sometime near morning when it was still dark. Richard was so tired he had a headache. Kahlan insisted he lie down and sleep while she kept watch. He didn't want to. He wanted to continue holding her, but was too sleepy to argue. When she gently shook him awake, it was morning. Weak, gray light filtered through the dark green of the swamp and through heavy mist that made the world seem small and close. The water around them looked as if it had been steeped with decayed vegetation, a brew that rippled occasionally with unseen life beneath the surface. Unblinking black eyes pushed up through the duckweed, watching them. "The hardhounds are gone," she said. She looked drier than she had last night. "How long?" he asked, rubbing the cramps out of his arms. 20, maybe 30 minutes. When it got light, they suddenly went off in a rush." Kahlan gave him a tin cup of hot tea. Richard gave her a questioning look. She smiled. "I held it over the candle until it was hot." He was surprised at her inventiveness. She gave him a piece of dried fruit and ate some herself. He noticed the war axe leaning against her leg and thought to himself that she knew how to stand watch. It was still raining gently. Strange birds called out sharply in rapid, ragged shrieks from across the swamp, while others answered in the distance. Bugs hovered inches above the water, and occasionally there was an unseen splash. "Any change in Zed or Chase?" he asked. She seemed reluctant to answer. "Zed's breathing is slower." Richard quickly went and checked. Zed seemed hardly alive. His face had a sunken, ashen look. He put an ear to the old man's chest and found his heart to be beating normally, but he was breathing slower, and he felt cold and clammy. "I think we must be safe from the hounds now. We had better get going and see if we can find them some help," he said. Richard knew she was afraid of the snakes. He was too, and told her so, but she didn't let it interfere with what they had to do. She put her trust in what he said, that the snakes wouldn't come near the sword, and crossed the water without hesitation when he told her to go. They had to traverse the water twice, once with Zed and Chase, and a second time to retrieve the parts for the litters, as they could only be used on dry land. They hooked up the poles to the horses, but couldn't use them yet as the tangle of roots on the swamp trail would cause too jolting a ride.
They would have to wait until they were on a better road, once they were clear of the swamp. It was mid-morning before they reached the better road. They stopped long enough to lay their two fallen friends in the litters and cover them with blankets and oilcloth. Richard was pleased to discover that the pole arrangement worked well. It didn't slow them at all, and the mud helped them slide along nicely. He and Kahlan ate lunch on their horses, passing food back and forth as they rode next to each other. They stopped only to check on Zed and Chase, and continued on through the rain. Before night came, they reached South Haven. The town was little more than a collection of ramshackle buildings and houses, fit crookedly in among the oaks and beech, almost as if to turn themselves away from the road, from queries, from righteous eyes. None looked ever to have seen paint. Some had tin patches that drummed in the steady rain. Set in the center of the huddle was a supply store, and next to it a two-story building. A clumsily carved sign proclaimed it to be an inn, but offered no name. Yellow lamplight coming from windows downstairs was the only color standing out from the grayness of the day in the building. Heaps of garbage leaned drunkenly against the side of the building, and the house next door tilted in sympathy with the rubbish pile. "Stay close to me," Richard said as they dismounted. "The men here are dangerous." Kahlan smiled oddly with one side of her mouth. "I'm used to their kind." Richard wondered what that meant, but didn't ask. Talking trailed off when they went through the door and all faces turned. The place was about what Richard expected. Oil lamps lit a room filled with a fog of pungent pipe smoke. Tables, all arranged in a haphazard fashion, were rough, some no more than planks on barrels. There were no chairs, only benches. To the left a door stood closed, probably leading to the kitchen. To the right, in the shadows leading up to the guest rooms, was a stairway minus a handrail. The floor, with a series of paths through the litter, was mottled with dark stains and spills. The men were a rough collection of trappers and travelers and trouble. Many had unkempt beards. Most were big. The place smelled of ale and smoke and sweat. Kahlan stood tall and proud next to him. She was a person not easily intimidated. Richard reasoned that perhaps she should be. She stuck out among the riffraff like a gold ring on a beggar. Her bearing made the room even more of an embarrassment. When she pushed back the hood of her cloak, grins broke out all around, revealing a collection of crooked and missing teeth. The hungry looks in the men's eyes didn't fit the smiles. Richard wished Chase were awake. With a sinking feeling, he realized there was going to be trouble. A stout man walked over and halted. He wore a shirt with no sleeves and an apron that looked like it could never have been white. The top of his shiny, shaved head reflected the lamplight, and the curly black hair on his thick arms seemed in competition with his beard. He wiped his hands on a filthy rag before flopping it over a shoulder. "Something I can do for you?" the man asked in a dry voice. His tongue rolled a toothpick across his mouth as he waited. With his own tone and eyes, Richard let the man know he would brook no trouble. "There a healer in this town?" The proprietor shifted his glance to Kahlan and then back to Richard. "No." Richard noted the way, unlike the other men, the man kept his eyes where they belonged when he looked at Kahlan. It told him something important. "Then we would like a room." He lowered his voice. "We have two friends outside who are hurt." Taking the toothpick out of his mouth, the man folded his arms. "I don't need any trouble." "Nor do I," Richard said with deliberate menace. The bald man looked Richard up and down, his eyes snagging for an instant on the sword. With his arms still folded, he appraised Richard's eyes. "How many rooms you want? I'm pretty full." "One will do fine." In the center of the room, a big man stood. From a mass of long, stringy red hair, he looked out with mean eyes that were set too close together. The front of his thick beard was wet with ale. He wore a wolf hide over one shoulder. His hand rested on the handle of a long knife. "Expensive-looking whore you got there, boy," the red-haired man said. "I don't suppose you'd mind if we came up to your room and passed her around some?" Richard locked his glare on the man. He knew this was a challenge that would only be ended with blood. His eyes didn't move. His hand did, slowly, toward the sword. His rage pounded, fully awake even before his fingers reached the hilt. This was the day he was going to have to kill other men. A lot of other men. Richard's grip tightened around the braided wire hilt until his knuckles were white. Kahlan gave a steady pull on the sleeve of his sword arm. She spoke his name in a low tone, raising the inflection at the end the way his mother did when she was warning him to stay out of something. He stole a glance at her. She gave a luscious smile to the red-haired man. "You men have it all wrong," she said in a throaty voice. "You see, this is my day off. I'm the one who hired him for the night." She smacked Richard on the rear, hard. It surprised him so much he froze. She licked her top lip as she looked at the red-haired man. "But if he doesn't give me my money's worth, well, you will be the first I call to fill the breach." She smiled lasciviously. There was a thick moment of silence. Richard resisted mightily his need to pull the sword free. He held his breath as he waited to see which way it was going to go. Kahlan continued to smile at the men in a way that only made his anger deepen. Life and death measured each other in the red-haired man's eyes. No one moved. Then a grin split his face, and he roared with laughter. Everyone else hooted and hollered and laughed. The man sat down, and the men started talking again, ignoring Richard and Kahlan. Richard breathed out in a sigh. The proprietor eased the two of them back a ways. He gave Kahlan a smile of respect. "Thank you, ma'am. I'm glad your head is faster than your friend's hand. This place may not seem much to you, but it's mine, and you just kept it in one piece for me." "You are welcome," Kahlan said. "Do you have a room for us?" The proprietor put the toothpick back in the corner of his mouth. "There's one upstairs at the end of the hall on the right that has a bolt on the door." "We have 2 friends outside," Richard said. "I could use some help getting them up there." The man gave a nod of his head back at the roomful of men. "It wouldn't do if that lot saw you were burdened with injured companions. You 2 go up to the room just like they expect. My son's in the kitchen. We'll bring your friends up the back stairs so no one will see." Richard didn't like the idea. "Have a little faith, my friend," the other said in a low voice, "or you may be bringing harm to your friends. By the way, my name's Bill." Richard looked at Kahlan. Her face was unreadable. He looked back to the proprietor. The man was tough, hardened, but didn't appear to be devious. Still, it was his friends' lives at stake. He tried to keep his voice from sounding as threatening as he felt. "All right, Bill. We will do as you ask." Bill gave a small smile and a nod as he rolled the toothpick across his mouth. Richard and Kahlan went up to the room and waited. The ceiling was lower than was comfortable. The wall next to the single bed was covered with years of spit. In the opposite corner were a 3-legged table and a short bench. A single oil lamp sat glowing weakly on the table. The windowless room was otherwise bare and had a naked feel to it. It smelled rank. Richard paced while Kahlan sat on the bed watching him, looking slightly uncomfortable. Finally, he strode over to her. "I can't believe what you did down there." She stood up and looked him in the eyes. "The result is what matters, Richard. If I had let you do what you were about to do, your life would have been at great risk, for nothing of value." "But those men think—" "And you care what those men think?" "No, but—" He could feel his face redden. "I am sworn to protect the life of the Seeker with my own. I would do anything required to protect you." She gave him a meaningful look, lifting an eyebrow. "Anything." Frustrated, he tried to think how to put into words how angry he was without making it sound as if he was angry with her. He had been at the brink of lethal commitment. A brink only one wrong word away. Pulling back was agonizingly difficult. He could still feel his blood pounding with the lust for violence. It was difficult to understand the way the anger twisted his own rationality with hot need, much less explain it to her. Looking into her green eyes was making him relax, though, cooling his anger. "Richard, you have to keep your mind where it belongs." "What do you mean?" "Darken Rahl. That is where your mind belongs. Those men downstairs are of no concern to us. We must only get past them, that's all. Nothing else. Don't expend your thoughts on them, it's a waste. Put your energy to our job." He let out a breath and nodded. "You're right, I'm sorry. You did a brave thing tonight, as much as I didn't like it." She put her arms around him, her head against his chest, and gave him a slow hug. There was a soft knock at the door. After assuring himself it was Bill, he opened the door. The proprietor and his son carried Chase in and laid him carefully on the floor. When the son, a lanky young man, saw Kahlan, he fell instantly and hopelessly in love. Richard understood the feeling. Nonetheless, he didn't appreciate it. Bill pointed with his thumb. "This is my son, Randy." Randy was in a trance, staring at Kahlan. Bill turned to Richard, wiping the rain off the top of his head with the rag he kept over his shoulder. He still had the toothpick in his mouth. "You didn't tell me your friend was Dell Brandstone." Richard's caution flared. "That a problem?" Bill smiled. "Not with me. The warden and me have had our disagreements, but he's a fair man. He gives me no trouble. He stays here sometimes when he's in the area on official business, but the men downstairs would tear him apart if they knew he was up here." "They might try," Richard corrected. A slight smile curled the corners of Bill's mouth. "We'll get the other one." When they left, Richard gave Kahlan 2 silver coins. "When they come back, give the boy one of these to take the horses to the stables for us and tend to them. Tell him that if he will spend the night watching them and have them ready for us at sunrise, you will add the other." "What makes you think he will do it?" Richard gave a short laugh. "Don't worry, he'll do it if you ask. Just smile." Bill came back, carrying Zed in his husky arms. Randy followed, carrying most of their packs. Bill gently laid the old man on the floor next to Chase. He gave Richard a look from under his curly eyebrows, then turned to his son. "Randy, go get this young lady a basin and a pitcher of water, and a towel. A clean towel. She might like to clean up." Randy backed out of the room, smiling and tripping over his feet as he went. Bill watched him go, then turned to Richard with an intense look. He took the toothpick out of his mouth. "These 2 are in bad shape. I won't ask you what happened to them because a smart fellow wouldn't tell me, and I think you're a smart fellow. We don't have a healer around here, but there's someone who may be able to help. A woman named Addie. They call her the Bone Woman. Most people are afraid of her. That bunch downstairs won't go near her place." Richard remembered Chase saying Addie was his friend. He frowned. "Why?" Bill glanced to Kahlan and back to Richard, narrowing his eyes. "Because they're superstitious. They think she's bad luck of some sort, and because she lives near the boundary. They say that people she doesn't like have a bad habit of dropping dead. Mind you, I'm not saying it's true. I don't believe it myself. I think it's all made up in their own heads. She's not a healer, but I know of folks she's helped. She may be able to help your friends. At least you better hope she can, because they're not going to last much longer without help." Richard combed his fingers through his hair. "How do we find this Bone Woman?" "Turn left down the trail in front of the stables. It's about a 4-hour ride." "And why are you helping us?" Richard asked. Bill smiled and folded his muscled arms across his chest. "Let's just say I'm helping the warden. He keeps some of my other customers at bay, and the wardens bring me an income from the government with their business, here and from my dry goods store next door. If he makes it, you just be sure to tell him it was me that helped save his life." He chuckled. "That'll vex him good." Richard smiled. He understood Bill's meaning. Chase hated to have anyone help him. Bill did indeed know Chase. "I will be sure to let him know you saved his life." The other looked pleased. "Now, since this Bone Woman lives by herself way out by the boundary, and I'm to ask for her help, I think it would be a good idea if I took her some things. Can you get together a load of supplies for her?" "Sure. I'm an approved supplier. I get reimbursed from Heartland. Of course, that thieving council takes most of it back in taxes. I can put it in my tally book for the government to pay if this is official business." "It is." Randy came back with the basin, water, and towels. Kahlan put a silver coin in his hand and asked him about caring for the horses. He looked to his father for approval. Bill nodded. "Just tell me which horse is yours and I'll take extra good care of it," Randy said with a big grin. Kahlan smiled back. "They are all mine. Take care with each. My life depends on it." Randy got a serious look on his face. "You can count on me." Unable to decide what to do with his hands, he finally jammed them in his pockets. "I won't let anyone near them." He backed toward the door again, and when all but his head was through it, added, "I just want you to know I don't believe a word of what those men downstairs are saying about you, and I told them so." Kahlan smiled in spite of herself. "Thank you, but I do not want you to endanger yourself on my account. Please stay away from those men, and do not mention that you talked to me. It will only embolden them." Randy grinned and nodded and left. Bill rolled his eyes and shook his head. He turned to Kahlan with a smile. "You wouldn't consider staying here and marrying the boy, would you? It would do him good to have a mate." An odd look of pain and panic flashed across Kahlan's eyes. She sat on the bed looking down at the floor. "Just kidding, girl," Bill said apologetically. He turned back to Richard. "I'll bring you each a plate of supper, boiled potatoes and meat." "Meat?" Richard asked suspiciously. Bill chuckled. "Don't worry, I wouldn't dare serve those men bad meat. I could lose my head." In a few minutes he returned and set 2 steaming dishes of food on the table. "Thank you for your help," Richard said. Bill raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry, it will all be in my tally book. I'll bring it to you in the morning to sign. There anyone in Heartland who will recognize your signature?" Richard smiled. "I think so. My name is Richard Cypher. My brother is first counselor." Bill flinched, suddenly shaken. "I'm sorry. Not that your brother is first counselor. I mean that I'm sorry I didn't know. I mean that if I had known, I'd have given you better accommodations. You can stay at my house. It's not much, but it's better than this. I'll take your things over right now." "Bill, it's all right." Richard went to the man and put a hand on his back, reassuring him. The proprietor looked suddenly less fierce. "My brother is first counselor. I am not. The room is fine. Everything is fine." "You're sure? Everything?" "You're not going to send the army here, are you? You've been a big help to us, honest. I have nothing to do with the army." Bill didn't look convinced. "You're with the head of the boundary wardens." Richard smiled warmly. "He's a friend of mine, for many years. The old man, too. They're my friends, that's all." Bill's eyes brightened. "Well, if that's true, then how about if I add a couple extra rooms to the tally book? Seeing as how they won't know you all stayed together." Richard kept smiling and patted the man's back. "That would be wrong. I won't put my name to it." Breathing out with a sigh, Bill broke into a big grin. "So you are Chase's friend?" He nodded to himself. "Now I believe you. I haven't been able to get that man to fatten my tally book in all the time I've known him." Richard put some silver in the man's hand. "But this wouldn't be wrong. I appreciate what you're doing for us. I would also appreciate it if you would water the ale tonight. Drunken men die too easy." Bill gave a knowing smile. Then Richard added, "You have dangerous customers." The man studied Richard's eyes, glanced to Kahlan, then back again. "Tonight I do," he agreed. Richard gave him a hard look. "If anyone comes through that door tonight, I will kill him, no questions asked." Bill looked at him for a long moment. "I'll see what I can do to keep that from happening, even if I have to knock some heads together." He went to the door. "Eat your supper before it gets cold. And take care of your lady. She has a good head on her shoulders." He turned to Kahlan and winked. "And a pretty one, too." "One more thing, Bill. The boundary is failing. It will be down in a few weeks. Take care with yourself." The man's chest rose as he took a deep breath. He held the doorknob as he looked into Richard's eyes for a long moment. "I think the council named the wrong brother first counselor. But then they didn't get to be counselors because they worry about doing right. I'll come get you in the morning when the sun is up and it's safe." When he left, Richard and Kahlan sat close on the small bench and ate their meal. Their room was at the back of the building, and the men downstairs were at the front, so it was quieter than Richard thought it would be. All they could hear from the crowd was a muffled hum. The food was better than Richard expected, or maybe it was just that he was famished. The bed looked wonderful to him, too, as he was dead tired. Kahlan noticed. "You only had an hour or 2 of sleep last night. I will stand first watch. If the men downstairs decide to come up here, it will not be until later that they work up the courage. If they come, it would be better if you were rested." "Easier to kill people when you're well rested?" He was immediately sorry it came out the way it did. He hadn't meant it to sound harsh. He realized he was gripping his fork as if it were a sword. "I'm sorry, Richard. I didn't mean it that way. I only meant I don't want you to get hurt. If you are too tired, you will not be able to protect yourself as well. I'm afraid for you." She pushed a potato around the plate with her fork. Her voice was hardly more than a whisper. "I'm so sorry you had to be pulled into this mess. I don't want you to have to kill people. I didn't want you to have to kill those men downstairs. That's the other reason I did what I did. So you would not have to kill them." He looked over at her as she stared down at her plate. It hurt his heart to see the look of pain on her face. He gave her a playful shove with his shoulder. "I wouldn't have missed this journey for anything. Gives me time to be with my friend." She looked at him out of the corner of her eye as he smiled. She smiled back and put her head against the side of his shoulder for a second before eating the potato. Her smile warmed him. "Why did you want me to ask the boy to take care of the horses?" "Results. That's what you said was most important. The poor kid is hopelessly in love with you. Since you were the one who asked, he will guard the horses better than we could ourselves." She looked at him as if she didn't believe him. "You have that effect on men," he assured her. Her smile faded a little, taking on a haunted look. Richard knew he was getting too close to her secrets, so he said nothing else. When they finished eating, she walked to the basin, dipped the end of a towel in the water, and went to Zed. She wiped his face tenderly, then looked over to Richard. "He is the same, no worse. Please, Richard, let me have first watch. Get some sleep?" He nodded, rolled himself into the bed, and was asleep in seconds. Sometime in the early morning, she woke him for his watch. As she went to sleep, he washed his face with the cold water, trying to wake up, then sat on the bench, leaning against the wall, waiting for any sign of trouble. He sucked on a piece of dried fruit, trying to get the bad taste out of his mouth. An hour before sunrise, there was an urgent knock at the door. "Richard?" a muffled voice called. "It's Bill. Unbolt the door. There's trouble." Chapter 16. Kahlan sprang out of bed, rubbing the sleep from her eyes as Richard unbolted the door. She pulled her knife. Bill, breathing hard, squeezed in and pushed the door shut with his back. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. "What is it? What's happened?" Richard asked. "Everything was pretty quiet," Bill swallowed, catching his breath. "Then a little while ago, these two fellows showed up, right out of nowhere. Big men, thick necks, blonde hair, good-looking, armed to the teeth, the kind of men you try not to look in the eye." He took a few deep breaths. Richard stole a quick glance at Kahlan's eyes. There was no doubt in them as to who the men were. Apparently, the wizard trouble the Quad had run into wasn't trouble enough. "Two?" Richard asked. "You are sure there weren't more?" "Only saw two come in, but that was enough." Bill's wide eyes looked out from under his curly eyebrows. "One was tore up pretty good, arm in a sling. Big claw cuts down his other arm. Didn't seem to bother him any, though. Anyway, they started asking about a woman that sounded a lot like your lady here, except she isn't wearing a white dress like they described. They started for the stairs, and a quarrel broke out about who was going to do what with her. Your red-haired friend jumped the one with the sling and slit his throat from ear to ear. The other fellow cut down a bunch of my customers in a heartbeat. I've never seen anything like it. Then all of a sudden, he just wasn't there anymore, vanished into nothing. There's blood everywhere. The rest of the lot are down there right now arguing about who's going to be first to—" He glanced at Kahlan, leaving the rest unsaid. He wiped his forehead with the back of his arm. "Randy's bringing the horses to the back. You have to get out now. Head for Addie's. The sun's an hour away, the hounds too, so you'll be all right. But not if you delay." Richard grabbed Chase's legs, Bill his shoulders. He told Kahlan to bolt the door and get their things together. With Chase in their arms, they trudged down the back stairs and out into the darkness and rain. Lamplight coming from the windows reflected in the puddles, giving the wet black forms of the horses yellow highlights. Randy was waiting, looking worried as he held the horses. They dropped Chase in a litter and ran as quietly as possible up the stairs. Bill scooped Zed into his arms, while Richard and Kahlan threw on their cloaks and grabbed the packs. The three of them, Bill, Richard, then Kahlan, raced down the stairs and for the door. As they burst out the door, they almost tripped over Randy, sprawled on the ground. Richard looked up just in time to see the red-haired man lunging. He leapt back, narrowly missing the sweep of the long knife. The man went face first into the mud. With surprising quickness, he came to his knees, enraged, and then went rigid, the sword point an inch from his nose. The air rang with the sound of steel. The man looked up with vicious, black eyes. Water and mud ran from the strings of his hair. Richard flicked the sword a quarter turn in his hand and whacked him hard over the head with the flat of the blade. He went down in a limp heap. Bill laid Zed in the litter while Kahlan turned Randy over. One eye was swollen shut. Rain splattered on his face. He groaned. When he saw Kahlan with his one good eye, he broke into a grin. Relieved that he wasn't hurt worse, she gave him a quick hug and helped him up. "He jumped me," Randy said apologetically. "I'm sorry." "You are a brave young man. You have nothing to be sorry for. Thank you for helping us." She turned to Bill. "You too." Bill smiled and gave a nod. Zed and Chase were quickly covered with blankets and oilcloth and the packs loaded. Bill told them that Addie's supplies were already on Chase's horse. Richard and Kahlan mounted their horses. She flipped the silver coin to Randy. "Payment on delivery as promised," she told him. He caught the coin and grinned. Richard bent down and clasped hands with Randy and thanked him earnestly, then pointed angrily at Bill. "You! I want you to add everything to your tally book. Include all the damage, all your time and trouble, even the grave markers. I want you to add a fair fee for saving our lives. If the council doesn't want to approve payment, you tell them that you saved the life of the brother of the first counselor. And Richard Cypher said if they don't pay, I'll personally have the head of the man responsible, and I will put it on a pike on the front lawn of my brother's house." Bill nodded and laughed over the sound of the rain. Richard pulled back on the reins to keep his horse in place as it danced about, eager to go. He pointed down at the unconscious man in the mud. He was furious. "The only reason I didn't kill this man is because he killed a man worse than himself, and in so doing may have unwittingly saved Kahlan's life. But he is guilty of murder, intent to murder, and intent to rape. I suggest you hang him before he wakes." Bill looked up at him with hard eyes. "Done. Don't forget what I said about the boundary. Trouble comes. Take care with yourself." Bill held Richard's eyes as he put his hairy arm around his son's shoulders. "We won't forget." A slight smile curled the corners of his mouth. "Long life to the Seeker." Richard looked down at him in surprise and then grinned. Smiling quenched some of the fire of his rage. "When I first saw you," Richard said, "my thought was that you were not a devious man. I find I was mistaken." Richard and Kahlan pulled their hoods up and urged their horses on into the dark rain toward the Bone Woman. The rain had quickly drowned the lights from Southaven and left the travelers to grope their way through the blackness. Chase's horses had carefully picked their way down the trail. Trained by the wardens for this kind of duty, they were comfortable in the adverse conditions. Dawn had struggled interminably at bringing light to the new day. Even after Richard knew the sun was up, the world still hung in half-light between night and day, a ghost of morning. The rain had helped to cool his hot rage. Richard and Kahlan knew that the last member of the quad was loose somewhere, and they watched every movement as a potential threat. They knew that, sooner or later, he would come at them. The uncertainty of when ate at their concentration. Worry over what Bill had said, that Zed and Chase wouldn't last long, gnawed at his spirit. If this woman, Addie, couldn't help, he didn't know what he would do. If she couldn't help, his two friends would die. He couldn't imagine a world without Zed. A world without his tricks and help and comfort would be a dead world. He realized that he was getting a lump in his throat, thinking about it. Zed would tell him not to worry about what might be, but to worry about what was. But what was seemed almost as bad. His father had been murdered. Darken Rahl was close to obtaining all the boxes. Richard's two oldest friends were near death. He was alone with a woman he cared about but wasn't supposed to care about. She still kept her secrets closed to him, locked away. He could tell she fought a constant battle over it in her mind. Sometimes, when he felt he was getting closer to her, he saw pain and fear in her eyes. Soon they would be in the Midlands, where people knew what she was. He wanted her to be the one to tell him. He didn't want to learn it from someone he didn't know. If she didn't tell him soon, he would have to ask her. Against his nature or not, he would have to. So deep was he in thought, he hadn't realized they had been on the trail for over 4 hours. The forest was drinking in the rain. Trees loomed dark and huddled in the mist. The moss on their trunks was vibrant and lush. It stood out on the bark of trees and in round humps on the ground, green and spongy. The lichen on the rocks shone bright yellow and rust in the damp.
In some places, water ran down the trail, turning it into a temporary creek. The poles of Zed's litter splashed through it, going over rocks and roots, rocking the old man's head from side to side on the rougher sections. His feet rode inches from water when they crossed runoff streams. Richard smelled the sweetness of wood smoke in the stillness. Birchwood. He realized that the area they were entering had changed somehow. It looked the same as it had for hours, yet it was different. Rain floated down in quiet reverence for the forest. The whole place felt somehow sacred. He felt like an intruder, disturbing the peace of timeless ages. He wanted to say something to Kahlan, but it seemed as if talking would be a sacrilege. He understood why the men from the inn wouldn't come up here. Their foul presence would be a violation. They came to a house that so blended with its surroundings it was almost invisible next to the trail. A wisp of wood smoke curled from its chimney up into the misty air. The logs of the walls were weathered and ancient, matching the color of the surrounding trees, with nothing other than the ground it sat upon disturbed. The house seemed to be growing from the forest floor, with trees towering around it protectively. The roof was covered in a mass of ferns. A smaller, slanted roof covered a door and a porch large enough for only 2 or 3 people to stand on at once. There was a square, 4-paned window in the front, and another on the side of the house Richard could see. None had curtains. In front of the old house, a patch of ferns bowed and nodded when water from the trees dripped onto them. Mist turned their distinctive dusty pale green light in the wetness. A narrow path slipped through their midst. In the center of the ferns, in the center of the path, stood a tall woman, taller than Kahlan, not as tall as Richard. She wore a simple tan robe of a coarse weave with red and yellow symbols and decorations at the neck. Her hair was fine and straight, a mix of black and gray, parted in the middle, chopped square with her strong jaw. Age had not stolen the handsome features of her weathered face. She leaned on a crutch. She had but 1 foot. Richard brought the horses to a slow halt in front of her. The woman's eyes were completely white.
"I be Addie. Who be you?"
Addie's voice had a harsh, throaty, raspy quality that sent a shiver up Richard's spine. 4 friends, Richard said in a respectful tone. Light rain fell in a hushed, soft patter. He waited. Fine wrinkles covered her face. She took the crutch from under her arm and folded both thin hands over the top, lending her weight to it. Addie's thin lips pulled tighter in a slight smile.
1 friend, she rasped. 3 dangerous people. I decide if they be friends.
She nodded slightly to herself. Richard and Kahlan stole a sidelong glance at each other. His guard went up. He felt somehow uncomfortable, sitting on the horse, as if talking down to her suggested disrespect. He dismounted. Kahlan followed his lead. With his horse's reins in his hand, he moved to stand in front of the animal, Kahlan next to him. I am Richard Cypher. This is my friend Kahlan Amnel. The woman studied his face with her white eyes. He had no idea if she could see, but he didn't know how it could be possible. She turned to Kahlan. The woman's raspy voice spoke a few words to Kahlan in a language he couldn't understand. Kahlan's eyes held the old woman's, and she gave Addie a slight bow of her head. It had been a greeting of deference. Richard hadn't recognized the words Kahlan or Amnel anywhere in it. The fine hairs on the back of his neck stiffened. Kahlan had been addressed by title. He had been around Kahlan long enough to know that by the way she was standing, with her back straight and her head held assertively up, she was on guard. Serious guard. If she had been a cat, her back would be arched, her fur standing on end. The 2 women faced each other. Age had been dismissed for the moment by each. They measured each other on qualities he couldn't see. This was a woman who could bring them to harm, and he knew the sword wasn't going to protect him. Addie turned back to Richard.
Put words to your need, Richard Cypher.
We need your help. Addie's head bobbed.
True.
Our 2 friends are hurt. One, Del Brandstone, told me he is your friend.
True.
Addie said again in her raspy voice. Another man in South Haven told us you may be able to help them. In return for your help, we brought you supplies. We thought it would be fair to offer you something. Addie leaned closer. Lie! She thumped her crutch once on the ground. Richard and Kahlan both jerked back a little. Richard didn't know what to say. Addie waited. It's true. The supplies are right here. He turned a little, indicating Chase's horse. We thought it would be fair. Lie! She thumped her crutch once again. Richard folded his arms, his temper rising. His friends were dying while he played games with this woman. What is a lie? We be a lie. She thumped her crutch again. You be the one who thought to offer supplies. You be the one who decided to bring them. Not you and Kahlan. You. We be a lie. I be the truth. Richard unfolded his arms, holding them out to his sides. What difference does that make? I, we, what does it matter? She stared at him. One be true, one be a lie. How much more difference could there be? Richard folded his arms across his chest again, frowning. Chase must have a very difficult time telling you the stories of his adventures. Addie's small smile came back. True, she nodded. She leaned a little closer, motioning with her hand. Bring your friends inside. She turned, put the crutch back under her arm, and worked her way to the house. Richard and Kahlan looked at each other, and then went to get Chase, putting the blankets away first. He had Kahlan take the boundary warden's feet. He took the heavy hat. As soon as they lugged Chase through the door, Richard discovered why she was called the Bone Woman. Bones of every kind stood out in stark relief against the dark walls. Every wall was covered. Against one were shelves that held skulls. Skulls of beasts Richard didn't recognize. Most were fearsome-looking with long, curved teeth. At least none were human, he thought. Some of the bones were assembled into necklaces. Some were decorated into objects of purpose with feathers and colored beads, chalk circles drawn around them on the surface of the wall. There were stacks of bones in the corner, looking unimportant en masse. The ones on the wall were displayed carefully, with space around them to signify their importance. On the mantel over the fireplace was a rib bone as thick as Richard's arm, as long as he was tall, with symbols he didn't recognize carved in dark lines along its length. There were so many bleached bones around him that Richard felt as if he were in the belly of a dead beast. They set Chase down while Richard's head swiveled around looking. Rainwater dripped off Kahlan, Chase, and himself. Addie towered over him. She was as dry as the bones around her. She had stood outside in the rain, yet she was dry. Richard reconsidered the wisdom of his decision to come here. If Chase hadn't told him Addie was his friend, he would not be doing this. He looked to Kahlan. I'll go get Zed. It was more of a question than a statement. I will help carry in the supplies, she offered, casting a glance at Addie. Richard gently laid Zed at the bone woman's feet. Together, he and Kahlan stacked the supplies on the table. When they had finished, both went and stood next to their friends in front of Addie, both peering at the bones. Addie watched them. Who'll be this one? She asked, pointing at Zed. Zedicus Zulzarander, my friend, he said. Wizard! Addie snapped. My friend, Richard yelled, his anger unhinged. Addie calmly looked up at him with her white eyes while he glared back. Zed was going to die if he didn't get help, and Richard was in no mood to allow that to happen. Addie leaned forward, placing her wrinkled hand flat against his stomach. A little surprised, he stood still while she rubbed her hand in a slow circle as if seeking to discern something. She took her hand back, carefully folding it over the other on the crutch. Her thin lips pulled to the sides in a slight smile as she looked up. The righteous rage of a true seeker. Good. She looked over to Kahlan. You have nothing to fear from him, child. It be the anger of truth. It be the anger of the teeth. The good need not fear it. With the aid of her crutch,
She took a few steps to Kahlan. Addie placed her hand on Kahlan's stomach and repeated the procedure. When she was finished, she laid her hand over the crutch and nodded. She looked to Richard.
She has the fire. The anger burns in her too, but it be the anger of the tongue. You have to fear it. All have to fear it. It be dangerous if she ever lets it out.
Richard gave Addie a leery look. I dislike riddles. They leave too much room for misinterpretation. If you want to tell me something, then tell me.
Tell me,
she mocked. Her eyes narrowed.
What be stronger, teeth or tongue?
Richard took a deep breath. The answer is obviously teeth. Therefore I choose tongue. Addie gave him a disapproving scowl.
Sometimes your tongue moves when it shouldn't. Make it be still,
she commanded in a dry rasp. Somewhat embarrassed, Richard kept quiet. Addie smiled and gave a nod.
See?
Richard frowned. No.
The anger of teeth be force by contact, violence by touch, combat. The magic of the sword of truth be the magic of the anger of teeth, ripping, tearing. The anger of the tongue need not touch, but it be force just the same. It cuts just as quick.
I'm not sure what you mean, Richard said. Addie reached out, her long fingers stretching to him and lightly touching his shoulder. His head was suddenly filled with a vision that was a memory of the night before. He saw the men at the inn. He was standing in front of them with Kahlan, and the men were ready to attack. He was grasping the sword of truth, ready for the violence necessary to stop them, knowing that nothing short of blood would suffice. Then he saw Kahlan next to him talking to the mob, stopping them, holding them with her words, running her tongue across her lip, giving meaning without speaking. She was taking the fire from them, disarming the depraved without touching them, doing what the sword could not. He began to understand what Addie meant. Kahlan's hand swept up sharply and snatched Addie's wrist, pulling the hand away from Richard. There was a dangerous look in her eyes, one that wasn't lost on Addie. I am sworn to protect the life of the Seeker. I do not know what you are doing. You will forgive me if I overreact. I mean no disrespect, but I could not forgive myself if I failed in my task. There is much at risk. Addie looked down at the hand around her wrist.
I understand, child. Forgive me for thoughtlessly giving you cause for alarm.
Kahlan held the wrist a moment longer to make her point, then released it. Addie laid the hand over her other on the top of the crutch. She looked back to Richard.
Teeth and tongue work together. Same with the magic. You command the magic of the sword, the magic of the teeth, but that gives you the magic of the tongue also. The magic of the tongue works because you back it with the sword.
She turned her head slowly to Kahlan.
You have both, child. Teeth and tongue. You use them together, one backing the other.
And what is a wizard's magic? Richard asked. Addie looked at him, considering the question.
There be many kinds of magic. Teeth and tongue be only two. Wizards know them all, save those of the underworld. Wizards use most of what they know.
She looked down at Zed.
He be a very dangerous man.
He has never shown me anything but kindness and understanding. He is a gentleman.
True, but he also be a dangerous one,
Addie repeated. Richard let it drop. And Darken Rahl? Do you know of him? What kind he can use? Addie's eyes narrowed.
Oh, yes, she hissed. I know of him. He can use all the magic a wizard does, and the magic a wizard cannot. Darken Rahl can use the underworld.
Icy bumps rippled up Richard's arms. He wanted to ask what kind of magic Addie had, but decided better of it. She turned once more to Kahlan.
Be warned, child. You have the true power of the tongue. You have never seen it. It will be a terrible doing. if you ever let it loose.
I don't know what you are talking about, Kahlan said, her eyebrows in a frown.
True,
Addie nodded.
true.
She reached out and gently placed her hand on Kahlan's shoulder, working her fingers, bringing her closer.
Your mother died before you became a woman, before you were of the age when she could teach you of it.
Kahlan swallowed hard. What can you teach me of it?
Nothing. I am sorry, but I have no understanding of its workings. It be something only your mother can teach when you reached the age of woman. Since your mother did not show you, the teaching be lost, but the power be still there. Be warned, just because you were not taught its use does not mean it cannot come out.
Did you know my mother? Kahlan asked in a painful whisper. Addie's face softened as she looked at Kahlan. She nodded slowly.
I remember your family name, and I remember her green eyes. They not be easy to forget. You have her eyes. When she carried you, I knew her.
A tear rolled down Kahlan's cheek, and her voice came in the same painful whisper. My mother wore a necklace with a small bone on it. She gave it to me when I was a child. I wore it always until Denis, the girl I called my sister, when she died. I buried it with her. She had always been fond of it. You gave that necklace to my mother, didn't you? Addie closed her eyes and nodded.
Yes, child, I gave it to her to protect her unborn daughter, to keep her child safe, that she might grow to be strong like her mother. I can see that she has.
Kahlan slipped her arms around the old woman. Thank you, Addie, she said tearfully, for helping my mother. Addie held the crutch with one hand, and with the other rubbed Kahlan's back in genuine sympathy. After a few moments, Kahlan separated from the old woman and wiped the tears from her eyes. Richard saw his opening and went for it with single-minded determination. Addie, he said in a soft voice, you helped Kahlan before she was born. Help her now. Her life and the lives of a great many others are at stake. Darken Rahl hunts her, hunts me. We need the help of these two men. Please help them. Help Kahlan. Addie gave him her small smile. She nodded her head a little to herself.
The wizard chooses his seekers well. Fortunately for you, patience be not a prerequisite for the post. Be at ease, I would not have had you bring them in if I did not intend to help them.
Well, perhaps you cannot see, he pressed, but Zed especially is in bad shape. His breathing is hardly there at all. Addie's white eyes regarded him with strained tolerance.
Tell me, she said in her dry rasp. Do you know Kahlan's secret, the one she keeps from you?
Richard said nothing and tried to show no emotion. Addie turned to Kahlan.
Tell me, child. Do you know the secret he keeps from you?
Kahlan said nothing. Addie looked back to Richard.
Does the wizard know of the secret you keep from him? No. Do you know the secret the wizard keeps from you? No. 3 blind people? Seems I be able to see better than you.
Richard wondered what secret Zed was keeping from him. He lifted an eyebrow. And which of these secrets do you know, Addie? She pointed a thin finger at Kahlan.
Hers only.
Richard was relieved, but tried to let his face show nothing. He had been on the verge of panic. Everyone has secrets, my friend, and has a right to keep them when there is need. Her smile widened.
That be true, Richard Cypher.
Now, what about these two?
Do you know how to heal them? She asked.
No, if I did, I obviously would have already done so.
Your impatience is to be forgiven. It be only right for you to fear for the lives of your friends. I bear you no ill will for your concern. But be at ease. They have been receiving help from the moment you brought them in.
Richard gave her a confused look. Really? She nodded.
They be struck down by underworld beasts. It will take time for them to wake, days. How many I cannot say. But they be dry. Lack of water will be the death of them. Therefore, they must be brought awake enough to drink or they will die. The wizard breathes slow not because he be worse, but because that be the way wizards save strength in time of trouble. They go into a deeper sleep. I must bring them both awake to drink. You will not be able to talk to them. They will not know you, so be not afraid when you see it. Go to the corner. Bring the water bucket.
Richard retrieved the water, and then helped Addie lower herself to sit cross-legged at the heads of Zed and Chase. She pulled Kahlan down next to her. She asked Richard to bring a bone implement from the shelf. Part of it looked very much like a human thigh bone. The entire object had a dark brown patina and looked to be ancient. Down the shaft of the bone were carved symbols Richard didn't recognize. At one end were two skull tops, one to each side of the ball. They had been cut smoothly into half spheres and covered with dried skin of some kind. In the center of each skin was a knot that looked like a navel. Spaced evenly around each skin where it stretched across the skull edge were tufts of coarse black hair tied on with beaded thread that matched that around the neck of Addie's robe. The skull tops looked like they could be human. Something inside rattled. Richard handed it respectfully to Addie. "What makes the rattle?" Without looking up, she said,
Dried eyes.
Addie shook the bone, rattled gently from side to side over the heads of Zed and Chase while mumbling a chant in the strange language in which she had spoken to Kahlan. The rattle made a hollow wooden sound. Kahlan sat cross-legged next to her, head bowed. Richard stood back and watched. After 10 or 15 minutes, Addie motioned with her hand for him to come closer. Zed suddenly sat up and opened his eyes. Richard realized she wanted him to give him water. She continued to chant as he dipped the ladle in and held it up to Zed's mouth. He drank thirstily. Richard was thrilled to see the old man sit up and open his eyes even if he couldn't talk, even if he didn't know where he was. Zed drank half a bucket of water. When finished, he lay back down and closed his eyes. Chase was next, and he drank the other half of the water. Addie handed Richard the bone rattle and asked him to return it to the shelf. Next, she had him bring the bone pile from the corner and stack half over Zed's body, half over Chase's, directing him on how to place each bone to some alignment that only she could see or understand. Finally, she had him stack rib bones in a wagon wheel pattern, with the hub centered over each man's chest. When he finished, she complimented him on doing a fine job, but he felt no pride because she had directed his hand at each turn. Addie looked up at him with her white eyes.
Can you cook?
Richard thought about the time Kahlan had told him that his spice soup was like hers, and that their two lands were much the same. Addie was from the Midlands. Maybe she would like something from her homeland. He smiled at her. "I would be honored to make you some spice soup." She put her hands together in a swoon.
That would be wonderful. I have not had a proper spice soup in years.
Richard went to the opposite corner of the room and sat at the table, cutting up vegetables and mixing spices. For over an hour as he worked, he watched the two women sitting on the floor talking in the strange language. Two women catching up on the news from home, he thought happily. He was in a good mood. Someone was finally doing something to help Zed and Chase. Someone who knew what the problem was. When he was finished and had the soup on the fire, he didn't want to disturb them. They looked like they were enjoying themselves. So he asked Addie if he could cut some firewood for her. She seemed pleased by the idea. He went outside and removed the tooth from around his neck, putting it in his pocket, and left his shirt on the porch to keep it dry. He took the sword with him to the back of the house, where Addie had told him he would find the firewood pile. Placing logs on the sawbuck, he cut off pieces to length. Most of the wood was birch, easiest for an old woman to cut. He picked out the rock maple, excellent firewood but tough cutting.
The woods nearby were dark and dense, but they didn't feel threatening. They felt welcoming, enveloping, safe. Still, there was the last man of the quad out there somewhere, hunting Kahlan. He thought about Michael, hoped he was safe. Michael didn't know what Richard was doing and probably wondered where he was. He was probably worried. Richard had planned on going to Michael's house after they left Zed's place, but there had been no time. Rahl had almost caught them. He wished he had been able to get word to his brother. Michael was going to be in great danger when the boundary failed. When he tired of sawing, he split what he had cut. It felt good to use his muscles, to sweat from labor, to do something that didn't require him to think. The cool rain felt good on his hot body, making the work easier. To amuse himself, he imagined the wood was Darken Rahl's head as he brought the axe down. For variation, he sometimes imagined it to be a gar. When the piece of wood was particularly tough, he imagined it to be the red-haired man's head. Kahlan came out and asked him if he was ready to come eat. He hadn't even realized it was getting dark. After she left, he went to the well and poured a bucket of cold water over himself, washing off the sweat. Kahlan and Addie were sitting at the table, and since there were only 2 chairs, he brought in a log round to sit on. Kahlan set a bowl of soup in front of him as he sat down and handed him a spoon.
You have given me a wonderful gift, Richard,
Addie said. And what would that be? He blew on a spoonful of soup to cool it. She looked at him with her white eyes.
Without taking offense, you have given me the time to talk to Kahlan in my native tongue. You cannot know what joy that be for me. So many years it has been. You are a very perceptive man. You are a true seeker.
Richard beamed at her. You have given me something very precious, too. The lives of my friends. Thank you, Addie.
And your spice soup be wonderful,
she added, with a hint of surprise. Yes, Kahlan winked at him. It's as good as I make.
Kahlan has told me about Darken Rahl and about the boundary failing,
Addie said.
It explains much. She has told me that you know of the pass and wish to cross into the Midlands. Now you must decide what you will do.
She took a spoonful of soup. What do you mean?
They must be awakened every day to drink, and they must be fed a gruel. Your friends be asleep for many days, 5, maybe 10. You must decide as seeker if you are to wait for them or go on. We cannot help you. You must decide.
That would be a lot of work for you to do by yourself. Addie nodded.
Yes. But it not be as much work as going after the boxes, as stopping Darken Rahl.
She ate some more soup as she watched him. Richard stirred his spoon around absently in his bowl. There was a long silence. He looked to Kahlan, but she showed nothing. He knew she didn't want to interfere with his decision. He looked back down at his soup. Every day that passes, he said quietly at last, brings Rahl closer to the last box. Zed told me he has a plan. That does not mean it is a good plan. And there may not be time to use it when he awakes at last. We could lose before we start. He looked up into Kahlan's green eyes. We can't wait. We can't take the chance. Too much is at risk. We must leave without him. Kahlan gave him a smile of reassurance. I wasn't planning on letting Chase go with us anyway. I have a more important job for him. Addie reached across the table and put her weathered hand on his. It felt soft and warm.
It not be an easy choice to make. It not be easy to be seeker. That which lies ahead be difficult beyond your worst fears.
He forced a smile. At least I still have my guide. The 3 of them sat in silence, considering what must be done.
You both will have a good sleep tonight, Addie said. You will need it. After supper, I will tell you what you will need to know to get through the pass.
She looked to each of them in turn. Her voice became even raspier.
And I will tell you how I lost my foot.
Chapter 17.
Richard placed the lamp on the side of the table close to the wall and lit it with a stick from the fire. The sound of gentle rain and night creatures drifted in from the window. The chirps and calls of small animals going about their nocturnal lives were familiar to him, comforting sounds of home. Home. His last night in his homeland. And then he was to cross into the Midlands, as his father had done. He smiled to himself at the irony. His father had brought the Book of Counted Shadows out of the Midlands, and now he was taking it back. He sat down on the log round, across from Kahlan and Addie. So tell me, how do we find the pass? Addie leaned back in her chair and swept her hand through the air.
You already have. You'll be in the pass, the mouth of it anyway.
And what do we need to know to get through it?
The pass be a void in the underworld, but it still be a land of the dead. You be living. The beasts hunt the living if the living be big enough to be of interest.
Richard looked at Kahlan's impassive face, then back to Addie. What beasts? Addie's long finger pointed to each wall of the room in turn.
They be the bones of the beasts. Your friends were touched by things of the underworld. The bones confuse their powers. That be why I said your friends were being helped from the moment you brought them in here. The bones cause the magic poison to leave their bodies, letting the death sleep lift. The bones keep the evil away from here. The beasts cannot find me because they feel the evil of the bones, and it blinds them, makes them think I be one of them.
Richard leaned forward. If we took some of the bones with us, would that protect us? Addie smiled her little smile, making her eyes wrinkle.
Very good. That be exactly what you must do. These bones of the dead have the magic to help protect you. But there be more. Listen carefully to what I tell you.
Richard folded his fingers together and nodded.
You cannot take your horses. The trail be too small for them. There be places they cannot fit. You must not wander from the trail. It be very dangerous to do so. And you must not stop to sleep. It will take 1 day, 1 night, and most of the next day to cross.
Why can't we stop to sleep? Richard asked. Addie looked to each of them with her white eyes.
There be other things besides the beasts in the pass. They will get you if you stop long enough.
Things? Kahlan asked. Addie nodded.
I go into the pass often. If you are careful, it be safe enough. If you are not careful, there be things that will get you.
Her raspy voice lowered bitterly.
I became overconfident. One day, I was walking a long time and became very tired. I was sure of myself, sure I knew the dangers well. So I sat against a tree and took a small nap, for a few minutes only.
She put her hand on her leg, rubbing it slowly.
When I was asleep, a gripper fixed itself on my ankle.
Kahlan scrunched up her features. What's a gripper? Addie regarded her in silence for a minute.
A gripper be an animal that has armor all over his back, spikes all around the bottom edge, many legs underneath, each with a sharp hooked claw at the end, a mouth like a leech with teeth all around. He wraps himself around so only his armor is out. With his claws he digs into the flesh to hold tight so you cannot pull him off, and then he fixes his mouth to you, sucking the blood from you, tightening with the claws all the time.
Kahlan put her hand reassuringly on Addie's arm. The light from the lamp made the old woman's white eyes a pale shade of orange. Richard didn't move, his muscles tense.
I had my axe with me.
Kahlan closed her eyes as her head lowered. Addie went on.
I tried to kill the gripper, or at least get him off me. I knew that if I did not, he would suck all the lifeblood from me. His armor be harder than the axe. I was very angry with myself. The gripper be one of the slowest creatures in the pass, but he be faster than a sleeping fool.
She looked into Richard's eyes.
There be only one thing I could do to save my life. I could stand the pain no longer. His teeth were scraping into the bone. I tied a strip of cloth tight around my thigh and laid my lower leg across a log. I used the axe to chop off my foot and ankle.
The silence in the small house was brittle. Only Richard's eyes moved to meet Kahlan's. He saw sorrow there for the old woman, saw his own sorrow reflected. He couldn't imagine the resolve it would take to use an axe to cut off your own foot. His stomach felt sick. Addie's thin lips spread in a grim smile. With one hand, she reached across the table to take Richard's hand, and with the other took Kahlan's. She held their hands in a firm grip.
I tell you this story not to have you feel sorry for me. I tell you only so you too will not become prey to something in the past. Confidence can be a dangerous thing. Fear can bring you safe sometimes.
Then I think we shall be very safe, Richard said. Addie continued to smile and gave a single nod.
Good. There be one more thing. There be a place halfway through the pass where the two walls of the boundary come very close together, almost touching. It be called the Narrows. When you come to a rock the size of this house, split down the middle, that be the place. You must pass through the rock. Do not go around it even though you may want to. Death be that way. And then beyond you must pass between the walls of the boundary. It be the most dangerous place in the pass.
She put a hand on Kahlan's shoulder and squeezed Richard's hand tighter, looking to each in turn.
They will call to you from the boundary. They will want you to come to them.
Who? Kahlan asked. Addie leaned closer to her.
The dead. It could be anyone you know who be dead. Your mother.
Kahlan bit her bottom lip. Is it really them? Addie shook her head.
I don't know, child, but I do not believe it to be.
I don't think so either, Richard said, almost more to reassure himself.
Good, Addie rasped. Keep thinking so. It will help you to resist. You will be tempted to go to them. If you do, you are lost. And remember, in the Narrows, it be even more important to keep on the path the whole way through. A step or two off to either side, and you have gone too far. The walls of the boundary be that close. You will not be able to step back, ever.
Richard let out a deep breath. Addie, the boundary is failing. Before he was struck down, Zed told me he could see the change. Chase said you couldn't see into it before, and that now underworld beings were getting out. Do you think it will still be safe to go through the Narrows?
Safe? I never said it be safe. It never be safe to go through the Narrows. Many who are keen with greed but not strong of will have tried to go through and never come out the other side.
She leaned closer to him.
As long as the boundary be there still, so too must be the pass. Stay on the trail. Keep in mind your purpose. Help each other if need be, and you will get across.
Addie studied his face. Richard turned to Kahlan's green eyes. He wondered if Kahlan and he could resist the boundary. He remembered what it felt like to want to go into it, to long for it. In the Narrows, it would be on both sides of them. He knew how frightened Kahlan was of the underworld, with good reason. She had been in it. He wasn't anxious to go anywhere near it himself. Richard frowned in thought. You said the Narrows were in the center of the pass. Won't it be night? How will we see to stay on the trail? Addie put her hand on Kahlan's shoulder to help herself up.
Come,
she said, as she put the crutch under her arm. She followed slowly behind as she worked her way to the shelves. Her slender fingers clutched a leather pouch. She loosened the drawstring and dumped something in her palm. She turned to Richard.
Hold out your hand.
He held his hand, palm up, in front of her. She put her hand over his, and he felt a smooth weight. In her native tongue, she spoke a few words under her breath.
The words say, I give you this of my own free will.
Richard saw that in his palm rested a rock about the size of a grouse egg. Smooth and polished, it was so dark it seemed as if it could suck the light from the room. He couldn't even discern a surface other than a layer of gloss. Beneath that was a void of blackness.
This be a night stone, she said in a measured rasp.
And what do I do with it? Addie hesitated, her gaze darting briefly to the window.
When it be dark, and you have need enough, take out the night stone, and it will give off light so you may find your way. It only works for its owner, and then only if it be given of its last owner's free will. I will tell the wizard you have it. He has magic to find it, so he will be able to find you.
Richard hesitated. Addie, this must be valuable. I don't feel right accepting it.
Everything is valuable under the right conditions. To a man dying of thirst, water be more precious than gold. To a drowning man, water be of little worth and great trouble. Right now you are a very thirsty man. I thirst for Darken Rahl to be stopped. Take the night stone. If you feel the weight of obligation, you may return it to me one day.
Richard nodded, slipped the stone into the leather pouch, and then into his pocket. Addie turned to the shelf once more and retrieved a delicate necklace, holding it up for Kahlan to see. A few red and yellow beads were to each side of a small round bone. Kahlan's eyes brightened, her mouth opened in surprise. It is just like my mother's, she said with delight. Addie placed it over her head while Kahlan lifted clear her mass of dark hair. Kahlan looked down at the necklace, touching it between her finger and thumb, smiling.
For now, it will hide you from the beasts in the pass. And someday, when you carry a child of your own, it will protect her and help her to grow strong like you.
Kahlan put her arms around the old woman, hugging her tight for a long time. When they separated, Kahlan's face bore a distressed expression, and she spoke in the language Richard didn't understand. Addie simply smiled and patted her shoulder sympathetically.
You two should sleep now.
What about me? Shouldn't I have a bone to hide me from the beasts? Addie studied his face, then looked down at his chest. Slowly she reached out. Her fingers uncurled and touched his shirt tentatively, touched the tooth underneath. She pulled her hand back and looked back up into his eyes. Somehow she knew about the tooth being there. Richard held his breath.
You need no bone, Heartlander. The beasts cannot see you.
His father had told him the thing guarding the book had been an evil beast. He realized the tooth was the reason the things from the boundary hadn't been able to find him as they had the others. If it hadn't been for the tooth, he would have been struck down as Zed and Chase were, and Kahlan would be in the underworld now. Richard tried to keep his face from betraying any emotion. Addie seemed to get the hint and remained silent. Kahlan seemed confused, but didn't ask.
Sleep now,
Addie said. Kahlan refused Addie's offer of her bed. She and Richard laid their bedrolls near the fire, and Addie retired to her room. Richard put a few more logs in the fire, remembering how Kahlan liked to be by a fire. He sat by Zed and Chase for a few minutes, smoothing the old man's white hair, listening to his even breathing. He hated to leave his friends behind. He was afraid of what was ahead. He wondered if Zed had an idea of where to look for one of the boxes. Richard wished he knew what Zed's plan was. Maybe it was some sort of wizard's trick to try on Darken Rahl. Kahlan sat on the floor by the fire with her legs crossed, watching him. When he came back to his blanket, she lay down on her back, pulling the blanket up to her waist. The house was quiet and felt safe. Rain continued to fall outside. It felt good being by the fire. He was tired. Richard turned toward Kahlan, his elbow on the floor and his head propped in his hand. She stared up at the ceiling, turning the bone on the necklace between her finger and thumb. He watched her breast rise and fall with her breathing. "Richard," she whispered while continuing to stare at the ceiling. "I'm sorry we have to leave them behind." "I know," he whispered back. "Me too." I hope you do not feel I forced you to do it because of what I said when we were in the swamp.
No, it was the right decision. Every day brings winter closer. It will do us no good to wait with them while Rahl gets the boxes. Then we will all be dead. The truth is the truth. I can't be angry at you for saying it. He listened to the fire snap and hiss as he watched her face, the way her hair lay across the floor. He could see a vein in her neck pulsing with her heartbeat. He thought that she had the most delicious-looking neck he had ever seen. Sometimes she looked so beautiful he could hardly stand to look at her, and at the same time could not look away. She still held the necklace in her fingers. Kahlan? She turned to his eyes. When Addie told you the necklace would protect you and someday your child, what did you say to her? She gazed at him a long moment.
I thanked her, but I told her I did not think I would live long enough to have a child.
Richard felt bumps rise on the skin of his arms. Why would you say that? Her eyes moved in little flicks as she studied different places on his face.
Richard, she said quietly, madness is loose in my homeland, madness you cannot imagine. I am but one. They are many. I have seen people better than me go against it and be slaughtered. I am not saying I think we will fail, but I do not think I will live to know.
Even if she wasn't saying it, Richard knew she didn't think he would live either. She was trying not to frighten him, but she thought he would die in the effort too. That was why she hadn't wanted Zed to give him the sword of truth to make him seek her. He felt as if his heart were coming up into his throat. She believed she was leading them to their death. Maybe she was right, he mused. After all, she knew more about what they were up against than he did. She must be terrified to go back to the Midlands, but then there was no place to hide. The Night Wisp had said that to run was a sure death. Richard kissed the end of his finger and then touched it against the bone on the necklace. He looked back up into her soft eyes. I add my oath of protection to the bone, he said in a whisper. To you, now, and to any child you may bear in the future. I would trade no day I spend with you for a life of safe slavery. I accepted the post of seeker of my own free will, and if Darken Rahl takes the whole world into madness, then we will die with a sword in our hands, not chains on our wings. We will not allow it to be easy for them to kill us. They will pay a high price. We will fight with our last breath if need be, and in our death let us inflict a wound on him that will fester until it claims him. A smile spread across her face until her eyes were caught up in it. If Darken Rahl knew you as I do, he would have reason to lose sleep. I thank the good spirits the Seeker has no cause to come after me in anger. She laid her head down on her arm. You have an odd talent for making me feel better, Richard Cypher, even when telling me of my death. He smiled. That's what friends are for. Richard watched her for a while after she closed her eyes until sleep gently took him. His last thoughts before it came were of her. The first hint of morning was damp and dreary, but the rain had stopped. Kahlan was giving Addie a parting hug. Richard faced the old woman, looking into her white eyes. I must ask you to do an important task. You must give Chase a message from the Seeker. Tell him he is to go back to Heartland and warn the first counselor that the boundary will be down soon. Have him tell Michael to gather the army to protect Westland from Rahl's forces. They must be prepared to fight at any invasion. They must not let Westland fall as did the Midlands. Any forces that come across must be deemed invaders. Have him tell Michael that Rahl is the one who killed our father, and those who come do not come in peace. We are at war, and I am already joined in battle. If my brother or the army fails to heed my warning, then Chase is to abandon the service of the government and gather the boundary wardens to stand against Rahl's legions. His army was virtually unopposed when they took the Midlands. If they have to shed blood freely to take Westland, maybe they will lose their spirit. Tell him to show no mercy to the enemy, take no prisoners. I take no joy in giving these orders, but it's the way Rahl fights, and either we meet him on his terms or we die on them. If Westland is taken, I expect the wardens to extract a terrible price before they fall. After Chase has the army and wardens in place, he is free to come to my aid, if he chooses to do so.
as above all else we must stop Rahl from getting all 3 boxes. Richard looked down at the ground. Have him tell my brother that I love him and I miss him. He looked up and gauged Eddie's expression. Can you remember all that?
I do not think I could forget it if I wanted to. I will tell the warden your words. What would you have me tell the wizard?
Richard smiled. That I'm sorry we couldn't wait for him, but I know he will understand. When he is able, he will find us by the Nightstone. I hope by then to have found one of the boxes.
Strength to the seeker,
Addie said in a rasp.
And you too, child. Grim times lie ahead.
Chapter 18. The trail was wide enough to allow Richard and Kahlan to walk side by side after they left Addie's place. Clouds hung thick and threatening, but the rain held off. Both wrapped their cloaks tight. Damp, brown pine needles matted the path through the forest. There was little brush among the big trees, allowing an open view for a good distance. Ferns covered the ground in feathery swaths through the trees, and dead wood lay in it here and there as if asleep in a bed. Squirrels scolded the 2 of them as they hiked along, while birds sang with monotonous conviction. Richard picked at the branch of a small balsam fir as they walked past, stripping the needles between his thumb and the crook of his first finger. Addie is more than she seems, he said at last. Kahlan looked up at him as they walked. She is a sorceress. Richard glanced sideways at her in surprise. Really? I don't know exactly what a sorceress is. Well, she is more than us, but less than a wizard. Richard smelled the aromatic fragrance of the balsam needles, then cast them aside. Maybe she was more than he, Richard thought, but he wasn't at all sure she was more than Kahlan. He remembered the look on Addie's face when Kahlan had grabbed her by the wrist. It had been a look of fear. He remembered the look on Zed's face when he had first seen her. What power did she have that could frighten a sorceress and a wizard? What had she done that had caused thunder without sound? She had done it twice that he knew of, once with the Quad and once with Shar, the Night Wisp. Richard remembered the pain that had followed. A sorceress greater than Kahlan? He wondered. What's Addie doing living here in the pass? Kahlan pushed some of her hair back over her shoulder. She became tired of people coming to her all the time, wanting spells and potions. She wanted to be left alone to study whatever it is a sorceress studies. Some sort of higher summons, as she called it. Do you think she will be safe when the boundary fails? I hope so. I like her. Me too, he added with a smile. The trail, climbing sharply in places, forced them to go single file at times as it twisted along steep rocky hillsides and over ridges. Richard let Kahlan go first, so he could keep an eye on her, make sure she didn't wander off the path. At times he had to point out the trail, his experience as a guide making it plain to him, but not to her unpracticed eye. Other times the trail was a well-defined rut. The woods were thick. Trees grew from splits in the rock that pushed up above the leaf litter. Mist drifted among the trees. Roots bulging from cracks provided handholds as they climbed the abrupt inclines. His legs ached from the effort of descending extreme drops in the dark trail. Richard wondered what they were going to do once they reached the Midlands. He had depended on Zed to let him know the plan once they crossed the pass, and now they were without Zed, without a plan. He felt kind of foolish to be charging into the Midlands. What was he going to do once they crossed over? Stand there and look around, divine where the box was, and then be off after it? Didn't sound like a good plan to him. They didn't have time to wander about aimlessly, hoping they would come across something. No one was going to be waiting for him, waiting to tell him where to go next. They reached a steep jumble of rock. The trail was straight up the face. Richard surveyed the terrain. It would be easier to go around rather than climb over the jut of rock, but he finally decided against it. The thought that the boundary could be anywhere, making up his mind. There must be a reason the trail went this way. He went first, and took Kahlan's hand, helping to pull her up. As he walked, Richard's thoughts continued nagging at him. Someone had hidden one of the boxes, or Rahl would have it already.
If Rahl couldn't find it, how was Richard to? He didn't know anyone in the Midlands. He didn't know where to look. But someone knew where the last box was, and that was how they had to find it. They couldn't look for the box. They had to look for someone who would be able to tell them where it was. Magic, he thought suddenly. The Midlands was a land of magic. Maybe someone with magic could tell where the box was. They had to look for someone with the right kind of magic. Addie could tell things about him without ever having seen him before. There had to be someone with the kind of magic that could tell him where the box was without ever having seen it. Then, of course, they had to convince that person to tell them. But maybe if someone was hiding their knowledge from Darken Rahl, he would be glad to help stop him. It seemed there were too many wishes and hopes in his thoughts. But there was one thing he did know. Even if Rahl got all the boxes without the book, he wasn't going to know which box was which. As they walked along, Richard recited the Book of Counted Shadows to himself, trying to find a way to stop Rahl. Since it was an instruction book for the boxes, it should have a way to stop their use, but there was nothing like that in the book. The actual explanation of what each box would do, directives to determine which box was which, and how to open one, took up only a relatively small portion at the end of the book. Richard understood this part well, as it was clear and precise. Most of the book, though, was taken up with directions for countering unforeseen eventualities, resolving problems that could prevent the holder of the boxes from succeeding. The book even started out with how to verify the truth of the instructions. If he could create one of these problems, he could stop Rahl, since Rahl didn't have the book to help him. But most of the problems were things he had no way of bringing about, problems with sun angles and clouds on the day of opening, and a lot of it made no sense to him. It spoke of things he had never heard of. Richard told himself to stop thinking of the problem and to think of the solution. He would go through the book again. He cleared his mind and started at the beginning. Verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor. By late afternoon, Richard and Kahlan were sweating freely with the effort of the hike. As they crossed a small stream, Kahlan stopped and dipped a cloth in the water and used it to wipe her face. Richard thought it was a good idea. When they came to the next stream, he stopped to do the same. The clear water was shallow, as it ran over a bed of round stones. He balanced on a flat rock as he squatted to soak a cloth in the cold water. When he stood up, Richard saw the shadow thing. He froze instantly. Off through the woods there was something standing partly behind a tree trunk. It wasn't a person, but was about that size, with no definite shape. It looked like a person's shadow standing up in the air. The shadow thing didn't move. Richard blinked and squinted his eyes, trying to tell if he was really seeing what he thought he was seeing. Maybe it was just a trick of the dim afternoon light, a shadow of a tree he mistook for something more. Kahlan had continued to walk along the trail. Richard came quickly up behind her and put his hand on the small of her back, below her pack, so she wouldn't stop. He leaned over her shoulder and whispered in her ear. "Look to the left. Off through the trees. Tell me what you see." He kept his hand on her back, kept her walking along as she turned her head, looking off to the trees. Her eyes searched as she held her hair back, out of the way. Then she saw the thing. "What is it?" she whispered, looking back to his face. He was a little surprised. "I don't know. I thought maybe you could tell me." She shook her head. The shadow remained motionless. Maybe it was nothing. A trick of the light, he tried to tell himself. He knew that wasn't true. "Maybe it's one of the beasts Addie told us about, and it can't see us," he offered. She gave him a sidelong glance. "Beasts have bones." Kahlan was right, of course, but he had been hoping she would have agreed with the idea. As they moved quickly down the trail, the shadow thing stayed where it was, and they were soon out of sight of it. Richard breathed easier. It appeared that the bone necklace Kahlan wore and his tooth had hidden them. They ate a supper of bread, carrots, and smoked meat as they walked. Neither enjoyed the meal. Their eyes searched off into the deep woods as they ate. Even though it hadn't rained all day, everything was still wet, and occasionally water dripped from the trees. The rock was slick with slime in places, needing care to be crossed safely. Both watched the surrounding forest for any sign of danger. They saw nothing. The fact that they saw nothing began to worry Richard. There were no squirrels, no chipmunks, no birds, no animals of any kind. It was too quiet. Daylight was slipping away. Soon they would be at the Narrows. He worried about that, too. The idea of seeing the things from the boundary again was frightening. The idea of seeing his father again was terrifying. His insides cringed at what Addie had told them, that those in the boundary would call to them. He remembered how seductive their calls were. He had to be prepared to resist. He had to harden himself against it. Kahlan had almost been pulled back into the underworld when they were in the Wayward Pine the first night he knew her. When they were with Zed and Chase, something had tried to pull her in again. He was troubled that the bone might not protect her when they were that close. The trail leveled out and widened, allowing them to walk side by side again. He was tired from the day's hike, and it would be another night and day before they could rest. Crossing the Narrows in the dark, and when they were exhausted, sounded like a bad idea, but Addie had been insistent they not stop. He could not question a person who knew the pass as well as she. He knew that the story of the Gripper would keep him wide awake. Kahlan looked around at the woods, turned to check behind. She stopped suddenly, grabbing his arm. In the trail, not 10 yards behind, stood a shadow. Like the other, this one did not move. He could see through it, see the woods behind as if it were made of smoke. Kahlan kept a firm grip on his arm as both of them walked ahead in a sideways fashion, watching the shadow thing. They rounded a turn in the trail and were away from it. They walked on faster. Kahlan, do you remember when you told me of the shadow people that Darken Rahl sent forth? Could those be shadow people? She gave him a worried look. I don't know. I have never seen one. They were in the last war before I was born, but the stories were always told the same, that they floated along. I never heard anyone say they stood still like that. Maybe it's because of the bones. Maybe they know we're here but can't find us, so they stay still to search. She wrapped her cloak tighter, obviously afraid of his idea, but didn't say anything. In the gathering night, they walked along close to each other, sharing the same troubling thoughts. Another shadow stood at the side of the trail. Kahlan gripped his arm tight. They passed slowly, quietly, keeping their eyes on it. It didn't move. Richard felt like panicking, but knew he couldn't. They had to stay on the trail, had to use their heads. Maybe the shadows were trying to make them bolt, to run from the trail and cross over accidentally into the underworld. They looked around, behind as they went. When Kahlan was looking the other way, a branch brushed her face. She jumped against him with a start. She looked over and apologized. Richard gave her a reassuring smile. Pine needles held droplets from the rains and mist, and when a light breeze swayed the branches, water from the trees above rained down. In the near darkness, they had a hard time telling if there were shadow things around them, or if it was just the dark shapes of tree trunks. Twice they had no trouble telling. They were close to the trail, and there was no doubt what they were. Still, the shadows did not follow or move, but stood as if watching, even though they had no eyes. What are we going to do if they come for us? Kahlan asked in a tense voice. Her grip on his arm was becoming painful, so he pried her fingers off and put her hand in his. She gave his hand a squeeze. Sorry, she said with a self-conscious smile. If they come for us, the sword will stop them, he answered confidently. What makes you so sure? It stopped the things in the boundary. She seemed satisfied with the answer. He wished he were. The forest was dead quiet except for a soft rasp he couldn't quite figure out. There were none of the usual night sounds. Dark branches swayed near them with the breeze, making his heart race. Richard, Kahlan said quietly, don't let them touch you. If they are shadow people, their touch is death. Even if they are not shadow people, we don't know what would happen. We must not let them touch us. He gave her hand a squeeze of reassurance. Richard resisted the temptation to pull the sword. There might be too many for the sword, if the sword's magic even worked against shadows. If there was no other choice, he would use the sword, but for now his instincts told him not to. The woods were getting darker. Tree trunks stood like black pillars in the murk. Richard felt as if there were eyes everywhere watching. The trail was beginning to traverse a hillside, and he could see dark rocks rising up to their left. Runoff from the rains trickled through the rock. He could hear it bubbling and dripping and splashing. The ground dropped away on the right. The next time they looked back, there were 3 shadows barely visible in the path behind. The 2 of them kept moving. Richard heard the soft scraping sound again, off in the woods to either side. It wasn't a sound he was familiar with. He could feel more than see that there were shadow things on each side and behind them. A few were close enough to the trail that there was no doubt what they were. The only way that was clear was ahead. "Richard," Kahlan whispered, "do you think you should take up the Nightstone? I can hardly see the path." She was gripping his hand tightly. Richard hesitated. "I don't want to until we absolutely need it. I'm afraid of what might happen." "What do you mean?" "Well, those shadows haven't come for us yet. Maybe because they can't see us because of the bones." He paused a moment. "But what if they can see the light from the Nightstone?" Kahlan bit her bottom lip in worry. They strained to pick out the trail as it twisted to go around trees and boulders, over rocks and roots, cutting its way across the hillside. The soft scraping sound was nearer all around. It sounded like claws on rock, he thought. 2 shadows stood ahead, close, the trail between them. Kahlan pressed tight against him and held her breath as they squeezed past. She buried her face against his shoulder when they were even with the shadow things. Richard put his arm around her, holding her tight. He knew how she felt. He was terrified, too. His heart pounded. It seemed they were going too far with each step, getting in too deep. He looked behind, but in the darkness there was not enough light to see if the shadows were standing on the trail. Abruptly, an inky black shape loomed up before them. It was an enormous boulder split down the middle. The Narrows. They pressed their backs up against the boulder at the split. It was too dark to see the trail anymore, or if there were any shadow things close. They couldn't follow the trail through the Narrows without the light of the Nightstone. It was far too dangerous. One wrong step in the Narrows and they were dead. In the stillness, the scraping sound was closer, all around them. Richard reached into his pocket and pulled out the leather pouch. He loosened the drawstring, dumped the Nightstone into his palm. Warm light flared into the night, lighting the woods around, casting eerie shadows. He held the stone out to see better. Kahlan gasped. In the warm, yellowish illumination, they could see a wall of the shadow things, hundreds of them, not an inch between any 2. They formed a half circle less than 20 feet away. On the ground were dozens and dozens of hump-shaped creatures, almost looking like rocks at first, but they weren't rocks. Gray armor bands interlocked across their backs, jagged spikes poked out around the bottom edge. Grippers. That was what the sound was, their claws on the rocks. The grippers were moving with an odd waddling gait, their humped bodies swaying from side to side as they struggled forward. Not fast, but steady. Some were only a few feet away. For the first time, the shadows began to move, floating, drifting, tightening their ring. Kahlan stood frozen, her back against the boulder, her eyes wide. Richard reached across the split, grabbed a fistful of her shirt, and pulled her into the opening. The walls were wet and slick. The tightness of the space made him feel as if his heart were coming up in his throat. He didn't like tight places. They backed through, turning occasionally to check their way. He held the Nightstone out, lighting the shadow things as they came. Grippers crawled into the split. Richard could hear the sound of Kahlan's rapid breathing echoing in the confining, dank space. They continued, backing up, their shoulders sliding against the sides of the rock. Cold, slimy water soaked their shirts. In one spot, they had to duck down and turn sideways because the crack narrowed, almost closing together, opened just enough for them to pass down low. Forest debris, fallen into the split, lay in the dampness, decomposing. The place smelled of sickening rot. They continued moving sideways, and at last reached the other side. The shadows stopped when they reached the opening in the rock. The grippers didn't. Richard kicked one that got too close, sending it tumbling through the leaves and sticks on the floor of the split. Landing on its back, it clawed at the air, snapping and hissing, twisting and rocking until it righted itself. When it did, the gripper rose up on its claw-tipped feet and let out a clicking growl before coming on once again. Both turned quickly to follow the path. Richard held the nightstone out to light the Narrow's trail. Kahlan drew a sharp breath. The warm light illuminated the hillside where the Narrow's path should have been. Spread out before them as far as they could see was a mass of rubble. Rocks, tree limbs, splintered wood, and mud all tumbled together. A slide had recently plunged down the hillside. The Narrow's trail had been swept away. They took a step beyond the rock to have a better look. Green light of the boundary came on, surprising them. They stepped back as one.
Richard.
Kahlan clutched his arm. The grippers were at their heels. The shadows floated in the split. Chapter 19. Torches set in ornate gold brackets lit the walls of the crypt with flickering light, reflected off the polished pink granite of the huge vaulted room, lending their smell of pitch to the fragrance of roses in the dead still air. White roses, replaced every morning without fail for the last 3 decades, filled each of the 57 gold vases set in the wall beneath each of the 57 torches that represented each year in the life of the deceased. The floor was white marble, so that any white rose petal that fell would not be a distraction before it could be whisked away. A large staff saw to it that no torch was allowed to go spent for longer than a few moments, and that rose petals were not allowed to rest long upon the floor. The staff was attentive and devoted to their tasks. Failure to be so resulted in an immediate beheading. Guards watched the tomb day and night to be sure the torches burned, the flowers were fresh, and no rose petals sat too long on the floor. And, of course, to carry out executions. Staff positions were filled from the surrounding Daharan countryside. Being a member of the crypt staff was an honor by law. The honor brought with it the promise of a quick death if an execution was in order. A slow death in Dahara was greatly feared and common. New recruits, for fear they would speak ill of the dead king while in the crypt, had their tongues cut out. The master, on the evenings when he was alone in the people's palace, would visit the tomb. No staff or tomb guards were allowed to be present during these visits. The staff had spent a busy afternoon replacing the torches with freshly burning ones and tested each of the hundreds of white roses by gently shaking them to make sure none of the petals were loose, since any torch going out during the royal visit, or any rose petal falling to the floor, would result in an execution. A short pillar in the center of the immense room supported the coffin itself, giving it the effect of floating in the air. The gold-enshrouded coffin glowed in the torchlight. Carved symbols covered its sides, and continued in a ring around the room, cut into the granite beneath the torches and gold vases, instructions in an ancient language from a father to a son on the process of going to the underworld and returning. Instructions in an ancient language understood by only a handful other than the son. None but the son lived in Dahara. All the others in Dahara who understood had long ago been put to death. Someday the rest would be. The crypt staff and guards had been sent away. The master was visiting his father's tomb. 2 of his personal guards stood watch over him, 1 to each side of the massive, elaborately carved and polished door. Their sleeveless leather and mail uniforms helped display their bulky forms, the sharp contours of their heavy muscles, and the bands they wore around their arms just above their elbows, bands with raised projections sharpened to deadly edges, used in close combat to tear apart an adversary. Darken Rahl ran his delicate fingers over the carved symbols on his father's tomb. An immaculate white robe, its only decoration gold embroidery in a narrow band around the neck and down the front, covered his lean frame to within an inch of the floor. He wore no jewelry, other than a curved knife in a gold scabbard, embossed with symbols warning the spirits to give way. The belt that held it was woven of gold wire. Fine, straight blonde hair hung almost to his shoulders. His eyes were a painfully handsome shade of blue. His features set off his eyes perfectly. Many women had been taken to his bed. Because of his striking looks and his power, some went eagerly. The others went despite his looks, but because of his power. Whether or not they were eager did not concern him. Were they unwise enough to be repulsed when they saw the scars, they entertained him in ways they could not have foreseen. Darken Rahl, as had his father before him, considered women merely vessels for the man's seed, the dirt it grew in, unworthy of higher recognition. Darken Rahl, as his father before him, would have no wife. His own mother had been nothing more than the first to sprout his father's wondrous seed, and then she had been discarded, as was only fitting. If he had siblings, he didn't know, nor did it matter. He was firstborn, all glory fell to him. He was the one born with the gift, and the one to whom his father passed the knowledge. If he had half-brothers or sisters, they were merely weeds to be expunged if discovered. Darken Rahl spoke the words silently in his mind as his fingers traced the symbols. Although it was of the utmost importance that the directives were followed exactly, he had no fear of making an error. The instructions were burned into his memory, but he enjoyed reliving the thrill of the passage, of hanging between life and death. He savored going into the underworld, commanding the dead. He was impatient for the next journey. Footsteps echoed at someone's approach. Darken Rahl showed no concern or interest, but his guards did. They drew their swords. No one was allowed to come into the crypt with the master. When they saw who it was, they stood down, replacing their weapons. No one but Demin Nas, that is. Demin Nas, the right hand of Rahl, the lightning of the master's dark thoughts, was a man as big as those he commanded. As he strode in, ignoring the guards, his sharp, chiseled muscles stood out in stark relief in the torchlight. His chest was covered with skin as smooth as that of the young boys he had a weakness for. In stark contrast, his face was riddled with pockmarks. His blonde hair was cropped close enough to cause it to stand up in a collection of spikes. A streak of black hair started in the middle of his right eyebrow and continued back over his head to the right of center. It made him recognizable from a distance, a fact appreciated by those who had cause to know of him. Darken Rahl stood absorbed in the reading of the symbols, and did not look when his guards drew their weapons or when they replaced them. Although his guards were formidable, they were unnecessary, mere accoutrements of his position. He had powers enough to put down any threat. Demin Nas stood at ease, waiting for the master to finish. When at last Darken Rahl turned, his blonde hair and stark white robe swished around with him. Demin gave a respectful bow of his head.
Lord Rahl.
His voice was deep, coarse. He kept his head bowed. Demin, my old friend, how good to see you again. Rahl's quiet tone had a clear, almost liquid quality to it. Demin straightened, his face set in a frown of displeasure.
Lord Rahl, Queen Milena has delivered her list of demands.
Darken Rahl stared through the commander as if he weren't there, slowly wetting the tips of the first 3 fingers of his right hand with his tongue, and then carefully stroking his lips and eyebrows with them. "Have you brought me a boy?" Rahl asked expectantly.
Yes, Lord Rahl. He awaits you in the Garden of Life.
Good. A small smile spread across Darken Rahl's handsome face. Good. And he's not too old. He is still a boy?
Yes, Lord Rahl, he is but a boy.
Demin looked away from Rahl's blue eyes. Darken Rahl's smile widened. You are sure, Demin? Did you take off his pants yourself in check? Demin shifted his weight.
Yes, Lord Rahl.
Rahl's eyes searched the other's face. You didn't touch him, did you? His smile vanished. He must be unsoiled.
No, Lord Rahl,
Demin insisted, looking back to the master, his eyes wide.
I would not touch your spirit guide. You have forbidden it.
Darken Rahl again wet his fingers and smoothed his eyebrows as he took a step closer. I know you wanted to, Damon. Was it hard for you? Looking but not touching? His smile came back, teasing, then melted again. Your weakness has caused me trouble before.
I took care of that.
Damon protested in his deep voice, but not too forcefully.
I had that traitor, Brophy, arrested for the murder of that boy.
Yes, Rahl snapped back, and then he submitted to a confessor to prove his innocence. Damon's face wrinkled in frustration.
How was I to know he would do that? Who could expect a man would willingly do that?
Rahl held up his hand. Damon fell silent. You should have been more careful. You should have taken the confessors into account. And is that job finished yet?
All but one,
Damon admitted.
The quad that went after Kahlan, the mother confessor, failed. I had to send another.
Darken Rahl frowned. Confessor Kahlan is the one who took the confession of this traitor, Brophy, and found him innocent, is she not? Damon nodded slowly, his face contorted in anger.
She must have found help, or the quad would not have failed.
Rahl remained silent, watching the other. At last, Damon broke the silence.
It is but a small matter, Lord Rahl, not worthy of your time or thought.
Darken Rahl lifted an eyebrow. I will decide what matters are worthy of my attention. His voice was soft, almost kind.
Of course, Lord Rahl. Please forgive me.
Damon didn't need to hear an angry tone to know he was treading on dangerous ground. Rahl licked his fingers again and rubbed them on his lips. He looked sharply back up into the other's eyes. Damon, if you touched the boy, I will know. A bead of sweat rolled into Damon's eye. He tried to blink it away.
Lord Rahl, he said in a coarse whisper, I would gladly give my life for you. I would not touch your spirit guide, I swear.
Darken Rahl considered Damon Nass for a moment, then nodded. As I said, I would know anyway. And you know what I would do to you if you ever lied to me. I can't tolerate anyone lying to me. It's wrong.
Lord Rahl,
Damon said, anxious to change the subject.
What of Queen Melena's demands?
Rahl shrugged. Tell her I agree to all her demands in return for the box. Damon stared incredulously.
But Lord Rahl, you have not seen them listed.
Rahl shrugged innocently. Now, they are truly a matter not worthy of my time or thought. Damon shifted his weight again, making the leather he wore creak.
Lord Rahl, I do not understand why you play this game with the Queen. It is humiliating to be issued a list of demands. With no trouble, we could crush her like the fat toad she is. Just give me the word. Allow me to issue my own demands on your behalf. She will be made to regret not bowing down to you as she should have.
Rahl smiled, a small private smile, as he studied the pockmarked face of his loyal commander. She has a wizard, Damon, he whispered, his blue eyes intense.
I know.
Damon's fists tightened.
Giller. You have only to ask, Lord Rahl, and I will bring you his head.
Damon, why do you think Queen Melena would enlist a wizard in her service? Damon only shrugged. So Rahl answered his own question. To protect the box, that is why. It is her protection, too, she believes. If we kill her or the wizard, we may find he has hidden the box with magic, and then we would have to spend time finding it. So why move too quickly? For now, the easiest path is to go along with her. If she gives me any trouble, I will deal with her and the wizard. He walked slowly around his father's coffin, trailing his fingers along the carved symbols as he kept his blue eyes on Damon. And anyway, once I have the last box, her demands will be meaningless. He came back to the big man, stopping in front of him. But there is another reason, my friend. Demon cocked his head to the side. Another reason? Darken Rahl nodded, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. Damon, do you kill your little boyfriends before or after? Damon leaned back a little, away from the other, hooking a thumb in his belt. He cleared his throat. At last he answered, After. And why after? Why not before? Rahl asked, his face in a coy, questioning frown. Damon avoided the master's eyes, looked down at the floor, and shifted his weight to his other foot. Darken Rahl continued to keep his face close, watching, waiting. In a voice too low for the guards to hear, Demon spoke. I like it when they squirm. A slow smile spread over Rahl's face. That is the other reason, my friend. I, too, enjoy it when they squirm, so to speak. I want to enjoy watching her squirm before I kill her. He licked the ends of his fingers again and stroked them on his lips. A knowing grin grew across the pock-marked face. I will tell Queen Milena that Father Rahl has graciously agreed to her terms. Darken Rahl put his hand on Damon's muscled shoulder. Very good, my friend. Now, show me what manner of boy you have brought me. Both wearing smiles, they strode toward the door. Before they reached it, Darken Rahl stopped suddenly. He spun on his heels, his robes flinging around him. What was that sound? He demanded. Except for the hiss of the torches, the crypt was as silent as the dead king. Demon and the guards looked slowly around the chamber. There! Rahl thrust out his arm. The other three looked where he pointed. A single white rose petal sat on the floor. Darken Rahl's face reddened, his eyes fierce. Shaking, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists, his eyes filled with tears of wrath. He was too furious to speak. Regaining his composure, he held out his hand toward where the white petal lay on the cold marble floor. As if touched by a breeze, it rose into the air and floated across the room, settling in Rahl's outstretched hand. He licked the petal, turned to one of the guards, and stuck it to the man's forehead. The heavily muscled guard looked back impassively. He knew what the master wanted and gave a single grim nod before turning and going through the door in one fluid motion, pulling his sword as he went. Darken Rahl straightened his body, smoothed his hair, and then his robes, with the flats of his hands. He took a deep breath, letting his anger out with it. Frowning, his blue eyes searched up at Damon, who stood calmly beside him. I ask nothing else of them, only that they care for my father's tomb. Their needs are seen to, they are fed and clothed and taken care of. It is a simple request. His face took on a hurt look. Why do they mock me with this carelessness? He looked over to his father's coffin, then back to the other's face. Do you think I am too harsh with them, Damon? The commander's hard eyes scowled back. Not harsh enough. If you were not so compassionate, if you didn't allow them a quick punishment, maybe the others would learn to treat your heartfelt requests with more commitment. I would not be as lenient. Darken Rahl stared off at nothing in particular and nodded absently. After a time, he took another deep breath and strode through the door, with Damon at his side and the remaining guard following at a respectful distance. They went down long corridors of polished granite lit by torches, up spiral stairs of white stone, down more corridors with windows that let the light out into the darkness. The stone smelled damp, stale. Several levels up, the air regained its freshness. Small tables of lustrous wood stationed at intervals along the halls held vases with bouquets of fresh flowers that lent a light fragrance to the rooms. As they came to a pair of doors with a scene of hillsides and forests carved in relief, the second guard rejoined them, the task assigned him completed. Damon pulled on the iron rings, and the heavy doors opened smoothly, silently. Beyond was a room of dark brown oak panels. It gleamed in the light of the candles and lamps set about on heavy tables. Books lined 2 walls, and an immense fireplace warmed the 2-story room. Rahl stopped for a short time to consult an old leather-bound book sitting on a pedestal. Then he and his commander walked on through a labyrinth of rooms, most covered in the same warm wood panels. A few were plastered and painted with scenes of the Dahara countryside, forests and fields, game and children. The guards followed at a distance, watching everywhere, alert but silent. The master's shadows. Logs crackled and popped as flames wavered in a brick hearth, providing the only light in one of the smaller rooms they passed into. On the walls hung trophies of the hunt, heads of every sort of beast. Antlers jutted out, lit by the light of the flames. Darken Rahl stopped suddenly in mid-stride, his robes made pink in the firelight. "Again," he whispered. Demon had stopped when Rahl did, and now watched him with questioning eyes. "Again she comes to the boundary, to the underworld." He licked his fingertips, smoothing them carefully over his lips and eyebrows as his eyes fixed in a stare. "Who?" Demon asked. "The Mother Confessor, Kahlan. She has the help of a wizard, you know." "Giller is with the Queen," Demon insisted, "not with the Mother Confessor." A thin smile spread on Darken Rahl's lips. "Not Giller," he whispered. "The old one. The one I seek. The one who killed my father. She has found him." Demon stood straight in surprise. Rahl turned and walked over to the window at the end of the room. Made up of small panes and round at the top, it stood twice his height. Firelight glinted off the curved knife at his belt. Clasping his hands behind him, he stood gazing down on the darkened countryside, on the night, on the things others couldn't see. He turned back to Demon, his blond hair brushing his shoulders. "That is why she went to Westland, you know. Not to run from the quad, as you thought, but to find the great wizard." His blue eyes sparkled. "She has done me a great favor, my friend. She has flushed out the wizard. It is fortunate she slipped past the ones in the underworld. Fate is truly on our side. You see, Damon, why I tell you not to worry so? It is my destiny to succeed. All things have a way of working toward my ends." Damon's brow knitted into a frown. "Just because one quad failed, that does not mean she has found the wizard. Quads have failed before." Rahl slowly licked his fingertips. He stepped closer to the big man. "The old one has named a seeker," he whispered. Demon unclasped his hands in surprise. "Are you sure?" Rahl nodded. "The old wizard vowed never to help him again. No one has seen him in many years. No one has been able to offer his name, even to save their own lives. Now the Confessor crosses into Westland, the quad vanishes, and a seeker is named." He smiled to himself. She must have touched him to make him help. Imagine his surprise when he saw her. Rahl's smile faded. He clenched his fists. "I almost had them. Almost had all 3, but I was distracted by other matters and they slipped away. For the time being." He considered this silently for a moment, then announced, "The second quad will fail too, you know. They will not be expecting to encounter a wizard." "Then I will send a 3rd quad, and I will tell them of the wizard," Demon promised. "No." Rahl licked his fingertips, thinking. "Not yet. For now, let's wait and see what happens. Maybe she is meant to help me again." He considered this a moment. "Is she attractive? The Mother Confessor?" Demon scowled. "I have never seen her, but some of my men have. They fought over who would be named to the quads, who would have her." "Don't send another quad for now," Darken Rahl smiled. "It is time I had an heir." He nodded absently. "I will have her for myself," he declared. "If she tries to go through the boundary, she will be lost,"
Demon cautioned.
Rahl shrugged. Maybe she will be smarter than that. She has already shown herself to be clever. Either way, I will have her. He glanced over at Demon. Either way, she will squirm for me. The two of them are dangerous, the wizard and the mother confessor. They will cause us trouble. Confessors subvert the word of Rahl. They are an annoyance. I think we should do as you first planned. We should kill her. Rahl gave a wave of his hand. You worry too much, Damon. As you said, confessors are an annoyance, nothing more. I will kill her myself, if she proves troublesome, but after she bears me a son, a confessor son. The wizard cannot harm me, as he did my father. I will see him squirm when I kill him. Slowly. And the seeker? Demon's face was hard with apprehension. Rahl shrugged. Even less than an annoyance. Lord Rahl, I need not remind you winter approaches. The master lifted an eyebrow, the firelight flickering in his eyes. The Queen has the last box. I will have it soon enough. There is no need for concern. Demon leaned his grim face closer. And the book? Rahl took a deep breath. After I have traveled to the underworld, I will search out the Cypher boy again. Worry yourself of it no more, my friend. Fate is on our side. He turned and walked off. Demon followed, the guards slipping through the shadows behind. The Garden of Life was a cavernous room in the center of the people's palace. Lidded windows high overhead let in light for the lush plants. This night they let in the moonlight. Around the outside of the room were flowers set in beds, with walkways winding through. Beyond the flowers were small trees, short stone walls and vines covering them, and well-tended plants completing the landscaping. Except for the windows overhead, it mimicked an outdoor garden, a place of beauty, a place of peace. In the center of the expansive room was an area of lawn that swept around almost into a circle, a grass ring broken by a wedge of white stone, upon which sat a slab of granite, smooth but for grooves carved near the edge of the top, leading to a small well in one corner. It was held up by two short-fluted pedestals. Beyond the slab stood a polished stone block set next to a fire pit. The block held an ancient iron bowl covered with beasts, which served as legs to support the round bottom. The iron lid in the same half-sphere shape had but one beast upon it, a shinga, an underworld creature, reared up on its two hind legs, serving as a handle. In the center of the lawn lay a round area of white sorcerer's sand, ringed with torches that burned with fluid flames. Geometric symbols crisscrossed in the white sand. In the center of the sand was the boy, buried in an upright position to his neck. Darken Rahl approached slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. Demon waited off by the trees before the grass. The master stopped at the border of the grass and white sand, looking down at the boy. Darken Rahl smiled. What is your name, my son? The boy's lower lip quivered as he looked up at Rahl. His eyes shifted to the big man back by the trees. It was a fearful look. Rahl turned and looked to the commander. Leave us, and please take my guards with you. I wish not to be disturbed. Demon bowed his head and left, the guards following. Darken Rahl turned back, regarding the boy, then lowered himself to sit on the grass. He rearranged his robes once on the ground, and smiled again at the boy. Better? The boy nodded. His lips still quivered. Are you afraid of that big man? The boy nodded. Did he hurt you? Did he touch you where he shouldn't? The boy shook his head. His eyes, reflecting a mix of fear and anger, stayed locked on Rahl. An ant crawled from the white sand onto his neck. What is your name? Rahl asked again. The boy did not answer. The master watched his brown eyes closely.
Do you know who I am? Darken Rahl, the boy answered in a weak voice. Rahl smiled indulgently. Father Rahl, he corrected. The boy stared at him. I want to go home. The ant inspected its way across his chin. Of course you do, Rahl said with a tone of sympathy and concern. Please believe me, I'm not going to harm you. You are simply here to help me with an important ceremony. You are an honored guest, meant to represent the innocence and strength of youth. You were selected because people told me what a fine boy you are, what a very good boy you are. Everyone has spoken highly of you. They tell me you are smart and strong. Do they speak the truth? The boy hesitated, his shy eyes looking away. Well, I guess they do. He looked back to Rahl. But I miss my mother, and I want to go home. The ant went in a circle around his cheek. Darken Rahl stared off wistfully and nodded. I understand. I miss my mother also. She was such a wonderful woman, and I loved her so. She took good care of me. When I would do a chore that pleased her, she would make me a special supper, whatever I wanted. The boy's eyes got bigger. My mother does that too. My father, mother, and I had wonderful times together. We all loved each other very much and had fun together. My mother had a merry laugh. When my father would tell a boastful story, she would poke fun at him, and the three of us would laugh, sometimes until we got tears in our eyes. The boy's eyes brightened. He smiled a little. Why do you miss her? Is she gone away? No, Rahl sighed. She and my father died a few years ago. They were both old. They both had a good life together, but I still miss them. So I understand how you miss your parents. The boy nodded a little. His lip had stopped quivering. The ant walked up the bridge of his nose. He scrunched up his face, trying to get it off. Let's just try to have as good a time as we can for now, and you will be back with them before you know it. The boy nodded again. My name is Carl. Rahl smiled. Honored to meet you, Carl. He reached out and carefully picked the ant off the boy's face. Thanks, Carl said with relief. That's what I'm here for, Carl. To be your friend and help you in any way I can. If you're my friend, then dig me up and let me go home? His eyes glistened wetly. Soon enough, my son, soon enough. I wish I could right now, but the people expect me to protect them from evil people who would kill them, so I must do what I can to help. You are going to be a part of that help. You are going to be an important part of the ceremony that will save your mother and father from the evil ones who would kill them. You do want to protect your mother from harm, don't you? The torches flickered and hissed as Carl thought. Well, yes, but I want to go home. His lip began quivering again. Darken Rahl reached out and stroked the boy's hair reassuringly, combing it back with his fingers, then smoothing it down. I know, but try to be brave. I won't let anyone harm you, I promise. I will guard you and keep you safe. He gave Carl a warm smile. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Carl shook his head. All right, then. It is late. I will leave you to rest. He stood, straightening his robes, brushing off grass. Father Rahl? Rahl stopped and looked back down. Yes, Carl? A tear rolled down Carl's cheek. I'm afraid to be here alone. Could you stay with me? The master regarded the boy with a comforting expression. Why, of course, my son. Father Rahl lowered himself back down to the grass. For as long as you want, even all night if you want me. Chapter 20. Green light glowed all about as they cautiously shuffled their feet through the rubble of the hillside, climbing over or under tree trunks, kicking limbs aside when necessary.
The iridescent green sheet of the boundary walls pressed against them from both sides as they groped their way ahead. Blackness lay thick all about except for the uncanny illumination that made them feel as if they were in a cave. Richard and Kahlan had come to the same decision at the same time. No choice had been left to the two of them. They couldn't go back, and they couldn't stay at the split rock, not with the grippers and shadow things coming for them, and so they were forced ahead, into the Narrows. Richard had put the nightstone away. It was useless for following the trail, as there was no trail to follow, and it made it difficult to tell where the boundary light changed to the green wall. He hadn't put it back into its leather pouch, in case it was needed again in a hurry, but had simply dropped it into his pocket. "Let the walls of the boundary show us the way," he had said, his quiet voice echoing back from the blackness. "Go slow. If one wall turns dark, don't take another step. Go a little more to the other side. That way we can stay between them and get through the pass." Kahlan had not hesitated, the grippers and shadows being a sure death. She had taken Richard's hand as they had stepped back into the green glow. Shoulder to shoulder they had entered the invisible passage. Richard's heart pounded. He tried not to think about what it was they were doing, walking blindly between the walls of the boundary. He knew what the boundary looked like from when he had been close to it with Chase, and again when the dark thing had tried to pull Kahlan in. He knew that if they stepped into the dark wall, there would be no return, but that if they could stay in the green glow before the wall, then they at least had a chance. Kahlan stopped. She pushed him to the right. She was close to the wall. Then it appeared on his right. They centered themselves and continued forward. Finding that if they went slowly, carefully, they could stay between the walls, walking a thin line of life with death to each side. Years of being a guide were of no help to him. Richard finally stopped trying to find a trace of the trail and let himself feel the force of the walls pressing from each side. Let the pressure be his guide. It was slow going, with no sign of the trail in sight, no view of the hillside around them, only the tight world of the luminous green light, like a bubble of life floating helplessly through an endless sea of darkness and death. Mud sucked at his boots, fear at his mind. Any obstacle they encountered had to be crossed. They couldn't go around. The boundary walls dictated where they went. Sometimes it was over fallen trees, sometimes over boulders, sometimes through washouts, where they had to use exposed roots to pull themselves up the other side. They helped each other silently, giving only a squeeze of the hand for encouragement. Never was there more than a step or two to either side of their way that didn't bring up the dark walls. Each time the trail turned, the dark wall appeared, sometimes several times, until they could decipher which way it turned. Each time the wall loomed up, they pulled back as quickly as possible, and each time it scared him with a cold jolt. Richard realized his shoulders ached. The tension of what they were doing was making his muscles tighten, his breathing shallow. He relaxed, took a deep breath, let his arms hang loose, shook his wrists to ease the stress away, and then took Kahlan's hand again. He smiled down at her face, lit by the haunting green light. She smiled back, but he could see the controlled terror in her eyes. At least, he thought, the bones were keeping the shadow things and the beasts away from them. And nothing appeared beyond the walls when they accidentally encountered them. Richard could almost feel his will to live draining from his soul with each careful step. Time took on an abstract dimension, holding no solid meaning. He could have been in the Narrows for hours or days. He had trouble telling anymore. He found himself wishing only for peace, for it to be over, to be safe again. His fear was beginning to dull from the sheer level of tension he had maintained as they probed their way ahead. Movement caught his attention. He looked behind. Shadow things, a flush of green light around each, floated in a line between the walls, close at their backs, following the two of them down the path, skimming above the ground, each lifting in turn to pass over a tree trunk that lay across the way. Richard and Kahlan stopped, frozen, watching. The shadows didn't stop. "Lead the way," he whispered, "and keep hold of my hand. I'll watch them." He could see that her shirt was soaked with sweat, same as his, even though it wasn't a warm night. Without so much as a nod, she started off. He walked backward, his back to hers, his eyes to the shadows, his mind in a panic. Kahlan went as fast as she could, having to stop and change direction several times, pulling him after by the hand. She stopped again, at last groping her way to the right, when the unseen path made a sharp turn down the hill. Walking backward downhill was difficult. He stepped carefully to avoid falling. The shadows followed in a single file, turning with the path. Richard resisted his urge to tell Kahlan to go faster, as he didn't want her to make a mistake, but the shadows were getting closer. It would only be a matter of minutes before they closed the distance, before they were on him. Muscles tense, his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. He debated in his mind whether or not to draw it, not knowing if it could help them, or if it would bring them to harm. Even if the sword worked against the shadows, a fight in the confines of the Narrows would be a big risk at best. But if there was no choice, if they came too close, he would have to use the sword. The shadows seemed as if they had taken on faces. Richard tried to remember if they had faces before, but couldn't. His fingers gripped the hilt of the sword tighter as he walked backward, Kahlan's soft hand warm in his. The faces appeared sad, gentle in the green glow. They regarded him with kind, pleading countenances. The raised lettering of the word truth on the sword seemed to burn painfully into his fingers as he clutched it tighter. Anger seeped from the sword, searching his mind, searching for his own anger, but finding only fear and confusion, the anger wilted. The forms no longer gained on him, but paced along, keeping him company in the lonely darkness. Somehow they made him feel less afraid, less tense. Their whispers calmed him. Richard's hand relaxed on the sword as he strained to make out the words. The slow, easy smiles reassured him, gentled his caution, his alarm, making him want to hear more, to understand the murmurs. Green light around the faint forms shimmered comfortingly. His heart pounded with the need for rest, for peace, for their company. Like the shadows, his mind drifted smoothly, quietly, gently. Richard thought of his father, longed for him. He remembered joyful, easy times with him, times of love, sharing, caring, times of safety when nothing threatened him, nothing frightened him, nothing worried him. He longed for those times again. He realized that that was what the whispers were saying, that it could be like that again. They wanted to help him reach that place again, that was all. Small warnings burgeoned deep in his mind, but then withered and were gone. His hand slipped from the sword. He had been so wrong, so blind, and hadn't been able to see it before. They weren't there to harm him, but to help him reach the peace he wanted. It wasn't what they wanted, but what he wanted. That's what they offered him. They wished only to help release him from loneliness. A wistful smile spread on his lips. How could he have not seen it before? How could he have been so blind? Whispers like sweet music washed over him in gentle waves, soothing his fears, giving him soft light in the dark places of his mind. He stopped walking so that he wouldn't step out of the bathing warmth of the enchanting murmurs, the breath of the music. A cold hand tugged annoyingly at his, trying to pull him on, so he released it. It went without objection, to bother him no more. The shadows drifted closer. Richard waited for them, watched their gentle faces, listened to their soft whispers. When they sighed his name and made him shudder with pleasure, he welcomed them as they came around in a comforting circle, floating closer, their hands reaching to him as they did so. Hands lifted to his face, almost touching him, seeking to caress him. He looked from one face to another, meeting the eyes of his saviors, each holding his gaze in turn, each whispering a promise of wonderment. A hand almost brushed his face, and he thought he felt searing pain but wasn't sure. The keeper of the hand promised that he would feel pain no more after he joined with them. He wanted to speak, to ask them so many questions, but it seemed so suddenly unimportant, so trivial. He had only to give himself over to their care and everything would be all right. He turned to each, offering himself to each, waiting to be taken. As he turned, he looked for Kahlan, thinking to take her with him, to share the peace with her. Memories of her flamed into his mind, distracting his attention even though the whispers told him to ignore them. He scanned the hillside, peering off into the dark rubble. Faint light tinged the sky, morning materializing. Black voids of the trees ahead stood against the pale pink sky. He was almost to the end of the slide. He didn't see Kahlan anywhere. The shadows whispered insistently to him, calling his name. Memories of Kahlan blazed brightly into his mind. Sudden choking fear flamed up inside him, burning the whispers in his mind to ash. "Kahlan!" he screamed. There was no answer. Dark hands, dead hands, reached for him. The faces of the shadows wavered like vapors rising from boiling poison. Gnarled voices called his name. He took a step back, away from them, confused. "Kahlan!" he screamed again. Hands reached for him, bringing searing pain even though they did not touch him. Again he took a step back, away from them, but this time the dark wall was there at his back. The hands extended up to push at him. He looked around for Kahlan, bewildered. This time the pain brought him fully awake. Terror raced through him as he realized where he was and what was happening. And then his anger exploded. Heat of rage from the magic surged through him as the sword came free, sweeping in an arc at the shadows. The ones caught by the blade flared into nothingness, the smoke of their forms spinning as if caught in a vortex of wind, before coming apart with a howl. More came at him. The sword flashed through them, and still more came as if there were no end to their numbers. As he cut them down on one side, the ones on the other side would reach for him, the pain of their near touch burning into him before he turned with the sword. Richard wondered for an instant what it would feel like if they were able to finally touch him, if he would feel the pain or simply be dead in that moment. He stepped away from the wall, slashing with the sword as he did so. He took another step forward, cutting furiously as he moved, the blade whistling as he swung it. Richard stood, feet dug in, destroying the shadows as fast as they came. His arms ached, his back hurt, his head pounded. Sweat poured from his face. He was exhausted. With nowhere to run, he was forced to stand his ground, but he knew he couldn't keep this up forever. Screams and howls filled the night air as the shadows seemed to fall eagerly on his sword. A knot of them rushed forward, forcing him back again before he could slash through them. Again the dark wall came up at his back. Black forms on the other side of it reached for him while giving out agonizing cries. Too many shadows were coming at once to allow him to step away from the wall. It was all he could do to hold where he was. Pain from the reaching hands was wearing him down. He knew that if they came at him fast enough, and in enough numbers, he would be pushed through the wall into the underworld. He fought on numbly, endlessly. Anger was giving way to panic. The muscles of his arms burned with the effort of swinging the sword. It seemed the shadows' intent was simply to wear him down with their numbers. He realized that he had been right not to use the sword before, that it would bring them to harm. But there had been no choice. He had to use it to save them. But there was no them, he realized. Kahlan was nowhere to be found. It was only him. Swinging the sword, he wondered if it had been like this for her, if the shadows had seduced her with their whispers and touched her, forced her into the wall. She had no sword to protect her. That was what he had said he would do. Fury erupted in him anew. The thought of Kahlan being taken by the shadows, by the underworld, brought the rage roaring forth again, the magic of the sword of truth rising to the summons. Richard cut through the shadows with renewed vengeance. Hatred, flaming into white-hot need, took him ahead through the forms, swinging the sword faster than they could come forward to meet it. So he went to them. Howls of their end joined in a mass cry of anguish. Richard's wrath at what they had done to Kahlan drove him forward in a frenzy of violence. Without his realizing it at first, the shadows had stopped moving and instead hovered as Richard continued down the path between the walls, slashing at them. For a time they made no attempt to avoid his blade, but simply floated in place. Then they began to glide, like trailers of smoke in a near-still air. They drifted into the walls of the boundary, losing their green glow as they went through to become the dark things on the other side. At last, Richard came to a panting halt, his arms throbbing with weariness. That was what they were. Not shadow people, but the things from the other side of the boundary wall. The things that had been escaping and taking people just as they had tried to take him. Just as they had taken Kahlan. A pain from deep inside welled up and tears came to his eyes. "Kahlan," he whispered into the cool morning air. His heart ached with wrenching agony. She was gone, and it had been his fault. He had let down his guard. He had let her down, had not protected her. How could it have happened so fast, so easily? Addie had warned him that they would call to him. Why hadn't he been more cautious? Why hadn't he paid more attention to her warning? Over and over in his mind he imagined her fear, her confusion at why he wasn't there with her, her pleading for him to help her, her pain, her death. Desperately, his mind raced as he cried, trying to make time go backward, to do it again differently, to ignore the voices, to keep hold of her hand, to save her. Tears ran down his face as he let the tip of the sword lower and drag on the ground, too tired to put it away as he walked forward in a daze. Rubble of the slide was at an end. The green light faded and was gone as he stepped into the woods and onto the trail. Someone whispered his name, a man's voice. He stopped and looked back. Richard's father stood in the light of the boundary. "Son," his father whispered, "let me help you." Richard stared woodenly at him. Morning lit the overcast, washing everything in a wet gray light. The only color was the glowing green around his father, who held his hands open. "You can't help me," Richard whispered back hoarsely. "Yes, I can. She is with us. She is safe now." Richard took a few steps toward his father. "Safe?" "Yes, she is safe. Come, I will take you to her." Richard took a few more steps, dragging the tip of the sword on the ground behind. Tears ran down his cheeks. His chest heaved. "You could really take me to her?" "Yes, son," his father said softly. "Come. She waits for you. I will take you to her." Richard walked numbly toward his father. "And I can be with her forever?" "Forever," came the answer, in the reassuring, familiar voice. Richard trudged back into the green light to his father, who smiled warmly at him. When he reached him, Richard brought the sword of truth up and ran it through his father's heart. Wide-eyed, his father looked up at him as he was impaled. "How many times, dear father," Richard asked through tears and gritted teeth, "must I slay your shade?" His father only shimmered and then dissolved into the dim morning air. Bitter satisfaction replaced the anger. Then it, too, was gone as he turned once again to the path. Tears ran in streaks through the dirt and sweat on his face. He wiped them on his shirt sleeve as he swallowed back the lump in his throat. Woods enveloped him indifferently as he rejoined the trail. Laboriously, Richard slid his sword home into its scabbard. When he did so, he noticed the light from the nightstone shining through his pocket, it still being just dark enough to cause it to glow weakly. He stopped and took the smooth stone out once more and replaced it in its leather pouch, quenching the dim yellow light. His face set in grim determination, Richard slogged ahead, his fingers reaching up to touch the tooth under his shirt. Loneliness, deeper than he had ever known, sagged his shoulders. All his friends were lost to him. He knew now that his life was not his own. It belonged to his duty, to his task. He was the seeker. Nothing more, nothing less. Not his own man, but a pawn to be used by others. A tool, same as his sword, to help others, that they might have the life he had only glimpsed for a twinkling. He was no different from the dark things in the boundary, a bringer of death, and he knew quite clearly who he was going to bring it to. The master sat straight-backed and cross-legged on the grass in front of the sleeping boy, his hands resting palm up on his knees, a smile on his lips, as he thought about what had happened with Confessor Kahlan at the boundary. Morning sunlight streamed crossways through the windows overhead, making the colors of the garden flowers vibrant. Slowly, he brought the fingers of his right hand to his lips, licking the tips, and then smoothing his eyebrows before carefully returning the hand to its resting place. Thoughts of what he would do to the mother confessor had caused his breathing to quicken. He slowed it now, returning his mind to the matter at hand. His fingers wiggled, and Carl's eyes popped open. "Good morning, my son. Good to see you again," he said in his most friendly voice. The smile, though for another reason, was still on his lips. Carl blinked and squinted at the brightness of the light. "Good morning," he said in a groan. Then his eyes, looking about, thought to add, "Father Rahl." "You slept well?" Rahl assured the boy. "You were here? Here all night?" "All night. As I promised you I would be. I would not lie to you, Carl." Carl smiled. "Thanks." He lowered his eyes shyly. "I guess I was kind of silly to be scared." "I don't think it's silly at all. I am glad I could be here to reassure you." "My father says I'm being foolish when I get afraid of the dark." "There are things in the dark that can get you," Rahl said solemnly. "You are wise to know it and to be on guard for them. Your father would do himself a favor to listen and learn from you." Carl brightened. "Really?" Rahl nodded. "Well, that's what I always thought, too." "If you truly love someone, you will listen to them." "My father always says for me to keep my tongue still." Rahl shook his head disapprovingly. "It surprises me to hear this. I had thought they loved you very much." "Well, they do, most of the time anyway." "I'm sure you are right. You would know better than I." The master's long blonde hair glistened in the morning light. His white robe shone brightly. He waited. There was a long moment of awkward silence. "But I do get pretty tired of them always telling me what to do." Rahl's eyebrows went up. "You seem to me to be of the age where you can think and decide things for yourself. A fine boy like you, almost a man, and they tell you what to do," he added, half to himself, shaking his head again, as if he couldn't believe what Carl was telling him. He asked, "You mean they treat you like a baby?" Carl nodded his earnest confirmation, then thought to correct the impression. "Most of the time, though, they're good to me." Rahl nodded somewhat suspiciously. "That is good to hear. It is a relief to me." Carl looked up at the sunlight. "But I can tell you one thing. My parents are going to be madder than hornets that I've been gone so long." "They get mad because of when you come home?" "Sure. One time I was playing with a friend and I got home late and my mother was real mad. My father took his belt to me. He said it was for worrying them so." "A belt? Your father hit you with his belt?" Darken Rahl hung his head, then came to his feet, turning his back to the boy. "I'm sorry, Carl. I had no idea it was like this with them." "Well, it's only because they love me," Carl hastened to add. "That's what they said. They love me and I caused them to worry." Rahl still kept his back to the boy. Carl frowned. "Don't you think that shows they care about me?" Rahl licked his fingers and smoothed them over his eyebrows and lips before he turned back to the boy and sat once more in front of his anxious face. "Carl," his voice was so soft that the boy had to strain to hear. "Do you have a dog?" "Sure," he nodded. "Tinker. She's a fine dog. I had her since she was a pup." "Tinker." Rahl rolled the name out pleasantly. "And has Tinker ever been lost or run away?" Carl scrunched up his eyebrows, thinking, "Well, sure, a couple times before she was grown, but she came back the next day." "Were you worried when your dog was gone, when she was missing?" "Well, sure." "Why?" "Because I love her." "I see. And so, then, when Tinker came back the next day, what did you do?" "I picked her up in my arms and I hugged her and hugged her." "You didn't beat Tinker with your belt?" "No." "Why not?" "Because I love her." "But you were worried?"
Yes. So you hugged Tinker when she came back because you loved her and you were worried about her? Yes. Rahl leaned back a little, his blue eyes intense. I see. And if you had beaten Tinker with your belt when she came back to you, what do you think she would have done? I bet she might not have come back the next time. She wouldn't want to come back so I could beat her. She'd have gone somewhere else where people loved her. I see, Rahl said meaningfully. Tears streamed down Carl's cheeks. He looked away from Rahl's eyes as he cried. At last, Rahl reached out, stroking back the boy's hair. I'm sorry, Carl. I did not mean to upset you. But I want you to know that when this is all over and you go home again, that if you ever need a home, you will always be welcome here. You are a fine boy, a fine young man, and I would be proud to have you stay here with me, both you and Tinker. And I want you to know I trust you to think for yourself, and you may come and go as you please. Carl looked up with wet eyes. Thank you, Father Rahl. Rahl smiled warmly. Now, how about some food? Carl nodded his approval. What would you like? We have anything you could want. Carl thought a minute, and a smile came to him. I like blueberry pie. It's my favorite. He cast his eyes down, the smile fading. But I'm not allowed to have it for breakfast. A big grin came to Darken Rahl's face. He stood. Blueberry pie it is, then. I'll go get it and be right back. The master walked off through the garden to a small vine-covered door at the side. The door opened for him as he approached, the big arm of Demin Nas holding it back as Rahl passed through into the dark room. Foul-smelling gruel boiled in an iron kettle hung over a fire in a small forge. The two guards stood silently against the far wall, a sheen of sweat covering them. Master Rahl, Demin bowed his head. I trust the boy meets with your approval. Rahl licked his fingertips. He will do nicely. He smoothed his eyebrows down. Dish me out a bowl of that slop so it can cool. Demin picked up a pewter bowl and started ladling gruel into it with the wooden spoon from the kettle. If everything is all right, a wicked grin came over his pockmarked face, then I will be off to pay our respects to Queen Malena. Fine. On the way, stop and tell the dragon I want her. Demin stopped ladling. She doesn't like me. She doesn't like anyone, Rahl said flatly, but don't worry, Demin. She will not eat you. She knows what I will do if she stretches my patience. Demin started ladling again. She will ask how soon you will need her. Rahl glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. That is none of her concern, and tell her I said so. She is to come when I ask and wait until I am ready. He turned and looked out a small slit, off through the foliage, at the side of the boy's head. But I want you back here in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, all right. Demin set the bowl of gruel down. But does it really need to take that long with the boy? It does if I want to return from the underworld. Rahl continued to look out the slit. It may take longer. Whatever it takes, it takes. I must have his complete trust, the freely given pledge of his unconditional loyalty. Demin hooked a thumb in his belt. We have another problem. Rahl glanced back over his shoulder. Is that all you do, Demin? Go around looking for problems? It keeps my head attached to my shoulders. Rahl smiled. So it does, my friend, so it does. He sighed. Get it off your tongue, then. Demin shifted his weight to his other foot. Last night I received reports that the tracer cloud has vanished. Vanished? Well, not so much vanished as hidden. He scratched the side of his face. They said clouds moved in and hid it. Rahl laughed. Demin frowned in confusion. Our friend, the old wizard, it sounds like he saw the cloud and has been up to his little tricks to vex me. It was to be expected.
This one is not a problem, my friend. It is not important.
Master Rahl, that was how you were to find the book. Other than the last box, what could be more important?
I did not say the book was unimportant. I said the cloud was unimportant. The book is very important. That is why I would not trust it only to a tracer cloud. Damon, how do you suppose I hooked the cloud to the Cypher boy?
My talents lie in areas other than magic, Master Rahl.
True enough, my friend. Rahl licked his fingertips. Many years ago, before my father was murdered by that evil wizard, he told me of the boxes of Orden and the Book of Counted Shadows. He was trying to recover them himself, but he was not well enough studied. He was too much a man of action, of battle. Rahl looked up into Damon's eyes. Much the same as you, my big friend. He didn't have the necessary knowledge, but he was wise enough to teach me the value of the head over the sword, how by using your head you could defeat any number of men. He had the best instructors tutor me. Then he was murdered. Rahl pounded his fist down on the table. His face turned red. After a moment he calmed himself. So I studied harder for many years so that I might succeed where my father failed, and return the House of Rahl to its rightful place as rulers of all the lands.
You have exceeded your father's deepest hopes, Master Rahl.
Rahl smiled his slight smile. He took another look through the slit as he went on. In my studies, I found where the Book of Counted Shadows lay hidden. It was in the Midlands, on the other side of the boundary. But I was not yet able to travel the underworld to go there and retrieve it. So I sent a guard beast to watch over it for me, until the day when I could go myself and liberate it. He stood up, turning back to Damon, a dark look on his face. Before I could get the book, a man named George Cypher killed the guard beast and stole the book. My book. He took a tooth from the beast as a trophy. A very stupid thing to do, as the beast was sent by magic, my magic. He lifted an eyebrow. And I can find my magic. Rahl licked his fingers, stroking them over his lips, staring off absently. After I put the boxes of Orden in play, I went to get the book. That's when I found it had been stolen. It took time, but I found the man who stole it. Unfortunately, he no longer had the book and would not tell me where it was. Rahl smiled up at Damon. I made him suffer for not helping me. Damon smiled back. But I did learn that he had given the tooth to his son.
So, that is how you know the Cypher boy has the book?
Yes, Richard Cypher has the Book of Counted Shadows. And he also wears the tooth. That's how I hooked the tracer cloud to him, by hooking it to the tooth his father gave him. The tooth with my magic. I would have recovered the book before now, but I have had many matters to attend to. I only hooked the cloud to him to help me keep track of him in the meantime. It was a mere convenience. But the matter is as good as settled. I can get the book at any time of my choosing. The cloud is of little importance. I can find him by the tooth. Rahl picked up the bowl of gruel, handing it to Damon. Taste this. See if it is cool enough. He arched an eyebrow. I wouldn't want to hurt the boy. Damon sniffed the bowl, his nose turning up in distaste. He handed it to one of the guards, who took it without objection, and put a spoon of gruel to his lips. He gave a nod.
Cypher could lose the tooth, or simply throw it away. Then you would not be able to find him or the book.
Damon gave a submissive bow of his head as he spoke.
Please forgive me for saying so, Master Rahl, but it would seem to me you leave a lot to chance.
Sometimes, Damon, I leave things to fate, but never to chance. I have other ways of finding Richard Cypher. Damon took a deep breath, relaxing as he thought about Rahl's words.
I can see now why you haven't been worried. I didn't know all this.
Rahl frowned up at his loyal commander. We have scarcely stroked the fur of what you do not know, Damon. That is why you serve me and not me you. His expression softened. You have been a good friend, Damon, since we were boys, so I will ease your mind on this subject. I have many pressing matters that require my time, matters of magic that cannot wait. Like this. His arm went out, indicating the boy. I know where the book is, and I know my own talents. I can get the book at a time of my convenience. For now, I look upon it as if Richard Cypher is simply keeping it safe for me. Rahl leaned closer. Satisfied? Damon diverted his eyes to the ground. Yes, Master Rahl. He looked back up. Please know that I only bring my concerns to you because I want success for you. You are rightfully the master of all the lands. We all need you to guide us. I wish only to be part of delivering you victory. I fear nothing but that I should fail you. Darken Rahl put his arm around Damon's big shoulders, looking up at the pock-marked face, the streak of black hair through the blonde. That I had more like you, my friend. He took his arm away and picked up the bowl. Go now and tell Queen Melena of our alliance. Don't forget to summon the dragon. His hint of a smile came back. And don't let your little diversions make you late in returning. Damon bowed his head. Thank you, Master Rahl, for the honor of serving you. The big man left through a back door as Rahl went out the one into the garden. The guards stayed in the small hot forge room. Picking up the feeding horn, Rahl went over to the boy. The feeding horn was a long brass tube, small at the mouthpiece, large at the other end. The big end was held up to shoulder height by 2 legs, so the gruel would slide down. Rahl set it down so the mouthpiece was in front of Carl. What's this thing? Carl asked, squinting up at it. A horn? Yes, that's right. Very good, Carl. It's a feeding horn. It's a part of the ceremony you will be in. The other young men who have helped the people in the past have thought it a most fun way to eat. You put your mouth over the end there, and I serve you by pouring the food in the top. Carl was skeptical. Really? Yes, Rahl smiled reassuringly. And guess what? I got you a fresh blueberry pie, still warm out of the oven. Carl's eyes lit up. Great! He eagerly put his mouth over the end of the horn. Rahl passed his hand in a circle over the bowl 3 times to change the taste, then looked down at Carl. I had to mash it up so it will go through the feeding horn. I hope that's all right. I always mash it up with my fork, Carl said with a grin, then put his mouth back over the horn. Rahl poured a little gruel into the end of the horn. When it reached Carl's mouth, he ate it eagerly. It's great! The best I ever had! I'm so pleased, Rahl said with a shy smile. It's my own recipe. I feared it wouldn't be as good as your mother's. It's better. Can I have more? Of course, my son. With Father Rahl, there is always more. Chapter 21. Wearily, Richard searched the ground where the trail resumed at the end of the slide, his hopes fading. Dark clouds scudded low overhead, occasionally bringing a few fat drops of cold rain to splatter on the back of his head as he hunted. It had occurred to him that maybe Kahlan had made it through the Narrows, that she had only become separated from him, and had continued on. She was wearing the bone Addie had given her, and it should have kept her safe. She should have been able to make it through. But he was wearing the tooth, and Addie had said he couldn't be seen either, yet the shadows had come for them anyway. It seemed odd. The shadows hadn't moved until it was dark at the split rock. Why didn't they come for them before? There were no tracks. Nothing had been through the Narrows for a long time. Fatigue and despair enveloped him again as fits of icy wind flapped his forest cloak around him, seeming to urge him on away from the Narrows. All hope gone, he turned once more to the path, toward the Midlands. He had taken only a few steps when a thought brought him to a sudden halt. If Kahlan had become separated from him, if she thought the underworld had taken him, if she had thought she had lost him and was alone,
Would she have continued on to the Midlands, alone? No. He turned to the Narrows. No. She would have gone back to the wizard. It would be no use for her to go to the Midlands alone. She needed help. That's why she had come to Westland in the first place. Without the Seeker, the only help was the wizard. Richard dared not put too much faith in the thought, but it wasn't that far back to the place where he had fought the shadows, where he had lost her. He couldn't go on without checking, without knowing for sure. Fatigue forgotten, he plunged back into the Narrows. Green light welcomed his return. Following his tracks back, in a short time he found the place where he had fought the shadows. His footprints wandered all about in the mud of the slide, telling the tale of his battle. He was surprised at how much ground he had covered in the fight. He didn't remember all the circling, the back and forth. But then he didn't remember much of the fight until the last part. With a jolt of recognition, he saw what he was looking for, the tracks of the two of them together, then hers alone. His heart pounded as he followed them, hoping so hard it hurt that they wouldn't lead into the wall. Squatting, he inspected them, touched them. Her tracks wandered about a while, seeming confused, and then they stopped and turned. Where their pair of tracks led in from the other way, one set of tracks led back. Kahlan's. Richard stood in a rush, his breathing rapid, his pulse racing. The green light glowed irritatingly about him. He wondered how far she could have gone. It had taken them most of the night to laboriously cross the Narrows, but they hadn't known where the trail was. He looked down at the footprints in the mud. He did now. He would have to go fast. He couldn't be timid in following the way back. A memory of something Zed had told him when the old man had given him the sword came into his mind. The strength of rage, the wizard had said, gives you the heedless drive to prevail. The clear metallic ringing filled the dim morning as the Seeker drew his sword. Anger flooded through him. Without a second thought, Richard dashed down the trail, following the tracks. The pressure of the wall buffeted him as he jogged through the cool mist. When the tracks turned, switching back and forth, he didn't slow, but set his feet to one side or the other to throw his weight the other way down the path. Keeping a steady, sustainable pace, he was able to traverse the span of the Narrows before mid-morning. Twice he had come across a shadow floating in place on the path. They didn't move or seem to be aware of him. Richard charged through, sword first. Even without faces, they had seemed surprised as they howled apart. Without slowing, he went through the split rock, kicking a gripper out of the way. On the other side, he stopped to catch his breath. He was overwhelmed with relief that her footprints went all the way. Now, back on the forest trail, her tracks would be harder to see, but it didn't matter. He knew where she was going, and he knew she was safely through the Narrows. He felt like crying with joy in the knowledge that Kahlan was alive. He knew he was getting closer to her. The mist hadn't yet had time to soften the sharp edges of her footprints the way it had when he had first found them. When it had gotten light, she must have followed their tracks instead of using the walls to show the way, or else he would have caught her long before now. Good girl, he thought, using your head. He would make a woodswoman of her yet. Richard trotted off down the trail, keeping the sword and his anger out. He didn't waste time to stop and look for signs of her trail. But whenever there was a soft or muddy patch, he looked down, checking as he slowed a little. After running over an area of mossy ground, he came to a small bare patch with footprints. He gave a cursory glance as he went by. Something he saw made him stop so suddenly that he fell. On his hands and knees, he peered down at the prints. His eyes widened. Overlapping part of her footprint was a man's bootprint, nearly 3 times as large as hers. He knew without a doubt who it belonged to. The last man of the quad. Rage brought him to his feet, scrambling into a dead run. Branches and rock flashed by in a blur. His only concern was to stay on the trail and avoid accidentally running into the boundary, not out of fear for himself, but because he knew he couldn't help Kahlan if he got himself killed. His lungs burned for air as his chest heaved with exertion. The anger of the magic made him ignore his exhaustion, his lack of sleep. Clambering to the top of a small jut of rock, he saw her at the bottom of the other side. For an instant he froze.
Kahlan stood on the left, feet apart, in a half-crouch, a rock wall at her back. The last man of the quad stood in front of her to Richard's right. Panic slashed through his anger. The man's leather uniform glistened in the wet. The hood of his chainmail shirt covered his head of blonde hair. His sword rose in his massive fists, and muscles stood out in knots along his arms. He howled a battle cry. He was going to kill her. Wrath exploded through Richard's mind. He screamed, "No!" in a murderous rage as he leapt off the rock. With both hands he brought the sword of truth up while still in midair. When he hit the ground, he recoiled, swinging it around from behind in an arc. The sword whistled with its speed. The man had turned as Richard hit the ground. Seeing Richard's sword coming, he brought his own up defensively with lightning speed, the tendons in his wrists and hands making a popping sound as he did so. Richard watched as if in a dream, as his sword came around. Every ounce of his strength went into trying to make the sword go faster, go truer, be deadlier. The magic raged with his need. Richard looked from the man's sword hard into the steel-blue eyes. The Seeker's sword followed the track of his eyes. He heard himself still screaming. The man held his sword straight up to deflect the blow. Everything else around the man dissolved in Richard's vision. His anger, the magic, was unleashed like never before. No power on earth could deny him the man's blood. Richard was beyond all reason, beyond all other need, beyond all other cause for living. He was death brought to life. Richard's entire life force focused lethal hatred into the drive of his sword. With a beat of his heart that he could feel in the straining muscles of his neck, Richard watched out of his peripheral vision with expectant elation as he held the man's blue eyes, watched his sword finally sweep the rest of the agonizing distance around in a smooth arc, at long last contacting the enemy's raised sword. He saw the detail of it shattering ever so slowly in a burst of hot fragments, freeing the bulk of the severed blade to lift into the air, twisting as it went, its polished surface glinting in the light with a flash upon each of the 3 revolutions it made before the Seeker's sword, with all the power of his rage and the magic behind it, reached the man's head, contacting the chainmail, making the head deflect only the tiniest bit before the sword exploded through the steel links of the mail, through the man's head at eye level, filling the air with a shower of steel pieces and links. The misty morning erupted with a burst of red fog that made Richard feel a flush of exhilaration as he watched clumps of blonde hair and bone and brain tumble madly away, as the blade continued its sweep through the crimson air, clearing the last ragged fragments of the enemy's skull, continuing its journey around while the body, with only a neck and jaw and little else recognizable above that, began dropping away as if all its bones had dissolved, leaving nothing to hold it up, finally hitting the ground with a hard jolt. Globs of blood were flung up into the air in long strings, which finally arced and fell back to the ground and onto Richard, offering the victor the hot, satisfying taste of it in his mouth where some of it had landed as he screamed his rage. More pumped thick and copious out into the dirt at the same time as bits of steel from the chainmail and shattered sword rained to earth, while other bits of bone and steel that had already flown past Richard bounced and skittered across the rock behind him, and still more bone and brain and blood from up in the air fell back at last onto the ground all about, tinting everything a rich red. The bringer of death stood victorious over the object of his hate and rage, soaked in blood and the glory of joy such as he had never imagined. His chest heaved in rapture. Bringing the sword to the front again, he checked for any other threat. There was none. And then the world imploded upon him. Everything about jolted back into his sight. Richard saw a wide-eyed look of shock on Kahlan's face before the pain took him to his knees, ripping through him, doubling him over. The sword of truth dropped from his hands. Sudden realization of what he had done slashed through him. He had killed a man. Worse, he had killed a man he had wanted to kill. It didn't matter that he was protecting another life. He had wanted to kill, had reveled in it. He would have allowed nothing to deny him the killing. The vision of his sword exploding through the man's head flashed over and over in his mind. He couldn't make it stop. In searing pain like none he had ever known, he clutched his arms across his abdomen. His mouth was open, but no scream came forth. He tried to let himself lose consciousness to stop the pain, but could not. Nothing else existed but the pain, just as nothing else had existed in his desire to kill but the man. The pain whited his vision out. He was blind. Fire burned through every muscle, bone, and organ of his body, consuming him, taking his breath from his lungs, choking him in convulsing agony. He fell to his side on the ground, his knees pulled up to his chest, the screams coming at last, in pain now as he had screamed in rage before. Richard felt the life being drawn from him. Through the anguish and hurt, he knew that if this went on, he wasn't going to be able to retain his sanity, or worse, his life. The power of the magic was crushing him. He could never have imagined that this level of pain existed. Now he couldn't imagine it ever leaving. He felt it stripping his sanity from him. In his mind, he begged for death. If something didn't change, and quick, he would have it one way or another. In the fog of agony, a realization came to him. He recognized the pain. It was the same as the anger. It coursed through him the same way as the anger from the sword. He knew that feeling well enough. It was the magic. Once he recognized it as the magic, he urgently tried to take control of it, the way he had learned to control the anger. This time, he knew he must win control or die. He reasoned with himself, came to comprehend the need of what he had done, horrible as it was. The man had sentenced himself to death with his own intent to kill. At last, he was able to put away the pain, as he had learned to put away the anger. Relief washed over him. He had won both battles. The pain lifted and was gone. Lying on his back, panting, he felt the world come rushing back. Kahlan was kneeling beside him, wiping a cool, damp cloth over his face, wiping off the blood. Her brow was wrinkled. Tears ran down her cheeks. Splatters of the man's blood lay in long streaks across her face. Richard rose to his knees and took the cloth from her hand to wipe her face, as if to wipe from her mind the sight of what he had done. Before he could, she threw her arms around him, embracing him tighter than he would have thought her capable of. He hugged her back just as tight, while her fingers went up the back of his neck into his hair, holding his head to her as she cried. He couldn't believe how good it felt to have her back. He didn't want to let her go, ever. "I'm so very sorry, Richard," she sobbed. "For what?" "That you had to kill a man on my account." He rocked her gently, stroking her hair. "It's all right." She shook her head against his neck. "I knew how much the magic would hurt you. That's why I didn't want you to have to fight the men back at the inn." "Zed told me the anger would protect me from the pain. Kahlan, I don't understand. There is absolutely no way I could have been any more angry." She separated from him, her hands on his arms, squeezing as if to keep testing that he was real. "Zed told me to watch out for you if you used the sword to kill a man. He told me that what he said about the anger protecting you was true, but he said the first time was different, that the magic tested, took a measure of the seeker with the pain, and nothing could protect you from it. He said that he couldn't tell you because if you knew, it would make you hold back, be more cautious in its use, and that could be disastrous. He said the magic has to join to the seeker with its first ultimate use, to ascertain his intent when he kills." She squeezed his arms. "He said the magic could do terrible things to you. It tests with the pain to see who will be the master, who the ruled." Richard sat back on his heels, startled. Addie had said the wizard kept a secret from him. This must have been it. Zed must have been very worried and afraid for him. Richard felt sorry for his old friend. For the first time, Richard truly understood the meaning of being seeker, in a way no one else but a seeker could. Bringer of death. He understood it now. Understood the magic, how he used it, how it used him, how they were now joined. For better or worse, he would never be the same again. He had tasted fulfillment of his darkest desire. It was done. There was no going back to being as he was before. Richard brought the cloth up and wiped the blood from Kahlan's face. "I understand. I know now what he was talking about. You were right not to tell me. He touched the side of her face, his voice gentle. I was so afraid you were killed. She put her hand over his. I thought you were dead. One minute I was holding your hand, and then I realized I wasn't. Her eyes filled with tears again. I couldn't find you. I didn't know what to do. The only thing I could think of was to go get Zed, to wait for him to wake, to get him to help me. I thought you were lost to the underworld. I thought that's what happened to you, too. I almost went on alone. He grinned. Seems I have to keep coming back for you. She smiled for the first time since he had found her, then put her arms around him again. Quickly, she pushed away. Richard, we have to get out of here. There are beasts about. They will come for his body. We can't be here when they do. He nodded, turned, picked up his sword and got to his feet. He reached down for her to help her up. She took his hand. The magic ignited in a rage, warning its master. Startled, Richard stared at her in shock. Just as the last time when she had touched his hand when he held the sword, the magic had come to life. Only this time it was stronger. Smiling, she didn't seem to feel anything. Richard forced the anger down. It went with great reluctance. She hugged him once more, a quick hug with her free arm. I still can't believe you are alive. I was so sure I had lost you. How did you get away from the shadows? Kahlan shook her head. I don't know. They were following us, and when we became separated, and I went back, I didn't see them anymore. Did you see any? Richard nodded solemnly. Yes, I saw them. And my father again. They came for me, tried to push me into the boundary. Concern came over Kahlan's face. Why just you? Why not both of us? I don't know. Last night at the Split Rock, and later when they started following us, it must have been me they were after, not you. The bone protected you. The last time at the boundary, they came for everyone but you, she said. What's different this time? Richard thought a moment. I don't know, but we have to get across the pass. We're too tired to have to spend tonight fighting shadows again. We must get to the Midlands before dark, and this time I promise I won't let go of your hand. Kahlan smiled and squeezed his hand. I won't let go of yours either. I ran back through the Narrows. It didn't take long that way. You up to that? She nodded, and they started running at an easy pace he thought she could keep up. As the last time he crossed, no shadows followed, although several floated above the path. And as before, Richard went through them sword first without waiting to find out what they would do. Kahlan flinched at their howls. He watched the tracks as he ran, pulling her through the turns, keeping her on the trail. When they were clear of the slide and on the forest path on the other side of the Narrows, they slowed to a fast walk to catch their breath. Drizzle wet their faces and hair. Happiness over finding her alive dimmed his worry about the difficulties that lay ahead. They shared bread and fruit as they kept moving. Even though his stomach was grumbling with hunger, he didn't want to stop for anything more elaborate. Richard was still confused by the reaction of the magic when Kahlan had taken his hand. Was it something the magic felt in her, or was the magic reacting to something in his own mind? Was it because he was afraid of her secret, or was it something more, something the magic itself felt in her? He wished Zed was around, so he could ask him what he thought, but then Zed had been there the last time, and he hadn't asked him about it then. Was he afraid of what Zed might tell him? After they had eaten a little and the afternoon had worn on, they heard growls off in the woods. Kahlan said it was the beasts. They decided to run again, to get clear of the pass as soon as possible. Richard was beyond being tired. He was simply numb as they ran through the thick wood. Light rain on the leaves washed out the sound of their footfalls. Before dark, they came to the edge of a long ridge. Below, the trail descended in a series of switchbacks. They stood at the top of the ridge in the woods as if at the mouth of a cave, looking out over an open grassland swept with rain. Kahlan held herself erect, rigid. I know this place, she whispered. So what is it? It is called the Wilds. We are in the Midlands. She turned to him. I am returned home. He lifted an eyebrow. The place doesn't look that wild to me. It is not named after the land.
It is named after those who live in it. After descending the steep ridge, Richard found a small, protected spot under a slab of rock, but it wasn't deep enough to keep out all the rain, so he cut pine boughs and leaned them against the jut of rock, making a small, reasonably dry shelter where they could spend the night. Kahlan crawled inside, and Richard followed, pulling boughs over the entrance, sealing out most of the rain. Both slumped down, wet and exhausted. Kahlan took her cloak off and shook off the water. "I've never seen it be overcast so long, or rain so much. I can't even remember what the sun looks like. I'm becoming weary of it."
"Not me," he said quietly. She frowned, so he explained. "Remember the snake-like cloud that followed me? The one sent by Rahl to track me?" She nodded. "Zed cast a wizard's web to bring other clouds to hide it. As long as it's cloudy and we can't see the snake cloud, neither can Rahl. I prefer the rain to Darken Rahl."
Kahlan thought this over. "From now on, I will be happier about the clouds. But next time, could you ask him to bring clouds that are not so wet?"
Richard smiled and nodded.
"Do you want anything to eat?" she asked.
He shook his head. "I'm too tired. I just want to sleep. Is it safe here?"
"Yes. No one lives near the boundary in the wilds. Addie said we are protected from the beasts, so the hearthounds should not bother us."
The sound of steady rain was making him all the more sleepy. They wrapped themselves in their blankets, the night being cold already. In the dim light, Richard could just make out the features of Kahlan's face as she leaned up against the rock wall. The shelter was too small for a fire, and everything too wet anyway. He reached into his pocket, fingering the pouch with the nightstone, considering if he should take it out to see better, but at last decided against it. Kahlan smiled over at him.
"Welcome to the Midlands. You have done as you said you would. You got us here. Now the hard work begins. What would you have us do?"
Richard's head was throbbing. He leaned back next to her. "We need someone with magic who can tell us where the last box is, where to find it, or at least where to look for it. We can't just go running around blindly. We need someone who can point us in the right direction. Who do you know like that?" Kahlan gave him a sideways glance.
"We are a long way from anyone who would want to help us."
She was avoiding telling him something. His anger jumped. "I didn't say they had to want to help us. I said they had to be able to. You just take me to them and I'll worry about the rest."
Richard immediately regretted his tone of voice. He leaned his head back against the rock wall and put the anger down.
"Kahlan, I'm sorry." He rolled his head away from her. "I've had a hard day. Besides killing that man, I had to run my sword through my father again. But the worst of it was I thought my best friend was lost to the underworld. I just want to stop Rahl, to end this nightmare." He turned his face to hers, and she gave him one of her special tight-lipped smiles. Kahlan watched his eyes in the near darkness for a few minutes.
"Not easy being Seeker," she said softly.
He smiled back at her. "Not easy," he agreed.
"The Mud People," she said at last. "They may be able to tell us where to search, but there is no guarantee they will agree to help us. The wilds are a remote part of the Midlands, and the Mud People are not used to dealing with outsiders. They have strange customs. They do not care about the problems of others. They wish only to be left alone."
"If he succeeds, Darken Rahl will not respect their wishes," he reminded her.
Kahlan took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "Richard, they can be dangerous."
"Have you dealt with them before?" She nodded.
"A few times. They do not speak our language, but I speak theirs."
"Do they trust you?"
Kahlan looked away as she wrapped her blanket tighter. "I guess so." She looked up at him from under her eyebrows. "But they are afraid of me, and with the Mud People, that may be more important than trust."
Richard had to bite the inside of his lip to keep from asking why they were afraid of her. "How far?"
"I'm not sure exactly where we are in the wilds. I didn't see enough to tell for certain, but I'm sure they are no more than a week to the northeast."
"Good enough. In the morning we head northeast."
"When we get there, you must follow my lead, and if I tell you something, you must pay heed. You must convince them to help you, or they will not, sword or no sword."
He gave her a nod. She took her hand out from under the blanket and put it on his arm.
"Richard," she whispered, "thank you for coming back for me." I'm sorry for what it cost you. I had to. What good would it do to go to the Midlands without my guide? Kahlan grinned. I will try to live up to your expectations. He gave her hand a squeeze before they both lay down. Sleep took him as he thanked the good spirits for protecting her. Chapter 22. Zed's eyes popped open. The aroma of spice soup was thick in the air. Without moving, he looked cautiously about. Chase lay next to him. There were bones hung on the walls, and it was dark outside the window. He looked down at his body. Bones were piled upon him. Without moving, he carefully caused them to rise slowly into the air. Then he silently made them float aside and finally to set down. Making no sound, he rose. He was in a house full of bones, bones of beasts. He turned around. He was surprised to come face to face with a woman just as she also turned around. In a fright, they both screamed and threw their skinny arms into the air. "Who are you?" he asked, leaning forward, peering into her white eyes. She snatched her crutch just before it toppled over and put it back under her arm.
"I be Addie,"
she answered in a raspy voice.
"You gave me a scare. You awoke sooner than I expected."
Zed straightened his robes.
"How many meals have I missed?"
he demanded. Scowling, Addie looked him up and down.
"Too many by the looks of it."
A grin creased Zed's cheeks. He in turn eyed Addie from top to bottom.
"You are a fine-looking woman," he announced.
With a bow, he took her hand and kissed it lightly, then stood up proud and straight, holding one bony finger skyward.
"Zedicus Zul Zoranda, humbly at your whim, my dear lady."
He leaned forward. "What's wrong with your leg?"
"Nothing. It be perfectly fine."
"No, no," he said with a frown, pointing. "Not that one, the other." Addie looked down at the missing foot, then back up to Zed.
"It does not go all the way to the ground. What be the matter with your eyes?"
"Well, I hope you learned your lesson. You only have one foot left, you know." Zed's frown melted back to a grin.
"And the problem with my eyes," he said in his thin voice, "is that they have been famished. But now they are feasting."
Addie smiled a little smile.
"Would you like a bowl of soup, wizard?"
"I thought you would never ask, sorceress." He followed her as she worked her way across the room to the kettle hanging in the fireplace, and, after she had dished out 2 bowls of soup, carried them to the table. Leaning her crutch against the wall, she sat opposite him and cut a thick slice each of bread and cheese, pushing them across the table to him. Zed bent over and dug right in, but stopped after one swallow of soup and looked up at her white eyes.
"Richard made this soup,"
he said in an even voice, the second spoonful hanging midway between the bowl and his mouth. Addie tore off a piece of bread and dunked it in the soup as she watched him.
"That be true. You be fortunate. Mine would not be this good."
Zed looked around as he put the spoon down in the bowl.
"And where is he?"
Addie took a bite of the bread and chewed, watching Zed. When she had swallowed, she answered.
"He and the mother confessor have gone through the pass to the Midlands. Although he knows her only as Kahlan, she still hides her identity from him."
She went on to tell the wizard the story of how Richard and Kahlan had come to her, seeking her help for their stricken friends. Zed picked up the cheese in one hand, the bread in the other, taking alternating bites as he listened to Addie's tale, wincing at hearing that he had been sustained on gruel.
"He told me to tell you he could not wait for you," she said, "but that he knew you would understand. The Seeker gave me instructions to pass on to Chase, for him to return and make preparations for when the boundary fails, for the coming of Rahl's forces. He was sorry he did not know what your plan be, but feared he could not wait."
"Just as well," the wizard said under his breath. "My plan does not include him." Zed went back to eating in earnest. When he had finished the soup, he went to the kettle and helped himself to another bowlful. He offered to get Addie more, but she was not yet finished with her first, since she had spent most of the time with her eyes on the wizard. As he sat back down, she pushed more bread and cheese at him.
Richard keeps a secret from you, she said in a low voice. If it were not for this business with Rahl, I would not speak of it. But I thought you should know.
The light from the lamp lit his thin face and white hair, making him look stark, and all the more thin in the sharp shadows. He picked up his spoon, looked down at the soup a moment, then back up at her face.
As you well know, we all have secrets. Wizards more than most. If we all knew each other's secrets, it would prove a very strange world. Besides, it would take all the fun out of the telling of them.
His thin lips widened in a smile, his eyes sparkled.
But I fear no secret of a person I trust, and he has no need to fear mine. It is part of being friends.
Addie leaned back in her chair. Her blank white eyes stared at him. Her small smile came back.
For his sake, I hope you be right in your trust. I would not want to give a wizard cause to be angry.
Zed shrugged.
As wizards go, I'm pretty harmless.
She studied his eyes in the lamplight.
That be a lie,
the sorceress whispered in a low rasp. Zed cleared his throat and thought to change the subject.
It would seem I owe you thanks for tending to me, dear lady. That be true. And for helping Richard and Kahlan.
He looked over to Chase, pointing with his spoon.
And the boundary warden, too. I'm in your debt.
Addie's smile widened.
Perhaps someday you can return the favor.
Zed pushed up the sleeves of his robes and went back to eating the soup, but not quite as voraciously as before. He and the sorceress watched each other. The fire in the hearth crackled, and outside night bugs chirped. Chase slept on.
How long have they been gone?
Zed asked at last.
This be the 7th day he has left you and the boundary warden to my care.
Zed finished his meal, pushing the bowl carefully away. He folded his thin hands on the table, looking down as he tapped his thumbs together. The light from the lamp flickered and danced on his mass of white hair.
Did Richard say how I was to find him?
For a moment, Addie didn't answer. The wizard continued to wait, tapping his thumbs, until at last she spoke.
I gave him a night stone.
Zed jumped to his feet.
You did what?
Addie calmly looked up at him.
Would you have me send him through the pass at night without a way to see? To be blind in the pass is a sure death. I wanted him to make it through. It'd be the only way for me to help him.
The wizard put his knuckles on the table and leaned forward, his wavy white hair falling around his face.
And did you warn him? Of course I did.
His eyes narrowed.
How? With a sorceress's riddle?
Addie picked up 2 apples and tossed one to Zed. He caught it in the air with a silent spell. It floated, spinning slowly, while he continued to glare at the old woman.
Sit down, wizard, and stop showing off.
She took a bite of her apple, chewing slowly. Zed sat down in a huff.
I did not want to frighten him. He already be fearful enough. Had I told him what a night stone could do, he might have been afraid to use it, and the result would have been that the underworld would have had him sure. Yes, I warned him, but with a riddle, so he would figure it out later, after he be through the pass.
Zed's stick-like fingers snatched the apple out of the air.
Bags, Addie, you don't understand. Richard hates riddles, always has. He considers them an insult to honesty. He won't brook them. He ignores them as a matter of principle.
The apple snapped as he took a big bite.
He be seeker. That be what seekers do. They solve riddles.
Zed held up a bony finger.
Riddles of life, not words. There is a difference.
Addie set her apple down and leaned forward, putting her hands on the table. A look of concern softened her face.
Zed, I was trying to help the boy. I want him to succeed. I lost my foot in the pass. He would have lost his life. If the seeker loses his life, we all lose ours too. I did not mean him harm.
Zed put his apple down and dismissed his anger with a wave of his hand.
I know you meant no harm, Addie. I did not mean to suggest you did.
He took Addie's hands in his.
"It will be all right." "I be a fool," she said bitterly. "He told me he disliked riddles, but I never thought more of it. Zed, seek him through the Nightstone. See if he has made it through."
Zed nodded. He closed his eyes and let his chin sink to his chest as he took 3 deep breaths. Then he stopped breathing for a long time. From the air about came the low, soft sound of distant wind. Wind on an open plain, lonely, baleful, haunting. The sound of the wind left at last, and the wizard began breathing again. His head came up and his eyes opened.
"He is in the Midlands. He has made it through the pass."
Addie gave a nod of relief.
"I will give you a bone to carry so that you may go safely through the pass. Will you go after him now?"
The wizard looked down at the table, away from her white eyes.
"No," he said in a quiet voice. "He will have to handle this, among other things, on his own. As you said, he is the Seeker. I have an important task to attend to if we are to stop Darken Rahl. I hope he can stay out of trouble in the meantime."
"Secrets?" the sorceress asked, smiling her little smile.
"Secrets," the wizard nodded. "I must leave right away."
She took one hand out from under his and stroked his leathery skin.
"It be dark outside."
"Dark," he agreed.
"Why not stay the night? Leave with the light."
Zed's eyes snapped up, looking at her from under his eyebrows.
"Stay the night."
Addie shrugged as she stroked his hands.
"It be lonely here sometimes." "Well,"
Zed's impish grin lit his face.
"as you say, it is dark outside, and I guess it would make more sense to start out in the morning."
A sudden frown broke out, wrinkling his brow.
"This isn't one of your riddles, is it?"
She shook her head, and his grin came back.
"I have my wizard's rock along. Could I interest you?"
Addie's face softened in a shy smile.
"I would like that very much."
She watched him as she sat back, taking a bite of her apple. Zed arched an eyebrow.
"Naked?"
Wind and rain bowed the long grass in broad, slow waves as the two of them made their way across the open, flat plain. Trees were few and far between, mostly birch and alder in clusters along streams. Kahlan watched the grass carefully. They were near the Mud People's territory. Richard followed silently behind, keeping her under his watchful eye as always. She didn't like taking him to the Mud People, but he was right. They had to know where to look for the last box, and there was no one else anywhere near who could point them in the right direction. Autumn was wearing on, and their time was dwindling. Still, the Mud People might not help them, and then the time would be wasted. Worse, although she knew they probably would not dare to kill a confessor, even one traveling without the protection of a wizard, she had no idea if they would dare to kill the Seeker. She had never traveled the Midlands before without a wizard. No confessor did. It was too dangerous. Richard was better protection than Giller, the last wizard assigned her, but Richard was not supposed to be her protection. She was supposed to be his. She couldn't allow him to put his life at risk for her again. He was more important than she to stopping Rahl. That was what mattered above all else. She had pledged her life in defense of the Seeker, in defense of Richard. She had never meant anything more ardently in her life. If a time came that called for a choice, it must be she who died. The path through the grasses came to 2 poles, one set to each side of the trail. They were wrapped in skins dyed with red stripes. Richard stopped by the poles, looking up at the skulls fixed atop them. "This meant to warn us away?" he asked, as he stroked one of the skins. "No, they are the skulls of honored ancestors, meant to watch over their lands. Only the most respected are accorded such recognition." "That doesn't sound threatening. Maybe they won't be so unhappy to see us after all." Kahlan turned to him and lifted an eyebrow. "One of the ways you get to be revered by the Mud People is by killing outsiders." She looked back at the skulls. "But this is not meant as a threat to others. It is simply a tradition of honor among themselves." Richard took a deep breath as he withdrew his hand from the pole.
Let's see if we can get them to help us, so they can go on revering their ancestors and keeping outsiders away. Remember what I told you, she warned. They may not want to help. You have to respect that if it is their decision. These are some of the people I am trying to save. I don't want you to hurt them. Kahlan, it is not my desire or intention to hurt them. Don't worry, they will help us. It's in their own interest. They may not see it that way, she pressed. The rain had stopped, replaced by a light, cold mist she felt on her face. She pushed the hood of her cloak back. Richard, promise me you won't hurt them. He pushed his hood back also, put his hands on his hips, and surprised her with a little smile out of one side of his mouth. Now I know how it feels. What? She asked, a tone of suspicion in her voice. As he looked down at her, his smile grew. Remember when I had the fever from the snake vine, and I asked you not to hurt Zed? Now I know how you felt when you couldn't make that promise. Kahlan looked into his gray eyes, thinking of how much she wanted to stop Rahl, and thought of all those she knew whom he had killed. And now, I know how you must have felt when I could not make that promise. She smiled in spite of herself. Did you feel this foolish for asking? He nodded. When I realized what was at stake, and when I realized what kind of person you were, that you wouldn't do anything to harm anyone unless there was no choice, then I felt foolish for not trusting you. She did feel foolish for not trusting him, but she knew he trusted her too much. I'm sorry, she said, the smile still on her lips. I should know you better than that. Do you know how we can get them to help us? She had been to the village of the Mud People several times, none of them by invitation. They would never request a confessor. It was a common chore among confessors, paying a professional call on the different peoples of the Midlands. They had been polite enough out of fear, but they had made it clear that they handled their own affairs and did not want outside involvement. They were not a people who would respond to threats. The Mud People hold a gathering called a Council of Seers. I have never been allowed to attend, maybe because I am an outsider, maybe because I am a woman. This group divines the answers to questions that affect the village. They will not hold a gathering at Sword Point. If they are to help us, they must do so willingly. You must win them over. He gazed hard into her eyes. With your help, we can do it. We must. She nodded, and turned to the path once more. Clouds hung low and thick above the grassland, seeming to boil slowly as they rolled along in an endless procession. Out on the plains, there seemed to be much more sky than there was anywhere else. It was an overpowering presence, dwarfing the unchanging flat land. Rains had swollen the streams until the churning muddy water pounded and frothed with a roar at the bottoms of the crossing logs that were used as bridges. Kahlan could feel the power of the water making the logs shudder under her boots. She stepped carefully as the logs were slippery, and there was no hand rope to aid her crossing. Richard offered her his hand to steady her, and she was glad for the excuse to take it. She found herself looking forward to the stream crossings, to being able to take his hand. But as deeply as it hurt, she couldn't allow herself to encourage his feelings for her. She wished so much she could just be a woman, like any other. But she wasn't. She was a confessor. Still, sometimes, for brief moments, she could forget and pretend. She wished Richard would walk next to her, but he instead stayed behind, scanning the countryside, watching out for her. He was in a strange land, taking nothing for granted, seeing threat in everything. In Westland, she had felt the same way, so she understood the feeling. He was putting his life at great peril against Rahl, against things he had never encountered before, and was right to be wary. The wary died quick enough in the Midlands, the unwary faster still. After crossing another stream and plunging back into the wet grass, 8 men sprang up suddenly in front of them. Kahlan and Richard came to an abrupt halt. The men were wearing animal skins over most of their bodies. Sticky mud that didn't wash away in the rain was smeared over the rest of their skin and faces, and their hair smoothed down with it. Clumps of grass were tied to their arms and to the skins, and stuffed under headbands,
making them invisible when they had been squatted down. They stood silently in front of the two of them. All wore grim expressions. Kahlan recognized several of the men. It was a hunting party of mud people. The eldest, a fit, wiry man she knew as Savadlin, approached her. The others waited, spears and bows relaxed but ready. Kahlan could feel Richard's presence close behind her. Without turning, she whispered for him to stay calm and do as she did. Savadlin stopped in front of her.
"Strength to Confessor Kahlan," he said.
"Strength to Savadlin and the mud people," she answered in their language. Savadlin slapped her across the face, hard. She slapped him back just as hard. Instantly, Kahlan heard the ringing sound of Richard's sword being pulled free. She spun on her heels. "No, Richard!" He had the sword up, ready to strike. "No!" She grabbed his wrists. "I told you to stay calm and do as I do." His eyes flicked from Savadlin's to hers. They were filled with unleashed anger, the magic that was ready to kill. The muscles in his jaw flexed as he clenched his teeth. "And if they slit your throat, would you have me let them slit mine as well? That is the way they greet people. It is meant to show respect for another's strength." He frowned, hesitating. "I'm sorry I did not warn you. Richard, put the sword away." His eyes went from hers to Savadlin, and then back to hers again, before he yielded and angrily thrust the sword back into its scabbard. Relieved, she turned back to the mud people as Richard stepped up protectively next to her. Savadlin and the others had been watching calmly. They didn't understand the words, but they seemed to grasp the meaning of what had happened. Savadlin looked away from Richard, to Kahlan. He spoke in his dialect.
"Who is this man with the temper?"
"His name is Richard. He is the seeker of truth." Whispers broke out among the other members of the hunting party. Savadlin's eyes sought Richard's.
"Strength to Richard, the seeker."
Kahlan told him what Savadlin had said. There was still a hot look on his face. Savadlin stepped up and hit Richard, not with an open hand as he had hit her, but with his fist. Immediately, Richard unleashed a powerful blow of his own that knocked Savadlin from his feet and sent him sprawling on his back. He lay dazed on the ground with his limbs strewn awkwardly out. Fists tightened on weapons. Richard straightened, giving the men a dangerous look that kept them rooted firmly in place. Savadlin propped himself up on one hand, rubbing his jaw with the other. A grin spread across his face.
"None has ever shown such respect for my strength. This is a wise man."
The other men broke out in laughter. Kahlan held her hand over her mouth, trying to hide her own. The tension evaporated. "What did he say?" Richard demanded. "He said you have great respect for him, that you are wise. I think you have made a friend." Savadlin held his hand out for Richard to help him up. Warily, Richard complied. Once on his feet, Savadlin slapped Richard on the back, putting an arm around his big shoulders.
"I am truly glad you recognize my strength, but I hope you do not come to respect me any more."
The men laughed.
"Among the mud people, you shall be known as Richard with the temper."
Kahlan tried to hold back her laughter while she translated. The men were still snickering. Savadlin turned to them.
"Maybe you men would like to greet my big friend and have him show you his respect for your strength."
They all held their hands out in front of themselves and shook their heads vigorously.
"No,"
one of them said between fits of laughter.
"He has already shown you enough respect for all of us."
He turned back to Kahlan.
"As always, Confessor Kahlan is welcome among the mud people."
Without looking over, he gave a nod of his head, indicating Richard.
"Is he your mate?"
"No!" Savadlin tensed.
"Then you have come here to choose one of our men?"
"No," she said, her voice regaining its calmness. Savadlin looked greatly relieved.
"The Confessor chooses dangerous traveling companions."
"Not dangerous to me, only to those who would think to harm me." Savadlin smiled and nodded, then looked Kahlan up and down.
"You wear odd things, different from before."
"Underneath I am the same as before," Kahlan said, as she leaned a little closer to make her point. That is what you need to know. Savadlin backed away a little from her intense expression and gave a nod. His eyes narrowed. And why are you here? So that we might help each other. There is a man who would rule your people. The Seeker and I would have you rule yourselves. We came seeking your people's strength and wisdom to aid us in our fight. Father Rahl, Savadlin announced knowingly. You know of him? Savadlin nodded. A man came. He called himself a missionary, said he wanted to teach us of the goodness of one called Father Rahl. He talked to our people for 3 days until we became tired of him. It was Kahlan's turn to stiffen. She glanced to the other men who had started smiling at the mention of the missionary. She looked back to the elder's mud-streaked face. And what happened to him after the 3 days? He was a good man. Savadlin smiled meaningfully. Kahlan straightened herself. Richard leaned closer to her. What are they saying? They want to know why we are here. They said they have heard of Darken Rahl. Tell them I want to talk to their people, that I need them to call a gathering. She looked up at him from under her eyebrows. I am getting to that. Addie was right, you are not a patient person. Richard smiled. No, she was wrong. I am very patient. But I am not very tolerant. There is a difference. Kahlan smiled at Savadlin as she spoke to Richard. Well, please do not become intolerant just now, or show them any more respect for the moment. I know what I am doing, and it is going well. Let me do it my way, all right? He agreed, folding his arms in frustration. She turned once more to the elder. He peered at her sharply, and asked something that surprised her. Did Richard with the temper bring us the rains? Kahlan frowned. Well, I guess you could say that. She was confused by the question and didn't know what to say, so told him the truth. The clouds follow him. The elder studied her face intently and nodded. She didn't feel comfortable under his gaze and sought to bring the conversation back to the reason for her visit. Savadlin, the Seeker has come to see your people on my advice. He is not here to harm or interfere with your people. You know me. I have been among you before. You know of my respect for the Mud People. I would not bring another to you unless it was important. Right now, time is our enemy. Savadlin considered what she had said for a while, then at last spoke. As I said before, you are welcome among us. He looked up with a grin at the Seeker, then back to her. Richard with the temper is most welcome in our village, too. The other men were pleased with the decision. They all seemed to like Richard. They gathered up their things, including 2 deer and a wild boar, each tied to a carrying pole. Kahlan hadn't seen the result of their hunt before, because it had been hidden in the tall grass. As they all started off down the path, the men gathered about Richard, touching him cautiously, and jabbering questions he couldn't understand. Savadlin clapped him on the shoulders, looking forward to showing off his big new friend to the village. Kahlan went along beside him, for the most part ignored and happy that, so far, they liked Richard. She understood the feeling. It was hard to dislike him. But there was some other reason for their ready acceptance of him. She worried about what that reason could be. I told you I would win them over, Richard said with a grin as he looked at her over their heads. I just never thought I would do it by laying one of them out. Chapter 23. Chickens scattered at their feet as the hunting party surrounding Kahlan and Richard led them into the Mud People's village. Set on a slight rise that passed for a hill in the grasslands of the wilds, the village was a collection of buildings constructed of a kind of mud brick, surfaced with a tan clay plaster and topped with grass roofs that leaked as they became dry and had to be replaced constantly to keep the rain at bay. There were wood doors, but no glass in the windows of the thick walls, only cloth hanging in some to keep out the weather. Set in a rough circle around an open area, the buildings were one-room family homes, clustered tightly on the south side, most sharing at least one common wall, narrow walkways passing between the homes here and there, and communal buildings grouped together on the north. A variety of structures placed loosely on the east and west separated them. Some of these were nothing more than 4 poles with grass roofs, used as places to eat, or as work areas for making weapons and pottery, or as food preparation and cooking areas. In dry times, the whole village was shrouded in a fog of dust that clogged the eyes, nose, and tongue, but now its buildings were washed clean by the rain, and on the ground 1,000 footprints were turned to puddles that reflected the drab buildings above. Women wrapped in simple dresses of brightly colored cloth sat in the work areas, grinding tava root, from which they made the flatbread that was the staple of the mud people. Sweet-smelling smoke rose from the cooking fires. Adolescent girls with short-cropped hair, smoothed down by sticky mud, sat by the women helping. Kahlan felt their shy eyes on her. She knew from being here before that she was the object of great interest among the young girls, a traveler who had been to strange places and seen all sorts of things, a woman whom men feared and respected. The older women abided the distraction with understanding indulgence. Children ran from every corner of the village to see what manner of strangers Savidlin's hunting party had brought back. They crowded around the hunters, squealing with excitement, stomping their bare feet in the mud and splashing the men. Ordinarily, they would be interested in the deer and boar, but now those were ignored in favor of the strangers. The men tolerated them with good-natured smiles. Little children were never scolded. When they were older, they would be put into strict training, where they would be taught the disciplines of the mud people, of hunting, food gathering, and the ways of spirits. But for now they were allowed to be children, with almost free rein to play. The knot of children offered up scraps of food as bribes for stories of who the strangers might be. The men laughed, declining the offerings in favor of saving the tale for the elders. Only slightly disappointed, the children continued to dance about, this being the most exciting thing that had happened in their young lives, something very much out of the ordinary, with a distinct tinge of danger. 6 elders stood under the leaky protection of one of the open pole structures, waiting for Savidlin to bring the strangers to them. They wore deerskin pants and were bare-chested. Each had a coyote hide draped around his shoulders. Despite their grim faces, Kahlan knew them to be more friendly than they appeared. Mud people never smiled at outsiders until greetings had been exchanged, lest their souls be stolen. The children stayed back from the pole building, sitting in the mud to watch as the hunting party brought the outsiders to the elders. The women had halted their work at the cooking fires, as had the young men their weapons making, and all fell silent, including the children sitting in the mud. Business among the mud people was conducted in the open for all to see. Kahlan stepped up to the 6 elders, Richard to her right, but back a pace. Savidlin to his right. The 6 surveyed the 2 outsiders.
"Strength to Confessor Kahlan,"
said the eldest. "Strength to Tofalar," she answered. He gave her face a gentle slap, hardly more than a pat. It was their custom to give only small slaps in the village proper. Heartier ones like Savidlin had delivered were reserved for chance meetings out on the plain away from the village. The gentler custom helped preserve order and teeth. Surin, Caldus, Arbrin, Breganderen, and Hagenlet, each in turn offered strength and a small slap. Kahlan returned the greetings and the gentle slaps. They turned to Richard. Savidlin stepped forward, pulling his new friend with him. He proudly displayed his swollen lip to the elders. Kahlan spoke Richard's name under her breath with a rising inflection and a cautionary tone. "These are important men. Please do not loosen their teeth." He gave her a quick glance out of the corner of his eye and a mischievous smile.
"This is the seeker, Richard with the temper,"
Savidlin said, proud of his charge. He leaned closer to the elders, his voice heavy with meaning.
"Confessor Kahlan brought him to us. He is the one you spoke of, the one who brought the rains. She told me so."
Kahlan began to worry. She didn't know what Savidlin was talking about. The elders remained stone-faced, except Tofalar, who lifted an eyebrow.
"Strength to Richard with the temper,"
Tofalar said. He gave Richard a gentle slap. "Strength to Tofalar," he answered in his own language, having recognized his name, and immediately returned the slap. Kahlan breathed out in relief that it was gentle. Savadlin beamed, showing his fat lip again. Tofalar at last smiled. After the others had given and received a greeting, they smiled too. And then they did something very odd. The 6 elders and Savadlin each dropped to one knee and bowed their heads to Richard. Kahlan instantly tensed. "What's going on?" Richard asked out of the side of his mouth, alerted by her anxiety. "I do not know," she answered in a low voice. "Maybe it's their way of greeting the Seeker. I have never seen them do this before." The men rose to their feet, all smiles. Tofalar held his hand up and motioned over their heads to the women. "Please," Tofalar said to the 2 of them, "sit with us. We are honored to have you both among us." Pulling Richard down with her, Kahlan sat cross-legged on the wet wooden floor. The elders waited until they were seated before seating themselves, paying no attention to the fact that Richard kept his hand near his sword. Women came with woven trays stacked high with loaves of round, flat tava bread and other food, offering them first to Tofalar and then the other elders, as they kept their eyes and smiles on Richard. They chatted softly among themselves about how big Richard with the temper was and what odd clothes he wore. They mostly ignored Kahlan. Women in the Midlands tended not to like confessors. They saw them as a menace who could take their men and a threat to their lifestyle. Women were not supposed to be independent. Kahlan disregarded their cool glances. She was more than used to them. Tofalar took his bread and tore it into 3 sections, offering a third to Richard first, and then a third to Kahlan. With a smile, another woman offered a bowl of roasted peppers to each. Kahlan and Richard both took one, and following the elder's example, rolled them in the bread. She noticed just in time that Richard was keeping his right hand near his sword and was about to eat with his left. "Richard," she warned in a harsh whisper, "don't put food in your mouth with your left hand." He froze. "Why?" "Because they believe that evil spirits eat with their left hand." "That's foolish," he said, an intolerant tone in his voice. "Richard, please, they outnumber us. All their weapons are tipped with poison. This is a poor time for theological arguments." She could feel his gaze on her as she smiled at the elders. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw with relief that he switched the food to his right hand. "Please forgive our meager offering of food," Tofalar said. "We will call a banquet for tonight." "No," Kahlan blurted out. "I mean, we do not want to impose upon your people." "As you wish," Tofalar said with a shrug, a little disappointed. "We are here because the Mud People, among others, are in great danger." The elders all nodded and smiled. "Yes," Surin spoke up. "But now that you have brought Richard with the temper to us, all is well. We thank you, Confessor Kahlan. We will not forget what you have done." Kahlan looked around at their happy, smiling faces. She didn't know what to make of this development, and so took a bite of the flat-tasting tava bread with roasted peppers to gain time to think it over. "What are they saying?" Richard asked before he took a bite himself. "For some reason they are glad I brought you here." He looked over at her. "Ask them why." She gave him a nod and turned to Tofalar. "Honored elder, I am afraid I must admit that I am without your knowledge of Richard with the temper." He smiled knowingly. "I am sorry, child. I forget you were not here when we called the Council of Seers. You see, it was dry, our crops were withering, and our people were in danger of starvation. So we called a gathering to ask the spirits for help. They told us one would come and bring the rain with him. The rains came, and here is Richard with the temper, just as they promised." "And so you are happy that he is here, because he is an omen?" "No," Tofalar said, eyes wide with excitement. "We are happy that one of the spirits of our ancestors has chosen to visit us." He pointed at Richard. "He is a spirit man." Kahlan almost dropped her bread. She sat back in surprise. "What is it?" Richard asked. She stared into his eyes. They had a gathering to bring rain. The spirits told them someone would come and bring the rain. "Richard, they think you are a spirit of their ancestors. A spirit man. He studied her face a moment. Well, I'm not. They think you are. Richard, they would do anything for a spirit. They will call a council of seers if you ask. She didn't like asking him to do this. She didn't feel at all right about deceiving the mud people, but they needed to know where the box was. Richard considered her words. No, he said quietly, while holding her gaze. Richard, we have an important task to attend to. If they think you are a spirit, and that will help us get the last box, what does it matter? It matters because it's a lie. I won't do it. Would you rather have Rahl win? She asked quietly. He gave her a cross look. First of all, I will not do it because it's wrong to deceive these people about something as important as this. Secondly, these people have a power. That is why we are here. They have proven it to me by the fact that they said one would come with the reins. That part is true. In their excitement, they have jumped to a conclusion that is not. Did they say the one who would come would be a spirit? She shook her head. People sometimes believe things simply because they want to. If it works to our advantage and theirs, what harm is there? The harm is in their power. What if they call the gathering and they see the truth, then I'm not a spirit? Do you think they will be pleased that we lied to them, tricked them? Then we will be dead and Rahl wins. She leaned back and took a deep breath. The wizard chooses his seekers well, she thought. Have we aroused the temper of the spirit? Toffelar asked, a look of concern on his weathered face. He wants to know why you are angry, she said. What shall I tell him? Richard looked at the elders, then to her. I will tell them. Translate my words. Kahlan nodded her agreement. The mud people are wise and strong, he began. That is why I have come here. Your ancestors' spirits were right that I would bring the rains. They all seemed pleased when Kahlan told them his words. Everyone else in the village was stone silent as they listened. But they have not told you everything. As you know, that is the way of spirits. The elders nodded their understanding. They have left it to your wisdom to find the rest of the truth. In this way you remain strong as your children become strong because you guide them, not because you provide them their every want. It is the hope of every parent that their children will become strong and wise to think for themselves. There were nods, but not as many. What are you saying, Great Spirit? Asked Arbrin, one of the elders in the back. Richard ran his fingers through his hair after Kahlan translated. I am saying that yes, I brought the rains, but there is more. Perhaps the Spirit saw a greater danger for your people, and that is the more important reason I have come. There is a very dangerous man who would rule your people, make you his slaves. His name is Darken Rahl. There were snickers among the elders. Then he sends fools to be our masters, Toffelar said. Richard regarded them angrily. The laughter died out. It is his way to lull you into overconfidence. Do not be fooled. He has used his power and his magic to conquer peoples of greater numbers than you. When he chooses, he will crush you. The rains came because he sends clouds to follow me to know where I am, that he might try to kill me at a time of his choosing. I am not a spirit. I am the seeker, just a man. I want to stop Darken Rahl, so that your people and others may live their own lives as they wish. Toffelar's eyes narrowed. If what you say is true, then the one called Rahl sent the rains and has saved our people. That is what his missionary tried to teach us, that Rahl would save us. No, Rahl sent the clouds to follow me, not to save you. I chose to come here, just as your spirit ancestors said I would. They said the rains would come and a man would come when they did. They did not say I would be a spirit. There was great disappointment in the expressions of the elders as Kahlan interpreted. She hoped it wouldn't turn to anger. Then maybe the message of the spirits was a warning about the man that would come, Surin said. And maybe it was a warning about Rahl, Richard answered right back. I am offering you the truth. You must use your wisdom to see it, or your people are lost. I offer you a chance to help save yourselves. The elders considered in silence. Your words seem to flow true, Richard, with the temper.
But it is yet to be decided, Toffler said at last. What is it you want from us? The elders sat quietly, the joy gone from their faces. The rest of the village waited in quiet fear. Richard regarded the face of each elder in turn, then spoke quietly. Darken Rahl looks for a magic that will give him the power to rule everyone, including the Mud People. I look for this magic also, so that I might deny him the power. I would like you to call a council of seers to tell me where I might find this magic before it is too late, before Rahl finds it first. Toffler's face hardened. We do not call gatherings for outsiders. Kahlan could tell that Richard was getting angry and straining to control himself. She didn't move her head, but her eyes swept around, gauging where everyone was, especially the men with weapons, in case they had to fight their way out. She didn't judge their chances of escape to be very good. Suddenly, she wished she had never brought him here. Richard's eyes were full of fire as he looked around at the people of the village and then back to the elders. In return for bringing you the rain, I ask of you only that you do not decide right now. Consider what manner of man you find me to be. He was keeping his voice calm, but there was no mistaking the import of his words. Think it over carefully. Many lives depend upon your decision. Mine, Kahlan's, yours. As Kahlan translated, she was suddenly suffused with the cold feeling that Richard was not talking to the elders. He was speaking to someone else. She suddenly felt the eyes of that other on her. Her own gaze swept the crowd. All eyes were on the two of them. She didn't know whose gaze she still felt. Fair, Toffler proclaimed at last. You both are free to be among our people as honored guests while we consider. Please enjoy all we have, share our food and our homes. The elders departed, through the light rain, toward the communal buildings. The crowd went back to their business, shooing the children as they went. Savadlin was the last to leave. He smiled and offered his help in anything they might need. She thanked him as he stepped off into the rain. Kahlan and Richard sat alone on the wet wooden floor, dodging the drips of rainwater leaking through the roof. The woven trays of tava bread and the bowl of roasted peppers remained behind. She leaned over and took one of each, wrapping the bread around the pepper. She handed it to Richard and made herself another. You angry with me? He asked. No, she admitted with a smile. I am proud of you. A little boy grin spread on his face. He began eating with his right hand and made short work of it. After he swallowed the last bite, he spoke again. Look over my right shoulder. There is a man leaning against the wall, long gray hair, arms folded across his chest. Tell me if you know who he is. Kahlan took a bite of the bread and pepper, chewing as she glanced over his shoulder. He is the Birdman. I don't know anything about him except that he can call birds to himself. Richard took another piece of bread, rolled it up, and took a bite. I think it's time we went and had a talk with him. Why? Richard looked up at her from under his eyebrows. Because he's the one who is in charge around here. Kahlan frowned. The elders are in charge. Richard smiled with one side of his mouth. My brother always says that real power is not brokered in public. He watched her intently with his gray eyes. The elders are for show. They are respected, and so are put on display for others to see, like the skulls on the poles, only they still have the skin on them. They have authority because they are esteemed, but they are not in charge. With a quick flick of his eyes, Richard indicated the Birdman leaning against the wall behind him. He is. Then why has he not made himself known? Because, he said, grinning, he wants to know how smart we are. Richard stood and held his hand out to her. She stuffed the rest of the bread in her mouth, brushed her hands on her pants, and took his hand. As he hoisted her up, she thought about how much she liked the way he always offered her his hand. He was the first person who had ever done that. It was just one part of why it felt so easy being with him. They walked across the mud through the cold rain toward the Birdman. He still leaned against the wall, his sharp brown eyes watching them come. Long hair, mostly silver gray, lay on his shoulders, flowing partway down the deerskin tunic that matched his pants. His clothes had no decoration, but a bone carving hung on a leather thong around his neck. Not old, but not young, and still handsome, he was about as tall as she. The skin of his weathered face was as tough-looking as the deerskin clothes he wore. They stopped in front of him. He continued to lean his shoulders against the wall, and his right knee stuck out as his foot propped against the plastered brick. His arms lay folded across his chest as he studied their faces. Richard folded his arms across his own